listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Penniage, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Recently, y'all had a paper on the racial wealth gap. It's often explained as a gap between whites and blacks. That's how when we talk about racial disparities, we're talking about two different racial groups. But sometimes the way it's explained is as if the two groups are monolithic. Sometimes it's almost like you're talking about two different people. There's one person in one category, there's one person in the other category. But as we know, both these groups have tens of millions of people. In the case of whites, certainly it's a massive group of people, 200 million people, I think, in the US around that. And you actually found there's a lot of differences within those groups, and that maybe another way to think about this wealth gap is that it's actually a gap where a lot of people of both groups just don't have that much wealth to begin with, but there may be a bigger disparity with the top. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so, the one kind of easy way to do the racial wealth gap thing is to just, let's add up all the black wealth, divided by the number of black households. Usually wealth is done on a household level because, it's kind of difficult with spouses to distinguish, who owns what. And let's do the same thing for white families. How much per household? And you do that and you get about $900,000 per white family, which is very high. It's a very high amount. And then for black families, it's 140,000. And so you'll see either that statistic or you'll see a statistic where they're comparing the median white family to the median black family, and you'll see a big disparity. And what I actually kind of figured out many years ago when I was trying to kind of come up with different proposals about how to fix the racial wealth gap is that if you take those averages and you break them out in each group and you say, okay, we know on average white families have $900,000, but how much do the bottom 10% of white families have? How much do the middle 10%? How much do the top 10%? And when you do that, you basically find that the top 10% of white families owns 75% of white wealth. And then the bottom half owns like 2%. And then you have a sort of middle class in the middle that owns the remaining 23% or whatever. You go into the black family and say, okay, that's very interesting. White wealth very unevenly distributed. It's mostly at the top. Now, when I first get that finding, I'm kind of like, in some ways, this is helpful for closing the racial wealth gap because you don't really have to ask too many people to pay. If there's only a handful of white people who have the wealth, it's like, we always have the problem with middle class taxes and people don't want to pay
Sure.
that. You don't need middle class taxes because all the wealth's at the top.
Pay attention to the hustle, because he just said it, but he's trying to confuse you. He's throwing a lot at you to throw you off. So yes, the overall wealth is much lower. That's the problem. But now he's trying to say that the distribution is similar when you break it down like this. But who asked him to break it down like this? No one asked for this. Like, what is this? What is he doing?
At least, for this kind of project. So, okay, well, let's look at the black wealth distribution. You go to the black wealth distribution, the same thing. It looks identical. The top 10% of black families own 75% or more of black wealth. Bottom half, 1-2%. Now, the total amount of wealth is much lower, as we just discussed, but the distribution within each race is basically the same. And so you kind of take a step back and you say, wow, this overall disparity is really driven by the fact that the top 10% of white people are very, very wealthy. The top 10% of black people they own almost all black wealth, but they're not nearly as wealthy as the top 10% of white people. And that's driving the whole show. And I show in my piece that that's driving about 77.5%, over 3/4 of the racial wealth gap is just the difference between the wealthiest 10% of white people and the wealthiest 10% of black people. And once you figure that out, it kind of changes the story of like, what are we going to do here to fix this problem? It throws a wrench in things.
No, that doesn't change anything. Like, I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing. You've given me a vague ass chart, and you've thrown some numbers around, but you really haven't made a case for anything. Like, you need to get that part together.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't sound like from the numbers that you just relayed that we really are talking about just like grabbing someone from each population, and then you're assured that one is going to be just way wealthier than the other, because so much of it is towards the top. It seems like actually, if you look at like the bottom half of each group, there's just not a whole lot of wealth there, period.
If you grab from that negative 3.3 quadrant on the black graph, which is the vast majority. And that's another thing that is very funny about this chart. It doesn't tell you how many people are actually in each group. But that bottom quadrant for black people is the vast majority of black people. You put them against anyone else in the quadrants for white people, there is a good chance that every black person in that bottom quadrant has less money than everyone else. But again, that's besides the point.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so one kind of neat statistic would be, let's take the bottom 10% of white families and the bottom 10% of black families. What's the difference between them? And the answer is $15,000. And hey, 15,000. That's a. I would like to have 15,000 more dollars. Like, who wouldn't? Mm-hmm. You go to the top 10% of white families and the top 10% of black families. The average difference there is $5.6 million. So the gap between sort of the black and white upper class is like 350 times larger than the gap between the white and black lower class, defined as the top 10% and bottom 10%.
He still hasn't explained why we have to break it down this way, why we are comparing these groups this way. Like he's clear that we're not even talking about similar wealth even within these ranges. So what exactly is he doing? I don't see the point of this, especially when we're talking about the racial wealth gap. We are talking about a greater conversation than this. In the case of black Americans who descend from American chattel slavery, we are talking about centuries of the government sabotaging our community through government laws and regulations. we're pointing to that and saying because of that, America has to deal with the wealth gap that it has created. And part of that is that the fact that we can point to things that the American government has done to benefit its white citizens exclusively. So it doesn't make sense to try to view this through a capitalistic lens or through a class lens. I mean, this has nothing to do with the point.
Do you have any information about where that wealth at the top is stored? Like, we often think about a lot of average people, which is another reason why the racial wealth gap conversation can be a little maddening at times, because a lot of people just don't have like wealth. Like when I think about money, I just think about my income. Like I don't have a house, I don't have like cars, and I don't have fancy paintings or property or anything. I don't even have that much wealth to begin with. So at the very top where all this wealth is stored, where are they storing this wealth? Like what does that wealth consist of?
Yeah, it consists of mostly corporate equity of one sort or another. So you could think about Jeff Bezos. He has over $100 billion in wealth. It's almost all Amazon stock, which I think he owns something like 20 or 30% of. So he doesn't even own the whole company, but he owns like 20 to 30% of it, and that is enough to get him to that level. And some really affluent people own their own businesses, and so you'll get the equity of their own business. I guess Amazon is sort of Jeff's business, not really anymore because it's publicly traded, but that's really where it is. And I think you're right. There is a very big difference, and part of the reason why I think people can sometimes get a bit confused about this between the way, I don't know, middle class people might think about wealth and the way the people who actually own almost all the wealth think about it. And someone pointed this out on Twitter when I was kind of having a discussion about this piece. They were saying, well, the reason that there's a little bit of difficulty in comprehending this is that, a normal person, a media person who might be middle class and like talks about this thing, when they're thinking about wealth, they're thinking about basically two things. They want to buy a home, they want to have money to retire, and maybe save money for college. That's really what they're thinking about. It's just kind of getting through life. And, that's important, but that's really that's not where the big bucks are. It's not like Jeff Bezos has a giant 401k or 529, or, he does have a giant house, but like, that's not what it's about,
Actually, when you're talking about black wealth, that is exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about pensions and house ownership from baby boomers. That's where the vast majority of wealth in the black community is. It is in the small amount of black people who were able to get in and have those union jobs, those last little bit of union jobs, to pay them a pretty good pension. And also the few black people that held on to their homes through all of these housing crises, those are the people that have wealth in the black community, the vast majority. Now, you might point to a few entertainers and pretend that it's like there's something comparable happening, but that is not the case. There is no black version of Jeff Bezos. I don't care if you bring up Oprah. I don't care who the fuck you bring up. There is no comparison. There are white people that Oprah has to answer to in her industry. There are white people that she has to go to get financing for things that she wants to do. Because she is not the person that controls things. She is not the power broker. She's just the face.
Yeah, and so I know you've done a lot of work on like closing these gaps or at least reducing their size, not only like between racial categorizations, but between class categorizations or any other way you can think of people, just the closing gaps between people who are on the bottom and people who are on the top. What are some ideas you think that could be helpful in that regard? And maybe what's your critique of maybe some of the other ideas you've seen out there that maybe wouldn't be as helpful given the information that you've discovered and seen?
So, when it comes to the racial wealth gap, over the years, I've kind of thought about four different possibilities. The first one, and people talk a lot about this, though I don't think they think too hard about it, is let's just get the median black family up to the median white family, right? And that is actually not difficult to do because, like we said, there's very little wealth in the bottom and in the middle of society, right? The bottom half owns like 1 or 2% of the wealth. And of course, the black population is only 13% of the population. So if you want to kind of top them off and get them to the median, I calculated it's about 0.5% of national wealth. Like you could pretty much do that by just getting some money from white billionaires together, and you could make it happen. But as you might expect, something that cheap doesn't really solve the big problem. In fact, it only solves about 3% of the problem if you're talking about the overall racial wealth gap. So that seems like a dead end. Like a solution that not where 97% of the racial wealth gap remains is no solution at all, it would seem to me. So then you move into the second category and you say, okay, we're not going to close the median, we're going to close the mean, the average, right? The difference between 900,000 for white families and 140 for black families. And how are we going to do that? And you kind of break off into two ideas. You say, well, let's just make the black distribution match the white distribution, right? So, you know, the wealthiest black person will have as much as the wealthiest white person. The poorest black person will have as much as the poorest white person.
What the fuck is he talking about? He is the only person proposing this idea. And the only reason he is proposing this idea is because he wants to use reparations to kind of force some type of wedge between rich black people and poor black people to jumpstart some socialist bullshit that has nothing to do with fucking reparations. Like, I don't even get where this is fucking coming from. Like, if we're talking about the original concept, it was at the end of the Civil War, and then you were going to give every slave 40 acres and a mule. That was the breakdown. There was no, we're going to put this in a capitalist algorithm and give the richest slave as much as the richest white person and the poorest slave. No, that's not what the fuck it was about. And that's not what the fuck it's about now.
White person. So it'll be very unequal, but it'll be equal between the races. They'll look the same. The lines will overlap, right?
Yeah.
But when you kind of go down that path, you say, well, if we did that, then that would mean that we would give, again, 350 times more money to the wealthiest black families than the poorest black families, which also seems absurd, right? So then you go into a third possibility and you say, well, okay, why don't we just give out an equal amount to each black family and we'll close the mean that way. And I've done the math on that. It's a little over 600,000. That's how much you'd have to give to each family to bring the 900,000 for whites and 140 to blacks to bring them together. But when you do that and you give every black family, whatever it is, $620,000 or something like that, what ends up happening is the poorest black family, literally the poorest black family in the country, is wealthier than 68% of white families.
And why is that a problem? I mean, if we're talking about people who have largely been excluded from the free market for the vast majority of the country's history, we're talking about a federal government who has undermined them through exclusion in the Homestead Act, exclusion from FHA subsidies that basically created the suburbs, and the FHA wanted to make the suburbs exclusively white. And I got a video on that. But anyways, we've been excluded in that way. We've been excluded, we've been excluded through the GI Bill. We've been excluded. I mean, just look at redlining. Look at the whole fucking concept. And you damn fucking right. We're supposed to be like, no black person should be in poverty after reparations is done. Like, that's the whole fucking point.
So there are no black families in the bottom 2/3 of society. And curiously, there also would be very few black families at the very top of society, because 600,000 is not going to get you up into the 1% or anything like that.
And see, this is what the dumbass doesn't really understand. That's not the fucking point. We're not trying to get it to where certain people are in the 1% or everybody's in the 1%. That's not what we're doing this for. What we're trying to do is get black people to some form of American normalcy. And it's mainly based on the fact that we have been left out of American normalcy.
Yeah.
And by the way, as a side note, the Latino wealth is very similar to Black wealth, right? Like it's
Yes, it's almost
fairly.
identical.
So this would also leave that group just completely out
Yeah.
to dry.
What do they have to do with black people? I don't understand this. I don't understand how that even comes into the discussion. They aren't black people. We aren't the same. We aren't interchangeable. We don't have the same experience in America. We didn't have the same history in America. None of this is the same. So why is that even brought up?
Yeah, they would still be just like the black wealth distribution, just still hanging out, as they are now.
Mm.
Some people say, well, okay, maybe we should address that separately or whatever. But yeah, they wouldn't be helped by that.
Yes, worry about that issue separately. The same way when you're dealing with their issues, you decide to handle black people separately, do that. I see no reason why we need to switch up now, especially since completely different things happen to the two groups.
But anyway, so you're like, well, that's kind of silly as well. It would seem a little bit weird to imagine that, but for histories of racism and slavery and Jim Crow and so on, every black family would be in like the upper middle class. There would be none at the top and none at the bottom.
Yeah.
That doesn't really make sense either.
That's because that's not the fucking case. No one is making that fucking argument. What people are saying is that because of the history of slavery and segregation, that's why you need to make all these black people who come from American bondage whole.
So that's number 3. So then you go, okay, well, the median doesn't really work. Matching the distributions, that seems goofy. You're just giving a bunch of money to affluent black families. Flat payment, weird. Just every black family's in the upper middle class. Like,
I see nothing weird about it. You have not explained why it's weird. In fact, that is the correct thing to do.
And then you're left with, well, we need to do general redistribution.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the point where the mask is off and you can completely see the snake that this person actually is. Again, like I was trying to explain, all of this was some convoluted bullshit to funnel us back to some socialist nonsense. They just don't have the balls to be honest about what the fuck they're doing. These are not allies. These are your fucking enemies. Look at the face. Remember it. Remember his fucking name. Any fucking time they try to come at you with some bullshit about how they're trying to fix inequality, remember what the fuck they mean. They don't mean fixing shit for you. They don't mean justice for you. It's fuck you. They are trying to take your shit and twist it.
The top 10% of the country in terms of wealth is almost all white, like 90+% white. The bottom half is about 50-50, black,
right,
Latino, and white, or I guess I should say non-white and white, right? 50-50. So move money from the top to the bottom, you solve both problems at the same time because the racial gap shrinks and the class gap shrinks, and you don't run into those other problems. It just sort of solves both problems simultaneously, brings everyone up together. You would think less resentment from Latinos and poor whites who are kind of like, well,
right.
hey,
This is bullshit. If you're going to move poor whites up alongside poor blacks, you're not closing the racial wealth gap. You're only deepening it. He knows that. But it's not about closing the racial wealth gap. It's about this working class wealth redistribution, and black people are not in the equation in his mind. Our situation is not really the concern. And you see what he did about this whole fucking resentment game. So everybody else can get justice in this fucking country. And we're not concerned about resentment because we're more concerned about fucking justice. But when black people are in a position to receive fucking justice, that's when all these motherfuckers come out the bag with what they really fucking feel. And this is what they really mean. They mean their own resentment. These motherfuckers aren't your friends. They're your enemies.
And is there anything else you'd like to add just about kind of how you think we should rethink the way that we think about this gap?
I think one thing we should think about a little bit more on this, and this is more on the kind of conceptual, philosophical level, is I think that people are maybe not as thoughtful on, who did Jim Crow and slavery, like who kind of got cut down the most on that.
This is like some super villain shit that he's doing right now. Like, it's some real diabolical shit. Because he took the Reparations project and he deconstructed it. And he really set it up to manipulate people, to be anti-capitalist. And look, I get that's what your agenda is, but come on, man. Like, do black people really need this shit? How could you sit here and act like how could you sit here and act like you are an ally? And you really are trying to derail reparations by, with a straight, Trojan horse tactic of causing friction between black folks, rich and poor, over who was harmed by slavery and segregation more. And you're not even on some real scientific shit where you went back and you traced everybody's history and you can say for some fact that who was damaged in which economic way. No, you're really just playing with numbers and using it, you're weaponizing it to just fuck with us.
Because I think when you present the fact that, hey, the difference is mostly between the top 10%, I think people recoil from that a little bit. They think that there's something goofy and weird going on. But, I think it's worth pointing out that, in a capitalist system in general, right, the bottom half, the middle class, they get their money comes in the door, money comes out the door. They don't accumulate very much.
No one is recoiling from the fact that you're comparing poor white people to poor black people right now, today. Obviously, if you compare poor white people to poor black people, they're going to have poverty in common. So, the problem here is that you want to talk about this situation without putting it in any historical context. So yes, maybe today white people in poverty cannot build wealth, just like black people in poverty can't build wealth, just like all people in poverty can't build wealth. But we're talking about black people, people who have been here since the beginning of the country and have been sabotaged during the whole existence of this country. So, the government created this wealth gap. It has perpetuated a situation where its white citizens were able to build wealth and its black citizens were stuck in a situation of poverty.
It's really only the top that's capable of accumulating a lot. Right. And so it shouldn't be surprising that that's where you find the difference. Right. It shouldn't be surprising that when they expropriated all those black farmers back in the day, that's going to show up in the top 10% because people who own their own land, that's they were relatively well off to own your own land. Like most black people and most white people didn't own their own land.
He's saying that it should be no surprise to anyone that this is how it ends up, based on a capitalistic algorithm that he has created in his own mind. And what he's doing is he's taking the outcomes that have come about because of the racism that black people have experienced, and saying that he has been able to calculate what would have happened if racism never happened, but he's basing that on the outcomes of a society with racism, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. He's not going back into your lineage, looking at every disadvantage that your family has experienced, and then coming up with a calculation that would show what exactly you should have earned based on the harm that was done to your family. Even though that's kind of like the argument he's trying to claim that he's making here, all he is doing is using these outcomes. Well, where is he starting from? If racism never happened in America, would black people have ever come here as slaves? And if they did, then are we starting from the point of freedom for the slaves? Or are we starting from like the point of the beginning of the country? Like where are we starting from? Because if we're starting from 1865 when they freed the slaves, which would make the most sense, then we would be talking about each black person getting 40 acres and a mule. That way, like, all the poor black people who were formerly slaves, they would all have land, which is a complete contradiction of the bullshit he just tried to tell us. And another contradiction of the bullshit that he's trying to tell us is this idea that poor people didn't own land at some mysterious time period that he has not been very clear about. Because if we look at the Homestead Act, if we look at FHA subsidies, like the GI Bill, like all that good shit that has happened with housing in this country, that's a complete lie. So, like, we got to be real about what's happening here.
Or even things like redlining. If you're in the bottom class, lower classes of black people, you were not ever getting a home. You were going to rent all the time. So redlining really hurt middle class and especially upper class black families who were unable to buy in better areas and got worse, And so
I thought he just said that he was doing a model of what would have happened to black people just through capitalism without any racism involved. If that was the case, then redlining wouldn't have happened. See, this is the problem. Like, he doesn't know how he's even trying. He doesn't even know what he's trying to argue. Like, it's just complete bullshit. And if he knows about redlining, then he knows he was just lying to you about poor white people's ability to build wealth versus poor black people's ability to build wealth. He knows better than the shit he was just trying to tell you.
It shouldn't be shocking that this is how it plays out. And it just kind of adds a little more texture to the story, as opposed to, I think for some people, they view it as, oh, you're just trying to say, there was no racism or oppression and so on. It's like, no, that's not true at all. It's just, we need to think harder about where that would have materialized. And for the most part, it's keeping down the black upper class, people who would have owned things, people who would have had businesses, because that's where the wealth would have accumulated. And that's where they stopped the wealth from accumulating. The bottom would have never accumulated wealth. The bottom 30% of white families have an average of $980.
Well, you clearly don't understand the history of racism in this country. You don't understand redlining. Like, this is a real shitty analysis, and I don't understand how the fuck you get a paycheck for doing this bullshit.
something called class reductionism, the idea that there were people out there who were just so blindly socialist and blindly economically fixated that they were diminishing, ignoring, or somehow denying even the other forms of racism, gender bias, and other kinds of bigotry in this country. And I wondered about that because I don't know any of those people. And my next guest, who has for many years been a professor studying the intersection of race and politics in this country, has written a piece called "The Myth of Class Reductionism." Adolph Reed Jr. is very well known in this area.
Here are the tropes of Adolph Reed. He denies the existence of class reductionists. He takes on a colorblind approach. He overemphasizes the class struggle as a feature of historical black leaders in the place of black liberation. Reed sees socialism as the solution to all problems. If a problem can't be solved by socialism, then it's not worthy of being solved. Reed deconstructs black politics into two categories: symbolism and a class struggle. For him, racism is just a cover story for class warfare.
Everybody sentient at this point, just about, is a product at a minimum of the sensibilities, right, around race and gender and sexual orientation, though ironically, or though, I mean, that only tended to proliferate later, that came out of the New Left, right? There's nobody except, hands full of sectarians or cranks, someplace, who argue that there's no such thing as racism, or that race and gender are epiphenomenal to building the working class movement, right? Blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, the dominant tendencies in left politics now have always given, I would necessarily say pride of place, but have always been conscious of the dynamics of race and gender that have historically, in some ways, if not undercut, at least impeded, right? The struggle to build a left politics in the U.S. and or that race and gender are epiphenomenal to building the working class movement, right? Blah, blah, blah.
The dynamics of race and gender undercut, impeded the left politics in the U.S. And
Adolph Reed is a hypocrite. He's a class reductionist that uses his black skin to shield himself from claims of being a class reductionist, but that's exactly what he is. He can't help himself. If you listen to him long enough, he will get to a point where he's trying to downplay race, and he's trying to make every issue in regards to race about class.
Would you please stop? Sir, I'm asking you to stop.
Please don't come close to me.
Sir, I'm asking you to stop recording me.
Please don't come close to me.
Please take your phone off.
Please don't come close to
And
me.
I'm taking pictures and calling the cops.
Please call the cops. Please call the cops.
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Please tell them whatever you like.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, I'm in the Ramble, and there is a man, African-American, he has a bicycle helmet. He is recording me and threatening me and my dog. There is an African-American man, I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog. And my... I'm sorry, I can't hear you either. I'm being threatened by a man in the Ramble. Please send the cops immediately.
And Professor, you mentioned Amy Cooper, and we covered on the show today that, outrageous moment in the park where she is confronted by an African-American man named Christian about her having her dog off the leash, and she sort of melts down instantly and says, I'm going to call the police and say an African-American man is threatening me, and then proceeds to do exactly that, feigning all kinds of hysterics in the process. I mean, what did you make of that particular moment, and what are the sort of broader implications of it?
Okay, I had a few thoughts. One is, both their surnames are Cooper, and for all I know, they're related.
I think we've reached a point where white people aren't even trying to bullshit us about what we are seeing in these videos anymore. But here goes our brother. He sees that video, and these are his first thoughts. This is someone that is supposed to be racially conscious. And this is how he interprets the video.
That's one thought. Second thought is that she, I saw on somebody's Twitter feed, and I thought about this too, that, the tweet made a joke of it. I just noted it, that she strained to be politically correct and call him an African-American man.
Yeah, that's right. This is all jokes for him. It's all a way to make fun of, I guess, political correctness, and is that, I don't know. Did you watch that video? Was that an issue for you as a black person? Did you see that and you think, oh wow, she called him an African American? Did that part even stick out to you? Did you really even give a fuck about that part? Were you more concerned about her calling the police to have this man executed? The fuck is this man talking about? What the fuck is wrong with this motherfucker? Oh, but he's not stupid. He knows exactly what we saw.
He strained to be politically correct and call him an African-American man, as you right. Calling on the cops to come kill him.
Calling on the cops to come kill him. Cops come kill him.
And the third thing is wondering whether she should have been disciplined and lost her job for it. And I thought that was kind of interesting too. Nobody's ever going to ask me to make the decision, so I don't really have to have a serious opinion about it, except it strikes me yet again at how consistent, maybe as much as anybody outside the public sector that's not under Republican control anyway, how serious the leading lights of the financial sector are about their commitments to diversity. It's really extraordinary.
Oh, you thought it was over? Just wait for this shit.
It was kind of striking to me that they fired her. If she'd been a line worker at a poultry plant, I would argue they shouldn't have.
It was kind of striking to me that they fired her. If she'd been a line worker at a poultry plant, I would argue they shouldn't have.
Since she was a management type in an investment banking firm, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, that's right. So it was a joke. Then he acknowledged how serious the situation was somewhere in the middle of that joke. And in the conclusion, he comes away with, if this woman was, I guess, a working class white woman, he would be against firing her. So basically, she set up somebody to be executed, and he would have defended her on the basis of working class solidarity.
From the 30s through the end of the 60s, a consistent position on the part, well, at least ironically after Black Power, a consistent position on the part of key figures on the left edge of the civil rights movement was that a redistributive program and social or expansion of the social state and expansion of the trade union sector were essential sine qua non for the advancement of Black Americans' rights, because Black Americans would, for a variety of reasons, disproportionately likely to be workers and poor people and so forth and so on.
What were those variety of reasons, and why won't you talk about them? That context is very important. And yes, black leaders have pushed for these socialistic positions because they do believe in wealth redistribution and programs for black people. Like, why are you skipping over that part? The part where all of them have been very specific about black liberation, very specific about righting the wrongs that have been done to black people.
What I'm calling radical democracy, because there's a sense in which I'm building on elements of your earlier work, and I want to know now, later, how you define your sophisticated Pan-African view of the world with radical democracy.
But that kept me in trouble all the time because I had a 50-year direct relationship to the American Communist Party.
Right.
I would not let them take away my African partiality, my nationalism, and I would not let them stop me from criticizing them for their contradictions. Mm-hmm. Until finally they drove me out of the association of the party. I was never a member of the party, and yet I was closely related to many members and had more confidential information than most members, but I was never actually a member of the party. Briefly, I was a member of the Young Communist League on the Lower East Side, but I read more and did more work and defended the right of the party to exist, and traveled in Russia several times, and I think the experiment in communism deserves a fair chance to exist. I think the Russians made a mess out of it and turned to capitalism. And Russia is now doing what she was criticizing England and the United States and the imperial powers for doing. Literally killing our own people. There was some discrimination in Russia against Africans, and many Africans taking Russian women home was found dead on snow piles in Russia.
It's interesting to me, as you pointed out, that the demand that you hear most often coming from, the sort of black thought leaders that you see on television, that you see online, is that Biden nominate a black VP. And the folks that have been offered up most consistently are Stacey Abrams and Kamala Harris, who essentially are ideologically very much in line with Joe Biden. So there's no expectation, yes, personnel is policy, but it doesn't seem to me that there's any expectation that either of those individuals as vice president would change or shape or shift what a Biden administration would ultimately do vis-a-vis the black community. How does that fixation on representation over a policy agenda, how does that impact, how does that ultimately undermine the African American community?
Now, on the face of this does appear to be a good question, except for the fact that black thought leaders is a vast category. And no, this is not the totality of what black thought leaders are pushing for at this point in time. Even Adolph Reed knows that that's not the case. But let's see how he deals with this question. Is he going to expand on black politics to talk about the totality of perspectives? Or is he going to also minimize black politics and push for a class solution?
Well, see, that's why I say that I'm insisting that the black vote is a fiction, right? And I would also insist, not quite as strongly, but that the notion of the African American community is a similar fiction. And it's a useful fiction. It's a useful fiction. It's a fiction that's useful in the way that all nationalisms are useful, in that it functions as a perfume over what's a class-skewed agenda. Again, like this, so-called thought leaders, which I think is a very polite and genteel way to put it, are people who have a class investment in this kind of politics, and it's a politics of racial brokerage, and it's got nothing at all to do with the things that the vast majority of black Americans who get up in the morning think about, right? Because they get up in the morning thinking about how to pay the mortgage, how to pay the rent.
Yep, he denied the existence of the black vote. He denied the existence of a black community and said it's really all a class issue. And part of what he does is he takes the fact that black people are largely in poverty and he puts that into an argument without any context of why they are largely in that poverty, just to justify a socialistic perspective. Now, when you take into context why black people are largely in poverty, you have to look at the government's actions in sabotaging black efforts to succeed. And if you are looking at that, then ultimately you're going to have to draw a conclusion that maybe the government needs to do something for black people to make up for what it did to harm black people. But Reed does not want to have that discussion. He wants to sidestep that discussion. So it's very easy for him to repackage issues about black people paying their mortgage or rent into just a neat little class warfare scenario.
Yeah, I mean, and among the ways that the class divides are consequential are, for instance, the current obsession with the New Deal as racist, right? And with the idea of that universal programs, right, are fundamentally racist because they don't target black people in particular.
No, Adolph Reed, the argument is that universal policies don't address the disparities.
And black people don't get anything out of it. But the fact of the matter is that black people got a lot out of the GI Bill.
Our guest at the beginning of the show, you know, I pointed out that Ferguson and many other black enclaves are A, poor, and B, black, in part because of the way the GI Bill was administered. And he said, well, give me some numbers to prove that. And I didn't have them at my fingertips, so here they are. The GI Bill, first of all, it was $95 billion worth of programs, which is, you know, a fair amount of money. I mean, it's less than a tenth of what George Bush spent in Iraq, but it's still a hell of a lot of money. 16 million veterans attended college or bought homes or received job training as a result of the GI Bill. Bill Clinton once called it the best deal ever made by Uncle Sam. However, the congressional leaders, when they wrote the GI Bill, they made sure that the money didn't come, like when my dad, for example, used the GI Bill to buy a house in Lansing, Michigan. My dad was part of the occupation of Japan after World War II, but when he joined and went through basic training, the war was still going on. And so he qualified for the GI Bill. And when Dad did that, the money, it wasn't like Washington, D.C. wrote a check or backstopped the loan that my dad got for that house. Instead, or for that matter, when my dad went to college, the money was given to the state of Michigan, and state officials administered the funds. So as a historian by the name of Katznelson writes, written under, in quote, written under Southern auspices, the law was deliberately designed to accommodate Jim Crow. It was as though the GI Bill had been earmarked for white veterans only. Southern congressional leaders made certain that the programs were directed not by Washington, but by local white officials, businessmen, bankers, and college administrators who would honor past practices. So, numbers. Our guest was saying, give me numbers. Let's just take a look at the state of Mississippi, for example, in 1 year, 1947. There were 3,229 loans to purchase a home, a business, or a farm under the GI Bill in Mississippi in 1947. 3,229. How many went to black veterans? 2. There's your numbers.
and that racial disparity isn't in the distribution of benefits and bad, good things and bad things, isn't necessarily like the end of the story, right? There's a lot more that's at stake.
Is captured in the phrase that Ta-Nehisi quotes in his recent book, and before that James Baldwin, those who would be white. They create a notion of a sanctuary,
yes,
where you're not subject in a fantasy life to those deprivations and the anxieties of the prospect of those deprivations.
Well, I think he calls them the dreamers.
Yes.
And he does that because they are constructing a fantasy.
Yes.
And that fantasy makes it extremely difficult for us to address our most pressing social problems.
Yes. Now, when we look at the evidence across the spectrum, education, health, employment, housing finance, ownership, entrepreneurship, we don't see something like traditional economic theory where you and I were educated, which is what I call a whiteboard and a just world outcome based only on your talent, your ability, your preparation, your stamina.
Right.
You see outcomes that are systematically detrimental to the African American population.
So you may have seen this report already that a team of us did, including Derek Hamilton at the New School, called "Umbrellas Don't Make It Rain."
Yes.
I think that report encapsulates the false narrative that has emerged out of much of traditional economics. Because one of the standard kinds of claims that emerges from traditional economics is the view that if we could improve the human capital of the group that has less, which usually means raising their educational attainment, then we can eliminate or close these kinds of gaps or disparities that we observe that are economic in character. But in Umbrellas Don't Make It Rain, we demonstrate, for example, that blacks who have completed a college degree have 2/3 of the net worth of whites who never finished high school.
Yes.
So it's transparent that additional education is not adequate to close the racial wealth gap. But moreover, if we compare blacks who have finished some college with whites who never finished high school, blacks who have finished some college have a higher unemployment rate than whites who dropped out of high school. And to compound that, if we look at unemployment rates at each level of education, blacks consistently have unemployment rates that are 2 times as high as whites. So there is not a payoff, an adequate payoff in terms of improved employment opportunities that's associated with additional education sufficient to close those gaps either. So these disparities have to be rooted in other kinds of practices, and I would say that one of the central ones is discrimination in employment. And then another major factor is the whole process of how we transfer wealth from one generation to the next through inheritances, through gifts and the like. Communities that have families that have more resources are better able to transfer those resources to the next generation. And this applies fully or strongly when we start thinking about racial inequality with respect to wealth, because black families on average have considerably less to be able to give to the next generation in the way of inheritances or gifts.
But this notion that Medicare for all, right, like a single-payer healthcare system wouldn't do anything for black people because it's not race-targeted. The idea that free public college wouldn't do anything for black people because it's not race-targeted.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is that if there's a racial disparity, doing a universal policy will not address that racial disparity. So if black people are largely on the bottom of every statistic that there is, okay, now that you give me free health care, I'm still on the bottom, now I just have health care. If you give me free education, I'm still on the bottom. Now I just have an education. But in every other way, I'm on the bottom. So, like, if we're talking about a disparity between the races, and you're talking about a solution that will essentially change the bottom for everyone, all you're doing is adding a level of comfort to the bottom. But you're not actually moving black people who are at the bottom rung of this society from that bottom rung to another rung. And that's what we're looking for. That's what we're trying to achieve. Because we're in this situation largely because we had a government that was sabotaging us. So our politics is going to revolve around trying to get the government to fix what it has done. If you want to ignore what the government has done, what exactly makes you different than a conservative on the right? Let's be honest. If you have the same conclusion as the people that you tell me are my enemies, then how the fuck do I see you as a friend?
And I mean, so and of course, free college. I mean, we've had one of our financial editor, Sparky Abraham, has written about the way that student debt, because student debt is disproportionately held by people of color, free college actually is something that disproportionately benefits people of color because they're the ones that are screwed over most by the way we finance college.
Let's talk about this hustle stat real quick. When someone is talking to you about something so broad like a universal program, but they're coming back to you with the benefits of something that is so specific to your issue, you have to wonder, what aren't they telling you? So why are we talking about debt? Now, I get why we would talk about debt in certain discussions, but if we're talking about universal free college, then that is not necessarily the only discussion to be had. We would also have to talk about people who aren't necessarily in poverty, who won't have to pay for college anymore. You know, people who do have wealth. And if we're not eating into their wealth with an expense like college, that means they'll be more likely to have that wealth at the end of their 4 years, 8 years, or whatever, how many ever years. Now, we can debate whether or not there's an element of fairness in making people pay if they can pay, or if they have the wealth to pay, I should say. But to me, that is irrelevant in describing a situation when we're trying to deal with a disparity. And this is a solution that they use to deal with the disparity. So we have to be honest about what this will do. If we're just talking about free college for everyone, this will benefit white people more just by looking at the percentage of people that are going to college. But you wouldn't know that if we only limited the discussion down to debt. Like, this is the trick that they're pulling.
And I was kind of blown away to get back and find out that the reparations issue had popped up and had gone live and was all over C-SPAN and everything. I couldn't figure out where it came from.
Of course, he's not happy about reparations popping up in the news.
And I couldn't figure out what was going on, seeing like respectable professors on judicious panels talking about this issue. Because my question was always, first question I said this to Kianga too, has always been the same, and I've never gotten what I think is a satisfactory attempt to answer it even, right? Which is, how can you imagine in a majoritarian democracy putting together a political alliance that's capable of prevailing on an issue like this that nobody gets anything out of except black people?
All right, Adolph Reed, here's the argument. There are less than 15 million union workers in the United States of America. There are 70,000 DSA members, I don't see where you guys find the numbers to push your agenda. And when I look at the political history of the Socialist Party in the United States of America, it's a fucking joke. Right now, we have seen the farthest that a socialist has gone in the example of Bernie Sanders, and he was defeated twice because of the black vote. There are 36 million African Americans in this country that descend from American chattel slavery. If union workers, if the working class, if all these people that you think are in this thing of solidarity together could come together and push this thing so that black people in this country that descend from American bondage can have justice, you will always find support for lefty policies in the black vote.
And that's even before all of the other questions, like what counts as reparations. I mean, who gets what? I mean, should the ADOS, the American descendants of slaves line be followed?
Okay, you are familiar with ADOS's language as far as eligibility is concerned, and I agree with it. I think it's the most logical qualifications that I've seen. If you have any disagreement with that, you probably should have let that be known. Otherwise, I think we should defer to Dr. William Darity. He is an economist who has basically been studying this issue for decades, and he wrote a book basically about the history of reparations, the justifications, the reasons why, and how it can be done.
I do think that just from a pragmatic political point of view, the pragmatic political question trumps it, right? And I know the response has always been, well, but don't you think black people deserve something? And I said, well, yeah, of course, but that's not the issue, right? The issue is what is possible to win and how you can win it. But it even gets more, and maybe we can pursue this, but I think that's also fundamentally more of a class program than it is a racial program.
Yes. Where would we be without a pivot to class? But I wonder, what happens if you don't give in and you just argue some more with Adolph Reed?
Well, can I ask you, though, what you think? Because it strikes me that a lot of the things that we demand on the left are radical and require shifting public consciousness, and often at the beginning are things that we can't imagine, or it's very difficult to imagine happening, and the fact that the majority may be against you means that you have to work really, really hard, and it's a long, slow process. But that if that's what would constitute justice, it's sort of necessary, because I mean there are lots of things that majorities oppose, but we believe in protecting the minorities. So how do you think about things that are sort of practical utopianism versus things that are utopianism?
Yeah, but yeah, I hear you. And in fact, like to go back to the Marty Moss Cohen show, I mean, Kianga brought up the case of abolitionism. And that's a nice case because like it shows the problem with the argument that abolitionism didn't get anywhere really, except to piss off the slaveholders until political circumstances shifted to advance the position of political anti-slavery.
All right, to be clear, the question was, should we fight for reparations since it is the right thing to do as far as giving black people justice in this country? And did you see how he really didn't disprove the scenario that he was trying to use as, I mean, his point? like, okay, so you're saying that they didn't get anywhere until the political situation changed. For the political situation to change, there already has to be an anti-slavery sentiment that people can grasp onto. And that's why there needs to be a movement fighting for reparations so that people have something to grasp onto. Otherwise, you're just giving me a circular argument that doesn't really go anywhere. So why should I accept that?
I mean, that's. Do you think there are ever issues where you just have to say, well, I mean, is it ever possible to mobilize around something that is not in the self-interest of the? I mean, we don't want to always have to appeal to self-interest. There are things where we're going to have to pursue things where people are going to have to give something up.
Well, look, I mean, my take on this is that. So, like, I read Aesop's Fables a lot when I was a little kid. And my favorite one, well, one of my favorite ones, was the one about the contest between the wind and the sun. They were boasting back and forth at each other, and they determined to test their prowess against a wayfarer who was walking along the road, and whichever one could get him to take his coat off would be the more powerful. So the wind blew and blew and blew, and no matter how much harder the wind blew, the traveler just kind of pulled his coat more and more tightly around himself. And then when the sun took its turn, right, it just sort of began to radiate more and more warmth. And the traveler eventually took the coat off on his own. My approach to politics, and this goes back to the question of what counts as a movement and what doesn't, is the project of trying to fasten a broad-based political alliance in which different people and constituencies can not only see a vehicle for pursuing their own interests, but can come to understand that a condition for advancement of their own interests is equal commitment to advancement of their partner's interests.
Cool story, bro. You've been in this 30 years? Where is your broad-based alliance? I do not see it anywhere. And yes, he did just explain that he bases his political philosophy on a fairy tale.
Does that mean that the black-white wealth gap is sort of inevitable then, or is there something that can address that particular?
Well, yeah, and that's a good question too. I just saw a recent study by a guy named Prentice and his colleagues that argues in a seemingly persuasive way that actually the root of the wealth gap is fundamentally the income gap.
Okay, so I've actually been trying to find this study that he's mentioning. It's obviously hard because he doesn't name the actual study. He doesn't even name colleagues of Prentice. So I can't find the study. But I would love to read it because it seems very odd to me that someone would make a claim like that, especially since the wealth gap is significantly more than the income gap. So this is not just, it doesn't add up. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Right. And what's interesting about that is that, well, in the first place, the argument seems plausible, although I'm having difficulty reconstructing it in my head off the top of my head.
This part is kind of important. If you're going to cite a study, you kind of need to, if you don't know the name of the study, at least know what they are arguing. Okay. So this is his level of argumentation under pressure. This is what he brings to the table to kind of Like, all right, if you're trying to sell me socialism on the idea that it's about justice, it's about inequality, and then when I bring to you, especially an issue like reparations that is about workers being paid, and like one of the greatest injustices around labor that has happened in America, and this is the level of argumentation that you're giving me, maybe you don't take it seriously. Maybe the Marxist rhetoric is just a lot of bullshit. I don't know. But this comes across like you're only talking to white workers, because I don't understand how you frame it in your mind that you're actually giving black people an argument that we can agree with and find solidarity in.
Had now, but they purport to show through experiments that if you close the income gap substantially, right, like at any given point, then the wealth gap that would take 500 years to close can be closed in like 30, right?
As far as this concept of we can reduce it from 500 to 30 years, that seems ridiculous. But the question then becomes, why would we accept a gap that would take 30 years to close? Shouldn't we solve that problem also? Like, just get it out the way.
Mm-hmm. Now the Al study has been met with, I wouldn't say a firestorm, because there are no weapons, right, for the firestorm, but circumspection, because, for predictable reasons. One of them is that people who study the wealth gap are committed to the wealth gap being causally meaningful.
That's right. He cannot describe the argument that he is making or that he is backing, but he is already poisoning the well for any critiques that you might find on this study that he didn't even name.
So, like, and just as academics, but I mean, also, there's an embedded ideological vision that's sort of smuggled into the wealth gap construct, right? Like in this sense, what's the big penalty that comes from the wealth gap, right?
Oh shit! Tread lightly, brother. Don't go completely mask off.
The big penalty comes from limits of capital formation, right? And rich black people talk about this all the time. Well, okay, so then what would capital formation do? Well, capital or more repaired access to capital, right, comports with a political ideal of strict equality, real equality of opportunity being like the fundamental norm of social justice, right?
It might allow black people to participate in capitalism as capitalists, which is a problem for the Adolf Reed types. They don't want us to do that. They want us to embrace socialism. And I have no problem with black people who want to dabble in that ideology. But we got to be real here. You are offering me a theory. My real life is fucked up. And you're not even offering fix my situation in exchange for what you want to do. What you're offering is that in the hopes of you succeeding at what you're doing, that my situation would get better. Not fixed, but better. Yeah, we are looking for fixes, and your ideology is at odds with that. Just say that.
and it's like this difference that my good friend Preston Smith has harped on for a while now. There's a difference between the principles of a racial democracy and the principles of social democracy that existed in a state of de facto tension, right, in Black politics from the 30s through the 60s and 70s. And I think kind of what we have here is like a conflict between two different ideals of social justice and two different ideals of social justice for Black people, right? I mean, one of which hinges on overcoming unjust impediments to upward mobility, within American neoliberal capitalism, and the other of which is, frankly, socialist.
Overcoming unjust impediments to upward mobility, and the other of which is, frankly, socialist.
That is him clearly stating that he is in opposition to any justice for Black people that is not within the framework of socialism. But there's an interesting thing about people like Adolph Reed. They tell on themselves. So let's double back real quick to a moment that I kind of skipped over because I wanted to make a more direct point about reparations.
Right. So from that perspective, and like this also connects with one of the sort of standard, almost pro forma beefs that I have about what's called identity politics, which is that I just don't understand. I've said this for more than 30 years too, how we build solidarity by going around the room to stress how profoundly we actually differ from one another.
Now, mind you, he reduces Black issues down to identity politics, which also means in his mind tokenism. So this is in the middle of him answering the question about reparations. But I think it's interesting that he felt so adamant about people distinguishing themselves in the group when he's talking about an issue in regards to benefiting Black people. But he felt differently, or he had a different perspective about this type of thing in this other clip.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't Black.
Well, it's Biden, right? I mean, it's part and parcel of his, working class everyman friend of MBNA image.
So all this talk about solidarity with the working class, and this is what is going on in his mind, Adolph Reed's mind, when he thinks about the working man image. This is how the working man thinks, according to Adolph Reed, and this is who we should have solidarity with. We can bring up our differences in the meeting, but apparently we aren't Black if we don't support them. Now look at our brother Adolph Reed, the man who has never met a class reductionist, has no clue where these people could be. Watch him downplay the Black vote, hit you with some mumbo jumbo, and then twist this right back into a class discussion.
Or that he's cultivated. It's consistent with his entire record and self-presentation, especially during the 2020 primaries. I mean, look, the problem with taking something called the Black vote for granted is, first of all, the notion of the Black vote, right? Because the idea of the Black vote is really the expression of a sort of calcified interest group politics agenda that's very sharply class skewed.
Class skewed. Class skewed.
I'm sure it's not 100% a myth, as Cicero said. I don't know that's the most pretentious possible way to start a sentence, but as Cicero said, there's no view so absurd it has not been advocated by some philosopher. So I'm sure you can find somebody to point me to who's a real, serious, genuine class reductionist. But Adolf Reed, as I think that makes clear, is certainly not a class reductionist. So why were people accusing him of this? Well, part of it has to do with a larger strategic difference between how the sorts of demands that Reed thinks that the left should focus on and try to reach out to people with versus, what some other people think. And part of it has to do with the specific subject of the lecture that he was going to give. So this lecture was about the COVID pandemic and racial disparity ideology. So if you want to know what that means, you can find. So this is Adolf Reed, Disparity Ideology, Coronavirus, and the Danger of the Return of Racial Medicine, where he's talking about a couple of related things. One of them is the emphasis. I mean, the overarching subject is the way that a lot of liberal or even leftist, social democratic politicians have been really emphasizing the racial disparities in COVID deaths, that, black people, brown people are vastly more likely to die of COVID than white people. And that's true and important. But Reed is, of course, not denying that it's true or important or disturbing. Reed has been spending his entire life as a critic of racism and capitalism. So obviously he's not going to say that.
This is Ben Burgess. He's a logic professor and he's also a YouTube lefty. But most importantly, he is full of shit. You need to go read this article by Adolf Reed. Reed is not only denying that more black people are dying, he's denying the importance of looking into racial disparity.
What he is saying is that front-loading the racial disparity per se and not really talking about the mechanism is dangerous, he thinks, for a couple of reasons. One is that it might give people the impression that this is some sort of, there's some sort of genetic explanation for these disparities, which, of course, would be, that's what he means when he talks about the return of racial medicine. And, of course, his point there is that since race is silly, made-up bullshit, that it's not a meaningful, natural genetic category, it's a social construction, then so we want to look elsewhere for the cause of these disparities. Well, what's the cause of these disparities? The cause of these disparities, as he points out, is very simple, right? That certainly, there might be other exacerbating factors that cause the disparities, but the overwhelming factor is that due to the horrifying racial history of the United States, black and brown people are more likely to live in poverty.
Reed makes absolutely no connection in that article between the racial history of America and the poverty that black people face today. In fact, what he does in that article is kind of deny that there's a racial element at all, because he implies that racism was essentially fixed with the social movements of the 60s.
Due to the horrifying racial history of the United States, black and brown people are more likely to live in poverty than white people. And this statistical fact in turn drives the ones about COVID deaths, because there are all sorts of ways in which living in poverty makes you more likely to be vulnerable to this, ranging from you don't have the kind of job where you can work from home to healthcare access, to, etc. Right? All right. So the other reason he thinks that it's important to emphasize the poverty causing disproportionate deaths rather than emphasizing the racial distribution of the deaths, which can sort of mask the fact that the underlying issue is the racial distribution of poverty.
All right, several times I asked you to go to this Adolph Reed article, and what I want you to do is click on this link to this this other article that he's actually referencing as far as a reason for his article. The problem here is that Adolph Reed is so against acknowledging a racial disparity that he is way beyond the point of straw manning his opposition. What Reed is doing now is straight up conspiracy theory. And it is sad to see anyone try to defend this man at this point in time, because you can click on this article, read through it, and see it is nothing like how he describes it. He is saying that Democratic leaders, academics, reporters, medical professionals were asking for information on a racial disparity for this COVID thing because they secretly believe in some type of eugenic type of mindset. When in reality, people were bringing this up because of the existing racial disparities in healthcare. Like, they were bringing it up because they already knew the limited access that black people have to healthcare. They already knew the higher level of pre-existing conditions that exist among black people. They were bringing this stuff up because they knew about the racial wealth gap. And they knew about the de facto segregation that was going on in these communities. That's not something that can be explained away through poverty. You can't see that through poverty. This is something that Reed will not address. He only wants to see things through the lens of poverty. He only wants to see things through the lens of class. So he took something that was perfectly reasonable and he made a monster out of it.
I think they're basically a debater's trick, right? And it's one that's common enough, like in academic life as well as elsewhere. You attribute to an unnamed opponent an extreme stance that no actual people take, and then you tear down substantive arguments by linking them to this extreme fiction that you've posited, but that nobody really embraces. I mean,
can you explain the actual point and why this narrow emphasis on just racial disparities over potentially has certain pitfalls as it relates to COVID-related deaths, and actually might hurt us in the attempt to actually undermine the disparities that is leading to the deaths disproportionately of many poor people, and many of Black and brown.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll try to be concise about this. I mean, that the problem is that racism doesn't explain anything, right?
This is Reed months later, after statistics from all over the country have proven him wrong about there being a racial disparity in the COVID infections. 2 months from his article, enough time for him and his supporters to go back and read past the headlines of all those articles that he referenced in his little article. You know, all those articles that supposedly caused the alarm to begin with. You can read those articles and see that all of it is bullshit. And it's fucking sad that he is given a platform where he can downplay racism and then push a conspiracy theory just so he can derail any type of discussion about race.
It's a label that we put on to more complex dynamics and processes of exploitation and oppression. But racism itself, or the charge of racism itself, should always be followed by, when I say this is an instance of racism, I mean these features of it show racist dispositions, attitudes, the impact of racist structures, or whatever.
And that's exactly what people did in all of those articles.
But so what's happened with disparity discourse, and for some time now, because Merlin Chalkwanian and I did an article in the Socialist Register on the limits of disparities discourse eight years ago, for God's sake. Pointing to disparities doesn't explain anything, right? Like, it doesn't, it's an alternative to a causal account, right? Because you say, see, disparity, racism, but you don't have a causal account of how the inequalities are produced, right? So that's one problem, right? Like, it doesn't help you get anywhere, is that problem.
The causal account is centuries of discriminatory laws that has created a racial wealth gap and has created a situation where black people have less access to health care because of that gap. And in every article, you could see people explaining this over and over and over again. But Adolph Reed is pretending that that part does not exist, because that part disproves everything he's trying to do.
Another problem is that, and we've seen this already now, I mean, this time around, that the ways that people talk about race in this country and wherever they talk about it are so hopelessly confused and knee-jerk and abstract and, you know, and incoherent, that when you say, I mean, you and I can say that race matters. Charles Murray can say that race matters. And I assume you and I aren't going to mean the same thing that Charles Murray means, but there are enough Charles Murray types out there, even who don't think of themselves as Charles Murray types.
Who is Adolph Reed talking about? Because if you look at his article, he's pointing to people like Elizabeth Warren. He's pointing to AOC. He's pointing to Charles Blow from the New York Times, and like who now he's saying that they think of race in the same way that Charles Murray thinks of race. Like, how are y'all falling for this scam?
Who have already indicated that the persistent and what seem to be large, although as the total cases go up, the disparities can flatten out, disparate impact on Black and brown people with respect to the bad outcomes or the worst outcomes from COVID-19 infection are signs of, are evidence or stem from differential racial biology. So that's one problem, right?
Who the fuck is he talking about?
That's lurking there. But it doesn't have to be a biological metaphor. Yes, I mean, when the biological metaphor is invoked, right, and I assume a lot of the rest of us, think about that cattle train that ends up at Auschwitz, right? Because that's where that narrative always goes.
Yes, this is Alex Jones level. We went from politicians, journalists, academics requesting data on racial disparities, and now he is making them out to be like some type of Nazis who are going to lead us to a Holocaust.
But it can also be cultural, right? Because race wasn't, I mean, race was always, well, race can't denote anything that's empirically real because the concept is an abstraction, like it's not real. I mean, I like the way that my son, the birthday boy, did this in his last piece in Jacobin, where he invoked Christianity. He said, look, Christians believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Jesus Christ doesn't have to be the literal Son of God for Christianity to be real and have force in the world, right? Even not taking into account all the billions of Jews and Muslims and Buddhists and whatever the hell else who don't embrace the belief that Jesus is the Son of God, right? But race exists because of racism, right? As Anna Barbara Fields has argued also. It's a cover story, right? To sustain a particular technology of hierarchy, right? Exploitation and oppression. So it's not really dependent on biology in the way that people like to think it is. And in fact, part of the story of post-war American ideology and the crafting of post-war liberalism and the social sciences is that the Holocaust in particular had made the notion of biological race had put heavy negative sanctions on it, like at least outside the South in the U.S.
Yes, the racial hierarchy. Anyways, you notice how he constantly makes like these go nowhere points. Like, what was the point about race and Christianity? Like, okay, yeah, we get it. Like race is a social construct, but we live in a society that acknowledges race. So let's deal with the reality of the society that we live in and stop playing games.
So the effective race idea moves from biology to culture. And in this context, then, it's the easiest thing in the world, and I think we have both, and we aren't alone in having done so, we have both seen articles asserting softer or stronger versions of this claim that Blacks and Latinos are more likely to suffer the consequences because they're more likely to have the underlying comorbidity conditions, and they're more likely to have those because of their shitty habits, right, with eating and whatnot. And therefore, focusing on the racial disparity doesn't even get people to where they think it's going to get them, right?
Who is Adolph Reed talking about? What is Adolph Reed talking about? I think you should be able to see the point. But he is going to use this imaginary enemy, and I mean, well, you're going to see he goes full mask off.
Right. And one question that I would have to ask at this point, I mean, we already were asking it 8 years ago, if the focus on racial disparity has been so unsuccessful in getting people who are purportedly committed to social change where they want to go, what's so sweet about continuing to focus on the racial disparity?
What's so sweet about continuing to focus on the racial disparity?
What does it do for you that's satisfactory, other than since it doesn't get you to where it is you're trying to go?
We need a living wage for everyone. And here's my thing, like, we do.
You say living wage, but you're not saying federal jobs guarantee. And they didn't bring up federal jobs guarantee in this thing. I didn't hear them bring it up.
All of these social programs, and then we get reparations.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be in a way better place.
How about you do them at the same time? Why does reparations have to come last? And when I say do them at the first time, I mean sign the reparations bill, and then with the same pen at the same desk, right after, sign the bullshit for everybody else. But again, white people about to get this money. So I vote we wait till 2053 to do the Great Well Chancellor. See, look, let me tell you, this shit, I don't know. I need some good whites to start getting in the comments, because I was rooting for you But this great wealth transfer, I need the 40 million poor whites to holler at a bitch, because you other motherfuckers, I'm about to start a class war on you motherfuckers. We about to ride out. We gonna ride out. It's gonna be a class war on whites and people of color.
There's something. There is a, because I had the same. I get the same vibe from them that I got from Mark Thompson and Thompson and the Pan Africanists. Is like, I feel that there's some sort of insecurity or something that makes them feel responsible, that makes them think that they're worth less than other people, right? Or their uplift has less value than the uplift of other people. Therefore, I can put my uplift on the back burner and sling myself on the cross, because you white folks, or whoever the fuck it is, the rest of Pan-Africa or Pangea, whatever the fuck they want to call it at this point, are more important than I am. And me on the cross, I'm going to put my family on the back burner. I'm going to put my people on the back burner. I'm going to watch black children starve until everybody else is fixed. Fuck you.
What is it you wanted me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brothers and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress?
Not even that. We are going to give up our fight that was started by our ancestor, Callie House, after she got out of slavery, petitioning for slave pensions, where she got locked up and put in jail. We are supposed to stop a fight that started in 1865 to fix motherfuckers who, most of you motherfuckers just got here. And I mean you Ellis Island motherfuckers. If you came after 1865, I'm talking about you. All of y'all. So you want us to put our shit on the back burner when you fuckers who came after 1865, white and people of color, have been oppressing Black people for generations. And we are supposed to stop our reparations fight so you can get a leg up. You got me fucked up. I'll fight with you for us all to get our shit, as in I get my reparations and we fight for the class shit together. But if you got to come before me, fuck you and fuck your family, like I be telling with the POC, fuck you, fuck your family. Like I said, my god sisters are low key poor white trash. No, because my god sisters are poor white trash. I'll fight for them. But I'm not fighting for you middle class rich fucks who don't want to fight for me. Fuck you. Hell no, I ain't doing that.
Fuck all this mule and shit.
Your Grace, His Holiness the High Septon wishes to speak with you at the Great Sept of Baelor.
His Holiness the High Septon is welcome to see me here, in the Red Keep.
Your Grace, this is not a request.
It is a request, Cousin Lancel. You are asking me for something I'm refusing.
The High Septon commands you. Are you sure you want to refuse him?
He promised me I could stay in the Red Keep until my trial.
He made no such promises. If you refuse to come of your own free will... Move aside, sir. Order your man to step aside, or there will be violence.
I choose violence.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put it back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country to win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
So, because at Reset Race, we are all about facts and data over your fucking feelings. And even my feelings, because I have to re-record this whole section. So, because we like to make sure people have the full data before we get out here and talk about anything. So, let's go ahead and get our screen share on. Okay, bam, I'm gonna go through this quick. This is from the Center for American Progress. Simulating how progressive proposals affect the racial wealth gap. It was written by Christian E. Weller, Connor Maxwell, and Danielle Solomon, August 7th, 2019. Y'all Fred Hampton leftists did this fucking video on July 4th, 2021. Y'all had 2 years to read this goddamn thing. So here we go. Author's note. CAP uses Black and African American interchangeably throughout many of our products. We choose to capitalize Black in order to reflect that we are discussing a group of people and to be consistent with the capitalization of African American. Wealth, a household's assets minus its debts, is the key measure of financial well-being. Unfortunately, the United States is home to a stark and persistent racial disparities in household wealth. While various proposals exist in the aim to shrinking the racial wealth gap, estimates of their long-term effects are limited. So estimates of the long-term effects are limited. A new simulation developed by the Center of American Progress demonstrates how separate proposals implemented today, these fucking proposals that you fucking white liberal racists and you Fred Hampton leftists are pushing, in combination or in isolation, would reduce the racial disparity in average wealth, total wealth divided by the number of households in the United States by 2060. The simulation specifically tracks white and Black couples who are currently beginning their careers and starting to accumulate wealth and compares their total projected household wealth as their retirement. So, Jimmy, you keep talking about how class is going to fix race. It's not, bruh. I need you to fucking get a Black economist who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Instead of having these Fred Hampton leftists that you like because they're saying the shit that you like, but they're not doing anything for Black people. And the shit that you're proposing isn't going to fix poor white people either. So I need you to step y'all pussy up. So back to what I was saying. Interactive. Tackling the racial wealth gap. This is a fully interactive menu. Y'all got to check this out. So wealth, a household's assets minus its debts, is a key measure of financial well-being. Unfortunately, the United States is home to stark and persistent racial disparities in household wealth. For centuries, American public policy systemically excluded Black households from opportunities to build wealth. Black, not people of color, Black. Black, y'all, I'm Black, y'all, I'm blackity black, a black, y'all, Black. not people of color. Don't make me pull this fucking chart back up. No, I'll make sure I do so you can see before the 1965 fucking Immigration Act, there was not a bunch of y'all people of color here. There was a handful of Chinese people, a handful of Mexicans, and fucking Kamala Harris's parents from fucking Jamaica and India. That's who the fuck was here. Yes, I'm over exaggerating about this shit, but y'all was a speckle. Y'all were not a majority. Quit trying to play like people of color. Quit trying to play like Mexicans and Indians were in the fucking slave fields and cotton fields with us picking cotton. That's not what the fuck happened. The racial wealth gap was created and will only be eliminated by systemic and intentional public policy choices. So let's look at the baseline. $1.87 million for white people, $317,000 for Black people. White wealth in 2060, 5.9 times more than Blacks. Racial wealth gap in 2060, 1.56 million. So this is the bullshit that y'all like to first start with. Free college. Free college gives white people more money. The baseline was 1.87 million. So white wealth goes up. Yes, Black wealth goes up. But Black wealth goes up by 130,000, a little under 130,000, more like 127. White wealth goes up quite a bit more. Or maybe it goes about the same percent, but the wealth gap persists. This shit isn't closing the wealth gap. So what you're talking about right now, Fred Hampton Leftists, y'all on some bullshit and you don't know enough. So either you're a fucking enemy like Breonna Greyjoy who tries to skew the shit on purpose, or you don't know enough, you need to go back to the lab. If you need to go back to the lab, you need to fucking sit down and have a conversation with Sandy Darity. You need to sit down and have a conversation with a Black economist. You need to sit down and have conversations with people who are actually doing work in this reparations movement. Because right now, y'all just poisoned the well and you're a fucking problem. Debt-free college and student debt. For a century, Black people have largely denied access to full, even race-neutral programs such as the GI Bill systemically excluded African Americans and left them with few opportunities. Today, Black people remain less likely to attend and graduate from college.
Less than 19% of native-born Blacks have college degrees.
It's native-born Blacks. That includes your first-generation Ghanaians, Nigerians, all that shit. They're all lumped in. So we don't even know what the numbers are for what it is for actual ADOS, American descendants of chattel slavery. When they attend, they are more likely to take on more student debt, which makes it more difficult to buy a home. So Fred Hampton Leftists talk about how we have more medical debt and how we have more student debt. That's because we're fucking poor. So you talk about you want to be a Black capitalist. You're not a Black capitalist because we're fucking poor. Y'all need to do more research. Okay, so here we are. So we did debt-free college. We saw that was some bullshit. That ain't gonna do nothing to close the racial wealth gap. Right? But I wish we had all the other bullshit that the Fred Hampton Leftists was talking about, because they talk about fucking fixing the climate and medical debt. They don't have all this other shit. But let's say fair housing, right? Because I like fair housing. So fair housing. Fair housing, the baseline was 1.87 million. White people will still have 1.87 million, and Black people get a little under 80K. Wealth disparity still 4.7 million. Racial wealth gap will be at 1.48 million. So that's free, that's housing, right? For more than 50 years after prohibition of redlining, blockbusting, and other discriminatory housing practices, Black Americans remain 9 times more likely than whites to experience discrimination when trying to buy or rent a home. With additional resources and expanded authority, agencies charged with addressing racial bias in housing can help or boost home ownership and increase access to affordable rental housing, both of which are key vehicles. You saw that shit was less than 80,000. So quit dicking me over. Consumer protections, y'all can look up on your own. Let's do retirement savings, because Black people save more than their white counterparts who make the same amount of money. So the baseline was 1.87 million. So white people go up to 2 million and we go up a little under 200,000. Again, the racial wealth gap persists, and this is giving us retirement savings. White versus black wealth gap goes down to four times. Racial wealth gap will still be at 1.52 million. So again, all of your favorites that are suggesting, oh, let's just do some free college and let's just do some housing, and no, this doesn't fix the racial wealth gap. Fred Hampton leftists, again, I don't know if you're on some Bree shit, that Brianna Joy Gray shit, where she's just an enemy, or if you guys are just not well versed enough to know that you are working against our interests. So I'm gonna give y'all the benefit of the doubt, but if you fucked up, y'all need to fix it. If not, I'm gonna look at y'all like a fucking enemy, and I'm coming for you like I come for Brianna Joy Gray, or whatever the fuck her name is, like I come for bitch ass Kyle, like I come for Crystal and Sagar with their anti-blackness. Like, we hold no punches around this bitch. Let's talk about baby bonds, which is Derek Hamilton, Sammy Darity's one of the things they've worked on. So again, not a bad plan, but it doesn't close the racial wealth gap. White wealth, 2.17 million, which goes up from the baseline of 1.87. The black wealth will go up over 400,000, but there'll still be a racial wealth gap, and y'all still owe us 1.3.7 million. So let's just go to all of the things that they have listed. The racial wealth gap will still persist if you do consumer protection, fair housing, debt-free college, retirement savings, and baby bonds. Wealth gap will still be 1.9 times higher for white people than black. The racial wealth gap will still be $1.7 million. Y'all have to pay us reparations. Fred Hampton leftists, you talking about an empty bucket. The bucket with the holes is because we're fucking poor, you dumb motherfuckers. What you're proposing doesn't fix us. This, on top of the great wealth transfer, you're basically saying that people should remain a permanent underclass. What you are asking for is not what Fred Hampton wanted. He was black. Again, you are trying to make us a permanent underclass.
I don't have time for Mrs. Elliott's problem.
Well, you better make time.
We are being crucified by a process that is turning blacks into a permanent underclass here, Frank. A permanent underclass. No, see, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody.
I'm so mad the first one I recorded this guy didn't fucking take, because it was like 30 minutes. I was laying into y'all asses. Everybody go back and read this shit. It's fucking basic. There was something else I wanted to read. The racial wealth gap. Wealth eases the transition between jobs and neighborhoods and provides a cushion in a response to emergencies and during retirement. Wealth is also transferable and allows households to finance their descendants' futures. Wealth also is transferable and allows households to finance their descendants' futures by helping cover the cost of education, a health emergency. That's that fucking bullshit ass healthcare debt that you're talking about, that we have more healthcare debt than anybody else. We have a bunch of student loan debt too. You know why? Because we're fucking poor. If you give us reparations, we won't have this shit. Or even a down payment on a home. A lot of white people's parents and people of color's parents give them fucking down payments on their homes because they have the extra money in their wealth. We talked about this in the wealth transfer. However, in 2016, the median white household held $171,000 in wealth, almost 10 times more than the median black household, wealth of $17,600. The median racial wealth gap is more than $150,000. May understate the extent of the disparity between black and white households. The average of a black household was just $139,000, showing a much larger difference of $780,000. Regardless of the method of measurement of wealth, the evidence is clear: a considerable wealth disparity exists between black and white households. Racial disparities in wealth are not results of individuals, families' choices, or rather the result of structural racism in American policy. Many government programs that design access to home ownership, higher education, fair wages, and union protection have largely benefited white households, allowing them to build a transfer of wealth across generations. While Black households were systemically excluded as a result of the racial wealth gap persists even after controlling for educational attainment, marital status, age, and income level. In fact, college-educated households have 30% less wealth than non-college educated white households. And we know they have less wealth than white high school dropouts. Without an intervention, these disparities are expected to persist for another 200 years. The black-white was created and will only be eliminated by systemic and intentional policies. Y'all got to read the rest because I'm losing my voice. But y'all already saw. Y'all already saw where there's about to be this great wealth transfer. So the Fred Hampton leftists are basically saying that there's a big wealth distribution problem in this country, but at the same time, white people are about to get their money and they're saying Black people shouldn't get theirs. And the wealth is going to be exacerbated. And I'm also going to take a moment to show you what Black and white wealth looks like in real numbers. So here we are. This is the mean wealth, which is the average, right? So average Black family is negative 25,622. White family, negative 11,760, right? Second quintile, 51,118. Blacks, 2,398. So remember, the Fred Hampton leftists were talking about this great wealth disparity and how white people and people of color are struggling, right? Y'all see that we have less money than Black people. We even have less money than Latinx people who just got here in the 1970s. We've been here for over 400 years. The Fred Hampton leftists want to transfer way more money to white people at the same time denying Black people. Just look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. I would read them all off, but my throat is killing me. So let me show you the charts that I made from this so you can really see this in real numbers. So again, the Fred Hampton leftists are talking about how there's this great wealth redistribution and we have to fix that first or else white people will come and kill us. So this is the first, second, and third percentile of the wealth. Let me share my screen again, y'all. Oh. Okay, so here's the screen share. So this is the bottom percentile, 1, 2, and 3, white and Black, right? Because this is a Black and white country. Latinos, sorry, y'all literally got here 5 minutes ago, and y'all shouldn't have the same wealth that we had building this country. Because again, I showed y'all this other chart that showed that you people just got here. And when I say you people, I mean people of color and white people, because most white people, y'all got here after 1865 too. So a lot of y'all are fucking newcomers to me. So let's talk about debt, right? White people in the first, these are your Appalachian trailer park whites. They're negative 11,760. Black people are negative 25,622. So you see, looking at this chart, that we have less money. It's obvious. Now we get into the second percentile. The second quintile. This is quintile, so there's only 5. So 2. White people are at 51,118. Black are at 2,394. So you're saying there's this great wealth disparity all across the board, and we got to fix white people. But white people in the second percentile, which is still poor white trash, let's keep it a buck, have over $48,000 more than Black people. Let's get into the third percentile. This is supposed to be middle class, right? This middle class whites. They got almost $172,000. If you consider this middle class for the same quintile, Black people have $20,000 at the same quintile. This is why I hate Matt Brunig, because he tries to play us like there isn't a wealth and Sagar too, because Sagar tries to play us like there is a wealth disparity at every single level between Blacks and whites. Yes, white people have wealth redistribution issues that need to be fixed, but you motherfuckers have class. Black people don't even have class like this. And you Fred Hampton leftists aren't even smart enough to understand or know. And this is why you need to go out and research, and you need to talk to people. And you need to talk to economists, because that's how you know what's going on. You're only as smart as the questions that you ask. And you guys aren't smart enough because you're not asking the right questions. You can be smarter. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm just saying you need to do better. So let's get into the fourth quintile. I'm gonna restart sharing my screen. So this is the fourth, not percentile, this is the fourth quintile, because there's only 5. So white people have 434,817. So 435,000 versus less than 80,000. These people don't live in the same neighborhood. But again, the Fred Hampton leftists are talking about how we need to fix class first amongst white people, or else white people will come and kill us. So white people have more money than us, and they're going to come and kill us for us getting money that still won't equate to what they get. So let's say that these white people here in this 438 aren't going to get that great wealth transfer. Let's just say that they don't get shit. Let's say we get the same 272,000. So we go up to like 375, but we still have less money than these white people. And remember, they're still going to get a minimum of 212,000, which is going to take this shit well over 600,000. Y'all got to do the math. I know math is hard for some people. It's not easy for me either. But just think about all the money that middle class Americans are about to give to their Gen Z and Gen X children. Look to your left, look to your right. The white people protesting with you, somebody getting an inheritance. Y'all want a class war? Y'all need it. Y'all gonna have to come for these people money. And let's get into the top one that Matt Brunig likes to talk about, how there's it's Saga that likes to talk about how there's only a real difference between the top or the bottom. But I already showed you all the places where there was a difference. So here's the fifth quintile. I'm going to pull this up. Oh, cool. It's already up. So this is the fifth quintile. You look. In the fifth quintile, the average white family has over $4 million. The average Black family has 618,000. These people don't live nowhere near each other. Fred Hampton leftists, you're talking about wealth inequality, but you don't understand that white wealth inequality and Black wealth inequality is a vast wealth gap at every level. And even if you fix white people and readjust their wealth levels, Black people, you still have to fix us. Reparations. So you guys are terrible at this. You guys shouldn't have did this video, and you need to holler at somebody, like for real, because if you do another one of these, y'all still got another like 40 minutes from that video that we can drag y'all all day, because, don't make us have time. And let me pull up this fucking chart from bitch ass Matt Brunig, because I blame Matt Brunig for this shit. So this is the thing when people be talking about, oh, well, there's wealth disparity between Blacks and whites. So when you look at white people, right, you look at their chart, you're like, oh, well, white people have this great wealth disparity. And you look at Blacks, you're like, oh, they have the same. White people are sharing over $100 trillion. We are sharing 3. So 100 versus 3. That's not the same, even if the charts look the same. And Matt Brunig made the charts look the same so he could dupe you motherfuckers. And then you have bitch ass people like Sagar being on some bullshit. And then you got the Fred Hampton leftists. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. I don't know how to identify you, but right now I'm leaning towards an enemy, but I'm hoping y'all are just ignorant. So please just be ignorant, because if you're an enemy, I got time, cuz. They're doubling the wealth gap. They're doubling the wealth gap, because we just saw that in the paperwork. I'm not tripping, right? I'm not tripping.
No,
right?
You're not tripping?
Oh my God, Darity.
No.
Darity, I can't wait to meet you, sir, because I am I have a culinary degree, and you don't understand the stuff that I need you to clear up in my head, because I know I'm right. I know I'm right. I just don't have the scholarship. So,
you don't need it, shit. You doing quite fine.
You got the cooking shit. What the fuck you talking about? That's enough. That's real. It's real. Fuck that.
Okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. I'm done. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I think this is the nonsense, right? It's like we, us as the descendants of slavery here in the United States, it's like we are, as Malcolm X said, it's like we're a political football, right? We're not people to be served. Right? We're an entity to facilitate everybody else's growth. You know what I mean? And why on God's green earth is our destitution a prerequisite for everything the left wants to do? Right? And for you Black folks, that should be a signifier. If they put everything that makes you whole after 400 years on a back burner, I don't know what to tell you. Right? At least with the Democrats and Republicans, we know how to deal with them, right? You're in a sea of fucking sharks and you don't even know it. And you got pork chop drawers on and you don't even know it because they smile at you. I'm telling you, it's real. These people don't give a fuck about you. They nice and they cool, da 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 da. But when they get that wealth transfer, look around you, right? You interview a lot of these people that play these pole mouth games. I ain't gonna mention no names, but you interviewed one last week. She got loot and she gonna get her transfer, and you niggas gonna be sucking wind.
She got mad. She got mad loot and resting bitches. Yeah.
Mad loot.
We ain't talking about what's going on.
That mad loot. Absolutely.
We can save that shit for the Negro meat.
Yeah, that's going. Her wealth transfer is going to be humongous.
Yeah, like, and the thing about it, they get wealth transfers. Like, say my mom, my dad, or whatever, they got life insurance. That's not a wealth transfer, man. Life insurance. You know what I mean? Like,
it is, but it's not the same thing as your grandparents putting $25,000 a year in a bank account from the time you're born, like they was talking about in that wealth transfer argument. Yeah. Let's get back to this shit because MG gonna have to leave soon. So I would like to get through the rest of this fucking video.
We gonna try.
Y'all is terrible. Y'all are so terrible. Like I said, we just chose one little piece. Like. We got 3 other clips. We got 5 more minutes to go. Y'all did really bad on this. And Nick, you about to get slaughtered, baby.
It's a sad. That's a crazy thing. I agree with partially what Nick was saying. That's crazy shit.
But then he be on the bullshit at the end. Like I said, I'm ready to red wedding you bitches. But I'ma give y'all a minute. I'ma give y'all a minute to come correct. And like I said, y'all could be mad about the shit that I say. You may never want to talk to me, ain't gotta talk to me, but you gon' talk to Darity. All right, let's go. No, we gotta play. We gotta play.
It's Chairman Nick, he's the chairman.
We gotta play.
Let's go.
What money we have until we deal with the other issues, those issues are still gonna be there. They're not going away. I'm not a black capitalist, so I don't.
Because you ain't got no capital.
I want the conditions materially for everyone to be improved. Then we can get reparations.
That's not our responsibility. And that's not our responsibility.
To a third possibility, and you say, well, okay, why don't we just give out an equal amount to each black family, and we'll close the mean that way. And I've done the math on that. It's a little over 600,000. That's how much you'd have to give to each family to bring the 900,000 for whites and 140 to blacks to bring them together. But when you do that and you give every black family whatever it is, $620,000 or something like that, what ends up happening is the poorest black family, literally the poorest black family in the country, is wealthier than 68% of white families. So there are no black families in the bottom 2/3 of society. And curiously, there also would be very few black families at the very top of society because 600,000.
Would that be such a bad thing? I'm gonna keep playing it till Mud tells us to stop. But would that be such a bad thing?
1,000 is not going to get you up into the 1% or anything like that.
And by the way, as a side note, the Latino wealth is very similar to black wealth, right? Like
it's almost identical.
So this would also leave that group just completely.
All right.
Mud says, "Stop, fucking stop."
Thing about the this whole shit is like, okay, you taking off the mask and you're letting us know that you're white supremacists. Why the fuck does it matter if black people have more money than 69% of white people? Who gives a fuck?
After 400 years in building the country, yeah.
After 400 years, and a lot of these white people are newer immigrants. It's not like a lot of these white. Remember, didn't Bernie Sanders people get here in the 30s? Yeah, one of my ladies, her daddy got here in the 60s. The 60s.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Like there shouldn't even be a comparison. Like we're talking about justice for mistreatment that it was done to one group, not done to all, just one group. So if we're about doing justice in that regard, then why the fuck would you bring white people into it unless you want us to be inferior to white people? Like you want us inferior position.
Or your intention is for us to clash.
Yep.
I said I wasn't gonna talk about it. Goddamn it. Go ahead.
Yeah. But like Yeah, I mean, this is the correct answer. Like, obviously, this is the answer that makes the most sense. But like like what he's doing is poisoning all of these ideas. First, he threw out the bad ideas because he knew, we would be on his side with poisoning those ideas. But this idea, what he's trying to do is like you said, pit us against, the white people, and also like it is this thing where like white people just have it in their minds that we should not be better than the poorest white person. Like we should, like our general level should be at the
Subservient, and
very
that's how they've
bottom.
always felt.
Leave us at the bottom. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I always say when somebody comes with policy for black people, will we still be at the bottom at the end? You know what I mean? Then of course they come out, well, what about somebody else is going to be at the bottom? Why are you making that my problem? We're the oppressed, not the oppressor. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sorry, John, you were up next. I'm sorry, Mud. Will you finish first? Will you finish?
Hey, go ahead.
John?
We do this reparations the way it's supposed to be done. That means that 20% of the lowest black families are going to be more wealthy than the. I'm like, you talking about how it is now, or so you talking about how it is now, and not only that, like, don't you think? Real talk. Listen, man, this has been the position of Asians in this country since like the motherfucking late 1970s, and nobody got no fucking smoke for them. Nobody says you playing into capitalism. Nobody says you not with it. You ain't for the people. Nobody say nothing to these motherfuckers. But the group that's here and real talk and what
who built the country
MG was, and built the country, been through all the fucking pain and struggle, and had to deal with all this shit that helped other people come here. Real talk. You mad for at least real shit a few decades. Real shit, we gonna be wealthy. And he said, he's like, we could do that, and they won't be as wealthy as the wealthiest family. So basically, you're saying that the majority of our family is gonna be upper middle class and middle class. We're gonna have a stable community now, and white people won't have that. And if I'm like, so
no, they'll still have that.
Yeah,
they'll still have the stable communities that they have.
They would see that, but he's making an argument saying that if we stabilize black people, the poor whites, you feel me, at median, feel me, like real shit, we'll be above them. Yep, we should too. But now, for at least at least a few decades, y'all gotta eat the pain. We haven't ate the pain since we got here. You can't eat the pain for at least a century. And you know, like Sam said, we so good. That we so good at people, we get the bread, we'll still be like, all right, and that shit probably lasts 50 years. You know what I mean? Like quote unquote wealthy. But at the end of the day, you still have white. But you not bringing in a lot of shit. He's doing a lot of games with the numbers and shit. And I'm not saying he's an economist. He did his work. He did his homework, and I respect him as an economist. Nigga, I don't real talk. Like I talk to real economists, people that really do the studies in this shit. At the end of the day, my ancestors, the common sense of my ancestors, telling me like, yo, bro. You gonna be mad that the most poorest group in this country, that been the poorest group in this country since the country was founded, will be wealthier. Their poorest will be wealthier than their poorest for a few years. You feel me? Like real shit for a few decades on honey. Feel me? Like after all the shit that's owed to us, and you thinking that shit don't make this. You think no? He bugging. And real shit, like he's doing some real slippery sliding, slipping and sliding. Man, like real talk, man.
That's why they're both very careful with the language. Right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'll let you go, MG. My bad.
Yeah. Well, let me let Sam go first, and then.
Yeah, because you switched the order, sir.
My bad. Mud already spoke.
Definitely get him the fight.
I was after
Dragon Queen, go get him. Go get him.
But no. I just no. That's all good. No, I just.
I wanted you to close it out. You wanted you to bring us home. He like, yo, Sam.
I'm not done. I can't with you.
No. He was like, Sam,
I don't
bring
know
us
if
home.
y'all ever saw Mean Girls, but you just reminded me of the black principal when he like raised his hand when they were like, "Who has been abused by so?" And everybody's like raising their hand.
Oh hell no, Sam. Hell no. Go ahead, Khaleesi. Do your thing. Do your thing, sis.
I just find it so funny, like how you guys said, where he's like, well, black people would just be in the middle, would end up having more money than the bottom line. Well, let's talk about contribution, right? So everybody likes to talk about how white people were, how white people had to work in the North. And now, mind you, I know American history. I know that y'all got, you guys had, poverty wages. They worked y'all lots of hours for little money. But at the end of the day, you got paid. And guess how you got... And guess how you got paid? You got paid because that cotton that you were turning into textiles in the North, we picked that. So if we didn't pick that cotton, you didn't have no job. So we have always been a jobs program for white people. Even now, when you look at these prisons in the middle of these small towns, ain't no black people in the town but the ones in the prison. Black prison full of black people, nothing but white guards, all white town. So again, we are a jobs program for people. So basically, when you take out our, like Yvette says, with the eating the failure, right? When you take out us eating the failure, then all of a sudden everybody's looking around like, well, what are we gonna do? What about us? And why is it such a problem for us to have what we should have had? Like, we built this country, and I don't understand if y'all understand this or not. And maybe because we needed Baldwin, but like Baldwin said, I built the railroads. He said, I picked the cotton. I took the cotton to market. Baldwin.
Let me put it this way, that from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor. I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, we built this country, and you guys do not respect our contribution. But without us, y'all, most of y'all who just got here in the past 20, 30 years wouldn't even have wanted to come here because this place was a cesspool. Like, we built this country up. Without us, there was no real capital to go forward. And let's just keep it a buck, because if everybody could have did what they say that they could have just did, they would have did in their own country. Y'all all had to come here. And I'm talking about your ancestors too. I'm not talking about people in the past 30 years specifically. I'm talking about all of y'all, going all the way back to when y'all came here, when y'all brought people here on ships, when you enslaved the native population, when you did all of that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you have always needed us to make stuff better for you, because if you could have did it at home, you wouldn't have had to come over here to do it. So you need to start respecting our contribution. That's it. That's it. And that's all. So when you be like, oh, well, then we would, yes, because we deserve it. We built the country. Like, literally, we built this thing. And you guys have had too many years to feel like it was all done just out of a miracle. Like, I see people be like, oh, slavery was barely slavery was the biggest market economy going at that time. Not just on this continent, but in Europe as well. Like, if we really want to get froggy, we need to start talking about suing England and a few other places for our damn money. So,
absolutely. France,
like,
Spain too. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, everybody wants to sit here and play games, but we were the hottest thing smoking. If you take out our free years of contribution, and then even after that, all this land that you stole from us, all these people that you burned out of their homes, all these people that you lynched and took their property, a lot of that stuff is still in your families now. Some of y'all need to start doing some research, especially, it's not even, I was going to say, especially for those of you who live in the South, but I read Sundown Towns and I read Buried in Bitter Waters. Y'all was burning down people and running us out of towns all over the country. But specifically, if you live in the South, you need to do some research, because you probably know somebody whose family is living on land that somebody ran some Negroes up off of. That's not our responsibility.
Nope.
Y'all got anything? Because I got a clip from John on that shit. Like, or not even, I'll put it in later. But John has a clip where he says that they try to push the responsibility of everybody else's poverty on us. We are an oppressed group. We are the most oppressed group in this country. Yes, we're more fucking oppressed than Native Americans because some of those goddamn tribes are getting a check. No Black people are getting a check. So yes, we are more oppressed. So fuck you. If we're gonna play the oppression Olympics, Black people will win the fucking gold.
In this country, absolutely.
Sorry. So
it is
what it is. We're not carrying anybody else on our backs no more. Either you fight with us and we fight for what we want together, or fuck you. And that includes
let it burn.
You Negroes. Again, I use this metaphor all the time. The house is burning down. We are all in it together. I will chain the locks and watch us all burn together down and die in this bitch before I let these white leftists run up out this hole and survive this fire. Before I let the POCs run up out this shit and survive this fire. And you stupid Negroes still gonna be in the fire dying with me if I don't freaking hold them in here with us. You basically letting them run out the house. They set the fire. They help set the fire. They fucking pour gasoline to make the fire go faster. And y'all giving them cover and letting them run out the house while your house burns down with you in it. Fuck you. I'm not saying sorry to them. I'm saying sorry to y'all. Because I'm trying to work on being less vulgar. But again, 85% of our fan bases, of our watchers are male. So y'all feel me.
At the end of the day, real shit, like, you talking about Chairman Nick. You know, we seen you, Chairman Nick. We know them. Listen, because Chairman Nick, this what I call him quote unquote chairman. you know, I'm not gonna say the quote unquote Negro or whatever, give me so called, or he say so called Chairman Nick. Like, this is what he did, like, real shit. Like, this is gonna get late in the episode where he talks about I agree with cash reparations and this and that and blah blah blah, but we got medical debt. So at the end of the day,
because
the
we're poor,
is going to take the money because they work in the medical. So you need Medicare for all before you get your restitution. That's what I heard from you, Chairman Nick.
Hey, how about this?
Hey,
how about this? You write in the reparations that none of the reparations money can be taken to pay prior debts. Oh my God, that shit's done.
Fix the problem. Fix the problem.
Whole argument murdered in 2 seconds.
With your money is, hey yo, this is the crazy part. Yo, this like, all you gonna do with your money is pay off debt, bills. It's like the capitalist is going to find a way to. But guess what though? It's COVID time. People can't work. Everybody needs a check. But a check won't solve Negroes' problems.
But it'll solve everybody else's problem. Boom.
But it's not. But think about it. But you're not. For me, it's the check and the check has to come with the check and this, the check and that, the check with this. It's not about check. And then when they say check. You think $100 check is going to save you? Like they're not understanding the gravity of what we're talking about.
Not at all.
They don't want to understand it because they get paid to not understand it. So it's like, we're talking about a real wealth transfer. We're talking about a massive amount of capital directed right towards the people that's getting beat up by the police, the poorest people in the country, low literacy rates, all these health rates. They're getting a massive amount of capital. Real shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can get I'm not an economist. You can somebody to break it down though. Like, real money, like real money, not no $1,000. Is you fucking nuts, man? But think about it, you want to do that because you want to make white people feel like you can get $1,000. So I get $1,000. See, that's the same thing with Bill Maher. I smoke weed, and as a consequence, that means so I get $1,000. Black people, they don't got no money, so they get $1,000. No, that's not what we're talking about. You're out of your fucking mind. Talking about vote for the Green Party. You out your mind, man.
Yes, vote for the Green Party when the Green Party is fighting for global reparations for all Black people.
Hey, Sam, I'm going to be quiet after this, but Sam, don't cut this out. Hey, Rome, stop doing this shit, Rome. Hey, Rome, hey, yo, I don't know what you're doing, Rome, but I got a feeling that maybe you want this to get. I don't want you to kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Do not kill yourself. I swear to God, I don't want Black people to kill themselves. I'm with you.
We can't even talk about suicide.
I'm out of here. Fuck that shit, man. These niggas out of control. I hate these niggas. I see these niggas.
Okay. Let's go back to the video. Because we still got mad time. Like today, I got time. Cause okay, let's roll. It's starting to get late.
Know that there are people who argue we're always putting Black issues on the back burner.
Yes,
the number
are.
one Black issue to me is the climate, because we can't.
No, it's not. Because we don't have enough power to control what's going on with that shit. We need money. If you give us money, we can put our money with the white activists who actually give a fuck about the climate, and we can help them fight for the climate. Right now, all we can do is kind of show up. And when we show up, they get beat up more because there's too many Negroes around. Can I keep going, y'all?
Live on a planet that is uninhabitable to humans. So that's the first thing we got to address.
I don't give a fuck.
Then,
I hope this bitch burns.
We, like JB said,
Let
we
it
need
burn.
universal health care. We need a living wage for everyone. And here's my thing. Like, we do.
You say living wage, but you're not saying federal jobs guarantee. And they didn't bring up federal jobs guarantee in this thing. I didn't hear him bring it up.
All of these social programs, and then we get reparations.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be in a way better place.
How about you do them at the same time? Why does reparations have to come last? And when I say do them at the first time, I mean sign the reparations bill and then with the same pen at the same desk, right after, sign the bullshit for everybody else. But again, white people about to get this money. So I vote we wait till 2053 to do the Great Wealth Transfer. See, look, let me tell you, this shit, I don't know. I need some good whites to start getting in the comments because I was rooting for you.
Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. When you go to bed at night, you lay there and you take responsibility for yourself.
But this great wealth transfer, I need the 40 million poor whites to holler at a bitch, because you other motherfuckers, I'm about to start a class war on you motherfuckers. We about to ride out. We gonna ride out. It's gonna be a class war on whites and people of color.
There's something. There is a, because I had I get the same vibe from them that I got from Mark Thompson and Thompson and the Pan-Africanists. Is like, I feel that there's some sort of insecurity or something that makes them feel responsible, that makes them think that they're worth less than other people, right? Or their uplift has less value than the uplift of other people. Therefore, I can put my uplift on the back burner and sling myself on the cross because you white folks, or whoever the fuck it is, the rest of Pan-Africa or Pangea, whatever the fuck they want to call it at this point, are more important than I am. And me on the cross, I'm going to put my family on the back burner. I'm going to put my people on the back burner. I'm going to watch black children starve until everybody else is fixed. Fuck you.
Not even that. We are going to give up our fight that was started by our ancestor, Callie House.
In church, and they were selling a pamphlet. A guy came through town. This was in Murfreesboro, which is a small town outside Nashville. Came through selling a pamphlet, and it was called A Plea for the Ex-Slaves. And he was a white guy who had this idea that the South, the white people of the South, had not benefited from anything since slavery, and the South was an economic disaster basket case, and that if he could figure out how to get some money into the pockets of the slaves, the ex-slaves, they would spend it on the plantation and the masters would get it, and they would have money, and that this was an indirect way to get them some money. And in this pamphlet, he said that he had gotten some congressman who he gave some money to introduce a bill in Congress to get some pensions for these slaves. And he said in the pamphlet, all of that sounded interesting to the people who read it. And what they did is they bought the pamphlet, they put their money together to buy it. They couldn't afford to buy all these pamphlets, so they would buy one and everybody would read it. And she read it. And what they didn't like about it, and what she didn't like about it, is he said in there that they were better off when they were slaves because they had food to eat and somewhere to sleep, and the masters were good to them. And now that they weren't slaves anymore, they didn't have anybody to take care of them, but that they ought to join him in trying to get the Congress to give this money. But he said in the pamphlet that the money was going to be spent and given to the white people. And so she was offended by that. And she said the idea sounds good, but why do we need him? And he's not doing anything anyway except selling us his book and making some money off of it. So she said to a friend of hers who was a minister there in town and who had at one point worked as an agent for this white guy, how did he go about getting this congressman to introduce that bill? How do you get a congressman to introduce something? And what do people do? How do they do this? And he explained to her about lobbying and all that kind of stuff. And how do you organize and all that? And so he said, well, here's how he did it. I mean, I don't know if that's the way to do it. She said, well, I'm going to start something. We can do it. We don't need him. So what they did is they started out in the churches right in Murfreesboro. They went to church, and they went around to churches and talked to people. And they started in the Primitive Baptist church. A Primitive Baptist, by that it means that came out of the slave church. So you sang songs without any kind of accompaniment, and they wash each other's feet as Jesus did with the disciples. It's called Primitive Baptist. I happen to be a Primitive Baptist. But anyway, the Baptist church, and she talked to people, and people were very interested. And she said, we are going to get Congress to pass us something. And then she always talked about the Constitution, because she went to the primary school grades in the schools that had been set up by the Freedmen's Bureau there in town, and she knew about the Constitution. So she said, in the Constitution there's a thing about petitioning your government. She meant petitioning your government. And we're going to petition the government and get the government to do this for us. And so, but then she had another idea. She said, instead of just doing that, first we'll get everybody's name on here who's been a slave. And if they can't write, somebody else can write it for them. And we're going to put down the name and who owns you, and how old you are, and where you were owned. And we're going to send all of those things up there to Congress and ask them to give you a pension. And then if they don't give it to you, someday they will give it somehow, and your name will be up there. And so we want to get your names. And then the next thing we want to do is set up chapters all around wherever black people are, Negroes are, so that we can work to help each other. She said, because working together to help each other will keep us together. She said the hardest thing is going to be trying to keep us together. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our few little pennies and put them together, and when somebody's sick, we're going to get them a doctor if they need it, or take care of them. If somebody dies, we're going to bury them because they didn't have insurance. Immigrant groups did something similar at the same period of time. And she said, and if somebody is a widow, an orphan, we're going to take care of them. And that'll keep us together, and we'll have chapter meetings. And so she traveled through the churches, and then it worked. The people there all loved the idea. People signed up for the thing and paid their 5 cents dues and all the rest of it. If they didn't have 5 cents, they paid a penny or whatever they had, or promised to pay it at a later time. So she then decided to move to Nashville, because Nashville has transportation in and out, trains and everything. And Murfreesboro is kind of hard to go anywhere. And so her brother and his wife moved with her and her children, and they moved next door to each other. And the children by then, some of them were teenagers, and the smaller ones, the other ones could help with. And the brother and the wife took in a laundry too, helped her with the kids. She started traveling all around, all over the South, going to churches. She got a charter of the organization, which I found, which was done by the Primitive Baptist ministers in Nashville with their name on it, to set up this thing. So it grew out of the Baptist church, and they were the charter members. And she went everywhere, signing up people and talking to people and telling them about the Constitution. She just loved it. It was like Barbara Jordan talking about the Constitution. My faith in the Constitution is whole. We can tition. Let's go tition. And it just grew like wildfire. And the federal government got very concerned. This was in 1897. They had their first big national convention in Nashville in 1898. And the federal government got concerned. Malcolm X used to say that if a whole lot of black people get together and start doing something and white people don't know what they're doing, they get scared. So they said, what are these people doing? They keep going to these churches, having these meetings, and they all come out singing and feeling good about themselves. What in the world are they doing here in these little towns and hamlets all over? So they sent out inspectors to go to the meetings to spy on them to see what they were doing, or to come outside and look to see what they were doing and report back. And I found some of these reports. And they said, well, we couldn't see them doing anything except they would meet and they would sing, and then they would take notes of who gave money and who was renting, and then the building, the money collected to rent the space, where the basement where they were having the meeting, and then they would talk about how somebody can't pay their money, and then they'd talk about how many people they had to bury, and who was sick and all that, and that's all they did. And then they would sign up people and ask people, how many petitions have you had signed? They said, we don't see what they're doing, it's wrong. So that disturbed the bosses. The bosses said, look, you got to find something that they're doing, because this is dangerous. They've got at least 300,000 members. We have counted in their chapters, there are at least 300,000 people who signed up to this thing. That's a lot of people. So they said, how can we stop them? And this woman is in charge of it. Who told this woman she could be in charge of anything? So they said, we have the postal laws that keep certain things from being sent through the mails. The Comstock laws, the fraud laws, the laws that kept lotteries out of the mails, that kept birth control devices out of the mails. They said, if these people have something that is somehow sinful or illegal in some way that we can think of, we can keep it out of the mails, and they won't be able to communicate, and then they won't have a movement. So they said they engaged in fraud. Now here's what the fraud was. The fraud was they're trying to get the government to do something that they know the government's not going to do. And that's fraud. They have organized a group and are collecting dues and paying for things and doing stuff, and she's collecting money from them under the pretense that they're going to get the government to do something, and the government's never going to do it. So that's fraud. So they sent a letter to her while she was down in New Orleans. It's a New Orleans chapter. She got it, saying, there's an order issued. You will never be able to send anything through the mails or receive anything through the mails. And the organization can, and none of the officers can, period. She was so mad because she didn't know why they were doing it. She was mad anyway. And she wrote a letter. Instead of just sitting and crying, she wrote a letter. I have 2 of her letters. She wrote a letter to the guy who was in charge that had sent the thing. And it started out with, have you read the Constitution? And she told him off in every way possible and said, all we're trying to do is get ourselves together, and y'all freed us, and now the man who had the right to work us to death has the right to starve us to death. And you got these old people who are decrepit, who are 80 and plus years old, who can hardly move from all the manual labor. You got all these people who were supposed to get pensions, who were in the service, and they won't give them to them, talking about they don't have documentation. You got people who are widows, and they won't give it to them, talking about they don't have documentation. We are just asking you to help us. And so what is wrong with that, and why are you bothering us? Of course, all they said back, they didn't say anything to her in the notes. This woman is defiant. She thinks Negroes can do whatever they wish to do. We will show her. Postmasters were ordered not to let any mail go to anybody or come. And several of the postmasters, there's one in particular I talk about in the book, said that any mail that came to his post office that was for any black person in the community, he just wouldn't give it to them. Because he figured it might have something inside about this organization. And therefore, if he just didn't give it to them, then they wouldn't be able to operate. So what does she have to do? She said, I'm not giving up. These chapters are running. I need to go around and see people. They had agents all over the country. They had chapter heads. They had them not just in the South, Kansas, Oklahoma, here in Massachusetts. They had them everywhere. Anywhere there was any black person, that was a chapter. New York City, everywhere. And she said, I'll just travel more. And we'll use the Railway Express, which was more expensive, which means that the expenses got to be really, really, really enormous. But it kept going. And the government kept them under surveillance. They kept sending petitions. They hired a lawyer in Washington to lobby for them because everybody else had a lawyer lobbying for them. And the lawyer got 5 bills introduced into Congress to give the pensions. $12 a month if you're over 80, $4 if you're under 50. And the bills didn't get out of committee, but the reason why we have the petitions today that we can look at is because they were sent there, and then the committee sent them to the National Archives, which is where I found the petitions, and I have some of them in there. I also found the records of some of the chapters, and I talk about two of the chapters in the book, because the federal government said, oh, this organization is just a sham. They don't have any chapters, they don't have anything. Yet they did have chapters, and they in fact had in the government files some of the ledgers that they got from some of the chapters, and they kept saying they didn't have any chapters. So when they kept after them, Callie House decided that maybe we'll reorganize and try to deal with whatever the problem is the government thinks. We'll take all of our books and everything, give it to them, and maybe they'll leave us alone. So she hired a lawyer, a white lawyer, who had experience with these matters, and he went down to represent them and said, we'll tell you anything you want to know. Do you want to know how many people we buried? Do you want to know what chapters buried them? Here are the chapters. You can get in touch with these people. They didn't do any of that. They just wrote in their notes. What do they think they are doing, hiring another lawyer? Who are these people? So then she said, by 1912, this is going nowhere. We're not getting anything passed. The chapters were thriving, though. The mutual assistance stuff, the self-help was really going, and it did keep the people together. She was right about that. And they had more and more names signed to these petitions, but they couldn't get the legislation passed. She hired a lawyer to bring a suit in court. And she hired one of two black lawyers who was very well known nationally, and he was very well known by the national black bourgeoisie, and two of them had argued cases before the Supreme Court routinely, and he was one of them, a guy named Cornelius Jones. He said, I'll take the case. I don't know if I can win. I think the odds are against us, but if you want to take this case, I'll do it. And he took the case, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. They lost on the grounds that the government can't be sued unless the government permits itself to be sued, which is called sovereign immunity. But he took the case, and Callie House's view was, we need to try everything that comes to hand, like Malcolm said. She didn't say like Malcolm said, I said that. But everything that comes to hand. We've been petitioning the government, now we can sue and see if we can, maybe we won't win, but at least the people can see that there's movement and that we're trying to do something. And what she do? She found out before they sued that there was some cotton tax money that was in the federal treasury. She read about it in the paper. And she took the article to Cornelius Jones and said, look at this. They said that there's this money that's been there since the Civil War, the Confederates, and it's a specific amount of money, millions of dollars. Why don't we ask for that money? Because we picked the cotton, and so we ought to tell them to give us that money. So when he wrote a letter to the Treasury and asked them if the money was still there before he sued, and they said yes. So then he sued. And then after he sued, the Secretary of Treasury had a press conference and said, there's no money there I don't know what this man is talking about. And the case went forward. And then when they lost the case at the Supreme Court, the same people in the Pension Bureau and the Post Office Department tried to put him in jail, Cornelius Jones, for being willing to be their lawyer to bring this suit, and said he was engaged in fraud because he was encouraging them to believe that there was some way for the government to do something. And they tried, and they couldn't put him in jail. They couldn't figure out. Many of the lawyers at the bar who knew him, and all these people, judges, and everybody came and testified and said, this is ridiculous, and he's got a case before the Supreme Court. You can't do this. But Callie House was a nobody, okay? A poor woman who was not a distinguished lawyer or anything like that. And she was leading a movement that was across gender lines. There were men and women in this movement. There were women at that time that led movements, black women, involving women, whether it was laundry women who went on strike in Atlanta or the club women. These were women's organizations. But here you got a woman who's leading an organization with 300,000 members, according to the government, which means they probably had more. And at a time, and there she is, this poor black woman, and she's nobody. She's not anybody. The black middle class leaders didn't come to her defense ever. She tried to get them to help. They said, why are you doing this? This is a distraction. We need to be working on voting rights and on education bills that they were trying to get through the Congress, the three remaining black leaders who were still in Congress. And she said to them, I don't understand. You've been trying to get those bills passed and they haven't passed. Why can't you help me to try to do this? I'm not saying you have to stop doing that. And they said, no, what you're doing is just a distraction. And Booker T. Washington said, you're just going to make white people mad. so you shouldn't do this. And so Booker T. Washington did a lot of good things, but his attitude was, she was right, she did make white people mad. So he was right about that. So, but she kept on doing it anyway. So finally then, they decided the movement is still growing. They had inspectors and people keeping her under surveillance and following her, and they decided to prosecute her directly. So they prosecuted her in 1917 for using the mails to defraud, and convicted her in the district court in Nashville, all-white male jury. Women didn't serve on those juries. And she went to jail in Jefferson City, Missouri. They sent women to prisons in the states then. There was no federal women's prison. And she served her time, a little over a year, in that prison. And the interesting thing about the prison was that she left no diary or anything like that, but Emma Goldman was in prison with her. And Emma Goldman wrote this great thing about prison life and what she was doing in the prison. And what they did, and Emma Goldman, and those of you who know about her, Emma Goldman was really a seamstress. That's what she was before she became an activist. And so was Callie. And what they had them doing in the prison was sewing uniforms and clothes for clothing manufacturers. So I was able to get a really good picture of what the prison life was like based on what Goldman reported and some articles and stuff about the prisons. And then the warden of the prison was very kind in giving me pictures of what the prison was like and what their cells were like and all the rest of it, which I put in the book. So that she served her time. She came out of prison, and but her trial, it was really pathetic. It was not reported in the reports, but it was reported in the white newspapers that wrote about this all the time to make fun of them. They wrote about this. They reported that black people were outside the courthouse crying and moaning and saying, she kept it alive, she kept it alive. And they didn't know what was going to happen now that she was being put in jail. And while she was in jail, the petition phase of the movement ended, but the chapters didn't. When she got out, the chapters were still going. I found chapters later. I've got a picture of some people in the Atlanta chapter in 1935. And the legacy of Callie House continued. She went back home to Nashville, and she lived in a poor, neighborhood where I lived as a baby, shotgun house. She never had any money. The government claimed she was making money or something. She never had any. Her children never had any. They were all laborers and working class types. And she got uterine cancer and she died. And the legacy, though, is her movement. The agents in her movement, the chapters, went into the Garvey movement. When Marcus Garvey came to the States, the same people, the same names of people in these little towns and all around who were in her movement became Garveyites. And in the New Orleans chapter, there was a remarkable woman in the Garvey movement who came out of that, whose name was Audrey Moore. And Audrey Moore, who later is called Queen Mother Moore, became the heart and soul of the reparations movement.
Queen Mother Moore, a leader of 3 generations of black political activity and cultural reawakening in the United States. And I suppose we should perhaps start from the early days in the South when things were happening which are rarely recorded for the present generation to know about.
I would say there never was a time that we were not in struggle. I don't think that anybody needed to come on the scene to lead us either. Innately, in our very bones, we wanted to be free, always. My father was a sheriff, a deputy sheriff in Louisiana. And my little brother, who was playing with a little rich white boy next door, the little boy began to cry, went to his mother, and when the father came home, he called my brother out and horsewhipped him. My brother was around 10 years old. And when my father came home and heard about it, he called that white man out and horsewhipped him. Now that's my background. Those were days before Jim Crow had actually been established firmly in the South. It was right after Reconstruction. And I can still remember my mother going to French Opera in New Orleans. I can remember my father and mother dancing the Chattes, and my father belonged to the French Society, and generally the people were getting along fairly well. Then, of course, came a reversal, a complete reversal on all the progress that had been made with the establishment of the Black Code Laws. The Black Code Laws had many restrictions against us. The Black Code Laws established the Jim Crow. It established the fact that our people couldn't vote, that unless you had $300 worth of property, you couldn't vote, or if your grandfather had voted, then you could vote. And it established the white primaries. Just in case you could meet your poll tax and all other qualifications, there was the white primary that you certainly could not do anything about, because there was a blanket law saying that no black could vote in the white primaries. At that time, we had black leaders of every sort, political leaders, rose in the South. We had black senators and congressmen in the U.S. Congress, the House of Representatives. We had black lieutenant governor who had become governor of Louisiana. We had, in my lifetime, black custom inspector and black chief of police and black builders, construction builders of great buildings there, architects and engineers. And I can remember those. So that there was a great change, and the people began to fight back as best they could, the entrenchment against us. So by the time that Marcus Garvey came on the scene in Louisiana, we were already in struggle, and therefore it was not accidental that we joined in large numbers the UNIE.
Did black people lose some of the land that they had acquired in the course of the Jim Crow period?
Oh my goodness, yes, land. People would run off their land by the Klan, and the white people riding in their homes on the horseback, whipping the people, running them out of town, and tarring and feathering people, and there was great repression as far as the land question was concerned. We used to think it was only jealousy, but it was much deeper than that. It used to be jealous.
Because Abner Berry told me that in the 30s, when they were developing the line on self-determination, the black farmers in the South understood it as getting back the land that had been taken away from them.
That's right. You know, we had been promised land during the Civil War. There was talk about 40 acres and a mule, and also General Sherman had issued a field order, number 15, saying that we were given land 30 miles from the shore, the Atlantic Ocean inward, all along the coast of the Carolinas. So we were to have 30-mile land. So there was a great feeling of deception on the part of the government against us, and that we had been cheated, you see.
When the Garvey movement first came to Louisiana, was this through representatives or through Marcus Garvey himself?
Well, Garvey himself came. I don't recall if he had been invited. I'm sure he was. by our enlightened people.
Mm-hmm.
But when he did come, the police wouldn't allow him to speak to us. And we heard about it, and we went there, as a matter of fact, and God, it didn't appear, and we heard that the police had prevented him from coming, and everybody vowed to go back the next night with a guarantee that we were going to hear God. So we went, all of us went well armed, everybody had guns and big bags of ammunition. The police filed in the hall, and they stood up all along the side of the benches. Man to man, they stood on both sides of the aisle, and of course across the front of the platform. And the outer aisles, they stood. So when Garvey came in, everybody stood up and applauded. And Garvey said, "My friends, I wish to apologize to you for not speaking to you last night. But the mayor of the town, the mayor of New Orleans, permitted himself to be used by the police, the chief, to prevent my speaking to you." And when he said that, the police jumped up on the platform and said, "I'll run you in." And when he did that, we stood up on the benches, and everybody's gun came out. And with our hand up in the air, a gun pointed, blue steel Smith & Westerns, 44s, 38s, all kinds of guns.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody had a bag of ammunition. We said, "Speak, Garvey, speak." And Garvey said, and as I was saying, he went and repeated himself. So the police filed out of Longshoreman Hall in New Orleans.
This was the Longshoreman Hall.
The Longshoreman Hall. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but in 1872, black men organized the first Longshoreman organization.
Huh? This was a union.
Yes. And controlled the entire waterfront. Nothing came in and out of the port of Louisiana without going, including the customs director, commissioner. But what they came through blacks. And of course, you know, they used to put on the White House, on the jailhouse, the names of the whites who would support blacks. And there was a real campaign like the MacArthur era.
You mean it was that fun? You mean if they saw a white person who was working with the black community, they would ostracize them?
Oh yeah, they would more than they tore and feathered. And also they put their names up and they couldn't get jobs and so on, those who voted for blacks, you see. So we didn't have that prejudice. They made the prejudice. You see, the white people made the prejudice. That certain little element of whites made the prejudice. And I can remember where this was done.
After she got out of slavery, petitioning for slave pensions, where she got locked up and put in jail. We are supposed to stop a fight that started in 1865 to fix motherfuckers who, most of you motherfuckers just got here. And I mean you Ellis Island motherfuckers. If you came after 1865, I'm talking about you. All of y'all. So you want us to put our shit on the back burner when you fuckers who came after 1865, white and people of color, have been oppressing black people for generations. And we are supposed to stop our reparations fight so you can get a leg up. You got me fucked up. I'll fight with you for us all to get our shit, as in I get my reparations and we fight for the class shit together. But if you got to come before me, fuck you and fuck your family, like I be telling with the POC, fuck you, fuck your family. Like I said, my god sisters are low-key poor white trash. No.
I choose violence. Please tell His High Holiness he's always welcome to visit.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country to win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Welcome to Reset Race. I'm Michael Graham from Active 5 Press, and here on Reset Race, we talk about all kinds of stuff, but mainly we talk about politics and how politics impact Black people, specifically those of us descended from chattel slavery, because we're the most neglected in the damn country as far as policy is concerned. People love to talk about us and talk to us, but nobody wants to repair us or remedy our concerns. We talk about that all the time, but Today we have a special guest, Mr. Ty Harper. He's going to introduce himself. He's doing a whole lot of stuff in the fight for reparations, and he's going to tell you what it is. Ty, introduce yourself to the peoples.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ty Harper. I'm out here in New Jersey. I came out of ADOS, like many of us did before the big breakup that broke everything down. So basically,
the Great Schism.
We continue to move. Yeah, the Great Schism. We basically continue to move forward. I'm the president of the Black Citizens Caucus of Jersey City, soon to be the Black Citizens Caucus of Northern New Jersey. I'm one of the co-founders of the Society of Freedmen. I'm also in the National Association of Freedmen in New Jersey, and I do a couple of rooms every week on an app known as Clubhouse, and of course the new Black-owned app known as Fanbase. 2 o'clock on Tuesdays on Clubhouse, 2 o'clock on Thursdays on Fanbase. Active 5 Press is a part of that, and I'm happy to be here. And we're just talking about certain things we're doing, making moves politically, not just sitting around stamping our feet and holding up signs or dancing around a pool for an atrocity. We'll talk about that later. Okay, but yeah, definitely. But that's who we are. That's what we do. My biggest thing is these are serious times, and we need serious people to work and take action. And unfortunately, there's not enough serious people. So we decided years ago, that we were going to get out here, do full-on activism, and do what we needed to do. I don't consider what I do activism. I consider what I do necessary. So that's the difference between me and many other people. And the people that I work with are all serious, just like the people here on Active 5 Press. You have to put out the information. We have to be anchored in data. and you have to understand what you're up against before you decide what you're going to do. If you don't know what you're up against, let's be honest, you're pretty much just flailing in the wind, and you're not going to be effective. Thank you for having me on, Brown, on my people. Thank you.
Not a problem, not a problem. So now we had our guest. We have Khaleesi here. She's going to introduce herself real quick.
Well,
Sam?
Yes. You can call me the Khaleesi. Thanks to John. So you can find me on Twitter from time to time at me 17 trillion. What else? Where am I at these days? I've decided to escape hatch, and I still enjoy doing this and having fun. So I'm looking forward to today. Today should be a decent video, especially because it's not a terrible video by Jordan. We spend so much time talking about what we don't like. So at least we'll be able to point out a couple of good things and actually see a lot of progression in his work. So looking forward to today. Yeah, that's it. I don't really do any other social media. And to be honest, I'll probably be off of social media completely within another 6 months to a year because that shit's boring. I'll talk to you. But okay, so next up, what you got, John?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? It's John C., average American Negro. Just happy to be here with my fam. We got Ty Harper here. You know what I mean? Like, I know Ty Harper, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he in Jersey, but at the end of the day, like, he's serious about what he does. Like, regardless if we disagree on certain issues, it doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the main goal is the purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's my brother, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, so at the end of the day, like, all my people, my brothers, like, and all my people, my sisters, like, you know, but I'm here. And the last time, like, you know, I put my Twitter handle out like that. It's John Danny OC. Last time we had to get busy because I said Medicare for all Part A. Niggas came for me, but I don't lie. I got you smoke. And my team held me down. Saying you jumped on Twitter out of nowhere. Y'all held me down. So, you know, like, we just here to have a good conversation, man. And as always, we're just happy to be here. And, you know what I mean? I don't care about that other shit. Like, I'm just really here to advocate for my people. I don't know why I'm here. MG, Sam, Mud, they allow me to be here with them. And I'm with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they allow me to give me my space, and I give them their space. And we all free-thinking black people with Negroes.
No doubt.
People that descend from slavery, from the peculiar institution. You heard me? So, you know, and I'm happy to be here, man. Happy to be here.
Good stuff, John. Good stuff, John. Mud, talk to him. Last but not least.
Yeah, they call me Mud. You can find me on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Clubhouse, all at Of Lineage, one word. Also, Bitter Dose TV. It is coming very soon. Biden just released his racial wealth gap plan, and it is some bullshit. I have a lot to work with.
Make sure you use that Darity video from Democracy Now!
He killed him on Democracy Now! Ooh wee, man, that was an excellent interview. We need to cover that one day. All right, so that's the crew for today. Ty, so this is what we do. We go through this video. This is only 8 minutes. This should only take us about 6 hours. We go through this video and we talk about stuff. The name of this video, for those of you who are listening to us, the name of the video is on YouTube. Biden dodges questions on apologizing for Tulsa massacre. Let's try that again. Biden dodges questions on apologizing for Tulsa massacre. This is a status quo video from June 2nd, 2021. So we got no beef with Jordan in general. Jordan doesn't seem to be a reparationist. He does say he's pro reparations, but I guess
he talks about reparations this little piece. He does say he's pro reparations. Him and I did get into it on Twitter during the election when he was like, oh, black people are voting for Biden because he's lying to them. And I was like, but black people didn't vote for Bernie because he was against reparations. So like, if y'all would have pushed y'all candidate. So.
Yep. So I guess I haven't seen a video. Of course, obviously, I never do my homework. If anybody knew me from school, you would understand how that goes. So,
how you allowed to do your homework, nigga? Like, how the fuck is you even?
Excuse me, John. Your job wasn't to pick the video. I was to eat your food. How you gonna throw stones? You didn't do your job.
Hey, what you mean? I got a job. I got a whole nother job. You know what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet the whole video. I'm gonna be quiet. Sis. Word up. You right though. You ain't lying.
I'm not saying that that I have an issue with the fact. I'm just saying you don't get to talk shit.
I can't. What you mean? Like, this is what I do. I talk shit, but you know what? You know I talk shit. You know I don't care. But at the end of the day, all right, just Joe. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap right now. I'm gonna take a nap. You're right, sis. Khaleesi, hold it down. I'm gonna take a nap.
All right. So for those of you who haven't been here before, what we do, we listen to the video, and I'll stop. Well, one of us will choose. We'll scream stop, and we'll discuss something. And from what Sam has told us, this is a pretty decent video. So we're probably not going to jump on Jordan because Jordan is a good dude, in my opinion. Jordan is a good dude. He does a lot of good stuff. So we'll keep riding. All right. Let's go,
we
Sam.
definitely should point out some of the good things because he managed to say black. That was good for because Jordan likes to say black and brown a lot, so he managed to say black.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's like a nervous tick with Jordan.
I'm surprised it didn't hurt him. I'm surprised it didn't hurt him.
He started twitching and shit. Yeah. All right. So Ty, you are a guest, so you can call stop anytime you want to and talk about what they talking about. And we talk shit here. We do use foul language on occasion. So feel free, talk your talk, but don't stoop to our level.
I don't use foul language. You know that. I'm an upstanding citizen. Okay, I don't use foul
of course,
language.
Absolutely, because you're from Jersey City. That's what
that nigga.
Yeah.
That nigga.
I actually said that with a straight face. I love that. I gave
All right, Sam, let's ride, baby.
Okay, let's get it. Where's my play button? There we go.
Live stream on Sunday on the Tulsa Massacre, which was one of the biggest race massacres in American history. So Biden went there today. Biden, who created the crime bill, helped push militarized weaponry to police departments, helped incentivize more prisons being built through the crime bill for black people to be housed in. Palled around with segregationist Strom Thurmond during the 1970s. So this is who Biden is. He's the one going down to Tulsa to mark the 100-year anniversary of the Tulsa Massacre, which was, said was Black Wall Street. Well, guess what? Let me show you this story. When asked point blank, should he apologize maybe for the Tulsa Massacre? He dodged. Joe Biden on Tuesday dodged questions about whether there should be a presidential apology for the 1921 Tulsa race massacre as the survivors demand reparations. Biden didn't respond to shouted questions as he toured the Greenwood Cultural Center, examining an exhibition on the massacre that left around 300 dead. You're right, it was a massacre, Biden says as he walked around the center. The exhibit contained black and white historical photos and newspaper pages related to the massacre. There was a large painting depicting people walking down a street with their hands in the air. A poster reads, "Remembering Black Wall Street." After the tour, Biden went to meet with 3 living survivors, Hugh Van Ellis Sr., Leslie Bedingfield Randall, and Viola Fletcher, ages 101 to 107. Biden's silence on the apology came after the White House declined to say if Biden supported reparations for victims of the Tulsa Massacre after a star-studded anniversary memorial was canceled over the issue.
Before Jordan goes further, I want to take this moment just to bring up the fact that, one of the first things that people say to us when we talk about reparations for Black Americans is, well, nobody who that happened to is alive now. And we literally have 3 fucking survivors from the Tulsa Massacre still sitting here living and breathing and demanding reparations for their families before they die. And they're still saying, nah, we don't want to do it. So it's not about people being alive or not. It's about Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery. Y'all got anything before I play some more?
I got some.
Let Ty go
ahead, Ty. Go ahead, Ty. You're a guest.
What everybody is also glossing over, and I understand because this is a very, very, very hot button subject, is that there are not only 3 elders that are alive, but those 3 elders met their relatives who were slaves. Remember the year of the Tulsa massacre, okay? That happened in the early 1900s, okay? That means that they would have met their grandmothers, grandfathers, who would have been my great grandparents, okay? Who would have most likely have been born in as infant slaves. So they would have met slaves also, okay?
Yep.
And they were part of the generation that had to live and suffer through the Black codes, Jim Crow, and watching our veterans be slaughtered and hung in their uniforms if they came from overseas, fighting in World War One. Their reward from fighting and defeating the Kaiser and the Germans in World War One. They come home and they're lynched in their uniforms for being proud enough to wear their uniforms and show their medals. So keep that in mind. This is not about. We debunk that talking point all the time, don't we, Michael? We do.
Indeed.
The talking point,
Indeed.
When they say none of y'all have met slaves, I'm like, well, I met my great grandparents and they were born as infant slaves. I'm like, number two, all slavery did not end in 1965. There were places and cities in the South, okay, where people were never told that slavery ended, and they weren't freed until the 1960s. So that is.
And there's a YouTube video. You can YouTube. Was it the slave detective on Vice? And there's a man who tells a story of his family being held in captivity into the late 1950s, and his mother being raped in the 40s. And he also talks about like an uncle being murdered for trying to leave. All of this was happening 40s and 50s.
And the whole town was in on it. And the whole town was in on it, including law enforcement, including clergy, including local companies, including individuals. Everybody was in on it.
My daddy, the whole family, was held against their will. If you did leave, they either come get you or have somebody kill you or whatever. Jerry Dawson, he lived around the same place we lived on. He left, they went and got him, brought him back, carried him right down there from his house, killed him, hung him up in a tree, castorized him and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him. I'm pretty sure it's 55, 56 when this happened.
Most of us think that the end of the Civil War in 1865 closed the chapter on slavery in the American South, but that's far from the truth.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just finish up with this. I just have one more quick point. When they talk about there was nobody alive, there was nothing more than a talking point that was easily debunked. It's not about they care if anybody was alive or not. They're trying to revise history and they're trying to escape it. They're trying to pretend that it did not happen, or they're trying to minimize it. The slavery deniers come in two forms. Those who deny it completely that it actually happened, and those who say it wasn't as bad as you think. So you have to think of like Tom Cotton when he says everybody in the United States of America was included in the democracy. I'm like, including people that were not considered people. They were considered chattel. They were considered property, being whipped, tortured, and abused at any given time. So you can't say America's a democracy. America's never been a democracy. It was a country that was built on Native American genocide to steal their land and Black slavery in order to fill the land for them. So America was never a democracy. America is a democratic republic. We haven't experienced democracy at any point in the 402 years we've been here, including today. So let's keep that in mind. I'm sorry, go for it, sisters and brothers.
No, you on point. Thank you, Ty. That was really good.
All right. I'm going to play off both those comments from Sam and Ty. So there are four things that live beyond lifetimes, because everybody says, nobody met a person. Nobody knows a person who owned a slave. Nobody met a slave. All this other bullshit that just got debunked right here in your face. Four things: states, institutions, poverty, and wealth. These things last through generations. All right. So all four of those things were in place starting in 1776, and they're in place now. All right. So all the wealth that was gained that we carry is still in the system. Those things are out of balance, and the state and institutions should be fixing these issues. That is their responsibility. Okay. So state meaning the United States, meaning a country, not just a state within the country. So That's something people need to keep in mind. So, with that said, Big John, talk to us.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like, with time, with
John?
Shannon. Yeah, I'm here.
You got anything, John?
Yeah, man. Nah, like with this whole thing is you feel me on as far as like you don't know nobody that's a slave, and I think that Jordan his what he was doing when he was doing what he was doing when he was doing all these shit on Flint and all this, like when it came down to the water crisis, he went to numerous black communities across the country. Like so he was going to places where there were high black populations, and we all know it's a high black population. Niggas is probably poor. No, niggas is definitely poor. So he was seeing this up close. Like, so I seen him in Detroit. I seen him go to LA. I seen him go to Flint. So like his leftist type shit, like was like clean the water up. He like, yo, he's seeing the systemic. So like his mind state is different now because when you see it up close, it changes your whole mind frame. When you live with it up close, it changes your mind frame. So I feel like a lot of these white leftists, they don't be up close with it like that. Unless we get our brains blown out by the police. They didn't want to come to our city, then leave. This nigga was coming because niggas ain't drinking no clean water. And I'm from a place where even when I was a child, talking about the 90s, the mid to late 90s and early 2000s, where you know what I mean, niggas' moms would be like, yo, don't drink out the water fountain when you go to school. You know what I mean? Like real shit, like telling children like, yo, don't drink out that is gonna make you sick. And they like 7 years old. So it's been like that. Like, but I feel like that's why his mind state is maybe more different because due to his journalism, he had to be in. He's seen the spectrum. He's been across the country to numerous black communities and seen like these niggas is all fucked up. He went to West Virginia. He went to the poor whites too, and he's seen the difference. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so that's why I'm happy that he coming to his senses now. Like, and it's crazy to see that he's talking like this. Though. You know what I mean? So, like I said,
no doubt. Mud, what you got, man?
Dude, I really don't have much because y'all was preaching. I just want to add on that, you know, we don't even have to go back to Tulsa, like to find, you know, serious atrocities because like a lot of us, our parents, our grandparents, you know, they lived through segregation.
Exactly.
You know? So it's like, honestly, we're past the point of people coming at us with excuses about this stuff. Because I mean, there really isn't a good argument against not like doing it. Like, I mean, it all is like real. I don't know. It's like intellectually dishonest.
Indeed, that's a good way to frame it. Intellectually dishonest. You good, Mud?
Yeah, I'm good. Let's go ahead and
rock it
all
out.
right, cool. All right, keep it pushing.
Cool. All right, play.
Literally, the president of the United States can't say, yes, I, as the president, apologize for one of the biggest race massacres in American history. This is ridiculous. It is obscene. But Biden's FDR, the New York Times is. But Biden's FDR, CNN tells us. But Biden's FDR, Washington Post tells us.
But FDR didn't fuck with us either.
And that's the part that I was going to pause for, which I guess we can kind of go over. I wish I would have invited Edie for this section, even though Edie is a big FDR fan, but will 100% break down how racist the shit was towards Black people. So she doesn't miss that piece. So she's like, let's do those kind of things for everybody. but where he keeps talking about FDR, like Biden could still be FDR because FDR didn't care about Black people. His wife cared more about Black people. Somebody even talked about that in the comment section. But yeah, no, he didn't really care about us. Like racists Northern and Southern racists worked together to carve Black people out of the New Deal in a real way. And poor whites, because y'all got fucked because, you know, y'all were farm workers too. So that was on purpose. Go ahead, anybody, real quick, because he's not really gonna go deep into the FDR thing. So, anybody got any other comments about FDR and the New Deal?
I'm good.
Run off with that.
Well, I only have one thing to say about FDR and the New Deal. If everybody looks at how they're trying to call it the Green New Deal, and they're talking about the Rescue Act and the pandemic, I want everybody to go to congress.gov. Okay, I kid you not. I want you to go there and I want you to pull up the Rescue Act, okay? And I want you to see where they say that, the Congressional Black Caucus of all people, we have no political representation in this country if you're a Native Black American. Let's be honest about that, okay? But they're talking about all the great things Biden did, and they're pointing out the Rescue Act. First and foremost, if you look at the Rescue Act, you go in and you do a search and you pull up the Rescue Act, okay? If you go to the markup session, right, you will see that they had 3 sessions where they specifically removed Black Americans from it. They left in Pacific Islanders, okay? They left in Asians, they left in Latinos, but they specifically removed us. But now we're trying to tell us, oh, the bill is for us. And the second point, and the last point I'll make in that is, they actually sent out a list of Biden's accomplishments when they actually said he put out $5 billion for Black farmers and for the pandemic recovery.
But that was people of color.
Well, no, but I'm also going to point out that the Black Farmers Association of America has actually filed a lawsuit in federal court because they have not received dime one of that $5 billion. It wasn't specifically for Black farmers. It was for all farmers, and it's almost gone, and they haven't received a dime, and they're suing for that. So these people, it's not just the Congressional Black Caucus. It's not just the Republicans. It's the Democrats. The Republicans and Democrats are 2 wings on the same white supremacist bird that has been using economic genocide for the last 156 years to starve us out, lock us out, and they're finally on the brink of erasing us completely. That's all I have.
Facts. No way. John Mudd, you got anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, it's crazy that Ty said that, because we all know what they're going to do as far as like these midterms go, is use that bill and try to tell us that they did something for us, therefore we should vote for them.
You know what? I'm like these fucking right wing nuts. I'm not voting for no more Democrats. Until y'all show me something to vote for, I'm not voting for you.
Facts. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean,
like, I'm not voting for nobody who ain't got shit for me. Go ahead, MG.
Exactly. I don't, I didn't have anything to say. That damn Ty bringing up shit, but
you're welcome.
But I don't know if Ty, but if it's going to be mentioned here, because I didn't do homework, I apologize. But Biden said, don't even think. He said there, movement on reparations is not going to happen.
Yeah, I think he brings it up in the video.
Broad reparations, not just for Tulsa, right? So now here we are. He said nothing's going to happen. So now where are the Negro liberals talking about Biden's doing everything he can for us? Where are they? Right? Where are the folks on Clubhouse, the folks on Twitter talking about vote blue no matter who? Right? And we put the man in office, not us. Most of us didn't vote for him, but the man got black folks put the man in office, put another Democrat in office with our votes. And again, here we are, and we haven't gotten shit for it. Nothing specific for us. And for the people who listen to this show, don't think we deserve anything specific. Fuck you, turn it off. You got no business listening to us, really. So I just wanted to bring that.
MG, I gotta come in and say how I like to say it.
Go
Fuck
ahead.
your kids.
Hey, mama. No.
Fuck them kids. Fuck the kids? Yeah.
Fucking grandbabies that you may have one day.
You made me sound sad.
Sorry, our guest Ty Harper does not reflect the feelings of us here.
He does not reflect the feelings of Reset Race. He is here as a guest. He does not expose how
he was not consulted about our ratchet bullshit.
He definitely wasn't. He was not consulted. But no, he wasn't consulted to this shit. His views is his own views, and he came onto the show to state his views.
So all right, you got anything for us, John, before we cue this back up?
Yeah, because they brought up FDR, so I got to go get him. I got to get him the fuck out of here with this bullshit, like real shit. Because the thing about it, because he's still, because Jordan is still holding on to this this leftist view. This it feel me like, and it's still class reduction kind of a little bit like. So like Joe Biden is not FD. You feel me? The next FDR. You feel me? Like real shit, but he can never be FDR. But you feel me? Like, and you're talking about black issues when you like, yo, fuck FDR, nigga. That nigga, like what? Like the army was so segregated during World War II. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? You feel me? It was Jim Crow, the height of Jim Crow. When motherfucking his wife, because I'm not gonna lie, I don't want no disrespect to Eleanor Roosevelt. She was ugly as a motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie to you. She ugly. She was ugly as cat shit. But she was a white woman though that really was like, like she was the one playing in these social justice areas, like as the motherfucking first lady, and FDR could just feel me like niggas getting lynched. I don't want feel me like niggas, and they come out with this other bill, and so like of course Joe, you feel me like when Sam said that Joe Biden could be the next FDR, of course he can. All you gotta do is just bring a big ass class reductionist policy. Of course he can, but the thing about it, he really is a neo-lib, so he won't. So like it's all fucked up. Everybody all confused, but we not confused. We know at the end of the day we lose if Joe Biden does this shit, if Bernie Sanders does this shit. Without civic policy that's directly towards us, we lose. For me, like we're gonna lose. Like so, you know what I mean? Like so. But I'm happy that Jordan is talking about this shit the way that he's talking about it. Because I ain't never seen a white lefty talk about black people issues like this. This
is the best Jordan. This is the best Jordan has ever done. And every time people start crying about Joe Biden, I just want to insert the Denny Green video. That was him, right? They were who we thought they
were. That's why we call him Jim Crow Joe. You thought we called him Jim Crow Joe for no reason? Here we go. Tulsa Massacre. It's 3 survivors left, Sam, but they won't give them any money. They was like, yo, we ain't want no $100,000. Like, you killed our whole family. He's 103 years old. Like, you better give me my millions. Like, it was like, no. But it still was like, the Democrats was like, I don't want nothing to do with 3 Negroes that came from the Tulsa Massacre. Like, this shit is fucking disgusting. And Bernie Sanders and them probably with that shit too.
Because if they pay them, they got to pay us.
Exactly.
It's a domino. And all these other groups are trying to line up to salivate, but y'all motherfuckers got to make your own cases. Because at the end of the day, y'all chose to be here. You weren't forced here in chains, and you didn't build this country from scratch. So very few of y'all really have any kind of justice claims. And it's going to be real hard to prove them, because unlike us Negroes, who we don't have a bunch of people who have immigrated in on us, like Darity said, less than 10% of Black people are immigrants. Unlike the Chinese who were getting fucked up by white supremacy, and they were burning down their houses and killing their people. That's why they have Chinatown. Those are a small group. They got so many new migrants that done came in on them. They got to go through a lot of paperwork to find their shit. Like, our shit is pretty structured. Like, I know where my people come from. I know where everywhere my family comes from in the South. It ain't hard to find my folks. So go ahead, guys. Y'all got anything for this before I shut this shit off? But that's it. Y'all ain't stealing our justice claim. Give us our money. And everybody else, y'all better get out here and get y'all scholars and economists together and figure out how you're going to work your own justice claim, because you're not going to attach to mine.
Bet. All right.
I'm not upset with anybody else getting their money.
Yeah, get
but
your money.
You're not going to tag on to mine. So you better get your own people together, get your shit together. Go ahead.
Don't tag on to mine, and don't shit on us to get yours like the AAPI folks did. They shit on us to get theirs. Just be real about it. But it is what it is.
That's mainly the Chinese. Let's really be real.
That's true. That's
true. The
Chinese
are the ones that are pushing that shit more than anybody else.
And they funding the Proud Boys in the meantime.
Exactly. The Japanese are fucking with us on reparations. Like, they're actually doing something, actually standing up for us. And then Chinese, on the other hand, are over here backing white supremacist groups. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just like to call a spade a spade. So since we know it's
shooting down the front
Chinese,
of action,
let's call them by their names.
Welcome. Cool. All right, moving on. Let's get it.
This is why, during the campaign, when people like Puff Daddy or P. Diddy, whatever his name is, and other Black leaders were saying, what are you actually going to give us? We need to, I'm a white person, so I'm not telling Black people how to think. But if you remember, Black leaders, pop culture, music, were saying, the days of just automatically giving you our vote, and you coming to churches during election time, but doing jack shit when you're in office, those are over.
Do you remember? Does anybody remember them talking to Justin Bieber about what the young white community wanted for the election?
I don't remember that shit. That happened?
No. Oh, okay. No, that didn't happen. Who else? Who give me some white artists. Who's some white folk they could have went talk to?
Justin Bieber's Canadian. I don't see why they would talk to him. He's not in America.
But goddamn it, Cardi B's Dominican, and they talk to her about black issues. So why not? Goddamn.
Shania Twain. That's what.
Right.
Or Celine Dion. Like, who the fuck was there? Like Leonardo DiCaprio. They call him.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know.
But like I know some people. I know John Cusack and them had some thoughts, but I don't remember like Joe Biden sitting down with John Cusack and talk to him and shit. I'm just saying, like, when did John Cusack had a lot to say? Deborah Messing had a lot to say during this past election. What's some other white people? But you understand what I'm saying? Why weren't they deemed leaders of the white community? They were celebrities who had a lot to say, but they were never deemed leaders of the white community. I'm just pointing that out. I'm sorry. I know I'm being.
Go ahead. You good? You good? Shit, it's true.
You have to understand the history of that, okay? And the only way to really control masses, okay, that at any given time could become volatile and turn against you. We're only 13.4% of this country, but that means that there's about 34 million of us in this country, okay? It would only take less than just about a million of us to destroy the economy of this country so badly that it will be irreversible. Keep that in mind, okay? That's what they were afraid of. They're afraid of pissing the masses off so bad. So back in the days when they used to have minstrel shows and things like that, they would say, hey, well, listen to what Sam Cooke has to say. Listen to what this person has to say. Listen to what this person has to say. They would always use a black athlete or a black entertainer and then call them a leader in the black community, although they never fought for any policy, didn't really understand politics. Some of them never even read a book on politics. But that's what we're looking for. What actually started to change and turn that for a moment was when Muhammad Ali, actually then Cassius Clay, now Muhammad Ali, started to speak up and speak on black issues. And he was already one of the greatest athletes in history when he was in his prime, okay? But he actually spoke up on our issues in this country. He spoke up for in a way that they didn't know what to do with. And they tried everything in their power to destroy him. They couldn't. At the end of the day, it took Parkinson's disease to take the brother out. That's how strong he was. So keep that in mind. So when we talk about people like P. Diddy and things like that, this comes again back in the 80s when hip hop was coming on the scene. And there were actually more positive records than you have right now. You have what's called trap music right now. Okay. Why would you call something trap music like trap house? You know what I'm saying? They're trying to bastardize it. Nobody's saying some of the music isn't good, but the name trap music just says as much as you can think about right there, because we're talking about the same racist tropes, the same racist propaganda and narratives they were putting out in 1776. They're putting out today, and they're doing it visually now. That's what the video age has done. So when you talk about people like Diddy, okay, you talk about people like Jay-Z, they made their money bastardizing the music and putting out narratives into the freedmen, American Negro community that actually were negative, okay? Hey, you need to get all the girls you can. Hey, you ain't got to claim no baby if you become a father. Hey, I was a drug dealer. You could be a drug dealer too. It ain't nothing about school. It ain't about the study. It's all about the money, you know? That's what they put out. And then they started trying to use these people to talk for us also. When you say P. Diddy is a leader, I'm like, when did P. Diddy become a leader? P. Diddy could not probably...
With those stupid voter dye shirts.
Yeah, all he does is tell people to vote and have people twerking on stage on his Revolt TV instead of having real honest conversation. He is not a leader. None of these people are a leader. A leader is somebody who has political office or who does enough activism work or that they're looking to change the community transformatively, okay? Dr. William Sandy Doherty and his wife, Kristen Mullen, those are Black leaders, okay? Let's call it out. Let's call it what it is, okay? Those are Black leaders today. These are the type of people that will sit and talk and speak out.
Facts.
Okay? Facts, okay? So when like I said, the actual leaders in the Black community are people that you see on online or you hear talking all the time, but you don't really see out there. Marlon Watkins in Chicago, that's a Black leader. You know what I'm trying to say? You have to talk about people that are real leaders. We have people that could be real leaders like Nina Turner. And I'm going to say this like this right here and now. She needs to stop being so scattered and pick a side. she's on the fence too much. You're either fighting for our people or you're fighting for everybody else. Full stop.
Miss Scarlett.
Ariana
Yeah,
Presley.
you got Todd turned up. Todd done turned up. Like, go ahead, talk this shit. I'm listening to you, bro. I'm not. That's why I forgot. I forgot. And then you reminded me real quick. I said, "Oh shit, that's what y'all heard." I forgot. Like, let them know, bro. Let them know. God,
Yeah,
damn.
there he is.
I forgot. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah, you forgot, but that's what I'm saying. Ariana Presley put out a tweet over the last 48 hours talking about reparations are owed and we need to fight for it. But she spent most of the
Cori
time.
Bush too.
Yeah, Cori Bush. Okay, they spend most
Yeah,
of
for
the
people,
time.
watch they gonna pigeonhole people of color. Go ahead, Ty. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't like
yeah.
Kayana. She phony.
Right.
Go ahead.
But that's the problem that we're talking about, the so-called squad, okay? Even Jamal Bowman out here in New York, okay? We actually had to set up a meeting with him when we were still ADOS out here. And he his staff got us a meeting. He texted us and gave us a meeting. And then he texted back, say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we'll have to meet another time. Maybe another time before the election." Haven't heard from that man since. Corey, that's right. Now you talk about Cory Booker out here in New Jersey, John, okay? You know how long we've been trying to have a meeting with him? Okay. We, as the Freedmen Assembly out here, as the Assembly, the NAASD, which is a Freedmen's organization also, I'm the representative here in New Jersey. We actually had a meeting with his staff a month ago, okay? We had a productive meeting, and then all of a sudden they said, well, if you're talking about reparations and all these things to the community, like, yes, have you reached out to Encover because they're the one that's working on that? I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't vote Encover into office. We voted Cory Booker into office. Why the hell are you sending us to a private organization that nobody agrees with? They don't interact with our people, and we really don't care to talk to us. Why would I talk to them? I didn't vote them into office. Do I need to vote someone else into office to talk?
Oh, I know they didn't like that.
No, they didn't like that. And then
That's
they said, okay. They said
They've been designated to squash this talk. That's their job, to squash this reparations talk. So that's why you're supposed to talk to him.
Like I said, he didn't meet with us personally. We met with his two most senior advisors. Meeting with that man personally is like trying to nail Jello to the wall. And that's the problem. Okay? And I'm not trying to say anything derogatory about the senator, but he is not out here enough in the community. He's not out here speaking to us. He's not out here fighting for us like he did when he was the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. It seems like once you get that Senate or that congressional badge on your lapel, all your agendas and everything changes. Okay.
But so quick to use that civil rights story about how his family got that house when he was running for president. We see you, bruh.
Yep. Well, we already knew he wasn't going to make president. Okay. Like I said, we see right through you. But like I said, don't be afraid to call your
personality of a rutabaga. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to call your people. That's what I'm saying. Like, remember the HR 40 call that actually put out to get at least one change and a couple of concessions on HR 40? We got that because we got out. We put a call to action with our people. We called their offices. We emailed them. We sent them letters. We were merciless all the way up to the day of the markup. You have to hold these people accountable in ways they're not comfortable with. And we don't have to use white rage like they did in the Capitol, okay? I tell people, like, you know what white rage looks like? I tell people, I say, look at Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That is white rage. I'm glad you said that because I thought you were about to say the Capitol, and I was like, not enough people died and not enough shit got burnt down. So I'm glad that you went.
That's right. That's what I'm telling you. White rage is Tulsa, Oklahoma. White rage is all of the hangings of black men around the country. And by the way, black men were raped by them also. We'll get into that later. So some of them were raped by them
Rosewood, it's Colfax. It's fucking it's Wilmington.
All over the country.
We just keep going. There's so many. It's in Lane, Arkansas. It's
Durham, North Carolina.
Right. But you know what the biggest identification of white rage was? The Civil War. The Confederacy was white rage personified. Remember that.
Woo-wee. All right, and on that note, I'm gonna let Jordan
absolutely white rage, and the source of their rage was keeping us in chains.
That was a bar.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I was just gonna say with that one, let's keep it pushing because that was good. That was really good.
And Biden, frankly, the reason he got in, the reason he won, was because of black people coming out in Atlanta, which won him Georgia, which because of black people coming out in Detroit, won him Michigan, because of black people coming out in Milwaukee, one in Wisconsin, because of black people coming out in Philadelphia. Yet, what is he doing for black people? What is he doing about the I don't even call it police brutality anymore. Police terrorism. The Department of Justice is opening some investigations. You saw Andrew Brown was wrongly shot to death on body camera. You have a police cover-up going on in Louisiana about Ronald Green, and he wants to give more money to police departments under the guise of reform. But he won't apologize as the president for one of the biggest race massacres in American history. What does that say to you? What does that say to you that the Democratic president who ran on restoring the soul of America would not simply say, of course, America owes black people an apology? What does it say to you that this man, and by the way, shame on Bernie and other progressives who weren't for reparations, doesn't believe?
What?
Wait, what? Did he just call out Bernie Sanders?
What? Hey, yo, hey, what? Did he just say shame on
I'm gonna buy a Stats Quo t-shirt.
What? That's crazy to the motherfucker, ain't it?
That's a breakthrough.
It's crazy. That's crazy. Man.
Damn. Yeah, let him finish. Let Jordan cook. Let him cook.
He had to be immersed for years because this progression is really this year. This progression is different because he was pissing me off. I stopped watching him for a minute. He started getting on my nerves. But I stopped watching all of them. I see the progression in him though, just in the past 2 years, and really in the past 6 months. Like this is a different kind of dude right now. So, all right, let's let him rock some more.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Mud, what you got, Mud?
Yeah, I was gonna say. At first, I was like a little pissed off because he said, "Oh, an apology," and I was like, "Apology, motherfucker! What about the reparations?" But then he came through and said it. So, yeah,
yeah. Hey,
because those are the steps, right? You get a formal apology, blah blah blah. Like there's steps to the shit, right? They don't just be like, "Here's some money."
But why would they actually? Why is anybody expecting Joe Biden to apologize? He's nicknamed Jim Crow Joe for a reason. He was mentored by Strom Thurmond, one of the biggest and most well-known segregationists in American history. He went to the funeral of a former Grand Wizard of the KKK, which means the man has KKK ties. We already know that Trump's father was a card-carrying member of the KKK, okay? Okay, but now we know now that Jim Biden has ties to the KKK. Biden does, okay? This is the man that authored the '94 crime bill with the chief of staff in his office was the one that helped him write it. We know that he helped write and push through the war on drugs, okay? He's been involved in every crime bill legislation since 1976, okay? Let's keep that in mind. And the AAPI, the anti-Asian anti-Asian hate crime bill, is his greatest crime bill because he claims that it's for everyone, but it says Asian over 26 times in the bill.
Exactly.
But it doesn't say anything about us. It's for black people. I'm like, really? Because they're telling lies, saying that we're the ones that are perpetrating the crime. But the Department of Justice and the FBI statistics show that 90% of the crimes reported against Asians are white people, specifically white males are getting most of them. We only account for 4% of the crimes, and most of the crimes are mostly calling slurs or shunning. It's not really
68%, Ty. 68% of these so-called hate crimes are verbal abuse. Verbal.
Yeah.
68%.
Or shunning. Yeah, when I saw like, what the hell does shunning mean? I'm like, oh, I forgot Jim Crow. They would destroy our businesses and our communities and force us to go and shop at their stores during the daytime, but we have to be the hell out of downtown by nightfall. This is what they're trying to do. This is his greatest masterpiece. He just threw rocks and tried to hide his hands, okay? And once again, we're not blaming all Asians. The Japanese representatives in Congress have come out forcefully in support of our reparations claim and our justice claim. So this is not all Asians.
No, I'm mainly talking about the Chinese because we know that they were funding the Proud Boys. They're the ones that have mainly been pushing against the affirmative action and everything else. It's mainly been the Chinese. It has not been the whole community.
That's a fact. Like I said, we have issues with the Chinese and we definitely have issues with the Koreans, but the Japanese, we really don't have any real issues with. The Thais, we really don't have any issues with. Okay. I tell people that
Vietnamese, Filipinos. We can go through the list of all the groups we ain't got no
guess
issue
what? Hey, guess
with.
what?
Well, that's the same thing with the Latinos, right? It's like lump everybody together so we can make their groups look as big as Black Americans. Because if you start actually, because Black American is a nationality. We are an ethnic group. So if you start breaking us down into like a nationality ethnic group, and you start breaking Mexicans into a group, El Salvadorians into a group, Chinese, Japanese, Guadalajarans, whatever, you start breaking everybody down like that. And even if you do that with white people, it goes Germans. And then I think Black Americans are number 2.
Yep.
So for the
you are correct.
Yeah, for the biggest group. So that's why they keep lumping everybody together. They lump everybody together so Joe Biden can say bullshit like the Latinos are going to be the majority by 2046 and you're going to have to learn how to get along with the Hispanics. The fuck?
Yep. And the response to that is which Latinos? Which Latinos are we talking about? We talking about right-wing Cubans or we talking about left-wing Puerto Ricans? What are we talking about?
Exactly. Who you talking about?
Yeah, I think part of the problem is Americans have a very paltry understanding of race, ethnicity, and nationality, and caste. Very paltry understanding, and it's taken advantage of. And, you know, us as Black folks, we kind of played into it, too. Everybody who's Black is Black. And we love everybody Black, and we bet for everybody Black to win.
Anybody who's non-white is oppressed, and we need to protect them. Let's go deeper.
That's true. We so busy trying to take care of everybody else come here and shit on us.
We don't let everybody non-white come in and stomp on us and tell us that we ain't shit and to go fuck ourselves. But then when something happens, they're like, but you should stand up with us because you're oppressed too and we're all the same. No. Because if shit get real in America, let's just say that non-Americans had the Black American 1920s experience where they were coming through burning down towns and hanging folks. Y'all motherfuckers would go home. We don't have nowhere to go. We would still be here fighting or running in this goddamn country like we've always been. Y'all would run the fuck up out here and go home.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. Tis what it is. All right, family. Mud, you been quiet, man. You got something on that or you want to keep riding?
Huh?
Let's keep riding, but
go ahead.
Yes, right. We've been, basically at war this whole time, and no one has accepted us as refugees. So
period.
Yo, because you ain't lying. That's
Facts.
crazy. Like, that's crazy. If this was some other foreign country, like they look at that. That's crazy to the motherfucker. Like, we not refugees.
This is why people get mad at me because like I understand what you're talking about in your country, but I'm telling you, this is happening to my people right here in this country. And no one gives a fuck. And no one's doing anything for us to help us. And we built this motherfucker. So why should I care? Like you came here, you got a better life, but my people still struggling and you don't give a fuck. So you're not even on my team. So why do I want people to come here and not be on my team? So then we're going to fight together. Y'all can stay home. Or when you come here, you fight on your own. You don't get to use none of the Black struggle, which we have built 400 years plus of capital in this country with blood, sweat, and actually doing fucking work. We built this bitch. So it is what it is. That's all I got to say about that. I'm sorry. I be in my little moods. Anybody else, or should we go back to Jordan?
It's real. I mean, that's what we do here. Let's go back to Jordan.
And by the way, shame on Bernie and other progressives who weren't for reparations. Doesn't believe that the living victims of Tulsa massacre are owed reparations? Well, why would he believe that if he doesn't think the Native Americans are owed reparations? You know, a lot of people.
Yes, we're gonna pause. I gotta
pushed out
pause
nonsense
that real
about
quick.
Marianne Williams.
I'm not gonna
Doesn't
go
matter
too
if she wasn't your
far,
cup.
but Jordan, you have to do better. Native Americans are not seeking reparations. Native Americans are sovereign. They have treaties. Most of them would like for their own treaties to be upheld. Outside of that, I don't know too much because it's not my issue, but there has been people who have said when you talk about reparations for Native Americans, you're basically ignoring their sovereignty, and that's a no-no. Anybody
Yeah.
else?
Yeah, no. I mean, this is again, Americans are very. I mean, just like geography, we are horrible at ethnicity and race and nationality and stuff. All right, let's go.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'll speak on that later, but
She
this
was the
comes from with the
strongest on
benign neglect
reparations.
memo.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely,
For sure.
definitely.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let him go some more.
So,
Just talking about our friend
like
Marianne.
we've been talking about how
Miss
it's
500
just being
billion.
normalized, pushed out nonsense about Marianne Williams. Doesn't matter if she wasn't your cup of tea. She was the strongest on reparations. So, like we've been talking about how it's just being normalized that millions of people are going to be thrown into the streets and evicted in a few weeks. It's now the president won't apologize for the biggest bloody massacre, not the biggest, but one of the most horrific massacres in American history. But the Democratic Party coming around midterms is going to be pushing the message to black people. Ooh, we got Trump out. Ooh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, let's finish the job. Keep us in the House. Keep us in the Senate. What are they doing for black people? Nothing. Is Biden actively pushing the PRO Act, which would revitalize unions or help revitalize unions in this country? No, he's not doing jack shit to push the PRO Act through. Biden gonna overthrow the filibuster, which, by the way, Obama, his predecessor, who he loves and throws around BFF bracelets with, when Obama has said it's a relic of Jim Crow, no, he's not touching the filibuster. He's not muscling Joe Manchin for the filibuster, Kristen Sinema for the filibuster, which he's the president. He could muscle them. What's he doing on police reform other than the Department of Justice opening up some investigations? Oh, the FBI is looking into it. Is he saying we need to send therapists into every police department around America, which I think psychiatrists, therapists, social workers, head to toe evaluations of every police officer in this country, you would see probably 60 to 70% of their badges pulled if that were the case. Psychiatric evaluations, racial bias, none of that. And to me, this is one of the most glaring cases of a Democratic politician lying to black people, because he literally ran. He literally ran on, don't worry about Iowa. Don't worry about New Hampshire. We don't need to worry as much about getting Trump voters per se. Black Americans will put me over the top.
So you even check
black communities
gotcha.
Like me. They trust me. They know my record. He thinks his record is good. So I'm reading a book right now called Lucky, about how he was lucky to get in there. And it basically says he banked his whole campaign on the endorsements of black leaders and basically taking for granted the black vote. We know he basically left after.
Go ahead.
Did this white lefty, this white quote unquote progressive, just say that black people got did he just say the reason why Joe Biden is in the office? Did he just acknowledge our voting power? Did he just do that? Or I don't know. My brain is fucked up a little bit. So I'm like, what? I thought he was going to do class reduction. Like, I knew it was going to get he didn't go into class reduction yet. I'm waiting on it to do, but he didn't do it. He just acknowledged our voting power and our voting block, and the fact that he's making a plea to these white progressives, like, we have to get, he's low-key signaling to them. You know how Cal Kalinske and them signal to white progressives, like, fuck niggas, he's low-key signaling to the white progressives, like, we got to get them. He low-key like, yo, Nick, I'm trying to tell you, we got to get them. Like, and that's crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Like,
and that's a good point, John. Now that the Democrats have officially dropped the ball on reparations, they've done what they're going to do. According to Joe Biden, this is what the president says. The Democrats have done what they're going to do on reparations. They're done with the issue. All right, we'll see what happens on Juneteenth when they're talking about having a vote for HR 40 in the House on it. But now here it comes. The question is, what is the left going to do? All right, what are the progressives going to do? Are they? Excuse me, I'm sorry. What are they going to do? Are they going to say, look at what the Democrats aren't doing? Or are they going to pick up the mantle? That remains to be seen. Right. Well, this is progress. Don't get me wrong. This is progress. And some dude came into some dude hear the people's voice. This dude came on to Ty's HR 40 room on Tuesday talking about the People's Party is tossing around reparations. Of course, I tore that up. They're not going to do it on our terms. If they're not talking to Sandy Darity or somebody who listens to Sandy Darity or somebody in the Freedmen movement, I don't want to hear it because they're going to try to give us some piecemeal bullshit.
And can we go a step further? Because, you know, we approached the People's Party. Remember, People's Party was talking about they weren't interested in reparations until they did some bullshit ass vote, came whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, yada, yada, yada. So now all of a sudden, now that reparations is popping, you see it everywhere, you want to jump on board? Fuck you. I've been calling y'all the White People's Party. I don't fuck with y'all. I find y'all suspect as fuck. And I stand by what I said. You know, Ryan Knight, I like some of the stuff he says, and some of the stuff he said, I'd be like, holy hyperbole, Batman. But when that dude walked away from y'all, I super give y'all the side eye.
Yep. He was a rider for the People's Party, for the White People's Party.
He was a rider.
Yep,
and remember how we all met was through us getting in his ass about him not talking about reparations.
That was
and
fun.
then he stepped his game up though. You started to see more tweets and stuff.
Yeah,
some
kudos
people
to
when you
Ryan.
just call
Kudos
it out,
to
they
Ryan.
realize like, oh, because he was like, well, I support reparations, and I wanted to hit him with the freaking Robin DiAngelo. Well, how would Black people know that you support reparations? like if you ain't put like if I search your shit on Twitter and see any tweets, like now if you go and check, you'll see like some tweets from him. But back when we got on him, there would have been like 2-3 tweets. I looked that shit up. So he's been doing better. But like I said, fuck the White People's Party. Y'all had y'all chance. We came to you. ADOS came to y'all before that shit blew up. Because Princess and them came to the White People's Party when they had that first fucking convention and they were letting all the people do the videos and shit. So y'all fucked up. You didn't realize that the people you were gonna need, even if it was gonna be in a different movement, those people still exist and are still moving and still see it how y'all move. So White People's Party, if you want Negroes, y'all got to get on your knees. That's it.
It's got to be on our terms. And fuck DSA too. They got on it. They got Afro Socialist, whatever that damn account is on Twitter. Had them out here.
Socialists, fuck them niggas, anti-black railroads.
Yeah, we'll get to them in a minute. That's the show for another day. We'll get to them in a little bit later.
I'm gonna take it down.
Yeah, but I mean, and John, you bring up a good point because again, we talked about this before. How the left, just like the right, curates the black folks in their circles. So, you know, if people in these circles are saying, go, you know, the Fred Hampton socialists, and we've proven that the Black Panther Party, they were reparationists. Check number 3 on their 10-point plan. Check number 3. He's talking directly about reparations. They even reference Jewish people's reparations. Right. So let's keep in mind that the Black Panthers was reparationists, and don't anybody who's repping Fred Hampton, UEP Newton, whoever you repping from the Black Panther Party, if you're not talking about reparations, you bullshitting.
New Hampshire skipped Nevada, went straight to South Carolina. So to me, I mean, again, I'm white, so I don't want to speak for Black people, but you don't apologize for the Tulsa massacre. You're not doing anything substantial on police reform, let's face it. Neither did Obama. You're not even actually condemning police officers. You're not even starting to create conversations around, look at Andrew Brown. Why, for a subpoena or a search warrant, did they have to come in on a truck, you know, armed to the teeth with Call of Duty type weaponry? And immediately after they got off the truck to serve a search warrant on Andrew Brown, they already had their guns pointed at him. That would take presidential leadership to call that out. It's not doing any of it. Yet, I'm sure MSNBC's coverage tonight, I'm sure CNN's coverage tonight, the New York Times coverage is, oh, we've really missed the days of this kind of presidential leadership. Could you imagine Trump having gone down there for this? It's pathetic. It really is pathetic.
You have to think about our elders, okay? When they talk about ever since this Jim Crow ended in '68, okay? Because Martin Luther King, who was one of our greatest lobbyists, people don't point that out enough. He had to sit down in a room with Lyndon Baines Johnson, a rumored card-carrying member. Yeah, devout racist and rumored card-carrying member of the current KKK of his time. He sat down with him. He spoke to an honest racist face to face. And as an honest black man, okay, as an honest freedman, they knew exactly where each other stood and they were able to hammer something out. Of course, everything gets watered down when they do it, and that's where it comes from. When you talk about how he said, like, oh, Native Americans deserve reparations, they've gotten reparations over 20 times in America.
1946, the Indian Claims Commission. Keep going, Ty.
Right. Yeah, like I said, they have the Bureau of Indian Affairs that's overseen by the Department of the Interior. They have treaties as a sovereign nation in this country, so they could not be part of our justice claim. They have treaties. They have to be enforced. The treaties of 1865, okay, that need to be enforced. They also owned black slaves, okay, who are known as freedmen. I mean, not us. They own freedmen. We're freedmen, MEN. They had freedmen, native freedmen. They have the name of their tribe, like Chickasaw freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, Seminole freedmen. They owe them reparations. They were given the top part of northern what is it? I'm sorry. Of Oklahoma, yeah, the top part of northern Oklahoma, okay, as part of reparations, all right? So now understand when they keep talking. When they talk about black and brown, they talk about Native Americans. That's part of the benign neglect memo that we're putting out all over in 1970 from Patrick Moynihan in New Jersey to the then President Richard Milhous Nixon, where he says that we could benefit from a period of benign neglect, where they basically listen to us, don't promise us anything, and just nod our head, and never offer or promise us anything by ourselves. Native Americans, Mexican Americans, and Puerto Ricans could be useful. I put that out and I posted it out on Twitter under my Twitter account at Ty Harper 2. Okay, I've also put it out on Fanbase and on my Instagram. I'm telling you now, I'm putting out the entire memo on our Society of Freedmen's website, and I'm also going to post it on Twitter. You have to read the memo. That's why they say black and brown, but you notice that the Latinos never say black and brown. We don't even get brown and black. They are specifically looking for what they need for their people, and I cannot blame them. But we have an ethnicity. First off, we have too many people talking about what we were. Oh, we're Kamesh. We're from this. We're from that. We're Africans. We are not Africans. Once you were in some place for 3 generations, you cease to be wherever you came from. Even Africans don't see us. And we had a video of that, of a documentary in Ghana. Most of them don't see us as Africans. They see us as white people.
Yeah,
because
they see us as
we've been white people. They actually said that from their mouths. Even Obama said it in that interview that he did. Yeah.
And Ty, just pause your thought. Even white people don't see themselves that way. 4th generation Italians don't see themselves as Italians. They see themselves as Americans first. Like when I was talking about the Irish at one point, a person who was Irish from Ireland was like, no, those are Irish Americans. Be clear. They've been there for multiple generations. Go ahead from there. I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw that out there. Oh, sorry. One more thing too. And here's a whole nother thing. I was watching this show, Jenny Rivera, Mariposa de Barrio, Hood Butterfly. And there's this whole scene where this woman who is Mexican, who is living in the United States in Long Beach, and she's telling her son that he shouldn't have married a gringa, which means an American, like mainly means like white people, like white person. But the girl was Mexican American. Her parents were from Mexico. She was born here. And even his mother made the distinction between the two with her being here in America. Go ahead. That's all I wanted to throw out there.
And my point exactly. I'm also highly offended that every time they speak about us in America, we have to call ourselves African American or African. They say, oh, you're not America. You don't have a country. Ask anybody from the Caribbean. We'll just use the Caribbean for the moment.
Thank you.
Do you call yourself African Jamaican? No, I'm just Jamaican boy. I'm like, okay, then why do we have to call ourselves African American?
Yeah,
okay?
Why are Jamaicans lost? Why are Trinidadians lost?
Okay, my point
We're
exactly.
the only lost tribe. Only Black Americans are a lost tribe. I blame
It's a hustle.
Well, let's not even go on Pan-Africanism because that's an ideology that's been pushed out because that's been pushed out for 80 years. It's been in control of our academia, okay, and it's been in control of our political views. But we finally got over it and we're pushing it out the way. Pan-Africanism never worked because we were the only country practicing it. And they have most people do not understand. There's an actual Pan-African Parliament in Africa. And it's only comprised of African nations, okay? There are nobody from any diaspora country on the Pan-African Parliament. They are not even going to be recognized. They're only worried about what goes on in the African countries that are in that parliament. This is a fact. And my point is, we have no problem with that. And this we said, well, you're African. I'm like, Africa's a continent of 54 countries, 3,000 ethnicities, and over 9,000 languages. Which one are you referring to? I will call that out every time. When you break it down, they say, well, what about the Pan-African flag? I'm like, that's a flag of nowhere. And I said, it doesn't even mean what everybody, they said, you change the narrative to make it mean something else. I said, what does the green mean? Oh, it's for the land of Africa. I'm like, strange, because Marcus Garvey said it was for the Irish and the famine. I said, these were in his 4 interviews and 2 of the letters that the man wrote. I said, we have all the receipts. I'm like, where is your data? And they shut up and they back out of the room. It's that simple. Our flag is that the American flag was not sewn by Betsy Ross. Once again, anything we put out, they steal and they co-opt. It was sewn by a 15-year-old black slave girl. Okay, that's where the American flag came from. And we have our own flag in addition to the American flag. We have the Juneteenth flag. Okay, the red on the top, the blue on the bottom, and the white star. That's the flag of our freedom. And this is what we're talking about. Everybody always wants to throw that Pan-African flag in our face, but it's a flag of subterfuge. It is a flag of nowhere. What country recognizes it? What country do we have? And I'm getting tired of these people talking about, oh, well, we need to organize with all the Africans around the world and recognize that we are Africans. Like, yeah, then we can go to the United Nations as a country. I'm like, what country? Where are your sovereign lands? Who recognizes your sovereign lands? Where are the borders?
Who's
Where
gonna
are your
take
troops
us
to
in?
protect it?
Because we need somewhere where Ty, when we do all this shit, who gonna take us in? We need a country to protect us. Because what they're talking about is some serious shit. So what country are we going to that's actually going to protect us and see us as sovereign people?
Well, that's that Cobra ridiculous Pan-African BS. We are not a sovereign nation in the United States of America. The only sovereign nation within the U.S. are the Native American nations. They closed the Freedmen's Bureau in 1877 because of the Compromise of 1877, so that then the Republicans could get their president on board. They left us at the mercy of the Democratic governors of the Black Belt. We all see how that turned out. And this is my whole point. Can we please stop the madness? Number 2, when people say like, oh, well, a check is not going to fix us, reparations is not just a check. Reparations, cash payments, okay, direct cash payments to the Black descendants of chattel slavery in America are an important and the most essential engine of reparations. But reparations is also protected class citizenship, okay? And reparations includes the core 4, transportation, education, okay? Housing and healthcare. I'll say that again, transportation, education, housing, and healthcare. That's the core 4 of any reparations around the world. If you have those core 4 plus the cash payments and protected class citizenship, now you have full reparations. I get tired of talking to people who read the bill but don't read the bill and all the markups that were done because they don't tell you what happened to the bill, and who want to come out and instead of talking to us, the regular Black people, like the citizens and the intelligent people we have people like Roly Poly Martin, and I'm calling him that because he is a jackass. Talking about, I bet you none of these Negroes have ever has even read the bill. I'm like, I read every bill and every law carefully. You don't need a goddamn degree to read a bill. All you need to all you have to do is be functionally literate to read a bill.
Computer.
Yeah, you don't need a computer. You just need to be functionally literate to read a goddamn bill. That's all you need to do. Anything you don't understand, you can sit down and study and translate. I get tired of him talking because he feels the need to insult us and try to belittle us and act like he's so smart, walking around looking like those bears from the Disney movie, like on Blue the Bear. Pick it up and put it in the pan, bump bump. I'm really tired of him. I really am. I'm tired of the buck dancing CBC. We need to vote every single one of them out.
I agree with that.
Starting with Jim Clyburn and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. They've got to go. They have done nothing for us and they will do nothing. They're showing you they're just going to dance around at a memorial service for a massacre in Tulsa. okay, a racial massacre of our people, putting the last survivors in freaking Oklahoma City Thunder jerseys and kicks. That's what they want to give us, a box of Newports and Puma sweats. That's all they want to give us. And okay, they're trying not to give us anything substantive. And Biden actually came out and said it. He doesn't see anything more being done by his office. He's not even sure that Congress is going to move forward. With a stroke of a pen, he could create an executive order, putting together a commission himself that could start tomorrow if he wants to. He doesn't do it. He's not going to do it. And anybody that expected that man to do it, you were a fool. Nobody from academia is saying anything. And after that horrible pictures and videos of these jackasses dancing, the Democrats are done. They're done. Anybody that votes Democrat anymore, if you're a black person in America, we already know what you are. We already know who you are. I don't give a damn what Lyndon Baines Johnson, the man is dead. Why do I care what he signed? What is it doing for us now, 60 years later?
Nothing.
People say like, when people say, no, nobody here has lived through Jim Crow. I'm like, strange. My grandparents, my parents all lived
My
through Jim
mother
Crow.
was born in Jim Crow.
Well, that's what I say. I was born in the last 2 years of Jim Crow. I was born in '66. Can we stop the madness, please? It is absolutely ridiculous. I don't listen to those arguments. If you don't, well, Michael, you've been with me on Clubhouse, okay? When we had fools come in the room and try to put up these talking points, how many times have I shredded them so bad they might have deleted their account to hide?
Yeah, it's the problem. The issue is, and we've talked about this before on the show, is that we're so far ahead on discussing these issues that none of this stuff lasts a hot second with us, right? So I think, you know, as we move forward, we know the Democrats aren't going to help us. We know the Republicans aren't going to help us. So now we have to start talking about being political mercenaries. You pay us, meaning you give us a policy we need, which is reparations, including cash payments to individuals and families. Or you don't get our vote. Don't give a fuck who you are. We don't give a fuck what your record is. We don't fuck where you're from. We don't give a fuck what color you are. Where are you on reparations and cash payments for individuals and families? That's it.
And that's
nothing else.
My point exactly. And only one politician in America would get my vote for president on that, and that would be Gavin Newsom from California, because of AB 3121. He is the only sitting governor and Democrat to sign anything into law that's actually doing a study.
So you talking about Gavin?
Yeah, Gavin
Newsom. His ass had to be browbeaten into that one. I wouldn't even go that far with his ass.
Hey, but he did it though.
But I live in California and I live under him, so he's the best of the trash, but he's still trash too.
Well, at least he's okay. He may be the trash, but he's the trash to put into the bill. Let's be honest.
No, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it, but I live in California and I see how bad it is for Negroes here. Like, thank you, sir, but you still because you got a lot of work to do around here. Because when I drive around, the majority of the homeless people I see look like me. They black, the majority. You understand what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. Like, you know, flowers for Gavin. Now you still got work to do, bitch.
Keep it pushing. Keep pushing.
Especially because these white Republicans want to oust his ass. Like, you know, he's in the middle of like a recall.
He signed that bill.
He earned another vote for me. I'll vote for him to stay, but I need to see more after this. He got one vote for that reparations bill. You get one.
You don't get
lifetime loyalty. You get a vote.
No.
One.
You get.
And then after that, I'm gonna hit you with the Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately?
Exactly.
Sorry, but we don't have permanent allies anymore. We have permanent interests. I got to be honest. If we sat down, if we could sit down, like say, with the say the Latino caucus, the Hispanic caucus, or the AAPI, and we can work out something where you get what you want, we get what we want, but you have to make sure we get what we want ahead of time, then I would do it. It's not being mercenary. It's called politics. Politics is power, nothing more. And politics is trench warfare. Okay, I don't give a damn. Like I said, I don't give a damn who we vote for or what they want to do as long as we get ours. And that's what politics is. It's a quid pro quo. There's been a lot of quid pro, but not enough damn quo. And all Biden did was he dangled out a carrot and a stick. I want more carrot and like stick from now on. And that's our problem. Full stop. That's all I'm gonna say. Now I'm gonna shut the hell up and let Mike take over.
Hey, we heard from Mud in a minute. Let's let him talk while you figure that out.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I think Jordan is like, I guess this is like evolution as far as like what we've been getting from the left, because I mean they wouldn't even acknowledge that we were an actual viable voting bloc that is like worth something. Especially like I mean, looking at this, Bernie Sanders lost in 2016. Everyone told him it was because he didn't have the black vote. And instead of like trying to galvanize, support in our community, he went to the Latinos. And during the whole primary, the left tried to make it seem like the Latinos were it. And then like after Bernie got dropped out, they try to make it seem like it's the white women in the suburbs that are, going to take Biden over the edge. And they've been running this game ever since the election for the most part. But like, I guess now we're finally getting some honesty from the left. I don't know if this is like going to be a serious pivot that we see the rest of them do, because so far he's like the only person I see that's like being honest about this shit. But yeah, I mean, we really look at the left, and the thing is that it seems like a natural alliance, but they aren't trying to make the play to get our vote. So if they start talking like this, things might change. Otherwise, they could do the class reduction and shit, but none of this class stuff that they want to do is going to even come through. They're going to fuck around and lose us to the Republicans or the establishment Democrats or whoever wants to jump on it first.
They're going to lose. They're going to end up losing us to the Republicans, because the Republicans, okay, so basically, you're not going to get a third party. So one of these parties is going to get taken over. And I think the Republican Party seems more right for a takeover than the Democratic Party, because Democratic Party is just too entrenched. They're not having it.
I think at the end of the day, I think the smart move for us, and I mentioned this before, is to become, again, independent voters, like a voting caucus as opposed to creating our own party. We're a voting bloc within the Black community, right? Because these over the last 20, 30 years, these presidential wins have been skin of the teeth sort of shit. If we can cleave off a bunch of Black folks that vote independently and can't be swayed by people like Roland Martin, they're gonna have to come to us, right? We don't have the money to build a party, but if we can have a functional chunk of the Black vote that is only swayed by this stuff, then we can win. Other than that, I don't know what to say.
Listen to who we're talking about. We've watched Jordan's reporting. The only reason Jordan is where he is right now is because he's been in the trenches for the past 3 years, really dealing with Black people. Like, that's why Jordan is where he is. That, and part of it is because he's a Jewish man. So I feel like a part of that, he understands in his family what happened. He gets the reparations part.
Hey, Sam, but the crazy part about Jordan is that
but I don't think that was enough. I think it was the fact that he spent 3 years in the trenches. Now he can relate to it and understand it and bring it all together.
No, absolutely. No.
This man is a completely different man than I was writing on Twitter a year ago.
That nigga Jordan would come to watch and ask you, like a regular Black, and let you talk and put that shit on this video, like real shit.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I love things about Jordan. My issue was he was just never going far enough, but this video he went far enough.
He went far enough finally. Feel me? Like, he had time to it sat on
minor mistakes like with the reparations things with the Native Americans, but that's minuscule.
Yeah, it's a shift. It's a shift for Jordan. We got to appreciate it for what it is. Hopefully, it's part of a larger shift for the left. Hopefully, if not, again, it's got to be on our terms. It can't be we're gonna give you a little bit and shut up. Yeah, and I think one of the things is to close this out is that if the left is going to do this, they have to talk to activists who are in this movement, not peripheral to it, or somebody who's just going to pick it up to be their spokesperson in this space, right? They need to talk to people who are within this movement, who have been on this train for at least a couple of years now, and talk to those people, and that's that. All right, so that's it for the show. Ty, would you like to say anything close to say goodbye and where they can contact you, like your email, your Twitter account and all that stuff?
Well, I have nothing really to say. I think we pretty much covered this subject to death. Literally covered it ad nauseum, as we do with data and research and facts. But if you want to reach me, the easiest way to find me is on Twitter. Ty Harper, the number 2, at Ty Harper 2 on Twitter, and on Clubhouse you can follow me out there. I'm also Ty Harper 2 on Clubhouse and on Fanbase also. Every Tuesday we have the HR 40 reparations and different subjects in newsroom, where we get political education on that on Tuesdays on Clubhouse and on Thursday on Fanbase.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country to win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
As I said, welcome. I'm Michael Rand from Active Fight Press. I never remember if I say that.
I'm Doc Stodden. I am a political scientist.
So I'm gonna keep it short. So it is Samantha Angelique.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? This is John C. Back with the fam, average American Negro.
Yeah, they call me Mud.
Welcome back to Reset Race. This is an after show sort of show. What do we say, Sam? Shit, I forgot that.
Yeah, after show.
After show with Doc here. We're going to talk about socialism. We're going to talk about real socialism because apparently the American brands of socialism are anti-reparations, obviously. So so we're going to talk with Doc about real socialism and his view. And let's run it down. I'll let Sam and Doc run it from here. All right. Let's go.
I'm just going to start off by asking a question. I'm going to let Doc and John go because this will be good. But okay. So John, we always have this conversation because the socialists are always talking, or the so-called socialists, right? Yeah. The so-called socialists. Quotes, in quotes. I got my quotes up. The so-called socialists are like, oh, we want everything to be better, but they still want to like own a company and still like be a boss. So how does that work in socialism? Is that socialism or is that something else?
Well, it's democratic socialism. It's that's what they talk. It's democratic socialism. Like they just want a more equitable workplace. You know what I mean? Where workers get treated more fairly and got more of a say. But it's still a hierarchy. It's still a boss. You still gotta go work for your boss. You get paid decently, better than when you was getting paid before. You get treated better, but it's still a hierarchy, and somebody's at the top still controlling shit like. So it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that our society is fucking. It's crazy because it's like even socialism as you talk about socialism, how the workers controlling the means of production. I mean, yeah, but like, what if a worker don't really know how to fucking, you know what I mean, grow the like? I don't like the thing about it is the thing about it when it comes to like the particular socialism that lefties talk about here in America is more based off of just workers being treated more fairly and people, you know what I mean? Which I feel like is more reasonable. To be honest with you, like if anything, I would be considered if you really broke without if I wasn't advocating for reparations. If we had reparations, then I probably would be something similar to a democratic socialist. But I don't consider myself a socialist or a democratic socialist because we ain't got no fucking wealthy at the bottom. So I consider myself, I'm part of the black wing. I ain't part of the left wing or the right wing. Whatever wing is going to get us our justice, that's the wing I'm a part of, like, period. But like the socialists, like a huge amount of the socialist movement in this country is not, they don't want to give up what they have. They don't, like even they don't understand even the white working man's plight and everything. Like they don't understand that how much more they have than the Negro, the average Negro. Like they don't put that into perspective. It's like, all right, so well, just give everybody like this and that. All you want, let's start over. Let's start the whole system over, but not repay it. So it's like, all right, black person, that debt that you accumulated from years of trauma and pain and generational pain and getting locked out, that debt is white. I mean, but how I benefited over is white zero. So everybody is zero now. So if like, so I don't have to pay back, or I don't have to whatever I benefited from somebody else's oppressions, whether it be for me overtly or subvertly, I don't have to pay that back. Let's start over and give everybody the same thing. So that's why, you feel me, in this context, I think a lot of the socialists is bullshit. And I think that a lot of socialists don't even stand up to that principle, to be honest with you. They don't even stand up to that principle. But I think that when you talk to black people, is a way to kind of just get rid of that debt and kind of like absolve responsibility. Let's start new. Let's start clean without capitalism. Because you wouldn't be here without capitalism, blah, blah, blah. But I was here because of capitalism. How can you repay me and make my people whole? You know what I mean? Start a new system? What the fuck is that? Really?
Yep.
Like, so you gonna let what? Right. So
Yeah,
that's
let's
that's
erase
just my
history,
feelings.
start from scratch, and forget everything that's happened to us.
That's how I feel
and
about
then move forward.
socialism. That's why I'm like, I don't care. If you're like unfair to capitalism, but socialism,
Yeah,
I want my
that's one
people
of
to
the
be
things.
whole. I want us to hold power.
Yeah,
and have
real quick,
autonomy.
Doc, before you dip into this, I want to say that's one of the things they pinged us with when we started talking about reparations a few years back. They were like, you just want to you want to participate in capitalism. That's all you want. You want black capitalism. That's the bullshit we heard. But go ahead, Doc. Handle your business.
Well, Fred Hampton said it wasn't black capitalism, it's socialism. He said there's a difference. And to what John was talking about, I have a different idea about socialism than what Americans think about socialism. I think that socialism is a system, a socioeconomic system that's devised for the benefit of the society, where capitalism is a system that's devised for the benefit of capital. And I say that, in order to be a socialist in this country, you gotta be opposed to capitalism, because capitalism only benefits a certain group of people, whereas socialism benefits the society. Now, if you take that perspective on socialism versus what Americans talk about when they talk about socialism, even what actual socialists talk about, who are talking about, we need to abolish capitalism and give the workers control and everything like that. When you devise a system that is for the benefit of society, that necessarily includes something like reparations. That has to include something like reparations, because if you consider the fact that, black people represent 13% of our society, and if we leave them out of the equation, then we're not doing for the whole society. So in order to speak to John here, you actually have to pay those reparations as part of that. And then we talk about how the whole society, blacks, whites, Latinos, Asians, whatever, how we all move together, how we all move forward together. But we can't have those discussions until we, like I say, pay the dues that we're owed, that we owe to the people that we owe them to, and get everybody straight, everybody square. And at that point, then we can talk about, whether or not we need to nationalize the labor force. I think we need to nationalize the labor force. We need to make it so that, my ability to live, my ability to eat, my ability to raise my kids up right isn't dependent on some capitalist's, need to make profit. But we can't even get to that point until we do the prior work first and actually get all these debts that we owe settled. And so I agree a lot with John. The socialists in this country don't want to talk about that. And I think it's because they're tied to Karl Marx. And Karl Marx will say some kind of nonsense like any kind of racial discussion we have in the country is just a tool of capitalism, or any kind of moral or ethical discussion we have in the country is just capitalism dividing people. But we can't do that. I don't see it like that. I see socialism as a system that benefits and works for the benefit and the interest of all the people in society. And like I said, we can't do that without even something like reparations.
Oh, you mentioned Marx. Let's let Mud handle that one. Mud, what you got, baby?
Cousin Mud, where you at, bud?
Mud ain't listening.
I mean, he's right. Like, you know, Marx essentially was a white supremacist, and a lot of people that you know, that go that route tend to have some of those tendencies also, as far as like not seeing the race issue as something that needs to be even addressed. Like, a lot of them want to skip out on that type of discussion and reduce everything to a class discussion. And I mean, I don't know, it boggles my mind, because even if that's the way you felt, I would think at this point in time, seeing how that has not led to any political success, I would think you would be changing your position to try to, you know, persuade other people to, you know, fall in line. And like, the only way you're going to actually get, you know, Black people on your side is if you tackle those type of issues. And essentially, if you go back and you look at the like the communists early, like when they did the pivot and started supporting the protests for the Scottsboro boys, that's like, it's the thing that kind of pushed the communists into something that was kind of viable for a moment, from my perspective. But who am I, you know?
They get bit of those TV Mud. What you talking about? And if you haven't seen, Mud just did an episode on Queen Mother Moore and how her involvement in the Communist Party in the 30s, but what a late, quote unquote, American labor movement was coming to, you know, coming to like the most, like kind of the power, like they were ascending the power. And she was a Black woman in Harlem trying to be a part of this communist movement, this labor movement, but yet it was still segregation. It still was a white hierarchy within the communist movement. Like real talk, she was, this documentary is fucking crazy. Mud is a fucking genius. Like, he put it together. He was talking, for real. The niggas are these genius. Anyway, but he put it together, and he kind of was just she was telling her story about like how we had the Negro meeting, but it was branches of the Communist Party that had the Polish Communist Party, the Italian Communist Party, the Irish Communist Party. But the Negro Communist Party always, you feel me, like, they operated autonomously with just those ethnic groups, but the Negro Party had to have somebody white around them. You feel me? Like, it's not like they came to the table and they had to have somebody, and they was always talking about, just remember though, it's about white and Black solidarity. Nobody said this to the Italians. It's about Anglo-Saxon, and you know what I mean? So it's just so much layers to this shit. It's so much layers to the left movement and the communist movement when they're dealing with Black people. And it just shows that everywhere we go, we don't have nobody. Like, what? Like, what we supposed to do? What we supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, look, you went to the left, they shit on us, go to the right. You know, the right really gonna shit us using that tool. Democrats, let me progressive social. Look, so now it's like, fuck it. We about to act out our own interests, period. You know what I mean? And try to grab some power out this bitch. And then maybe we can, you feel me? Maybe we can start, when we grab power, maybe we can really talk to these people at an somewhat equal level. You know what I mean? Instead of people, they know our desperation, they know that we can be exploited. Even the left knows that. They know that we the most exploited people in the country. They know they can still exploit us. You know what I mean? And use our issues to push
that path. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, and I think, and this is one of the arguments I made early on with leftists right before I stopped ignoring them. If you want to make a change, you've got to shatter the social racial hierarchy, right? That happens with reparations. It is completely and utterly shattered. But if you don't want to do that, that means you're not trying to improve my life. You want me to, and one of the phrases I use is, you want us to have a more comfortable bottom space in this social racial hierarchy, right? You want us to have just be a more comfortable bottom. No, fuck you. You know, we've earned our space here. We've earned our stripes. We've done everything we're supposed to do over and over again, and we got fucked over. But you want to change the country without fixing us, and you want to start from scratch. Like, everybody got problems because of capitalism. Now we're gonna fix everybody. Fuck your reparations. That's what I hear when I hear that.
Yeah. Well, could you imagine, like, you know, we were talking a little bit before we started about revolution. Like, what is revolution? Could you imagine how revolutionary it would be if white working class people and black working class people got together and actually started fighting for racial justice for black people in this country? Could you imagine how different that would change the society? I'm sure you probably can imagine that. You probably have imagined that.
Yeah, I can
But I
imagine
mean,
it. The problem is it's never on our terms. That's the problem, right? Every time
well,
we try to unite, it's never on our terms. It's supposed to
yeah,
be we're gonna
right. You're
fix
right.
the world, but it's got to be the white
Yeah,
folks way, and
you're
we
right.
just hopefully get a disproportionate piece of it,
But
right?
I want to say that I
Mhm.
maybe I'm a little bit optimistic on this, that
Okay, nothing wrong with
among white people, at least some white people, maybe not all white people, some white people, there is a sort of change of attitude. Like, if we're going to have these kind of conversations with people who were not, because the socialist movement is a white movement in this country.
Yeah.
And
Even
it's
Mr. Lighty admitted that.
yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you just have to look at the numbers to find out that when you go to the Socialist Party, which is a party I'm affiliated with loosely now. I used to be more affiliated with them, but to go to the convention and see there's like 2 black people in the room and there's like 60 white people. And I don't know how that group of people can actually talk about racial justice, but not including black voices in that. But I think there's a more of a movement among socialists, at least, maybe not progressives. Maybe they just pay lip service to it, to actually include, the solutions that are not solutions that we come up with, but the solutions that the different communities who we're supposedly working with, have come up with for themselves. Because I know, logistics and reality being one thing, the idea in the Socialist Party is the only way that groups that are oppressed can be liberated is by themselves. They're liberated by themselves. They don't need a white savior to ride in and fix things, because we're just going to screw shit up. And for me to go and tell you, this is what you need and here's what we're going to do for you, that doesn't make any sense, because that doesn't affect your life, or that doesn't, talk about your own lived experience at all. It talks about my lived experience. This is what I think that you should need. This is what I think you should do. And so I think that there are at least some people on the left, maybe the far left, who actually have a different idea about the role that white people can play in not necessarily assisting, but supporting or doing whatever we possibly can to move out the roadblocks in y'all's way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I think a part of it is, and to give white folks a little bit of space here, America has conditioned, and violently so, white people and all other groups actually to stay away from helping us. Right. Many white folks who were abolitionists, were killed, were threatened, were maimed, and their businesses destroyed. All kinds of stuff has happened, and that's the way America functions, right? But we've got to move away from that, right? We've got to break that wall, and I've written about it before. The quickest way to become a pariah is to fight for us. It really is. Right. And that should tell you something. Like they say, if you find out the way you find out who's in power is who you can't, the people that you can't criticize. Right. And it's the other way around for us. If you want to find out who's on the bottom, try to help them. And you'll quickly find out who's on the bottom. Right. So I think that conditioning is real. But this is a new age. We've got to get away from that,
Yeah.
right? And some of it just gives people an excuse not to help because they don't give a fuck or they simply don't like us, right?
Yeah.
But the other side of that, you got to be prepared to get in this fight.
Yeah, and the one thing that white people can do, and this is one thing I know that we can do, because we're responsible for most of the roadblocks that are being put in you guys' path, is we can actually work amongst ourselves to actually stop other white people from doing that, and to clear out some of the roadblocks. That way, if you guys are coming forward, you guys are coming forward on your own power, on your own terms. You guys are doing whatever you need, but we just need to stop stopping you.
Yeah,
and
road grade. Yeah, be a road grader. Yeah,
yeah, right. That's what I see for white people who are concerned about racial justice and who are concerned about even moving the society forward in terms of equality or anything like that. That's one thing that we can do, is we can stop stopping you. And for some reason, I don't understand why, but there are so many people who are so invested in putting roadblocks in the path, and you can say white supremacy. That's probably what it is, but whatever the reason, there are people that are really invested in doing that. And so it's my job as a white person as a white revolutionary to stop those people, because that's something I can actually do, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because one of the other things is our precarity is other people's stability, right? As long as we're precarious, people feel like their life is more stable, right? Because as long as we, like white folks used to say, as long as I'm doing better than the niggas, everything will be okay, right? And a lot of people live like that, and you see it, and it's not just white folks. You will see a lot of folks that had just got here, recently, will quickly shit on us to move up, right? Like this dude Austin Chang in Michigan. He's a Nigerian guy that wants to run for governor, and his way of getting in was to shit on Black History Month, right?
And another comment you made a couple days ago, you said if you took over as governor, you'd cancel Black History Month in this state. Can you explain, your reasoning behind that? I think it's, for a lot of people, that was shocking to hear someone say that.
Now, so we're all Americans. We come from very different backgrounds. We have Norwegians, we have Finnish, we have Swedish, Polish, German. We have people from African backgrounds in this country. We're all immigrants who came to this country. And so therefore, even including the indigenous American people, the indigenous native people, the people from very different backgrounds, the thing that should unite us is the idea of the American identity, not because of the small group that we come from, because it's polarizing. If we're going to have a Black History Month, then what about a Finnish History Month? What happens to a Jewish History Month? What happens to a Swedish History Month? The list goes on and on and on. But these are all American history. So therefore, I feel that as governor, the way to move forward to stop this division and this polarization that's going on in our community is to forge a single American identity that we can all identify with first. No one is saying you should get rid of your background, and no one is saying that in the middle of that, there's not going to be any Black history being taught or people of that background history being taught. But also, how about Finnish history? How about Norwegian history? How about German history? How about the rest of the people that make up this great and beautiful state of Michigan also having their history being taught in an American History Month, which can encompass all of this? That's my point of view, and I stand by that statement.
And you see a lot of folks who are slave descendants from the United States trying to horn in on our Black History Month. It was for us from the beginning. It always was for us. And everybody's trying to horn in on it.
The thing that should unite us is the idea of the American identity, not because of the small group that we come from, not because of the small group that we come from.
And of course, you got your Pan-Africans, so like everybody Black, right? Right? Yeah, that nonsense, right? Like other Black people don't believe in tribes and different nationalities and stuff. So a Jamaican can be a Jamaican, and I got to be African? Come on, dude, really? That don't make no goddamn sense.
But he up like Bumbleclad, me know from no Africa, man.
Exactly.
Exactly. He'll let you know too.
Exactly. You can't even call a Jamaican Haitian and not get fucked up. You know what I mean?
Nothing. Me know from no Haiti, man. Me from Jamaica, man. They'll tell you to fuck up for that shit.
He will,
and they
fuck
should,
you
rightfully
up.
so.
He will fuck you, and rightly so. Yeah, I am who I am. I am who the fuck I say I am. You know, and that's some inside Negro baseball there, Doc. My bad.
No, that's all right. I talked to a dude from Trinidad who was like that too. He said, yeah, I'm not from Jamaica, dude. Don't ever make that mistake.
Yeah.
And he had a thick Trinidadian accent, and I can't begin to do it, but that's what he said.
We get it. Yeah. I mean, I always make that mistake. As a younger man, that's the Caribbean. I don't give a fuck. Now I understand that was rude. All right. So, I mean, but we all live and learn, but, people want us to be everybody but who we say we are, right? Mm-hmm. Pan-Africanists want us to be more African than we are American, right? And socialists want us to be more socialist than we are Black. Everybody wants us to be something other than what we are. And we're fighting for our identity. We're fighting for our right to be here. We're fighting for our share of resources that we help build. And we built we built, right? It's a good 75% of what's here, right? For those who don't understand, if you track wealth in this country, you can track all of it back to what we've done one way or another, or something we would like. For instance, the Homestead Act. You can trace it to something that we were left out of that somebody else got, right? So all these things, a lot of these things pivot on us, and it is what it is. People don't like to hear it, but fuck them. All right, Sam, what you got?
No, I just like I said, I think, we always have this conversation behind the scenes where, I'd like to get to Star Trek, Star Trek minus space travel, because I don't give a fuck about space travel, but I don't mind the rich oligarch assholes leaving. So for all of them who want to go, bye. Don't come back, and you don't get to take your money with you. So bye.
And when the Martians get in that ass and we'll come back here, help us. Go ahead.
We're done. Wrap. So so I definitely, reparations first. I say it all the time. And then as for going forward, it's just, like I said, people aren't willing to give up a lot of things to have a better society. And that's what it really boils down to, because it seems like everybody just thinks that they're going to make their way to the top one day. So it's like, fuck everybody, but they're kind of screwing themselves and each other. I like Doc's idea about nationalizing the labor force. That completely makes sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think so too. I wouldn't have mentioned, I guess. But
no, especially with automation coming as well. Because you think about if you nationalize the labor force, and then with automation, a lot of jobs are going to be cleared out anyways. So you have the jobs that you need, you keep those jobs, because that's pretty much going to be watching over the robots until the robots get so smart that they don't really need us. And then you're going to have to figure out what to do with people in their spare time after that, when we get to that point, but we'll probably be dead by then.
And there's also a lot of jobs to be created, like they said, jobs that can't be sent overseas, or jobs that can't be automated.
Reading to the elderly.
Yeah, elder care. You can't automate elder
wellness
care.
checks.
Yeah, exactly. You can't automate that. Yeah, you can put cameras in somebody's house or whatever.
But that's a lot. But nobody wants Big Brother. It's much nicer to have a young person come and knock on your door
and say, "Hey, how you doing?"
Okay.
And everything okay? Yeah, absolutely.
Do you need groceries?
Yeah, there's only so much you can automate fixing streets, right? There's only all this infrastructure work that needs to be done. We got decades of infrastructure work that needs to be done. And somebody told me it was something like 1,200 bridges in the state of Alabama can't take the weight of a school bus.
Oh my goodness.
That is crazy to me. That is absolutely nuts to me. Right? And this is all the work that could be done. We could cut a check, so to speak, and get that work done. People could have jobs for at least the next 6 decades. Right? Fixing and maintaining that work. And maintaining the work actually takes longer than the initial fixing. Right? Even if we use new fancy materials and go green and yada yada yada, there's still decades of work maintaining those things. So and there's plenty of work to be done, right? But we need to fix these primary things. But again, people don't realize it, but we're right. The country is currently trying to kill the working class. It is literally trying to destroy the working class so they can remake this country and have plenty of sources of cheap labor. We quit on the cheap labor shit. That's why they don't love us no more. We're like, fuck that. We want to get paid like white folks, right? They quit on us. So they're just going to import cheap labor until you guys realize what's going on. This is not xenophobic. This is not anti-immigrant. This is what being done to the country. Just look at the H-1B visa program, and then ask all the black folks that have skills in tech, ask them how they're doing driving Uber, right? So I mean, this is what's happening, right? Yeah. So you can play that game like you don't know and call me names. I don't give a fuck what you call me, right? Cut the check. So I mean, it's just things that I think about, and my brain is weird. Go ahead, Doc.
To build off of what you're talking about here and what Sam was mentioning with the nationalization of the workforce, I'd mentioned that our ability to live and feed our kids and this kind of stuff shouldn't be dependent on another person's desire to make profit. And as well, our ability to maintain our infrastructure or the jobs that need to be done in this country shouldn't depend on some company desiring to, charge 1.5 times as much as it should cost to build a bridge. What we need to do is we need to cancel all the private sector contracts we got in the country, and we need to put that money into the communities. And we need to say, okay, we need 3 bridges fixed in this community. We got this pool of people here. We're going to pay you this amount of money, and it shouldn't be $8.50 an hour or whatever the minimum wage is. It should be an actual living wage to get people who are not working right now, and maybe to some degree they might be on public assistance somehow. Get them good jobs, because people, I think, and I really believe this, I think people would rather work than get assistance. And
you'd rather work,
especially if you're getting a much better wage than you would otherwise. If you were trying to work for like McDonald's or whatever else, low skilled jobs, put all those people to work at good paying jobs. You can keep them working as long as you possibly can. They'll stay because they like jobs better than food stamps. And then you don't have to pay that extra money out to some private corporation. And Sam was really good at pointing out, this is different from reparations. Of course, this is an actual jobs program, and it actually benefits white people and black people, poor people alike in the community. And I think that is probably closer to socialism than whatever these Bernie Sanders people or AOC is talking about. Who are just talking about giving tax breaks to small businesses or Medicare for all and shit like that.
Yeah, those people are just trying to, they see all these people getting ready to age out. I mean, really age out like death, or in office, and they're just trying to replace those folks with these younger people like AOC in order to have some sort of majority. But obviously they're not going to do anything with it. When they got a chance to punch back, they don't punch back. You can only lay on your back for so long. Jesus Christ.
The Democrats actually can lay on their back for quite a lot longer.
Yeah. I'm talking about the squad and all these other folks.
Yeah.
Who talk a good game and Twitter the world of fire. But when they have an opportunity, like when they had a chance to force a vote on Medicare for all, they blew it.
Yeah.
And all these folks around them who are supposed to be leftists gave them room to do so. They protected them, the Young Turks and all these other clowns. Right? They just want the power. They don't give a fuck who gets hurt. They want the money and the power. And of course we get left out of that. We're not even part of that calculation, but we're changing that shit on that ass. All right, Mud, what you got, man? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I just think that the political and economic infrastructure of the country is not designed to give black people massive amount of resources. It's just not that way, because we don't have reparations. We never finished Reconstruction. So just the political infrastructure of how resources get distributed throughout all numerous states is not designed for us to get resources like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not designed for that. Like, it's designed for us to kind of get a crumb here and a crumb there while everybody else gets
subsistence. At best, subsistence.
And the fact that we getting resources is really because, I'm saying, after slavery, they didn't finish the job of Reconstruction and then gave us 100 more years of Jim Crow, and nothing has really been done to kind of undo that. Like, on a massive scale, like Reconstruction was really a massive effort. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was specific towards the descendants of slavery, and it was a massive effort. That's why you see a fucking black senator in Mississippi in 1872. You're like, what the fuck is this shit?
Where that Negro come from?
What? Yeah. A black lieutenant governor in Mississippi? What? Because the amount of it takes a whole focus to really enfranchise us. And people lazy. Not only people lazy, people are content with how the way society running. And they're like, yo, Negroes are so hurting. They hurting so bad. If you just give them a little bit of anything, you should be grateful, because nobody want to give you nothing. Yeah, it's like, what? When we owe so much, like, what? Who are you talking to? We is like, so like the whole infrastructure is not designed to give us massive amount of. To me, without reparations in the Black agenda, they'll never have that political infrastructure to even get the resources passed down to us. And like you said, you already know, we just had the coronavirus bills. We just spent, I don't know, nobody is counting the numbers. We just spent $5 trillion in a year. We just spent Okay. American Heroes Act, CARES Act. You feel me? The American Rescue Plan. 1.9 trillion, 2 trillion, 9 billion.
And you're not counting when they were giving the banks $1 trillion a day to stabilize the economy. Everybody skips over that number because they don't include it in the other figures.
That's going out the back door. Absolutely. That's going out the back door.
But I feel like based off the criteria that we set and based on everything, it's easier to give us reparations and easier to give us a whole specific Black agenda than it is to rearrange the whole American healthcare system. I'm talking about. It's harder to pass it because the country anti-Black, but it's
I bet
easier
you they
to
give
implement.
Asians
It's easier to
reparations
implement,
for.
but
I
it's harder
bet you
to
they give
pass.
Asians reparations for these verbal hate crimes before they give us reparations
call me a bad
for
name.
fucking
Yeah, I know when
state
coronavirus started off in New York, they had a whole they said they had a whole Asian hotline like, yo, this somebody called me Kung Flu, come arrest them. Like,
Kung
what
Flu.
the fuck? Like,
I never heard
they called me Kung Flu, arrest them. With him like with George Floyd, police about to kill me. Shut up, nigga, down. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, you feel me? Like, so that's what the fuck are you what? So like,
but they set up their own hotline. That's the thing. We can have a hotline too, but we're broke. So get some coins together and we can start a whole anti-Black campaign. But that's the difference between a community that has money and a community that doesn't.
Have money.
Asian community has more money than white people. And Chinese, Japanese, is mainly the Chinese that have been having these incidents, and Chinese people have more money than white people. So that's why the campaign's coming together so quick. And that's why it's organized.
I like to mention something
I
about
love you, Sam. I love you. I just want to know. I just want to know, Sam. What is what's the maternity? The birth maternity rate, whatever. What's the birth disparities between Asian women and white women in America? Asian Americans.
I think they don't have any. It's like the same. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Okay. You don't know?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy that motherfucker ain't. All right.
Yeah, I like to mention something about Reconstruction since John brought it up. We've got to remember what ended Reconstruction was the assassination of a president and white terrorism. And they were connected. Right?
Yeah.
White folks wanted their land back and they wanted their slaves back, and they got both. It's just the state paid for it. The state took care of all the ancillary costs of having slaves. They wanted their land back and they got their slaves back through terrorism and killing a president. It is what it is. White folks did that. We didn't do that. All right, go ahead. Just want to make that clear. Mud, you back yet, brother?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, to add on to John's point, not only did they pull that money out of nowhere, we also have a government that's running $1 trillion deficits on top of all of that. So, like, the reality is that we need to embrace MMT and realize that the government has the money to do reparations and has the money to do a bunch of these programs that a lot of people want to do on the left. And honestly, if we could get our like the politicians to reflect the kind of the attitude of the people, like, we could change the society in drastic ways to where we can damn near make everyone happy. Like, I think that the only issue is like the how do we like deal with the people who are pushing the open border stuff, because like it's been said before, you can't have like a welfare state and open borders because you can't do it for the whole world. Like, that's basically it. But yeah, I think that we all understand what the solution is. It's just that we got to get the will.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think one good John. I mean, yeah, but Mud brings up a good point that one of the things I said early on in this fight was, if you want to turn a lefty into a fiscal hawk, bring up reparations. First thing that comes out of their mouth is, where's that money going to come from? Motherfucker, you just talking about Medicare for all, right? You forgot about MMT that quick. MMT disappears when you bring up reparations. It is wild. I just want to make that point because I'm an asshole. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not lying. That's the truth. I mean, it's the hypocritical thing that they do. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, this is the best thing. In the United States, we got a fiat currency that the whole rest of the world wants. So we can print as many dollar bills as we want to print. We could print $1 that's $6 trillion dollar bill. You know what I'm saying? Like one big piece of paper that says $6 trillion on it,
Thanks,
and give it to the bank and say, here's our debt. Peace. And now let's work on reparations.
That's it.
Absolutely.
That's all it takes. And we could do that. We could do that. It doesn't even take an act of Congress. It just takes someone in the print shop putting a 6 trillion on there instead of a 1. And there you go.
The 6T bill, baby.
Yeah.
T bill's a whole different thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, family. I think well, I mean, this whole show is about getting the left on their getting them back on their ball. Like, but I guess, historically the left really hasn't been for us, honestly. I mean, if we look at the major movements in this country, around labor, around healthcare, we are a secondary thought at best. I used to think that the left was our best hope of getting good policy, right? Until again we start talking about reparations, and it's like, oh shit, that progressive just turned into fucking
Paul Ryan.
It turned him into fucking, I don't know, Mr. Fiscal Hawk from, I don't know, it turned him into to Rush Limbaugh in the blink of an eye.
Yeah,
A minute ago we were talking about Medicare for all and all this money flying out the door for everybody and everything. You mentioned reparations. Ooh,
I seen it in real time on Twitter. I seen it on real time. MG be like, what about reparations? Shut up, Negro. Shut up. I'm gonna put you back in check. Whoa. You talking about the Green New Deal though? But we need a Green New Deal, Negro. I'm like,
listen, I've been in groups too, and these conference calls and talking about reparations is scary. I was like, but you were just talking about housing for all. What are you talking about? So we're gonna give everybody a house, but we can't talk about reparations.
and that's the wild thing. If you pay reparations, the bill for everything else is a lot cheaper. You know what I mean? It's the logic to this, right?
You got to think, if 50% of the homeless are Black, if you give Black people reparations, boom, 50% of those people are no longer homeless because they got money to go get a place.
Within 5 years, right? Within 5 years, it's over, right? And that's part of the reason why.
And then you just throw money at the other 50% after that. Like, cool, we got the Negroes done. Boom, boom. Now we can knock out the rest of poverty. Boom, boom, done. Everybody's okay. Boom.
But that's part of the problem, Sam. Our suffering drives their movement, right? Because we're the core of the suffering in this country. If we get fixed, their movement dies.
That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that if Black people get fixed, that we're gonna stop fighting. But they don't understand that we're justice people. So we're not. Most of us won't take our money and run away with it. Most people take their money and put it together like Voltron and want to fight.
Yeah, and want to help people. Yeah, that's who we are. That's who we've always been, and that's the reason why we've been held down so long. Because people don't want an egalitarian society. So those people talking about with egalitarian leanings, keep them out, right? And the left just doesn't. Well, they don't want to understand. I started to say they don't understand. They don't want to understand because they want us to get like they say, suffer till revolution. That's our suffering they're talking about, not anybody else's suffering. They want us to suffer until revolution, right? That's what they want. So I mean, it is what it is. Doc, what you got, man?
Well, I was just going to say that the crazy small socialist party of the United States, and I'll make a little plug for this. I think they're on board with reparations. I think they have reparations as a campaign, especially last year. I think someone included them in.
Like, well, the Green Party had him in there, but they had a weird version of it, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what the Green Party's doing. I'm not part of them, but
or the socialist. What organization are you talking about?
The SPUSA, the old Socialist Party of America. Yeah, right, because they're like 750 people. But I will say that the vice president on the Green Party ticket is a member of the Socialist Party USA, Angela Walker. And I think that largely because of that, I mean, she's been pretty big with reparations. I think largely because of her efforts, the Socialist Party are taking on that cause, at least as part of a campaign. And 750 people, that's not much, but it's definitely
laser focus. They could be helpful, right?
Yeah.
And the right type of reparations, because there's a lot of folks that say things like we've just had in Evanston and they're trying to do in Oregon, and there's a bill in California. No, the right type of reparations that we're talking about, like From Here to Equality, the book by Dr. Sandy Darity, that's the brand of reparations that most of us are leaning towards, right? And if we can get some more organizations on board with that. I mean, it's a logical move,
Yeah.
right? So if we can get people going in that direction and fighting this fight publicly, let's talk.
Yeah. I don't see why, I don't think the Socialist Party will ever actually be the thing that pushes it over the line, because
but more the merrier. Coalition.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
If we can bring 750 people to fight, I think that'd be all right.
And we can shame the shit out of DSA. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
I love shaming assholes.
They have no shame. Have you seen Jimmy Dore's been dragging the life out of them.
Yeah, but he ain't getting on his reparations train. I'm gonna have to get in Jimmy's ass. But
not at all.
You gotta get him out of here. Remember Jimmy Dore talking about, I fought a black kid at school and I didn't want to fight him. He had a little tear. But I fought him because he was black. I can't with you, John. Look at the black dude that went to the Klan. Look at the black dude that killed with the Klan. Come on. Look at those boys ain't got that. I said, yo, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, Jimmy. Get out of here with the Boogaloo boys in that bag. Get out of my face with this bullshit, bro. You bugging out.
All right, John. Final words, man. What we got?
Yeah, I just think that Doc seems like he's a true socialist, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's a true white socialist. He really believes in
Doc was awesome.
To make the motherfucking country better. Like, you know what I mean? He understand, and he also understands that, from what it seems to me, that he understands that, putting black people whole can make us a better fighting force and making the whole country better. You know what I mean? Like, real talk, like making us whole is easier to achieve his goal of a utilitarian, egalitarian, whatever. You know, I can't pronounce the words, man. You know, but you know what I'm saying? A more equal society. Like having a more equal society and a more fair society, in a real America that we live on our principles. Like, you know, says that reparations comes first, not
and it would reverberate around the world. Absolutely.
Yeah. Real talk, like, reparations comes first, not before any type of universal program when you have not undone the damage of slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and all this other shit that we got to go through. You know what I mean? Like, how can you feel me? Like, how can you claim that you're about everybody being equal, but you ain't even take real steps to do the things that made the most people in this country as the most unequal? You ain't even take them steps to even do that. And you want them to get on your side just because you don't got nothing and they're going to give you something? Like, what the fuck is that? So, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about the socialists. You feel me? Like, real shit, like, live up to what you say then. If you're going to be a socialist in the D1, I ain't got no problem with you or nothing like that. But I put my people first, though. So, you feel me? This is society I live in. I don't lean left or right. I lean Negro. Whatever's best for the Negro, that's what I'm with.
That's what
everybody else does. And I feel like the left is better, but it is not. You feel me? Like, but they still they use that, the fact that they are better, to kind of like fuck us up a little bit. And you gotta stop this shit.
Same Democrats do with the Republicans, but nobody's really on our side.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's my last thought.
Mom and poppiness. Sam, what you got? Final words, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Give me my money. Then do wealth redistribution. I say I want reparations, and then I want y'all to do wealth redistribution, and then we can actually start having a serious conversation. Like, so, I'm all here for. I like Doc's idea about nationalizing the workforce, though, because we need a federal jobs guarantee. We need all that good stuff because climate change is coming. It is here. We need to be building new cities and high ground sustainability. We need to be on all kinds of other stuff right now, and we're talking about pennies and fixing fucked up freeways for cars that we shouldn't be driving right now. I'm just saying, like, we need to start talking about redoing the way we do transportation in this country as a whole. But but then you're talking about fucking up a whole nother industry. But gotta do what you gotta do. Like, they did foul shit to get it this way. Anyway, so little history lesson. I live in Los Angeles. So in Los Angeles used to have streetcars and little train systems and stuff. And Ford bought up all the trains and shut them down so people would drive more.
Wow, I did not know
so there's a reason why they have all these cars and all these freeways and stuff like that. So there's just a lot of stuff we need to do going forward, and we could easily do it by putting money in people's pockets and giving people comfortable American lives that we've been advertising all these years. But they don't want to do it, and we're too weak to force them to do it. So I don't know what to say. This is why I teeter between apathy and fatalism on a regular basis, because it's just
that's some teetering for your ass. God damn, girl.
Because it's just like, because I meet young people, like, I was just going to junior college and I was meeting like 18, 19, 20-year-olds who were just like, well, it just is what it is. So what are you going to do? And I'm like, you're like 18. You ain't got no kids. You ain't got no career. Like, if you can't fight now, you're never going to fight. So I don't know. Like, so I want to see people do better. Like, I want to see people actually, I don't know, trying to make a better future for everybody, because this ain't it. Mm-hmm. And you would think this pandemic should have been the thing that should have sparked everything to make things better. And it didn't. Like, you got to think about, we had all those protests last summer. What did Black people get for those protests? Nothing. Like, nothing. Like, legislatively.
Got Joe Biden. Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. We got Jim Crow Joe. Like, come on. So it's just, I want to be excited and I want to have faith going forward, but I just need to see more movement from people. Like, the good thing is, like, I meet people like Doc and I'm like, okay, good. I got Edie. I keep meeting people. I'm like, okay, so I'm like, it's out there. So I guess it's good that we're all kind of linking together little by little, but it's like, will it be fast enough before things get worse? Because I have a feeling like, okay, great. When coronavirus is over, great, but we're still going to deal with the economic fallout from that. A lot of these businesses are not coming back. And what happens when they start cutting off people's unemployment? It doesn't come back because the economy's open again. Get back to work. Mm-hmm. Especially the gig workers. They're like,
mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. That's for sure.
A lot of work. So that's my final thought. Sorry, nothing happy. Just.
Well, we're glad to have you around, Sam.
I'm not here for my sweet words, my sweet thoughts.
We love you anyway. All right, thanks, Sam. Mud, what you got, man?
Yeah, I just want to alleviate any fears that socialists will have that reparations will completely take Black people out of the socialist fight. Reparations, like, for the most part, the idea is like really just to stabilize us. It's not going to like make us all mega wealthy. It's pretty much going to put us on par with like a lot of the socialists that are out there now who are kind of like middle class, upper middle class. Yeah. And these are like the type of people that are heading the movement, and they're like, I shouldn't say heading the movement, but in leadership positions. Mm-hmm. And they're concerned about us not being committed to the fight based on a struggle that they never experienced, but somehow they're committed to the fight. Also, like this, I think that they missed the point. Part of why we aren't like, a lot of us aren't to the left as far as like being like mixed in with their movements and organizing with them, is based on past failed promises of like improving our situation. Like, you've been holding that carrot on the string in front of us for so long that, you know, we're no longer interested. So like, if you actually did that, like if you actually got us some type of victory, we would be more invested in the fight, is what I'm saying, essentially. Mm-hmm. And that victory would have to be reparations.
Yeah, these are facts. Yeah. All right. So everybody, Doc, what's your final words? Since you're the guest here, you got any final words for us?
Well, speaking for all white people,
I appreciate that. Somebody got to.
Yeah, it's about time. The way I see it is a little bit different, I suppose, than what other people do. But the way I see it is, if I'm able to do anything, or if we're able to do anything as a society to help Black people, all right, especially with reparations, and I'm really keyed into that because, you know, I haven't talked with Sam quite a bit, and I've learned quite a bit while doing prep for that show and also for this one. You know, it seems to me that helping the Black people in this country also helps white people, because it kind of takes any kind of competition for these resources, even if we assume that resources are limited, which we shouldn't. It takes that off the table. So we're not competing with one another. We actually have a common ground then to stand on, to actually say, okay, we have common cause with one another, and here's how we can actually work together instead of working at cross purposes. And it seems to me a very reasonable, a very easy thing to come to that conclusion. And so, I think that part of the thing that we got to do is we got to just, I don't even know how to do it. I don't even know what to say, but it has to come to a more general, understanding, and more general view of that among white people, I think. And whether or not that'll ever happen, I don't know. I mean, I've been waiting for socialism for God knows how long, and we're not any closer to that than we were when I started. So John might be right. It might be way easier to do reparations, and then we can talk about all the rest of the stuff later on. Maybe that should be the first stop. Maybe that should be the first thing we do.
Yeah.
I agree with reparations first. That's my motto.
Reparations first. All right. So just for my final words, just a big piggyback off what Doc said. We are changing people's minds slowly. As Sam says, we're changing people's minds faster than what happened with gay marriage, which is wild to me. So we're slowly changing people's minds, and we're getting closer to where we need to be on this issue. And did you want to say something, Sam? Oh, you just enjoying that sandwich. All right. So man, that looks good. I'm hungry as hell. All right. So, but again, to piggyback off what Doc was saying, we got to stop. We have to start moving forward, and we're making waves. There's a logical argument to be made for reparations. Harm done to a specific group of people. Let's get this policy in order, right? And on the political side, people have argued that. I mean, I've been talking a lot about fights I've had with lefties for a while here, but many people on the left say there is no political argument for reparations. When justice stopped being a political argument for anything, justice and freedom stopped being a political argument for anything. I don't know when that happened. Right. So a lot of this is people don't want to have this fight because they know it is a hard fight, but we're making it easier for you. We're changing people's minds every day. Right. And there's always going to be hardcore people that don't want us to succeed. They just simply don't want us to succeed. They don't think we deserve anything. And it is what it is. Right. We understand that. We just need enough. Join us in our fight or get out the way. That's really what it boils down to. All right, that's it, family. Thanks for listening to Reset Race again. I'm Michael Graham from Actify Press. Doc came by and visited us. John, Sam, and Mud. We love you guys. And you guys stick with us, and let's all be great together through reparations.
Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
I'm
gonna cut this.
Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Penniers, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin Mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. Ados need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, to win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. Ados need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake.
Jump in, right? So Brianna is trying to recreate the New Deal Coalition. And for those of y'all who don't know what the New Deal Coalition, Northern racists and Southern racists came together to block poor Black people from getting their cut of the New Deal. And yes, there was a couple of poor white farmers who got cut and who got screwed in that process. But Edie told me about a family member who went and got a job, a federal jobs program, in the federal jobs program for the New Deal. So they might have got screwed on the farming bit, but they were able to go into something else. So what she's trying to do is rebuild that coalition, and that coalition fucks us.
The Democratic Party was a strange bedfellows institution. Northern liberals like Robert Wagner of New York, Southern racists like Theodore Bilbo of Mississippi. And after 1938, a majority of Democrats in Congress were from the 17 states in the Union that practiced mandatory racial segregation. So one of the questions I placed front and center in the book was, well, what difference did that make? We kept legislative government. We kept lawmaking. We kept democracy. But we did so in a Faustian bargain that linked modern American democracy and its remaking to the least liberal, least democratic part of the American polity.
I know you're a New Dealer, and I know you want the New Deal without the racism, and I do too.
Yeah, I agreed with everybody. Like, it's a centuries old. Like, what was Brianna thinking? It's not just years. Like, this, the groundwork has been laid for this ever since the end of the Civil War. And two, like, shaming is the only way to go. That's the only thing. We need more good people who have it in their heart to help change the conversation, to stand up. And I know a lot of these good people, and I'm actually starting to see them stand up with COVID. And, you know, but it's difficult. You're right. They get shut out of their church groups, you know, and that's most important, and their social groups. So, but I firmly believe shaming I hate to say violence, the two things that the folks like this grew up with is shaming and violence. That's how they were reared. That's how they were controlled by their parents. So they naturally, a lot of these people, I can't say everybody, but I know, if you grew up in Southern culture, Southern culture, they're proud of their weapons and stuff. And so shame and violence are the way to go. I don't want to go to that violence route. So I say we should shame as much as possible. And as far as the New Deal coalition, of course, there was a switch going on in the Republican Party that we should talk about at some point, where they were trying to attract whites more. So they were pushing against Black people and they didn't have anywhere to go. And so they ended up in the lump with the coalition, and they totally got screwed by Dixiecrats and, Northern folks who did not want to do these programs for Black people. So yeah, I'm for the New Deal, and I want New Deal with no racism. But Dixiecrats, like Joe Manchin, always stand in our way, don't they? I mean, he is a Dixiecrat, and he's pulling his role 85 years later, the same as, some Republican is doing. Whatever, I got lost in that one. But yeah, we got the
We got where
same
you're going
strain.
with it.
So
Y'all
she
got
said,
anything before I go back? Okay, please go ahead.
I do. She asked if this was scalable, and I don't know if she knows this, but like about 40 and a couple years ago, right? They used to call Germany Nazi Germany. These days they just call it regular Germany. So apparently, this is pretty scalable. The violence and all of it. I'm just saying. And as far as like working with these extremist groups for practical reasons, how come nobody's looking to work with ISIS? Didn't they just take over Afghanistan?
Right.
And aren't there like 2 billion Muslims? Don't we need the numbers?
Oh, because
or
they're
does it
not
only
Christians.
work when it's white people?
They're not Christians and they're not white.
But I'm saying these Nazis, like we went to war with these people. Like we tried
the
to
same
end
way
this.
we did with the Confederates. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but many people in our government agreed with them at the time on some
But
things.
like this is anti-American terrorism. I don't understand why we as Black Americans, and she invoked that identity, so she has to hold this. I don't understand why we as Black Americans have to embrace this. Like, no, absolutely not. Like, I had nothing to do with the Nazism, and I don't want nothing to do with it now. Y'all keep that over there.
I'm with it. Anybody else? All right, let's rock back into it then.
And that they have been able to scale it at a significant degree. That in some ways, and we've talked about the Powell memo on the show a lot, but it's this, famous memo by soon-to-be Supreme Court Justice Lewis Powell, where he set out an agenda for the conservative party in the 1970s and said, well, look, we're losing the culture wars. This is how we fix it. And it was 30 years before Fox News, which was one of the goals of the Powell memo, a right-wing news organization, manifested. And, we're just now seeing the apotheosis of their efforts to take the Supreme Court and all of this stuff, right? And that there is a way that the long game, I think, while frustrating and not as instantly gratifying, is very effective. On the other hand, I'm concerned about what it means to say something like, we don't let them into our towns, we don't let them into our universities. Just on a logistical level, I don't know what that even begins to look like. And so I am skeptical about the idea that that in and of itself could be scalable.
You're completely entitled to your.
So I want to go with that, right? Where she was like, well, how would we find out? Well, how about we just start with the ones who are actively participating in Nazism? The people going to the meetings, getting the tattoos, writing the hate speech. How about we start there?
I feel like America knows how to do this. I feel like a little stop and frisk, a little mass incarceration. We'll get this figured out.
Yeah, the keeping them out of our schools. I think there was a thing called segregation that, we figured this, we figured out these tactics before. But yeah, I mean, there are people that literally self-identify as Nazis. Like, why are we acting like we can't figure? Let's start there, and then the motherfuckers that try to hide it. I mean, we have tactics for that. Shout out to the NSA. We can figure this shit out.
Mm-hmm. We could definitely figure it out. So anything before I let her play some more? Because I just find that so, oh my God, how will we find out who are Nazis? Maybe let's start with the Nazi websites. Like, you know what I mean? I,
How do we
nobody's
find
saying
out who are
like,
terrorists?
all right, I'm gonna play some more. Brianna, you are a terrible human being. Papa Legba, I hope you torture her in her sleep. And I hope your actual ancestors torture you in your sleep as well.
I don't give a wet donkey shit about your title. I shine to only one thing. Your soul.
Then let's talk business. I give you my soul. And what do you give me in return?
Freedom from death.
I want terms defined. Life everlasting. No aging. No decrepitude. Forever.
Just like that.
Just like that.
In exchange, you provide services. One night a year on the date of my choosing. No refusal ever.
What kind of services?
For instance, would you cripple your daughter?
Today? Absolutely.
Murder an innocent. Someone you love.
Whatever it takes.
Then we have a deal.
Seal it.
The deal is off. Why? You have nothing to sell. You have no soul.
Skepticism. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like
Well, but
the Lavin memo then is a 30-year long plan of fuck like racism and make it unacceptable, make it pariah, make it like throw it onto an island and an ice flow and do
what does
that
it look?
through physical violence and you know through everything from physical violence to doxing to public protest. You use every tool at your disposal. And no, I have no interest. I have no interest in building a coalition with these people. And you may, but the less attractive you can make these ideas seem. To bring back the smoking, analogy, fewer people smoke because you can't smoke in a movie theater. Fewer people smoke because you can't smoke in a bar. Fewer people smoke because you have to stand on a street corner and feel like shit. So
what
let's
was
make
it,
it like that.
What was it that made you at this point decide to quit smoking?
I've been running and I wanted to be able to run more.
So it wasn't that people kind of harangued you and said smoking is bad.
Oh, that
helped.
That helped.
But I presume that people have been saying that sort of thing since whenever it was you started smoking. It's bad for your health. Blah, blah,
I mean,
blah,
listen, like
smells, all the
I
things
don't
that people
think that
say.
I'm going to be able to convince you. I think if you want to like hold hands with a Nazi and kiss them gently on the cheek, that's fine. I just don't think that's going to work out well for you.
Do you think that what I'm arguing for is that I Brianna Joy Gray, who was sitting before you as a Black woman, wants to hold hands with Nazis and kiss them in the street?
Yes.
I'm not trying to debate you at all here.
100%.
I'm trying to
Yeah, you are. But so this is my thing, right? So Brianna, she always talks about how Black people are like, oh, I would respect her opinions if she wasn't a white man, or she talks about how people call her Uncle Tom, how people say she's not Black, and all this other shit. But you don't have poor Black people politics, but then you have the nerve when you get upset that people call you out about how you are as a Black person, you get upset, but then you say, well, me as a Black person, you are not an average Black person. You have a different upbringing. You come from a different class. You have a very different understanding of what Blackness is. And being that you are not connected to the poor Black community, which is the majority of the country, you speak for no one except for yourself. So why would you say, are you trying to say as a Black woman? Everybody can look at you and tell you're fucking Black. Why do you have to say as a Black woman? That's like when a gay man be like, well, as a gay man, are you trying to say that I hate? What the fuck did that have to do with her saying that she has no interest in aligning with Nazis, but maybe you do? You're talking to her about how she should decide to build coalitions with extremists and spend years de-radicalizing them versus going to the 100 million people in this country who don't vote.
Or,
ahead, guys.
or going to the Black people that cost Bernie Sanders elections twice and getting them to come to your side. Like this is the craziness of it. It's like it's so fucking clear what the left needs to do, but they want to go all around the world, and you know, it really doesn't make any fucking sense. Which is why when you're having this conversation, you probably end up getting frustrated, like this Talia woman, and say, "Look, obviously you just want to fucking kiss and hold hands with these motherfuckers. What else do you want from me?" Like, I don't know.
I agree.
And I haven't read Talia's book, and when I have some time, I'll have to sit down and read it. Maybe during our Christmas break when we finally take a good three weeks off. But so this is my thing. If you're going to bring on guests, right, and you know what the guests are about and what they're talking and writing about, why didn't you have a conversation with Talia about what she does and what kind of is in her book? Like, Edie, from what you were explaining to me, she's not talking about, on her Twitter, she was never talking about us needing to de-escalate Nazis or extremists. So why, like we were saying at the very beginning of this episode, why have this conversation with Talia instead of having this conversation with like a gentleman who had, because there's this guy, I'll probably put the video in here. I'm gonna put the little short news video in here, and I'll probably put the TED Talk video at the very end for the nerds who want to sit and listen to it. But like, he talks about how he became de-radicalized, but how he explains it took years for that to happen. Like there was like a whole series of events. So why don't you talk to that man about the importance of de-radicalizing and building coalitions with Nazis?
My journey quickly enough.
Why not have Daryl Davis come on and talk about the importance of de-radicalization and working with white supremacists? Because this is their work. Why talk to a person who this is not their work?
Well, I scratch all of that. Why not just go to like talking about how we prevent this by changing education so that people get a full understanding of what the fuck happened in this country, instead of being oblivious and being susceptible to some fantasy that white supremacists feed you about how Black people have been dragging that society down and we need to get rid of the problem. Like why not just start? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So please, no, I want you to finish. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
No, I'm just saying, like, the way to, if you want to de-radicalize America as far as race is concerned, you start in the schools. That's where you start. You start with education, and you start by just teaching straight up American history. Like, unfiltered, just tell the fucking truth, and people will understand that, you know, white supremacy is evil. Like you don't really need to, you don't need to fucking play these tricks with people who have been indoctrinated for 30, 40 years. Like you're going to fucking, by the time you change them, they're probably ready to check out anyways. Like, fuck.
Or they're just not gonna. Yeah, Mud, I want to push even further with what you said. How about we put the education in the schools, and how about we fix the material conditions of poor people that makes it appealing for them to be radicalized? So instead of going to the people who have already been radicalized, how about you make it where little Johnny's dad doesn't get, laid off and never gets another job and starts drinking and beating his mom? You understand what I'm saying? Like that later on leads him down the path to become an extremist. Like, there's so many factors, but why do we wait till Johnny's an extremist? Why not help Johnny right now? That's the problem. You're not talking about fixing the root causes. You're talking about starting at the end and trying to work them back. That's insane. In a country that has over 240 million people or something like that, like, you bugging.
I wanted to address that I as a Black woman thing again, just because, like, I just watched an hour lecture of this person explaining why weaponizing your identity and using it as a shield to avoid substantive critiques. We'll get that in post. Don't worry about it.
You already got, yeah, you know, in my head, I was already saying I'm gonna need that link and I'm going to need the timestamp.
I got you.
We've seen a lot in contemporary, contemporary political moment, is that identity is being used not as a proxy for one's political beliefs, but as a complete substitute for their political perspective. So 2016, not to relitigate the election, but for what it's worth, was a really good example of how these things played out. And I think part of why 2016 was so contentious is because there were these gulfs between people's personal identities and what they were supposed to stand for, and people's actual politics. So one of the best examples of this was the Bernie Bro phenomenon. Now, I believe it was a Vanity Fair writer who coined the term, has subsequently written and said that he regrets doing so because he didn't think it was going to be quite as viral and pervasive as it was, and he was actually someone who was sympathetic in part to the progressive message. But what happened was there was this belief that because Bernie Sanders supporters were predominantly white, which is debatable, but even assuming that's the case, there was this subsequent logical leap that said, therefore, the man's ideas must be pro-white and, in fact, antithetical to the needs and interests of people of color. And some people took that even farther to imply pretty strongly that the man himself was racist, and anything that was said or done by his supporters was directly attributed to him consciously in a way that wasn't necessarily done with other politicians. So lest you think that I'm exaggerating or being defensive about this, evidence is forthcoming in the form of tweet grabs. But one of the most frustrating arguments that I saw among a lot of my peers from this law school, intelligent people whom I respect a lot, was that after the early primary votes in southern states, we got a lot of people saying things like, the majority of Black voters did not support Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary. Therefore, as the northern states are rolling around, northern primaries are rolling around, if you support Bernie Sanders, you are, quote, disenfranchising Black voters. Now, you probably understand what the word disenfranchise actually means, and it doesn't mean voting in a contrary fashion to somebody that you disagree with. But as a Black voter who planned to vote for Bernie Sanders when the New York primary came around, it was very disorienting to be told that basically my people had spoken, and that therefore my own political beliefs, which were rooted in what I understood the candidate's underlying values to be and their underlying political agenda to be, were invalidated not because of anything that he had actually said or done, but because the voter pool that had voted prior to my own primary coming up had spoken for me, and their identity dictated something about that candidate's value. So I just grabbed a little screen grab there of a tweet that showed somebody making the argument in the course of a chain that that Hillary was a better candidate, not for substantive reasons, which obviously could be argued, but because she got overwhelmingly the votes of POC. What she didn't get, this person notes, is white women and uneducated white men, and the implication being that anyone who does get white women and uneducated white men is, as a candidate, inferior. So what we saw was, while people were making arguments, Ryan Cooper of The Week was one of these, a white man who was making arguments that were critiquing some of the not just 2016 candidates, but some of the 2020 hopefuls as 2017 came around and people immediately started looking to see how we were going to get out of this, was that critiques of people like Kamala Harris and Cory Booker were criticized as being racist. So what you saw was people on the left saying, well, we have Black Lives Matter now. We're very concerned about issues relating to police violence. Maybe we shouldn't have a former prosecutor who has a record in which she has been very aggressive and proud of her record of incarceration, leading the charge of the liberal agenda. You had people critiquing Hillary Clinton's choice of Tim Kaine as VP, saying things like, okay, well, if we want the best candidate for women, what do we think about this guy who supports the Hyde Amendment, which would forbid federal funding for abortion services? And what do we feel about his record for governor, in which he voted for a number of pro-life types of interventions, including getting parental permission to get abortions and things like that. But those critiques didn't land very well. What you saw was that critiques of even Tim Kaine by proxy of Hillary Clinton were called sexist. And critiques of Kamala Harris's criminal justice record were described as racist and or sexist. So what you got was this idea of this way in which identity became a substitute for people's underlying political beliefs in their entirety. Another phenomenon you got was the idea that whiteness itself became the focus of critique, as opposed to the power that often accrues with whiteness. So we all understand that we live in a world where race has been used as an instrument of power, right? So there's a certain overlap of interest between people who have the most wealth, money, and power in this world, and who are also white. And that has caused us to do things like conflate what we're actually upset about with a person's identity. So frequently you get people who say things like, Bernie Sanders is straight white male privilege in an ill-fitting suit. I'm not clear what the substantive critique is there, right? So there's a critique that could be made saying, if you were to say, Bernie Sanders' perspective in life doesn't allow him to understand this issue, and here's the evidence of it. You know, because he's a senator from Vermont, he has shown tone deafness when talking about these specific minority issues. But the fact of being straight or white or male does not in and of itself say anything about somebody's beliefs or values. And while I understand that we live in a world where we have to make generalizations, we're hit with a lot of information every day, and we all do it to some degree, there's a certain critical leap that is being made, or rather a critical oversight, more accurately, that is being made that's causing people to conflate whiteness and power. And I don't have a problem with that, because I'm out here trying to play the world's tiniest violin for white men who are falsely accused of having too much power. But what the problem is I don't want people to forget what we're actually objecting to. Because the world is changing. And there's going to come a time where the person in power, the person who's problematic, the person that is trying to curb the liberties of more vulnerable people around them is not necessarily going to be white. And we're going to have to do a radical change in our language when that time comes around if we don't start identifying better what it is that we're actually objecting to. I also think this presents a real risk in America, in a country where increasingly there are people who are, shall we say, happy to stigmatize identity politics and the way that we talk about race, and say that we're the ones that are being intolerant, and that we're being racist against whites, and that therefore, why not have an organization that's pro-white, hypothetically? What's wrong with standing up for pro-white identity interests? What's wrong with going down to Home Depot and getting a few tiki torches, lighting them up and walking around, shouting about how white identity matters as well? And so, you know, this is a tricky point, because I don't mean to say that to lay the blame at the feet of obviously marginalized groups for the kind of backlash that we've seen in terms of the alt-right and some of the the racism that we saw in Charlottesville last summer. But I do think that the way that we talk about race is oftentimes imprecise in a way that makes it easy to parody and easy to frame as though it is objections to it are legitimate, right? So I just don't. My personal view is that I think the left could do a lot of good work to make sure that we're not using language that is easy fodder for people who would use our own identity framing against us and to the detriment of people who are actually, in fact, marginalized. And then an example on the right, you see someone who.
Yeah, because I'll make sure that goes right on it.
She's going in about, like, mind you, this is our lecture, and like how identity politics shouldn't be used in this way, how it should never be used against Bernie Sanders, these things, this, that, and the third, right? And yet the second she has an opportunity to do the exact thing that she's been complaining about this entire time, she takes it. Which tells me you don't have any principles. I used to think that you were just committed to being a leftist, and it largely had to do with you growing up mostly being in predominantly white spaces, as you confirmed in the past. However, that's not really the case. You are just Candace Owens, but smart. And I hope you feel every bit of the insult that is.
Harvard educated Candace Owens.
Yeah, I question her being smarter. I would say she maybe is more knowledgeable in some areas.
Cunning. How about cunning? More crafty.
Yeah.
Well, she's a lawyer. Well, she graduated law school.
From Harvard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if she was smarter than Candace Owens, she would have avoided this issue. Like,
she would have fucked with a Jewish woman and told her that she should be friends with Nazis. Like, the fact that she thought she was going to talk to a Jewish woman the way she talks to Black people, I don't know what the fuck wrong with her. You ain't white, boo boo.
Pretty much.
I don't know. This whole thing feels a lot like Candace's Hitler was a good nationalist thing.
Whoa.
Nazis are cool too, they're just
I don't
people.
follow Candace Owens like that, so. Oof.
Oh, she said that to Congress. Candace be out here wilding.
Anybody else? Y'all got anything else before I play this?
What I think are some tensions that I too am wrestling with, and I would hope that since we're both members of this group, of these groups, that certainly see no benefit in appeasing Nazis, that we can have a conversation that doesn't presume that where we're coming from is because of some natural sympathy with these groups, as opposed to genuinely trying to strategize about how to fix this problem that we very much agree on, which is that America is being increasingly radicalized in these extremist ways.
I feel like I've stated my position repeatedly, and then I don't quite know how to react to respond other than like, no, I really believe what I believe. Like, I really think like that stigmatization, that pariah, dumb, that physical confrontation, that, I think people think that they're too cool for anti-fascism. People think anti-fascism is lame. People think that, it's gauche. It's not enough. Yes, of course, I believe that, like, we should have Medicare for all, that we should have social, like, safety net policies, that we shouldn't, like, leave people to be deprived, alone, like, to feel, like, these senses of loss and the elements of vulnerability to radicalization are like very common human emotions. Is feeling lost, is feeling lonely, is feeling purposeless, and like, everything we can do to mitigate those feelings in such large masses of the population, like, that's great. I think there are many constructive things you can do to fight Nazism that don't involve, like, brass knuckling up and like just flattening the nose of a Proud Boy, but like, I think you have to be willing to brass knuckle up and flatten the nose of a Proud Boy too. Like, there is no space for coalitional politics with these people, to my mind.
So one of the, I think, parts of the book that I found to be really interesting was when you were talking about how banal many of these individuals were when you were talking to them on the websites and the dating site, right? And how the banality of their lives was abutting these like really horrific belief systems. And he would go from talking about, you know, casually, oh, I'm making my pork and bean dinner or whatever, to, you know, Jews, let's kill them. Am I right? You know?
Yeah, or like, let's talk about the, N-words.
Yeah. So I remember when I was, you know, reading that section, you know, you explained that the banality almost made you feel less empathy for these people. Can you talk a little bit about the kind of emotional reaction you had to being that close and in those intimate spaces and having these people trust you in that way with these incredibly ugly parts of their lives?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, so you'll see so often in journalism about Nazis, this shock that they're people. Like it's there was an infamous sort of New York Times profile of Tony Hoveder, who's a pretty well known white supremacist. Was like, oh my God, like he has a wife and a house and like he made dinner and like, he didn't like, I don't know, jizz a swastika onto the wall while making pasta. Like, I mean, it's that level of parodic, like, oh my God, Nazis are people too. And I'm like, of course they're people. You start with the presumption that they're people with whole lives, with moral universes as complex and wild as yours and mine.
So doesn't that kind of get back to that good bad binary thing that I always post with Robin DiAngelo, where people assume if like you're an extremist, a Nazi, or a white supremacist, that you can't like love your wife and be nice to your kids and like be a deacon at your church? Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. I just want to keep going. Okay.
And like, you start with the assumption that these are ordinary people. And then you see what these ordinary people have dedicated their lives to. And if that doesn't make you fucking mad, it makes me fucking mad.
Yeah, so I
To me, it doesn't absolve them. Their humanity doesn't absolve them. Their humanity condemns them for.
Yeah.
So I completely relate to this frustration that folks are shocked about the fact that racists aren't, you know, some separate breed or species that, you know, are easily identified by, you know, tentacles or something. Like I totally relate to that feeling. At the same time, when I was reading your description of these lives, what struck me was not necessarily that they were so average, but there were some ways in which it did feel very atypical. A lot of the guys that you described, you know, you talk at length about describing the incel movement, the involuntary celibates, that a lot of these men have very little in the way of kind of romantic or social infrastructure in their lives at all. You describe one guy making dinner and that he makes the same kind of, it was kind of a bizarre, very imbalanced meal of like pork and beans or something every single night.
No, it was canned beef and pineapples.
Canned beef. Oh yes, it was beef and like canned beans and then a swig of pineapple juice to break it up, I guess, so he doesn't get scurvy. You know, and I remember reading that and thinking, oh, well, this, I mean, in some ways it's banal because he's like a guy making dinner every night, but in other ways, the details of his life point to someone who is not a functioning member of society and has a lot of other things going on. That led me not to say it absolves him of any way, because there are a lot of poor people who aren't obviously white supremacists. In fact, obviously disproportionately, poor people in America are not white at all. But it did, I gotta confess, it did make me not feel empathy for the person, but it made me say, this is a tension point for political radicalization. Like this is an
R. Kelly. R. Kelly was molested by women from the time he was a child. He grew up and became a raper and molester of children and did it all the way until now. Is R. Kelly a victim? Yes. Are his victims victims? Yes. Should he still be treated like a pariah and be under a jail for what he did to children over the years? Yes. All things can be true. And I'm not even saying these people are victims, but I'm saying just because Black people have hard upbringings, we don't get to go and be extremists because of that. Because nobody cares when people join gangs. And I'm not even equating that to being the same as being a Nazi, but what I'm saying is nobody makes excuses for why people join organizations when never. Do y'all get where I'm going? Was I clear about that? Does that make sense? Because I'm not defending R. Kelly. I'm just making a point though. Like, he was a victim when he was a child, and he grew up and became that monster and created new victims. We don't absolve him because he was originally a victim. We don't. That's not how it works.
What are they victims of though? Oh, the class.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
sorry. I
That
hate
was
to
a
use the
stupid.
word. No, it wasn't a stupid question. I don't know if I necessarily, because she didn't necessarily use victim, but what she was saying is I use victim because I used R. Kelly, and when you talk about it, you gotta talk about it. Yeah. But with her, what I'm trying to say is she's saying, well, because of their conditions and the things that have happened, that's why they're Nazis. So we should try to de-radicalize them because they wouldn't have been Nazis if this wouldn't have happened. But instead of changing the conditions that wouldn't create more Nazis and going to the people who aren't Nazis, you want to deprogram Nazis.
Yeah, I mean,
does deprogramming Nazis is no, I'm not gonna say that because I was gonna.
I could see why Talia's getting completely frustrated with Brianna pushing this idea that you can get these people to reform, and the fact that she wrote this whole damn book and she's going to bring up the beans and the pineapple juice and something is.
She obviously didn't read it.
Yeah, I feel like that it was really I'm not sure what kind of place Brianna holds. I don't hear much about her. I read the news all the time. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but I'm on Facebook. And, my older white lady liberals are not pushing Brianna Joy Gray stuff.
And Black people ain't neither. So who's watching her?
Exactly. So I feel like Talia was a guest because Brianna was trying to get more views because she's still trying to find her place. She doesn't have a solid place. The establishment doesn't want her. And now, like, she's breaking down the people on the left who would want to be with her. No, I haven't watched her podcast since like the first one, and I only watched half. And then I started talking to Samantha. So
and Mud's the one who made me hate her because I had no problems with Brianna Greyjoy until I started watching her because I wasn't paying attention to her because she wasn't speaking to me. She wasn't speaking to Black people. She was speaking to white people as a Black person pretending to speak for Black people. So she was never on my radar. And the one time that she did cross my radar is when she let AOC get away with that bullshit with what is Black, who is Black. When she was talking about reparations. Well, what is Black? Who is Black? In a country where there's so much mixing and diversity, we've always been mixed and diverse in this country. It was called rape and slavery.
I want to say, I think that this points to a larger issue is the fact that folks are just trying to make money now. Like, do we see Brianna trying to, and it just goes to show that I don't think anybody thinks we're going to get anything done.
I don't even.
And now it's just, let me make some money so I can survive.
My first question is, as a Black American, why don't you have better things to do? Like, of all the things you could be doing, of all the things you could be focused on, your issue today was to de-radicalize Nazis? How are we gonna pay for that?
And it's really it is a lifetime thing. Like, I still have Dixie pop in my head. Dixie, the song Dixie. So like,
you and I had to stop watching Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, I haven't watched that in a couple of decades, but you
Oh, you're
know,
better
that's
than me.
it's a lifetime
It's been
thing.
at
And
least 10 years.
even the people in my family who are Democrats and who are more, they're not like, I don't know, they're kind of conservatives anyway. It's still, I find myself rolling my eyes at some of the things they still say. But, you know, I'm talking about women who are in their early 60s and stuff. So I'm still trying to beat back, you know, the bits of racism that folks don't see anything wrong with it. You know what I don't want to pull out any examples, but even with Democrats, we're still fighting racism in our party, although I know y'all point that out all the time here. It was pretty surprising for me when I figured it out because I didn't know. But
I think a lot of just good regular white people don't know.
They don't always see, the older don't see that what they're saying is racist. And we still have myths that we're trying to beat back. So like, and when you're like, if Brianna wants to know like how bad it can get, I told my dad said something racist while he was in the car with me when I was 45, 42. I can't remember how old I was. It was just a few years ago, with my child in the back seat. And we're waiting for my mother to come out of the grocery store, all in the car together. And we had seen two women who were Hispanic walking, and he said something nasty about how he's sure they're illegal immigrants taking welfare. And I said that it was ignorance that made him believe that. And that man undid his seatbelt like he was undoing his belt when I was a kid, and he was going to get out of that car and smack me, a 42-year-old woman, as a 42-year-old white woman, his daughter. So things get violent very quick, even within families. This is a tough battle that she's choosing, and she should just choose to go with the folks who don't vote rather than try to swing these people. It's just not going to work.
But the thing is, Brianna's not going to do this work. She's just telling white people that we should do this work so they can ignore talking to Black people. Brianna's not going to pull a Daryl Davis. She's not going to go try to de-radicalize Nazis and get punched in the face or get called an N-word bitch. Or, you understand what I'm saying? She's not going to do that. She's telling other white people like, no, we should just de-radicalize them. If you keep talking to them over time, you just talk to them about the stuff that's important to all of us, and it won't even matter. We'll all come together, and it won't be any problem for the Blacks. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I've given it some thought. And when it comes to de-radicalizing these Nazis, I think we should take this a bit more seriously. I think that if we focus on this as a class issue and we realize that white people are the group that's disproportionately impacted by racism, we should focus on getting reparations for the descendants of American slaves so that they no longer have this problem. They are no longer incentivized to be Nazis. Problem solved.
You got anything, Mud?
Not really. Let's go ahead and if there's any more.
Yeah, she keep going and going. This thing just keep going. Like she just literally just keeps trying to convince Talia over and over again that she should, that de-radicalizing Nazis should be the project.
It's just a distraction. It's just a distraction. Does she talk? They don't talk about anything else in the whole interview?
I don't think so. I watched it. I don't think so. I think we got 10 minutes more. I think she literally keeps pushing her for the rest of the time. Yeah.
Opportunity to provide something that could lead this person to want to make different kinds of choices. If in fact, part of what's driving him to be a white supremacist are these other aspects of his life that seem very unpleasant and bad and that no one should be dealing with and living like. And I wonder if there was ever, it's difficult because it is difficult to talk about this without feeling like you're letting people off the hook for their loathsome behaviors. But in a practical way, I guess as someone who doesn't see a lot of utility in telling people that they are bad, as changing their mind. Like if I thought it worked to just be like,
So this is my thing. Why do we have to tell people who are racist that they're bad? How about we just don't try to build coalitions with them and find people who aren't racist? Because I always say racism is a spectrum. Like, you know, I don't, it's one thing to ally with people who from time to time have bigoted thoughts. From time to time, I have bigoted thoughts. I'm an American. And I work through that. But that's very different than me saying, me as a Black person, I hate all white people and I want them to die. But they should build a coalition with me because we're all struggling together. White people are like, no, she wants me to die. Like, so I just, Bree, this was not the hill to die on. And I'm so glad that you did it. And I don't think they should have called you an anti-Semite or a Nazi, but can we call you a Nazi? Can we call you can we say that you want to be you are auditioning to be a collaborator with Nazis? Is that fair?
I think a Nazi coalition builder.
Well, I think the best thing for Bree to do is to go to one of these compounds down south where they have these churches, and I think she should go down there and try to convert them. I think that's,
that ain't right.
Let's see what
She'll
happens.
go find a boyfriend down there. Because that happens a lot of times when women de-radicalize some of these men, they end up falling in love, get married. Like Bree, your husband could be waiting for you right out there, skinhead, swastika. All you got to do is de-radicalize him.
It's so bad.
Just saying shit. Okay, let's keep going.
Nazism is horrible and you shouldn't be a Nazi, then I'd be like, yes, we should just put that on every bridge and tunnel in America and that would solve the problem.
I mean, I say we give that a shot. Like, I mean, honestly, like if people showed up en masse every time there was a right-wing march, if people bothered to do that instead of deciding that the pragmatic approach is sympathy for the devil.
Again, I wouldn't characterize it as sympathy for the devil, but are those things mutually exclusive? Is showing up to a right-wing march the way, Antifa and some groups do? And there are often counter protests. Is that mutually exclusive with saying there needs to be long-term de-radicalizers, people like, Daryl Davis, who we brought up on this podcast many times before?
So here's my next question, because I know people do this work, but how big is this industry? Because, Chapo Trap House, Matt Taibbi, we were just talking about this big war on white fragility, right? Which is just basically trying to get white people to be less racist. And we're saying that doesn't work and that we shouldn't do it and we shouldn't bother, but we should do it with Nazis. Am I lying?
No, you're not.
Go ahead, Edie.
I think that we've got 100+ years of proof that we've tried to negotiate with racist, bigoted people, and it's never worked. So, as with the Dem Party establishment, we have a proven legacy in the New Deal, not for Black people, but a proven legacy that helped more people than anything we've done since. Nobody wants to do that in the Dem Party leadership. And, Brianna's kind of following this tradition with not paying attention to the history. We've been associating with them, been negotiating with them. They're doing it right now in Congress today. Marjorie Taylor Greene's up there. They're working with her. So,
Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
Who did a whole eulogy at Strom Thurmond's funeral. A whole segregationist white supremacist. He was a good guy and his friend.
Yes. And people were and do you know what? I am a pariah for pointing that shit out during the primary process.
Not
with
even during
Democrats.
the election, the primaries. You couldn't even talk about it during the primaries.
They tried to kick me out of my Dem club. They broke their own bylaws because of my Twitters, my tweets, and my social media stuff about Joe Biden. And a lot of that stuff was his association with Jim Crow And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he was against busing, which is very complicated. And I know, but like, so I didn't want him up there, and I fought like hell to keep him from going. But here we are. These are the folks who are in power.
Here we are.
I'm just saying, who rides around with a chain in their trunk just in case they have to hang a bad dude?
More people than we want to admit.
And y'all got to remember, Joe Biden from the North. As much as people talk about the South, he's from the North.
Yeah.
But he's from a slave state, though.
Delaware.
It don't matter. All them states were slave states. People forget. People forget. People like a lot of those states were slave states until like the 1830s. You understand what I'm saying? Like they were. There was newly freed states that were. You know, yeah. So I mean, shit. New York's a slave state. They was just early. They just freed their slaves earlier.
Well, they're all slave states, and that every state benefited in the end from all the years of free labor.
Yeah.
Oh, this whole country did. All right.
I wanted to
go ahead.
Well,
Please.
I wanted to jump on the busing thing real quick because I know it's people people are conflicted about it and Joe Biden's role in it. My thing is that I get how, on both sides, people will be like, well, why would the solution be you're going to bus people out, 20, 30 minutes, an hour from their neighborhood to go to another school to integrate it? And I get that point. But there should have been an alternative. And the alternative was put resources into the Black schools so that they would be on par with the white schools.
Exactly.
And Joe Biden never went that route. But also with this Daryl Davis thing, like I'm still doing my research on this dude, but
I hate him.
He's not what he makes himself out to be. I'm really going to, like, at some point, there's going to be an episode where I really expose him. Because
I'm here for it.
Like, his connections are very suspect. Like, the type of boards he's on, the organizations he's connected to. I don't think what he's doing is everything it's made out to be.
There's a reason he can find commonalities with these Klan members.
And I'm sorry, but like, if you're dealing with like Nazis and Klan members, every once in a while, I would think you would end up getting into a scuffle. And he does not seem like the type of motherfucker that can hold his own. And I have not heard that story where he just got beat up somewhere trying to befriend a Nazi. So I don't know.
He reminds me of Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah.
I get Uncle Ruckus spirit in there. He just don't say all of the stuff, but he kind of do. Like his whole thing, like we should get rid of Black History Month. And I get where people like, well, because it's American history, yeah, but we still aren't there yet. Because as it is for Black History Month, they barely fucking talk about anything besides like 5 people when we have so many people. And I took labor history classes. They had the Black section. So yeah, you need like one little section. They had all these other sections, they had one little section. So yeah, like Daryl Davis, man, like I said, that whole thing, I'm so tired of people bringing him up as like as the blueprint. Again, how big is this de-radicalization industry? Is it as big as the anti-racism industry? And why is the anti-Black racism industry not okay, but the de-radicalizing Nazis industry is okay? Left, please explain this to me.
Yep, that's actually where I was gonna go with it. I was gonna say, like, instead of collecting Klan robes, I'd prefer to operate a bit more like the Mossad when they went looking for swastikas and came back with them. And if you don't know what I'm getting at, watch the movie Inglourious Bastards. That's how I want to collect if we go in there. Called Hunters, where they're people of Jewish descent.
killing Nazis.
Yep.
Doing the research, figuring out
Doing the
who's
Lord's
who,
work.
getting them identified and knocking them off.
Yeah, and they don't seem to be interested in, de-radicalizing anyone.
Well, I mean, you got to think about this. After World War II, there was no effort to de-radicalize Nazis. Like maybe de-radicalize Germany, but like the Nazis, they were dealt with.
That's true.
Except for those,
That's true. They lost a bunch of. Well, this is the thing. So I'll probably put in the video because there's like a 10-minute video. So like the de-radicalization, it did fail because like in the beginning, yes, they rounded up. They basically had people fill out surveys of like how involved they were. They went, they researched, they found out who was involved. They sent people to trial. They locked people up. Like it was done differently in different countries, but yeah, as for the actual de-radicalization of the Nazis, no, because what happened was we went, I forgot, did we go into like the Cold War or something? I forgot what happened after that. That the folk, it went into the Cold War. We shifted to focusing on fighting communism versus trying to de-radicalize the Nazis. But we did the same thing here, right? We let the Confederates off the hook, right? Even though I guess because Edie's here with me, I'm glad that we didn't ban all of the Confederates or kill them all. Just because Edie's alive and here. So
my people didn't
effect,
fight. I guarantee you, my people went down to Florida and were like, "Oh fuck no." I hope not. I hope so because I haven't heard anybody bragging about how they were in the Civil War. So I'm hoping not.
Well, then I take that back. What we should have did is when they lost, they should have been exiled or killed.
Yes,
they should have never been allowed to regain power in the South and regain power in the actual government.
We should have sold them to Africa.
Yes.
Man, so
that ain't right. Yes, it is right. It is right.
Oh my goodness. But
that would be best.
So when they pulled out of the South, and they ended Reconstruction, they left us with these terrorists. And we still dealing with that to this day. And just with what she's talking about, so it's like you want to de-radicalize Nazis. We need to de-confederize the country. But when you start talking about specific people, that's a different kind of job. How you gonna de-confederize them is like how she said you're gonna shame them. Like in the white fragility episodes, people are like, oh well, now if something happens, you could lose your job because somebody complained about you being racist. Yes. We should not have racist people running corporations. You as a racist person shouldn't be working at a bank deciding if Black people get loans or not. You like there. Yes. You should not be. You should have to. If you are racist, you should have to keep that shit to yourself, and you shouldn't even be able to. What's the word I want to use? Exercise your racism, even without saying it. Because if they find out, they should fire you. Yes.
And this is a lie. I'm sorry, I have a good example while you're right in the middle. There's a good example of this happening just recently. There's a Cherokee County sheriff in Georgia who had to step down because their pictures surfaced of him in KKK robes. And so he stepped down as sheriff. David Ralston, Ralston, who was the Speaker of the House in Georgia, assigned him to the Judicial Qualifying Committee in Georgia. This man. And so he had that job for a couple of years, and then the photos came out again, and he just stepped down last week. Like this is alive and well, happening all the time.
So at the end of the day, you should lose your job. I'm sorry, you should. The same way if I'm out here and I'm a teacher or I work somewhere and I'm an anti-Semite and I'm talking about how I hate Jewish people, yes, I should lose my job because I shouldn't be put in a position of power where I can exercise my prejudice and racism. Period.
Yep. And there's going to
Like
take
if
a
you
lot of
hate black
rooting.
people, you shouldn't be dealing, you should not be working with them. And they should not be working for you. Go ahead. Sorry.
And
Anybody?
that's actually my argument against the universalist projects. Like, if America's too racist to do reparations, why do you deserve these brunch tickets?
Well, they're getting
I'm with
those
that.
anyway. They're getting those anyway. Not the poorer people.
The rich.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
even
but if the poors are too racist to side with us on this reparations thing, why do you deserve Medicare for all?
They don't.
I was
That's
with you
how I
on that
feel.
one.
No, I agree with you.
Samantha talked me out of that one.
No,
you?
no, let me tell. But I meant probably, but this is the reason why, right? So, as a Black American who descends from chattel slavery, as a descendant of US Freedmen, right? I believe we deserve reparations because we did our people did the work. That money was paid out to people who didn't do the work, and it should be paid back to the people whose families did the work. That's an easy one, right? But the other thing is, after that, I believe in Medicare for all Americans. I believe in free college, free housing. I believe food should be a human right. Like $15 an hour, not $15, sorry, $25 an hour, minimum wage, minimum. I believe we should have a federal jobs guarantee connected to that so every person who wants a job can go and get a job. So if I want all of that for you people, why can't you want me to have reparations as well? I want more things for you than you want for me. That's a shit ton of different programs. And y'all are owed shit. But I feel like since you're an American and this is the richest country in the world, you are owed a certain standard of living as an American. So why can't you look at us and be like, you guys got a raw deal. This country stole from you and I support you getting your money back. And thank you for standing with me and supporting me and my family to make us have a better standard of living as Americans because we all deserve it. So how is it I can do that, but you can't? That shows me you just, sometimes people feel like, well, but we have to do this first. We were was it 1863 when they first did the emancipation? How much longer y'all want us to wait? How many more issues you go? There wasn't a climate issue in 1863, 1900, 1920. So why didn't we do it then? Because racist white people back then didn't want to do it.
If we waited for popular support, we'd still be slaves.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. And Bree would have been arguing for how we should just befriend the slave masters and not resist so we can all just have a better life.
Medicare for every plantation.
Oh my God.
Well, they already had housing as a human right, so why not?
I think
terrible.
To answer your question, the one reason I would say I would support, like, this is how we met, me and Samantha, but the one way I would support UBI, the one reason I would support that is because I screwed that up. It's not the one reason I support UBI, but the reason I support trying to do it close to reparations is because I don't want all the crazy white people to go even crazier. So for me, it's like trying to avoid having all these armed people come out and say, what the fuck? So I know that's a terrible place to be probably, but that's how I feel about it.
That's part of the reason why I came to this conclusion as well. So whereas a lot of our Stephen Fetchit blacks be like, we can't do reparations because white people are mad. I'm like, we should do reparations, but we should do these other social programs you're talking about so white people can live a decent life as American citizens too.
Yeah, because everybody's suffering.
I personally will never allow white backlash to factor into my politics. Like, that's always a potential. Like, the second you step outside, there might be some white backlash waiting on you.
Of course.
And if I altered like what I thought based on like the potential for white backlash, I would never get anything done. So like I have to stand firm on these things. So if it's like, oh well, white people are just gonna be mad, let them. I get mad
Yeah,
too.
pretty much.
And if I
All
got
the time.
reparations, it's gonna be a much harder fight than you think. Y'all
That's
did not
true.
do real good in Vietnam, just saying.
Well, real talk. All right, we got a few more minutes. Let's let Bree keep digging her hole.
Who do engage in that more long-term effort, and
I mean,
people
Daryl
who
Davis is a wonderful person. Daryl Davis is also one man. Shannon Foley Martinez is another example of someone who works with formers.
But
Again, this is not scalable. These are years long, intimate, emotional stuff. I think if you want social policies that make life less of a hideous, precarious ladder over an abyss, fine. But know that every one of these people is going to fight you every step of the way of implementing these policies, because they will go to people of color too.
So why is it an individual actor?
What are you
Daryl
even advocating for?
Well, let's try to figure that out, Talia. But I'm curious about is why is it an individual act?
Sorry, I want to pause real quick because I wish MG was here, because this comes back into my brain. Do y'all remember when MG was like, y'all keep recruiting the right, but that's not going to work because they're going to start forcing you to throw people out your coalition or throw people's issues out the coalition for them to be more comfortable. So over time, you're going to just end up losing people.
Yeah, I'd like to point out, we already have to do that with the Palestinians. Like, we're not allowed to talk about the Palestinian people's plight and the Democratic Party if you're for it. That's like taboo. So we're already held back in other ways when we're standing for other people's rights. Just to not send money to Israel so that we don't kill Palestinian civilians and
children, babies, yeah.
Absolutely. But what did she say just now?
What are you advocating for?
Yes. Really, what are you advocating for with this conversation? What was your goal with this? I have to know. Because you keep saying, well, it wasn't really about cozying up to the Nazis. It was just about cozying up to the Nazis and humanizing them and making sure that we have space for them on the left.
Pretty much.
Talia at this point is every lefty who's been fighting the Democratic Party for at least 4 years, if not longer, because it's been decades that lefties have been trying to pull us to the left against them begging the right folks on the right. It's all of us saying, we're so tired of this argument, it never works, and let's just go after people that we can get, not the folks who are never going to be persuaded. Folks who are killing themselves currently for their own political beliefs to uphold Republican governors like DeSantis who are selling Regeneron and speaking at Regeneron rallies and telling people not to take the vaccine, but they're getting sick. I mean, it's crazy. Like she's never going to beat this mindset.
I agree. I think, is this work avoidance, y'all?
No, I think this is work. I think this is an audition.
Yeah.
I want to know when she's going to go full on right wing. I give it like 3 years because I could definitely see her moving into that like center right space.
That little Dave Rubin shift. Well, the left left me.
She's trying to get over there with Simone Sanders. Simone had some great political acumen about what was going to happen.
And a hell of a shoulder. Do y'all remember she tackled old dude? Get out of here.
Yeah, she Bobby Boucher, that dude.
Not in my house.
That's when I wanted her on my side. I was like, she's great. For that purpose, she was focused.
That's terrible, Edie. All that Secret Service and you out here being a body bag. You crazy.
Well,
all right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say anything by that, but I just thought.
No, I know you did it, Edie. No, I know you did it. It is, it's okay. You're white.
One man. Shannon Foley Martinez is another example of someone who works with formers. But again, this is not scalable. These are years long, immensely intimate, emotional stuff. I think if you want social policies that make life less of a hideous, precarious ladder over an abyss, fine. But know that every one of these people is going to fight you every step of the way of implementing these policies because they will go to people of color too.
So
Like,
why is
Yes,
it an
yes.
individual act
what
when
are
it's
you
Daryl
even
David?
advocating for?
Well, let's try to figure that out, Talia. What I'm curious about is why is it an individual act when someone like Daryl Davis does what he does? For those who don't remember, Daryl Davis is a black man who, famously has a number of like Klan robes in his closet because every time he talks a Klan's member out of being in the Klan, they give him a robe, and he's like the great Klan whisperer. And he's also
Like a panty
apparently a
collector,
very
but
renowned
with
jazz
Klan
musician.
robes.
But it's interesting to me to see it as an individual act when it's Daryl Davis, but not an individual act when an individual decides to put brass knuckles on and punch a Nazi. And what I'm questioning is the scalability. The reason I'm questioning it is because I think a lot of people aren't going to feel able or safe to do the Nazi punching, right? So it doesn't seem to me. I would say, like, why not both? If you are an adherent to Nazi punching, I mean, great. I mean, like, fine. I'm certainly not arguing against that. But I am concerned about saying that we want to minimize the potential effects of doing the alternative approach. And the reason I wanted to talk to you about that, Talia, is because you have an exposure to what it's like to be in those spaces and potentially some insights that other folks who haven't engaged in that project don't have. And I'm curious to pick your brain about whether or not, for example, when you're on these dating sites.
Pause. So I brought you here to not talk about the work that you do. I brought you here to talk about what I want to talk about with you. That was it, right?
Yeah. And honestly, when Talia asked her, like, what are you advocating for? She didn't go into like, well, I'm trying to figure out a way to get to Medicare for all. She didn't jump into any of those bags. It's like, for some reason, we have to build this coalition in her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And
this is the same thing she was talking to with Eddie Glaude, right? Keep going.
yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the goal. Like, and from her perspective, like, there's like, I don't even think it's about the lefty shit to a certain degree. I think it's about like trying to, I don't know, just build this coalition. It's kind of like the Pan-Africanists that want to just organize Black people just to organize. Like, there is no greater goal after that. It seems like
just
for
come
Bree,
together.
yeah, for Bree, some of this is we have to connect the far left with the far right, just to have that unity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the third way. It's the enlightened centrist. Well, I alone, I am above everyone, and I see there's flaws on both sides. So everybody should listen to me.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'll weaponize certain things against you. But
I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, hold on. Josiah, you're muffled. No, I need you
How
to
about now?
fix
You
your
guys hear me
sound because
now?
I can't. Yeah, that's much better because whatever you just said, it was so muffled for me.
Oh, I don't even remember. I was on a roll.
Sorry.
It's all good. Anybody remember the
You guys
last
can
thing
keep
I
going.
said? I'll catch it later. Y'all go ahead.
I want to know why Brianna
else?
went into this interview without knowing what she was advocating for, because she said, I don't know, let's work it through. Well, why is it up to Talia to decide? You had her on to talk about her book. Like, she already told you what she's advocating for. Why are you trying to talk her out of it? As we've spoken, I also recalled NPR segment. I used to be an avid listener of NPR, and till the Koch brothers started giving money, until I found out they did. So I do remember a segment, and I can't remember how many years ago, but they're pushing this as well, talking about how an older white person and an older Black person had become friends, and they had been friends for years, and major kumbaya moments and stuff. And I don't remember if the white person had overcome their racism or not, but like, this is being pushed for a while.
And, you know, and I don't know why I only advocate with people and build coalitions with people that I want in my house. And I'm not having any of those people in my house.
I feel you.
I don't
I
want them in my
100% feel
country.
you.
I don't support. I think this is anti-American. I think this is negotiating with terrorism.
It is.
I feel like the whole world went to war over this Nazism thing. And for some reason, now we suddenly want to play nice with these people. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And again, it's not like the Nazis of today didn't know what they were doing. Like, I didn't get much of the what happened during World War II during school, but I knew what the Nazis did to the Jewish folks. So you ain't gonna tell me some 30-year-old neo-Nazi didn't know what he was signing up for.
You preaching, because they teach the Holocaust in school.
Like, think about, like, you didn't just fall into this. That's not what happened. No, you went looking for something and you got it. It's not my job. It's not my country's job to fix you. Not for this. This is the one time I'm gonna let America off the hook.
One time.
Once. I feel like compromising on some things. Y'all seem to be real comfortable doing it to Black people. And as far as their free speech and all this other stuff, Nazism is not welcome in America. You don't get no free speech. That swastika says you clearly don't give a damn about these American ideals. Captain America don't rock with you.
Yeah.
Staying with that Confederate flag. Yep.
Yeah, those are all the same to me. I assume that somebody who's got a Confederate flag up in their yard is A-okay with Nazis too.
Oh, those are anti-American terrorists as well.
That's right. And that's our problem. That's why Nazis or neo-Nazis are able to proliferate here, right? Because we allowed them to break out their old flag in the early 1900s. And here we are. You know, they put up their statues and they got their carving on the rock in Stone Mountain. And here we are. They fly their flag terrorizing people. They're terrorists. And I don't want to bother with them either.
Do you ever engage in any kind of conversations that tried to see what would happen if you raised doubts about being a white supremacist, or, you know, brought up, well, there's this one Black person at work who's okay, and sometimes, you know, what are those kind of conversations like?
Those conversations incel spaces bar women, like the whitedate.net is whitedate.net. Like, what I'm supposed to write to people who are talking about like the evil Marxists and darkies and say like, actually, like, Black people aren't so bad after all. I mean, honestly, if I had known that this was going to be an extended conversation about the utility of de-radicalization versus anti-fascism, I would absolutely have not agreed to be on this podcast, because I've gotten this banal question over and over and over again, and I loathe it at this point. Like, people, like, I mean, I understand coalition building and desires, but like, I find it that, like, most people aren't capable of engaging in like with this level of, like, being in those spaces is it fucking like dipping your head in acid. And I did it for a year and a half. I wouldn't ask anyone else to do it. And I wouldn't expose myself to emotional intimacy with those people on a real level, like not through the mask of an avatar. I don't like, I wouldn't, I mean, maybe because I'm a Jew, I wouldn't wind up radicalized in the same way, but like anyone is susceptible to propaganda. Like asking people to like imbibe white supremacist propaganda and engage in emotional intimacy with white supremacists, which is what de-radicalization entails, a deep emotional intimacy of years-long relationships of talking, conversation. And like, yes, that is inherently more personal than a punch in the face. You know, like I've done some crazy shit. Like, I mean, just even after the book, like around the election, I was, undercover and like the 3% Georgia's security force, like walkie-talkie channel. I had a false identity. I had a false face. I did over an hour-long interview. I had a backstory, emotions. I talked to people. It's hard. It's hard to do that. It's fine. But I had a mask. I had the protection of a lie to cover me. If I had just been naked to those sentiments, like I don't know that I would have even gotten through it. Like it was hard enough as it was. Like this stuff is aqua regia. These conversations that take place in Nazi chat rooms, these conversations that take place on these forums are poison. They are poison, and they are perpetual emotion machines of radicalization. So yeah, like maybe, I mean, and if you went in and you said like, hey, like knock it off, don't talk about immigrants that way, you'd just be kicked out, and they'd dox you anyway.
I don't know that that's what I said, Talia, but that characterization aside, I totally understand and would never ask anybody to engage in de-radicalization either. I mean, I've had this conversation in other contexts where, there's a certain strain.
Cut. Then what the fuck has this whole conversation been about? She was literally saying that we should coalition build with these people and we should use de-radicalization to do it. And now she's saying, I didn't say that we should do that. Am I wrong? Can I go back a couple seconds? Because the fuck? Okay, where was she? Where she starts talking again.
Like, and they dox you anyway.
I don't know that that's what I said, Talia, but that characterization aside, I totally understand and would never ask anybody to engage in de-radicalization either. I mean, I've had this conversation in other contexts where, there's a certain strain, for example, of political discourse among a lot of kind of Black liberals that will say, it's not my job to teach you about racism. It's you educate yourself, pick up a book, that kind of lingo, which is fine. It's extremely taxing. I've spent my entire life as a Black woman in predominantly white spaces.
Apples and oranges. Black people are oppressed in this country. Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery come from a long, long line of oppression. So whereas me, Mud, MG, Josiah, we take time to educate you white people through our show, that is not our responsibility, and that burden should not fall on us. Now we choose to do it, but we also are educating our people in the process. But for you to be like, oh, well, a lot of Black people, that's not the same as people not wanting to build coalitions with Nazis. Like, what? I'm not saying that white people don't struggle in this country, but y'all do not have that kind of systemic oppression that's going on for Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery. So you can't even compare these two. Am I wrong? This is apples and oranges, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Josiah, go ahead.
No, I wanted to hear what you were going to say, Mud, or whoever. Go ahead, whoever goes.
Go ahead, Mud. You got this.
No, I just think that the thing that we're doing is different because it's not necessarily like we're going to the worst of the worst of white people and we're trying to make them see things our way. We're trying to reach everyone we can with this. And, if we can't reach them, then, it's not for them. That's just basically it. I'm not going to spend hours of my night sitting here arguing with people in our YouTube comments. Like we got one person that's just like a straight up white supremacist in our YouTube comments. I never respond to them. There's no point. They are just there to talk shit, so let them talk shit. But this idea that like we need to sit here and take our time with Nazis and reform them, like it is completely different. And for those people, the Black people that choose not to, like, just I don't want to talk to white people about racism, they need to pick up a book. that's just their choice. It's not like, you're right that these things aren't comparable. It's I don't know, like Bree is saying that we need to, de-radicalize these people out of one side of her mouth, and then saying that she doesn't expect people to do that work out the other side of the mouth, out of her mouth. So what exactly is she saying? that's the real question that I think everyone is trying to figure out. And it just seems like she's trying to appease like these white supremacists, or try to find some way to convince people that we need to make space for them, when in reality we really don't. We need to make spaces where people understand that this shit is not acceptable. And I mean, that's about all we could really do. I mean, that's what I got.
I think something far more insidious is happening here. I think her agenda here is to de-radicalize my white people.
Exactly.
I think her goal is to like target the Antifa people and say, you don't need to do this. All this violent stuff, that's not really necessary. I mean, it was necessary when we were pretty violent towards the Nazis over in the 40s, but not anymore. Nazis are acceptable these days. We can even allow them on the left. Because I mean, who doesn't need some class policies, right? Got to build those coalitions.
I understand why Tyler is so frustrated. I'm almost surprised she haven't just like ended the Zoom.
I would have hung up.
Yeah, whatever the case she needs to be, because I would have done it by now.
Yeah, I would have hung up. I couldn't have did it.
But my radical white people, if you need to know how to shut down a Bree, if she's coming at you with this, reparations. Immediately. Reparations. Yeah. That's what you do. Well, as a Black person, you should be thinking about reparations instead of trying to de-radicalize Nazis. You got more important issues.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's for my radical white people. Nah, don't try to get too fly now unless you can fight, because that ain't gonna work for everybody, but do what you do.
No, it's true. Yeah, like I said, just watching this, and I'm glad that we started with her defense of it. So she spoke for herself, she defended herself, and I see her defense as some bullshit. How about y'all?
She's a liar and a collaborator.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just think she's trying to build a career for herself, and
mm-hmm. No matter what happens to the people. That's the thing, like she has no connection to Black people. And I know I keep saying that, but I need people to understand it. Because like, not to poor Black people, because like her strategy is dangerous for us. It's very dangerous.
I just wanted to say this real quick. I don't think we need to qualify this by saying she's not connected to poor Black people. Middle class Black people, rich Black people. We're not trying to like create coalitions with Nazis, no matter how much fucking money we got. Like that's insane.
I agree.
That's and these folks don't have money either. Like, we're talking about a group of people that aren't like majority in the 1% with your everyday, Nazi Confederate guy or woman, right?
Yeah, but when there's a good amount of, but they crowdfund, man. They pool their resources, because think about it, is poor white people still have money. Like, they not destitute. Some of them That's are, true. But a lot of poor whites are still, they still will make like $50,000 a year, but they own their home and live on family property. You know what I mean? Or $60,000 a year. So $65,000 a year, and you don't pay rent, and you live on a good property somewhere that was left to you in the South or something like that. That's bread, because you ain't got expenses.
That's and they got generations of mechanics and like local.
Yeah, they know how to do all kinds of shit. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think that Brianna should just read Talia's book. And maybe that would, if she had read the whole book, maybe she wouldn't have had to ask Talia to help her understand what she was advocating for.
Yeah, you should at least, if you're going to invite people on to interview them, you should at least read the cliff notes of the book. It just seems like she brought her on to talk about something that isn't what she does. Like, it's not something she wants to do. Like, she basically was saying that to write her book, she had to immerse herself in this horrible, hateful place. And even as a person who was secure in herself and who is a Jewish person, she was like, if I wasn't so centered, this could have took me. That kind of seems like what she was kind of saying, like, if I just wasn't so focused in so why would you want to bring people into that kind of push people into that, right? So you're talking about de-radicalizing. What happens when the people you send in to de-radicalize get radicalized? Because with anything, you can only help people who want to be helped.
Also, what do you do about the white backlash?
Yeah.
Because white people ain't gonna take too kindly to anybody telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Remember January 6th?
Yeah. Well, just every day since then, every day in the pandemic. Like, we see that people feel, I don't know, we're dealing with a lot of recalls in California, so I'm bitter. And
that's a whole nother mess.
So I'm telling you, there's great struggles in the Dem Party. I think Brianna's laid her stake about where she wants to go in the Dem Party.
Yeah, she just wants to make money. I think she just wants to make money. She's starting to give me Kamala Harris vibes. And what I mean by that is Kamala Harris kind of goes where the wind blows. So like Jimmy Dore is carving this, this whole red-brown alliance space. And she sees him making money like that, so she can get in on that. I feel like this is strictly about making money. Because this is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. All right, let's do the last 3 minutes and then we can do final thoughts, because this did turn into a marathon.
Being called upon to do exactly that. And it is sometimes tiresome. I remember thinking in law school at a certain point, somebody should be paying me a professor's salary instead of asking me to pay the institution, because of all the work I'm doing with my classmates after class ends, explaining to them this crap that the teachers in many respects aren't qualified to cover, even though it's directly germane to the material. So I certainly empathize with that. But I also wouldn't ask any individual to engage in a physical altercation with a Nazi. I'm not asking anybody to do anything. What I'm trying to explore is the potential political utility of different kinds of options and to assess how effective de-radicalization actually is. I'm not making a claim or an argument right now. What I'm trying to do is have a conversation about what the limitations of various approaches are.
So she finally got to the point of what this conversation was. Talia was not the person for this conversation. You booked the wrong person for the interview. That's it, right? She just basically said, I'm not saying that I want to do this. I'm just saying that Bree, you need friends. Because what she's trying to do with Talia is basically when all of us sit around together in private and throw out ideas and try to work them out to see what'll stick and what wouldn't. We would never do that shit in public. Like, that seems like what she's trying to do here. Like, oh, well, no, I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying that we should study the utility. And that's why I'm just asking questions. Why are you asking an Antifa person about de-radicalizing Nazis? That's not what she wants to do. She wants to shame them. And if she has to commit physical violence, she will commit physical violence, but she wants them to go away and to not have quarter. Why would you talk to her about this project? Y'all got anything?
Nah, you're absolutely right.
Okay, we can play the last 2 minutes.
I would like to I'd like to use the modern parlance and say, isn't this perhaps gaslighting? Like, she's actually talking to someone who has dedicated time to researching the issue, and then she's going to bully her into changing her mind when she went out and did the research deeply.
Yeah, That's it. I agree. It's you know what it is? You know what it feels like? You know how when you're on Twitter and you're trying to explain things to people about reparations, and they keep telling you, well, why don't you just do this? And you're trying to explain to them why it won't work, but they just keep pushing you like you don't research this and like you know nothing. Like Talia's frustration, I understand. And if you actually go and read the comments on this, like, oh, she's so performative. She's this, that. No, this is not performative. She's pissed the fuck off. I've been this angry on this show. She's mad and she has a right to be angry. And Brianna doesn't get to say, as a Black woman, you don't have a right to be angrier than me. Obviously, you're not connected to what's really going on and the real danger of it, because if you were, you would be angry.
So we as a community can figure out the best way to go forward.
I mean, I am just curious why you would ask a militant anti-fascist to talk about the utility of de-radicalization. This seems like a setup for frustration for both of us.
Well, you know, I certainly am not intending to frustrate you, and I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not so frustrated. I mean, I think it's interesting. I'm asking you the questions that naturally raised in my mind when I read your book. Is there some aspect of the book that you would prefer to talk about? I mean, we haven't really talked in detail about what the book actually lays out. So I want to give you an opportunity to tell the audience what you think the biggest takeaway is and why you think that they should read it, what it is in fact about, what your goals were in writing it.
So 25 minutes and then now you want to talk about the book.
Make people aware of the perniciousness of the threat, make people aware of some of the ideological bases and the emotional bases that radicalization rests on. My encouragement was specifically to uplift the anti-fascist movement and to encourage people to become active anti-fascists, militant anti-fascists. It is explicitly a book endorsing action of all kinds, including from behind the keyboard and in the streets, to head this radicalization, this radicalized movement of people who want to kill people that look like me and my family and people who look like you and your family, and head them off at the pass and to fight as urgently as they are fighting.
Hey, YouTube, don't forget.
And I find it that the gag is she brought her on her show and only gave her 5 minutes to actually talk about her book, which is why she was supposed to be there when it wasn't behind the paywall. Can y'all hear me?
Did she give her 5 minutes? I don't know that she gave her 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, the fuck?
Yeah.
Talia was right. I don't see why you brought me here to talk about this. Go ahead. Who would like to go first for final thoughts?
Well, I mean, I'll just say this. I think Talia kind of summed it up. Like, this was an exercise in frustration on both sides. And I really don't understand the point of this, other than, I guess, maybe Bree is trying to be controversial in some type of way. Like she
clicks and views.
But yeah, this was not informative. This was not something that, like, really, we didn't really even get like some detailed information about what exactly Talia went through.
Yeah, and it seems like it would have been an interesting story.
Yeah, like we should have gotten some details about how depraved these people are and what exactly, they're plotting and like their thoughts are, as far as like how they want to see society move forward, based on her experience in these spaces that the average person isn't in. And I don't know. I don't think we got any real like depth in that regard. Like, we didn't get any, like, we just scratched the surface, and this whole thing was about, I guess, Bree's mission to try to make friends with Nazis. And
pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just frustrated. I feel like I almost
I'm
feel like I
frustrated for
wasted my
Talia
time.
too.
I feel like I wasted my time recording this show because like the first few things that we said pretty much summed up everything we experienced after that. Yeah, this Bree needs to be stopped. Like,
yes,
that's the conclusion
yes.
I'm coming to. Like, we need to
She's
cancel
Dr.
Bree.
Evil, yo. She's
We
Dr.
need to
Evil for
cancel
real.
Bree.
Yes. And that's what she was talking about. Oh, well, with me making my livelihood online. Yeah, you need to be canceled, boo. It's time for you to go back to using that law degree.
Yeah,
go be a traffic court attorney.
Honestly, I'm joking because I'm not going
Yeah, we don't do cancel culture. We're not
Yeah.
signing any petitions. Like, we don't give a fuck about Bree like that. These are jokes, people. These are jokes.
Yeah,
But
I'm just talking shit. And you know, if she decides to do something else, I hope that's something she does, based on her own thought process and where she sees this shit going, because this is not working out well for her. She's made the argument before that she was making more money as a lawyer than doing political work. And like you said, she probably needs to go back to being a lawyer, because I don't see her like winning a bunch of people over. I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers to see if her shit is like growing and growing and growing. For some reason, I think it probably grew in the beginning and now it might be stagnant. But that's just me, talking out of my ass. But
yeah, you gotta do the research.
yeah, doing interviews like this, I don't see how this can help her career. I don't think she's going to be able to get back into mainstream politics. Like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. And fuck Bernie Sanders for doing this. He brought Bree into our lives. Facts.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Edie, but this is probably the worst thing Bernie Sanders did as far as elevating Bree. And that's all I got.
Man.
That sucks. Well, Edie, sorry, I'm gonna let you go next.
I hope so. I can't disagree on some of the staffing issues we had with Bernie Sanders' campaign. They were rampant. So I agree with you there. But I don't like saying fuck Bernie Sanders. Dang, do we have to go that far?
Yes.
Anyway.
But you don't have to.
Okay, so I won't. But you go right ahead. Okay, so I thought it was interesting, and I just like to encourage Bree to read the book and say that, like, when she gives the example of this is just like when Black people tell white people that they don't have time to teach you this, just go read the book. In this example, Bree is the white person who's refusing to go and read the book. She's not the Black person
said she
holding
read it.
Yeah, so here she has a Jewish woman who went and infiltrated Nazi groups, and she's got the book for her, and she ain't reading it. So just, when you're giving those examples out, Bree, come on, let's get those together. Read the book and not over sensationalize what's going on. I'm not even over sensationalize, like, let's not push Nazis. That's all I got to say. That's it.
I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna let Josiah bring us home because I don't have a lot to say. I agree with Mud. Like, this interview was stupid, and you went on the Hill and misrepresented what you did in this interview. You brought up de-radicalization. You didn't use the word de-radicalization, but you basically were like, is there something that we could do with these people who may be white supremacists to get them to just focus on the fact that they need health care? She didn't say healthcare, but I'm using that as an example. They need healthcare, and they should just come together in a coalition with Black and brown people and white people on the left. So yeah, you did. You basically said, why don't we let people who identify themselves as racist or white supremacists join the tent? Or why don't we try to de-radicalize them and get them to see why it's important for them to be part of the tent? And she's telling you, I'm not fucking interested in doing that or having that fucking conversation. She should have pivoted after like 5 minutes when Talia wasn't having it. Like they just went round and round and round for like 20 minutes, 21 minutes. You could have switched the conversation. She obviously doesn't want to talk about that. That's not her work. Switch to the book. And then now all the stuff about Talia's book is behind the paywall. I don't fuck with you. I'm not paying to watch that shit. I gotta go on YouTube and see if I can find the other fucking interview of Talia that was actually done right, so I can see what the woman's talking about, because it sounded fucking interesting. God, I hope she has a TED Talk. But that's it. I'm tired of Bree Bree. Like, but Bree Bree, thank you for doing what I said. I said I want you to say the same stupid ass bullshit that you say to a Jewish person in public where it could be recorded. So thank you for showing that when you say the same stupid shit that you say to Black people to a Jewish person, people get in your fucking ass. Go ahead, Josiah, bring us home.
I want to ask again, why did this conversation happen? The key takeaways I got from Brianna Greyjoy, or Joy Gray, pardon me, were that Nazis are humans too. They like to eat beef and pineapple juice, and we have space for them on the left.
Yep.
2 days later, she's on Rising, weaponizing her identity against an Antifa member, trying to make sure that people know that just because you support Nazis or just because you're okay with Nazis, that doesn't make you a Nazi sympathizer. I mean, you might have a little sympathy for them, but that doesn't make it's not okay to call people names, even if those names are 100% accurate to their behavior. And I think that's what she went on Rising to do. I think she actually intentionally like provoked Talia, because she knew what that conversation was gonna. She knew where that conversation was gonna go. She knew who she was talking to.
Yep.
This would be like her pulling me onto her show to talk about reparations and think it's not going to get heated if we're not going into a pro-reparation space. Like,
and she starts talking about how we need to add people of color because they've been oppressed too, and we need to do something for everybody. Yeah, y'all gonna fight. Y'all gonna have issues.
It's like, you know, my politics on this issue, so there's no reason for us to have a 15-minute back and forth about something that I've written a book about, telling you doesn't work. Like, this is completely ridiculous. Bree, you have completely embarrassed yourself. You've embarrassed the Black community. And as the rightful king of Wakanda, I hereby banish you.
For real.
I asked you along, like a lot of you Black leftists, I keep asking y'all, stay out of my Black politics. And I wasn't even gonna address this issue because I thought this wasn't a Black people thing, but then you just had to invoke that as a Black American. I don't appreciate it. That's not for you.
As a Black woman.
That's not for you. You can say as a leftist, you can say as a class policy enthusiast. As a Black American, that's not for you. You gave the whole Harvard lecture and I watched it. So you go be an individual. You go be Bree Bree. The Black Americans, we're not teaming up with the Nazis. It's not happening. I'm sorry.
So we thank you guys. Go ahead. Oh yeah, no, don't be sorry, please.
Brianna, what you allowed your white leftist friends to do to Tim Black, where was your, as a Black American, I cannot allow you to call this man a crepe threatener?
Well, since we're doing this, let's have a conversation about this. Hold on, I gotta sit down. Let's go, keep going.
Because you were all like, as a Black American, I can't stand for certain things because of my historical positioning. But you knew about Tim's historical positioning, and as a Black American, you allowed it to happen. Where was your antennas? I need to know, because if you suddenly care about these things, where were you a week ago?
Exactly. Because you could have came out and said, I don't agree with Tim saying what he said about me, but I know that he did not have any intent of violence or grape threatening. Everything else he says, I disagree with, and I think he's on some bullshit. She could have just said that and kept pushing. But for her to just let them try to put him out here like he was this angry beast who was threatening to grape her, no. A grown-ass man with grandkids and a wife that he loves and talks about all the time on the show, he gonna give all that up to go try to grape Bree. That's some stupid shit. You should have came out and spoke against that shit. You should have came out Real simple. It could have just been it could have been a little press release. It could have just a simple thing. Or you got a whole show. Could have little 2 minutes. You know, Tim Black was out of line for the things that he said about me. And I'm not saying that he was. I'm talking as Bree, because he was 100% spot on. You just don't care about what happens to the Black people in this country. You don't. You just want to see class. But the problem is these class policies don't make the society better the way that you want it to, because we're so fucking far in the hole. And the Appalachian whites that are negative 12,000, they far in the hole too. So without a federal jobs guarantee actually being pushed into this, Medicare for all does not keep me from being poor. I can't eat Medicare for all. It just keeps me from dying. Like, come on, Bree. And free college, I don't have time to go to college. I'm trying to feed these fucking kids. So, or like Mark said last night, I hated school. I don't fucking want to go to college. So what's next? So, Bree, you are a monster. You are an absolute monster. You are absolutely maniacal. Like, this is some megalomaniac shit.
Can I jump in real quick?
Please.
And this is, I know we've been here long and we probably want to end it, but
no, I'm
so
good.
She's talking about
girls.
Like, this whole thing was about coalition building. Well, especially like coalition building with people who are perceived to be your enemy. Well, why didn't she reach out to Tim Black to maybe go on the show and try to see if they can smooth things out?
Mm-hmm.
Or on the other side, when it comes to Black people, she basically said, well, let's take our universal policies and just slap on top of it that this is for Black people, and that's how we're going to win them over. Well, why doesn't she just take her universal policies and slap this is for Nazis on top of it, and that's how she builds that coalition?
Yeah, why we got to go make friends with them? Like she tells us, these policies will disproportionately benefit you. So why don't you stupid Nazis want them? Yeah, Bree, you are a monster. And I don't watch your other shows. I really don't watch you because, like I said, I find her very boring and dry. And not all of her politics are terrible. It's just her Black politics that are really fucking terrible. And her race politics are really fucking terrible. And like Talia said, like, you're not worried about my safety. Or go ahead, please go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's her willingness to compromise. Like, we're in a position where we can't compromise anymore. Compromising was what's got us to this position. If we compromise anymore, we just go backwards. So like the age-old idea of, well, let's just compromise on the Black issues, kind of how the Clintons did. Like, that doesn't work anymore. We don't have enough for you to compromise us. So you're working on these 90s politics for Black people, and like, they didn't work when you thought they worked. And like, you have time to humanize Nazis, but you don't have time to humanize Black people. Like, I just don't appreciate that. I'm pretty sure Tim Black and the Wolfpack don't appreciate that shit either. Like, I keep telling y'all, Black people on the left, y'all have to do better when it comes to holding down Black people, because we're the only ones who are going to do it.
And if you're gonna go up there and say, as a Black woman, you better be fighting for policies that specifically help Black people. If not, like my man said, you need to be saying, as a leftist, as an American leftist, that's what you need to be saying.
They don't like her either.
I know they don't. And it's so funny because the same people that was all in Tim's ass at the beginning of last month are the same people now who are coming for Bree for her ideal about kissing, holding hands and kumbaya and building coalitions with Nazis. She wants to build coalitions with white supremacists. That's what she said. She said people who are racist and white supremacists. So there's nothing to be said about that. Like, I ain't doing that shit. I'm not doing that shit. I'll coalition build with anybody over policy, but if you're gonna be out here on some Nazi shit and you hate niggers and you hate Jews, I'm not having no coalitions with you. I don't care if we agree on everything. I'm not building a coalition with you, because once we get everything, you might change the terms and conditions and try to come and get your shit back from the blacks and the Jews. I'm not with it. And you're not gonna convince me to be with it.
And are the Nazi folks even with Medicare for all? Like, is this even worth it?
I don't know. All of it is just insane. Bree needs some friends that she can sit and have conversations with behind the scenes. Because again, if while reading this book that Talia wrote all about how extreme Nazism is and how extreme these people are and just what goes into people becoming radicalized and the pitfalls of if while you're reading this book, all you can think about is, man, I wonder how we de-radicalize these people. This says a lot about who you are. And since that's what you got from reading the book, Talia was not the person to bring on. You should have brought on somebody else and then just brought up how, I was reading this person named Talia's book and it's about this. And I started wondering, can we actually de-radicalize these people and actually talk to a person who used to be a Nazi, who has been de-radicalized and who now does de-radicalization work? That's who you should have talked to. So, like I said, fuck Bree. I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't care. Like, she's a fucking enemy. Like, she's an enemy, and she's not even just the enemy to the blacks. And I see why Jewish people came at her, because Jewish people who are descendant from the Holocaust understand how those type of coalitions can go bad. Because as soon as we start saying it's okay for us to ally with Nazis, what happens when shit starts really popping off and gets real? Those same people who thought those alliances were okay are going to sit back and be quiet. The same way in Germany when shit started popping off. A lot of people, some people were involved, other people, they just sat and did nothing, which is just as bad. That's it. I'm done. So are we done? I guess we should just chalk this up as a fuck Bree and add it to our already longer than life Bree fucking marathon, just in case. So when she fucks up again, we can start all over and play it again. Because I swear the way Bree keep fucking up, I'm gonna end up playing that shit like 4 times a year. All right, that's it. Y'all got anything else? Let's all say bye to the people. We appreciate y'all, but we tired. We out.
Yeah, peace out. Peace and reparations to everybody.
Yes, peace and reparations.
Hey, this is MG from Reset Race. We're growing and so is our mission. Because of this, we're looking for volunteers to join our team. The skills we need most right now are researchers, video editors, and men and women to do voiceovers. If you're interested in helping out, go to actifypress.com/volunteer. Again, actifypress.com/volunteer. We hope to hear from you soon. Peace and justice from myself and the rest of the Reset Race crew.
For a period of nearly 80 years, between the Civil War and World War II, Black Southerners were no longer slaves, but they were not yet free. In one of the most shameful and little-known chapters of American history, generations of Black Southerners were forced to labor against their will.
If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. that you try to pretend that I'm crazy because I want America to be saved, and then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're gonna deny us the right to live?
Yeah. Welcome. The penny is tape. So deep, embedded in my spirit, so heavy, got me self-medicating like Dr. Sebi, but not with natural things that come from the earth. Man tampered with the substance to have false sense above it, so I'm drinking, drugging, thinking how will I survive in the land where my ancestors worked till they died. They looking down on my people, I'm never surprised. We accepted non-acceptance, they claim we made the divide. Like we chose to come here, they was forcing them. They didn't break when they got dropped, they wasn't porcelain. Generations of being boxed out to torturing. To this present day, somebody push us, we torturing. The water we swim in is so vast and deep. You try to swim in this shit, then you hurting your obliques. For the people who don't know, that's the muscles in your stomach. Cause off the trip alone, we all should have been gone. Where your grandparents from, the life your great granny led. I gotta ask the hard questions, cause Alex Trebek dead. If you're ahead, why is your ethnic group successful in America above Negroes? You think you're special? Take your whole ethnic group and place them in our shoes. Would they even survive? Would you even be alive? I mean, we live on the soil that my ancestors toiled. Blood splattered on the leaves, dropped into the dirt, it gave nutrients to trees. On plantations we try to run from, got caught them same trees we swung from. I'm just trying to paint a picture clearer than before. Black people whose family was here before the Civil War, and still here every other war after. Legal chattel in the United States of America. And there's a simple way to break down my lineage with slavery, then Jim Crow, and in between was peonage. And in between was peonage. And we still living it.
African American workers, they don't have tools, they can't supply themselves with seed and other equipment. This is supplied by the landowner. And rather than being paid cash, they are paid a share of the crop.
Each year you borrow money, and at the end of the year often you can't pay it back because the price of cotton is falling and what you get for your crop is not enough to actually pay off your debts. So instead of getting out of debt, they're falling further and further into debt each year.
I was born in the late 1890s somewhere in Arkansas. There were no doctors, my parents were sharecroppers, and their parents born slaves, the land of the free. Hypocrisy of democracy was obvious to me, so I held since I was 6 on the same plantation that they brought my parents' grandparents to. How they gonna say that we free with no money, man? We ain't free. The sharecropping contract set up so we can't leave, and their parents signed it at the time so they can't read. Jim Crow was in my face, separation like why? My mama said how it is, I'm looking white folk eye. Then time goes by, I'm 16, and all I know is survival. It's set up for me to turn into chattel, but I'm starting to feel like a tiger. And one day I'm downtown, walking down the street, a white man is walking toward me in the gutters. How I greet this day I didn't move, I'm like, I won't fall for shit, and now this cracker trying to hang me like a Christmas ornament. My parents found out, and they already seen how this goes. Use their lifesaver, got a ticket, nothing but my clothes. Now I'm on the color section on the train, all alone is how I feel. Chain gangs that's longer than cornfields. I get to the Midwest city of your choice, trying to find my mom's friend, but she poor, living in a tenement building, kids she got 10. I go to the dock, cause I heard that's the spot to go get a new job. But the whites won't let me rock, cause they won't let me join their union. What is they doing? Being immigrants with class solidarity's a lie. They hate Negroes too, they ain't trying to share their pie. Now I'm walking back home, and I passed a juke joint, seen a brother dressed cool, and it was on point and getting all the attention. I tell he was on some ball shit, he had a new car, white people riding horses. I'm like, how he get that? Like, how he did that? I'm like, damn, I had to sit back, like, how he lived that? So I approached him, he seen I was young and I was hungry. I'm like, goddamn, bro, I'm just trying to get some money, cause my family in the South, I gotta send some money back home. Alright, bro, come on, I'm gonna put you on. Started running numbers, security at the juke joint, and then I had to prove points, I had to climb up. He like, damn, I see that you strong, bro. You remind me of me when I was younger, cause I could see your hunger and I could see your pain. He put me on the game, then I had my own brothel. The white politicians would come and spend dollars on the low key. Then he started catching more heat from the police. They ain't want to see a black man eat like that. White folks can't sleep at peace like that. And they put him away for 5 years, and I'm all alone. Then he passed the empire down to me, I got the throne. Now what I'm gonna do to keep it strong?
Peonage and involuntary servitude was created through the system of sharecropping.
Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master. And right today, it's a term that is used only to point out the descendant of slaves. It's never used for black people, period. Africans can come to this country. They aren't called Negroes. And if they are called Negroes, they resent it. So if Negro meant black, as we've been taught, it would be a term that would be applicable to or applicable to everyone.
Every day we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True? It's true. It's true. When you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True? It's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. Trying to find hope when I can't see it. A country that good is wrong, knowing we can't leave it. But we been here, so the power we must seize it. If we don't fight, the next generation will inherit nothing, I can't see it. Ask your grandparents about what happened in the 50s. White middle class was growing in major cities. In lots of states, they couldn't even use the bathroom. Lots still worked the fields, never saw a classroom. Heard a Fannie Lou speech, felt the spirit through the tomb. Like a fetus feels a heartbeat in the mother's womb. Can't give up, cause we came too far. The road seems narrow, but we rise through the peril. They hoping that we perish and become an asterisk in the history books with all the things they took. My great-grandfather was a laborer. You think he was getting paid like his white neighbors was? Every day we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True? It's true. It's true. When you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True. It's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. My people, I'm loving them, persevere through the struggle and make moves while hustling under thumb of the government, pop culture because of it. All the music you bubble with, foundation is for slaves. Can't forget, now you stuck with it. Their descendants are still here, can't leave, now you stuck with us. Despite attempts to fuck with us, you can never get enough of us. The hate is so deep, cause they deny they in love with us. Always shifting the blame on us to deny what they done to us. Yet we still living, despite the indifference. We make scraps taste good when provided with kitchens. Think about my great-grandparents when I'm under pressure. 1910s Jim Crow, they did not fold. I'm acting just like a vessel, let my people know we special. Descendants of American slavery, we set the levels of what's perceived as perseverance. Fighting all the things we did was fill us. They don't want to give us what they owe cause they fear us. Damn, we ain't gonna do nothing. All we wanna do is just get what's owed and be left alone. God damn. We out.
Charlie Edwards' generation may wonder at the ways of Washington, but it's too old to make any demands.
But when Mr. Edwards looks at Doddsville through the eyes of his son returning from Vietnam, it's a different point of view.
I think he ought to have some of what he needs. I think he ought to have a good home to live in. I think he ought to have bathrooms in his house. I think he ought to have everything that a poor man could have, especially when he went up against what's going on in Vietnam. So I think so myself if I had to go to Vietnam. I think if I went and took all the punishment, and everything happened to me while I was in Vietnam, and then come back home and couldn't have a decent bed to lay down in, and not a decent job, I don't think I feel like ever going back no more for my country. I wouldn't feel like this for my country, not especially for my part of it, for me. I feel like it's for the other fellas instead of me.
When I think about that and how hungry people are in the South, then it makes me a little sick to say, how can they spend all that much money in another country and really not doing nothing at home? See, I think charity began at home and then spread abroad.
Penny is taken. Well, let us work, let us work, the reason you brought us here was to work, right? Yo. Ancestors worry about way more than high blood pressure, stuck in situations, unjust stipulations, forced to build the wealth of the nation. The descendants get left nothing and get boxed out of this creation. Cousin Mud, you lace this beat, you know you my damn brother, and now I gotta hug this track like it's my grandmother. Speaking to her, she been through things you can't imagine, and used that pain and flipped it into lessons for a grandson. Plantation with hot slave cabins is old, slave shit, the sea's infected, these crackers is cold. How you gonna judge us when they did us lower than the sea levels in the Dead Sea? Oh, let's see. Man, you free a group of people and don't really give them freedom. Find a few select out the bunch and go and feed them. Prop them up and say white supremacy's defeated, while upholding their systems to get it don't need a genius. People playing games when they come to reparations. It's only for descendants of slavery with cash payments. If anything I said you don't like and your feelings hurt, my people been through way worse. Shut up then, let us work. Yeah. Let us work, if you moving the right way, do the work, the reason they brought us here was to work, they claim we lazy, but we ain't scared to work, our resilience only showcased our brilliance, lessons passed down that we adapted in the fields with, fought for civil rights, we fought in every war, but we got no rewards, disproportionately poor, any anti-black leftist is testing the nigga patience, blatant class reduction, you need special education, this the question I'm gonna ask, are all workers chattel slaves in America? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't like the left you too. Shut the fuck up. These white shoes like plungers when they tallest get stuffed up. You know what? I'm not thinking now. I'ma let it go. Fuck Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Jim Crow Joe. Fuck Trump too, and fuck Andrew Johnson. They all did nothing for us, so they expanded our problems. We trying to close the wealth gap. Yeah, that's the target. And rise our people up like sea levels in the Arctic. Black people burn the city. It's a race riot. Angry whites do the same, and it's an uprising. Reparations is the first step to try to heal the hurt. Y'all know why y'all brought us here. Now shut up now, let us work. Let us work. Doing the right thing, do the work. The reason they brought us here was to work, right? But they don't want to give us any work, right? Then let us work. The reason you brought us here was to work. Penny is taken.
We came from a distant land, our lives already planned.
And this was in the 1950s or 40s?
40s to 60s.
So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave or if you tried to refuse what they wanted?
Back in them days, it was kind of like you had to do what the white man said or get killed. My daddy's uncle, he made him dig a grave and killed him.
American fruit.
They killed him first, castorized him, and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him.
Our master saw we worked from morn till night.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow.
Fucked up, ain't
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving
Penny Estate.
in a garden where there should be room to grow.
Just take them home. Black America, it seems they hate us more than the terrorists. All these mind games so stressful, gotta see therapists. Living in conditions due to our social position, but things would be different if white people were switched in. They gon' say I'm crying victim, do it by yourself. But victims never speak, that's why they see him as weak. And they see us as a threat, coming to collect like loan sharks cause they know they owe a debt. A lot of Negroes slip through the cracks, go ahead and ball, but our collective wealth is small. That's why it's no parachute that opens when you fall. A lot of Negroes that fell is now working at the mall or some shit like that. Have you ever been to American ghettos, seen blacks living in rebel churches everywhere surrounded by devils? And it make you wanna scream like a kettle when the water's too hot. We need better jobs, not more cops. Before COVID, they been had us under quarantine. Cause redlining costs us not to spread like we was some disease. And our bread didn't rise, we ain't had the yeast. Banks still denying loans, make it hard to get homes. 13% of the population, 50% of the homeless population, despite building the nation. Lead in the water, in the walls, making the kids sick. Some is so hungry that they even eating paint chips. Ain't that some shit? Fucked up, man. Seem like nobody care, right? You gotta keep pushing though, man. You know? I'm not gonna stop. Shit, we can't stop. We ain't got no other choice, man. We running out of patience. I'm done waiting. Always tell us to build on the swampy foundation. Ask politicians for help, they tell us to pound pavement. Stop voting for these people, they'll do nothing to feed you. They won't serve our interests, forget it. I know they can see how we living, the prisons. You can't build a home with no lumber. Have you seen the wealth numbers? The next generation will have nothing, just suffering. Pressure bust pipes, politicians, not celebrities, need to get on their neck and squeeze till they can't breathe. Metaphorically, we need political solutions. A wealth transfer, control over institutions. When we call them out, they gon' say be friends with Putin. And that's sad though, the only Russian I know is Drago. Tired of seeing my people living with squalor, I see the pain. White and black middle class wealth, it's just not the same. Trying to throw up people off the economic boat and chain rots to our ankles so the bodies won't float. That's why black politicians are bought so easily. I trust the CDC more than the CBC, cause they work for POCs, they ain't never worked for me. Complicit in policies that will do the worst to we. We our own ethnic group, we can't run to the motherland. My ancestors built this bitch, this is my mother's land, you understand?
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow?
At first, I wanted to be white, because my family was 20 of us, 6 girls and 14 boys. We would make 50 and 60 bales of cotton, gather all that cotton, and we wouldn't have food in the wintertime. So I figured then the white people must be right. But as I got older, I said, no, it's something wrong. And if I ever get a chance, I'm going to do something about it. I'm thinking about in terms of a better and a greater world for all people. And we can't do that by me in one corner doing what I can do to hurt you and you in the other corner doing the same thing against me.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race, 8 ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. On the edge, go back to US Southern plantations. Penniers, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG, the wise one. Cousin Mother, intellectual. Samantha, bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. On the edge, go back to US Southern plantations. Penniers, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG, the wise one. Cousin Mother, intellectual. Samantha, bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Welcome to Reset Race, where we talk about politics, race, and how those things intersect, and how those things affect those of us who are Negro, African American, descendants of slaves, here in the United States, US Freedmen, which is our preferred term, and it is what it is. So we have a guest here today. Our friend Edie is here, and she's gonna introduce herself first, and then we'll go around the table with the rest of the crew. Edie.
Hey, everybody at Reset Race. Thank you for having me back. I feel so honored to be asked every time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming, Edie. All right, so we go around the horn. Sam.
Alrighty, so I am Sam, aka the Khaleesi, and y'all know I am not. So contrary to popular belief, I effing hate talking about Breonna Greyjoy. She turns my stomach. She hurts my soul and my spirit. And she makes me pray to my ancestors that they visit her in her sleep. So I hope everybody enjoys today's BS, because Brianna Greyjoy, you, as I keep saying, and this is not a hyperbole, you are an enemy of poor Black people. All right, go ahead, Josiah. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks. Killmonger.
All hail King Killmonger. I'm here. It is I, Josiah. I got some things to say. I feel away. And let's get to it.
I thought you were gonna give us a rhyme. All right. Mud, talk to us, man.
Yeah, they call me Mud. You can find me on all my social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Clubhouse @of Lineage. I got something special for the next Bitter Dose TV. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the show.
All right, cool. Thank you, everybody. I've been pushing it Adolph Reed video out, the one where he admits that right wingers are pushing money into the left.
Dick, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. You was fake in the hood, nigga.
No,
like that ass, nigga.
I think the career of Adolph Reed is over, and it's not because people give a fuck about his bullshit with the COVID stuff. I think he has finally split his own base because he let the cat out the bag. He exposed that some of his friends are actually working with Nazis. And we're not supposed to notice this left-right alliance that has been forming with these socialists. So his audience is pretty upset.
It's not so much Trump as that really shadowy, ugly underworld of ultra right wingers. I mean, neo-Nazis are, I don't even know what neo means in this case, right? But who ironically and unfortunately understand organizing, right? Much better than the posturing leftists do. So like they've got these various news services, and then there's shit like at the high end, Julius Krein, who has this new magazine called American Affairs. It's funny because he contacted me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Late in the spring about doing a book review. He's going to pay me $2,000 to do a book review. And being the person I am in my history, when I saw the name, I just assumed he was at least my age, was a Jewish neocon who was out someplace in Brooklyn with like a past that touched Partisan Review and and I mean that shit. And then I found out that he's the other kind of Julius Krein. He's from South Dakota. He's 18 years old.
Right.
And is a Nazi, basically. He went to Harvard and was a Trumper until he wasn't. And this magazine is extremely well funded by Mellon or Scape or somebody like that. And they've been fishing, right? Because they've contacted several of my friends. And they got Angela Nagel, but she got already angry. Yeah. But they were trying to publish people with reputations for being iconoclasts on the left. And it's clearly like, it's clearly a political operation that's directed towards trying to stir up shit and discord right among leftists.
So this is Adolph Reed, the man who is always diverting discussions about race, acknowledging that there's a well-oiled white supremacist political machine out there. And at the same time, he is acknowledging that they're reaching out to a lot of his friends and himself. This is causing a lot of controversy on that side, or in these little groups, because a lot of these leftists are white supremacists. They have no problem with linking up with white supremacists on the other side, as long as they could try to accomplish their goals. A lot of these academics and a lot of these spokespeople for this group, they're out here grifting. They have no problem taking money from Nazis. And because this is getting exposed by Adolph Reed, he kind of got himself in some shit.
Brianna Joy Gray, she has run into an issue, regardless of what we have pointed out about her politics. Suddenly she's in hot water because she said something out of pocket. It's considered out of pocket. Well, you guys will decide how you feel about it to a Jewish Antifa person. So let's see how it goes. And we're going to start off with her defense of what she said. Defense of what she said on the Hill. So we'll start from there. Sam, take it from there.
And I want to take this moment to say I find it hilarious that the Hill hired Kim Iverson, who is a whole anti-Black racist. Like, I know that she like feigned the sickness to say that she was for, like pretend that she was okay with reparations after talking to Marianne. But I remember running across this chick's show a couple years ago. She is an anti-Black racist, and she plays the, well, I'm half Asian card. Yeah, fuck her. So we'll have to dig those old videos up someday and go for her and go through her, because she a whole problem too.
Yeah, I mean that's how you get hired. You're willing to shit on Black people. Great, you never go hungry. There's always somebody willing to pay you for that.
All right, let's rock. We're not gonna play all of this. It's just gonna be a little bit. Okay, Jose, come on. I need this play button.
Author and leftist Twitter personality Talia Lavin joined Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith podcast this week in a conversation that went awry when the topic turned to de-radicalization and coalition building with the far right. Here's some video of that.
Listen, like I don't think that I'm going to be able to convince you. I think if you want to like hold hands with a Nazi and kiss them gently on the cheek, that's fine. I just don't think that's going to work out well for you.
Do you think that what I'm arguing for is that I, Brianna Joy Gray, who was sitting before you as a Black woman, wants to hold hands with Nazis and kiss them in the street? I'm not trying to debate you at all here. I'm trying to explore what I think are some tensions that I too am wrestling with. And I would hope that since we're both members of this group, of these groups, that certainly see no benefit in appeasing Nazis, that we can have a conversation that doesn't presume that where we're coming from is because of some natural sympathy with these groups, as opposed to genuinely trying to strategize about how to fix this problem that we very much agree on, which is that America is being increasingly radicalized in these extremist ways.
I feel like I've stated my position repeatedly, and then I don't quite know how to react to respond other than like, no, I really believe what I believe. Everything we can do to mitigate those feelings in such large masses of the population, like, that's great. I think there are many constructive things you can do to fight Nazism that don't involve brass knuckling up and like just flattening the nose of a Proud Boy. But like, I think you have to be willing to brass knuckle up and flatten the nose of a Proud Boy too.
Well, after the podcast was posted, Talia took to Twitter and posted private DMs between her and Brianna, captioning it, quote, an absolute mess. Glenn Greenwald joined the fray, tweeting out, amazing. Lavin feels comfortable accusing Gray of wanting to kiss Nazis, literally, due to Bree's crime of believing in the best left-wing tradition that root causes should be understood instead of just calling people bad names. Well, we've invited Lavin to join Rising at a future time to discuss, but right now we have the host of Bad Faith podcast and former national spokesperson for the Bernie Sanders campaign, Brianna Joy Gray, here to give her side of the story. Brianna, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So how do you feel about being called a Nazi and all these other things? I mean, what is your take on all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately very unfortunate. I'm obviously very humbled and grateful that so many interesting guests are willing to come on Bad Faith podcast and engage in good faith conversation with me there. I was really interested in talking to Talia because few people have had as much close proximity with people that are so radicalized and far right and extremist as she has. You know, her book and her project has been to infiltrate right-wing spaces online, including by making a dating profile on white.net and interacting with men on there for a year and a half. So my first question to her, it actually wasn't about deprogramming at all. I simply asked her as a leftist what that experience did to inform her confidence or pessimism about building broad coalitions, not with Nazis, of course, but how did it broadly inform her thoughts and feelings about how to coalition build among a broad multiracial coalition? And she immediately pivoted the conversation to deprogramming. The way to get out of this mess and the way to resolve the political balkanization and the rise of right-wing extremism is going to require a deprogramming that is not going to, it's going to require a broader deprogramming that accesses the core of what's driving people into these communities at higher and higher rates, right? And that it's not necessarily going to be about saying you're racist and you're bad, even if that's 100% true, but that it's going to be about figuring out what compels an individual to find more solace in white supremacy than another kind of community. And so I wonder, I wonder what your thoughts are on that as a leftist. You know, is there an incompatibility with wanting to do have a broad multiracial coalition and a kind of insistence? I mean, you're dealing with a really narrow extreme part of the country. So I don't want to say that every conservative or every Trump voter is implicated in this conversation. But, you know, do you ever feel like there is a tension between kind of the need to coalition build and a perception of a certain segment of society as kind of untouchable?
I don't feel that tension.
Presumably because she's gotten a lot of questions about that before, and it became very defensive almost immediately. And I was curious about that, primarily because so often these conversations go off the rails because one party or the other accuses each other of anti-Semitism, of being a Nazi sympathizer, exactly the way it happened here. And I hoped that because I'm a Black American who obviously benefits not at all from the rise of Nazis, and that I argued is equally yoked insofar as my community and hers have a lot to lose from the rise of radical extremism, but we might be able to have a reasonable conversation that didn't default into this kind of identity essentialism. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think in her behavior, she ended up making the worst possible case you could for the argument she was making. And we're not talking behind her back. She's welcome, and I hope she does come here and discuss this with us. But she is essentially in the camp saying that it is fine to deny certain rights, free speech protections to the far right, to the extreme right, people engaged in far right activity. And I always say, well, if you're going to have that standard, you know, backtrack from the old ACLU standard that the Nazis should be able to march through Skokie, then you have to have a very clear definition of who actually is a Nazi and which rights we're taking away. At the very, I wouldn't support this, but this would be a way you'd have to go about doing it. And instead, she's expanding the definition of who is a Nazi to include you, and saying the rights that should be taken away include they should be met with explicit violence. So I feel like she is undermining any plausible case you could make for she's not strongmanning the Antifa position, is she?
Yeah, the Skokie example is important because the argument that ACLU is making there is not that Nazis are good and should be defended, or that there is any value necessarily to their speech, but part of the principle is that it is so difficult to discern whose speech should and should not be abridged, right? Whose rights shouldn't be taken away, and who's going to be the arbiter of that. And it's particularly concerning that Talia showed a lack of humility in that regard because, and I don't bring this up because I have any interest in, digging in on this point or highlighting a mistake. A lot of people make mistakes, but she is kind of known for having been let go from the New Yorker as a fact checker because she misidentified an ICE officer as having a white supremacist tattoo that in fact was not a white supremacist tattoo, ending up targeting that person for what ultimately ended up being unjustified hate and attack, right? So if you have already made a mistake like that in your personal life as a fact checker at a prestigious institution, one might think you would have a little humility before going around saying that folks need to be deplatformed, et cetera. And in fact, in the context of our conversation, she admitted that deplatforming would ultimately disproportionately affect the left. She completely conceded that point. It will hurt the left more than the right. And yet she decided that that was okay and a fine consequence, I guess, if it met the ultimate ends. And as someone who is only able to support herself, frankly, after having been marginalized by the mainstream news media for having progressive values, by having an independent platform and a site like Patreon, I think it's really concerning to see her willingness to take such draconian action without even giving some thought into what the kind of metrics would be for that kind of attack on free speech.
Hello and welcome to another TLDR EU video. Hate speech is sadly rife on the internet, from comments that skate the line to unquestionably offensive remarks. One country that's attempted to do something material about it has been Germany. Since the 1st of October 2017, the Network Enforcement Act, known as NetzDG, has beefed up protections and forced platforms to take content down quickly. The issue with this is that some believe that NetzDG doesn't go far enough, and others think it goes too far altogether. So in this video, we'll take a dive into Germany's hate speech law, and what the future could hold for the internet in Germany and around Europe. If you want us to be able to report on whatever we want without censorship or fear of demonetization, then be sure to back us on Patreon. Doing so not only gets you great perks such as behind the scenes posts, early access to videos and live events, but it also helps support our channel and our content. To find out more and support TLDR, click the link in the description. First things first then, what actually is the Network Enforcement Act? Well, in the words of the government department responsible for it, NetzDG aims to fight hate crime, criminally punishable fake news, and other unlawful content on social networks more effectively. This includes insult, malicious gossip, defamation, public incitement to crime, incitement to hatred, disseminating portrayals of violence, and threatening commission of a felony. In practice, a number of new requirements were established. Platforms were required to offer an easily recognizable, quickly accessible, and permanently available procedure for reporting content, to take down content as quickly as possible. Manifestly unlawful content, the content that's obviously harmful or illegal, must, under German law, be taken down within 24 hours. All other criminal content must be blocked within 7 days. Twice a year, platforms are also obligated to publish publicly available reports on their compliance. But the main deterrent of these systems are the fines. Failure to deal with complaints within the 24-hour or 7-day time frame, or a failure to set up a system at all, can result in fines of up to 5 million euros against the person responsible for the complaints management system, and up to 50 million euros against the company itself. And Germany is prepared to use this power. Back in August of 2019, the German Federal Office of Justice fined Facebook Ireland Limited, Facebook's EU base, 2 million euros for violating reporting obligations. However, the wider issue is invariably whether NetzDG has struck the right balance between free speech and privacy on one hand, and law enforcement and national security on the other. As recently as June this year, other countries' attempts at hate speech regulation have come under judicial and constitutional scrutiny. In May, and in the first piece of legislation not linked to the pandemic since lockdowns began, France finally adopted a law on hate speech, largely echoing that of Germany. Platforms such as Google, Twitter, and Facebook would now have 24 hours to remove content flagged as hateful, and just 1 hour to remove content flagged as terrorist propaganda. The fines were, however, significantly reduced from the German system, maxing out at just 1.25 million euros. The criticism of this new scheme was rife, and nothing new either. All the way back in November, the European Commission wrote to the French government to voice their concerns, asking that the government wait for a common EU standard to be enacted, and claiming that the new French law may not actually comply with EU laws. That's because the EU's currently negotiating and drafting up the aforementioned Common EU Standard, known as the Digital Services Act. This act is designed to set a common benchmark and Europe-wide policy for moderating and dealing with illegal and hateful content, and is expected early next year. We will, of course, cover that in the new year if any interesting developments arise out of it. Anyway, within a matter of months, the law was hauled before France's Constitutional Council, after some raised concerns over how platforms were actually meant to determine what was unlawful. Critics argued that the law, as it was, encouraged platform providers to remove flagged content, whether or not it actually infringed on any laws, in effect, over censorship. Citing Article 34 of the French Constitution, the court balanced the right of the government to restrict freedom of expression and communication that violates public order and rights of third parties against the general freedom of expression and communication, concluding that freedom of expression is all the more valuable because its exercise is a condition of democracy. Therefore, Parliament has brought to freedom of expression and communication an infringement that is not appropriate, necessary, or proportionate to the purpose pursued, and therefore the law was deemed unconstitutional. In spite of all these difficulties in France, Germany is clearly not backing down. Instead, it's actually going even further. A matter of days after the court in France concluded that the French version was unconstitutional, Germany passed amendments and reforms that will require platform providers to report certain types of criminal content to the Federal Crime Police Office, adding to the already fervent criticisms of the law. Now the concern is that social media giants are being co-opted to help the state build massive databases on citizens without robust legal justification. For civil liberty and privacy campaigners, the move is yet another step in the wrong direction, with some going as far as to state that the move violates rule of law guarantees in the German constitution, and that forcing platforms to reveal their users' true identities to the authorities without a court mandate or proper individual judicial review would set a very, very dangerous precedent. In 2018, NetzDG, as it was back then, without any of these new proposals, was already highly criticised. Human Rights Watch, an international non-governmental organisation advocating for, you guessed it, human rights, called out the law directly. The Germany director of the Human Rights Watch stressed that governments and the public have valid concerns about the proliferation of illegal or abusive content online, but the new German law is fundamentally flawed. It's vague, overbroad, and turns private companies into overzealous censors to avoid steep fines, leaving users with no judicial oversight or right to appeal. In their eyes, this opens the path for far more aggressive legislation by other countries, using the already flawed German model as a basis. This new reform only adding to the laws may seem to have come out of nowhere, but actually it's anything but. The impetus of the reform being the 2019 murder of local German politician Walter Lübcke by a neo-Nazi. A murder preceded by a number of targeted threats and hate speech, as Lübcke had become the face of Germany's refugee policy, a highly controversial policy, which, if you want, we can cover in another video. Just let us know in the comments below. Anyway, the reforms to force police notifications aren't even the end. Wider reform is ongoing, with objections ranging from strengthening users' rights and making reporting channels more friendly, to simplifying the appeals process and the significance of transparency reports. A spokesperson on legal affairs for the Social Democrats, the junior coalition party in Germany, stressed the importance of the move. We have to do more to prevent hate and slander from spreading online. No one's legitimately questioning the need for the protections and the need to take down hateful content, the issue being achieving some semblance of balance. As we said near the top of the video, it's about achieving the right balance between free speech and privacy on one hand, and law enforcement and national security on the other. Something highlighted by a German MP for the opposition Green Party when they said, "What we're debating here in Berlin has great relevance for all democracies, whether they're in Europe or elsewhere in the world. We're walking a tightrope, having to balance the fight against disinformation, incitement, and slander on one side with the right to free speech on the other, which is of paramount importance in democracies. To come up with a law that's both balanced and effective is far from a trivial task. Germany already has some of the strictest laws on hate speech in the world. Inciting hatred against national, religious, ethnic, or racial groups has already been outlawed for years and years. So is the use of racial slurs and displaying Nazi symbols. But for many German policymakers, Lübke's murder highlighted that NetzDG doesn't go far enough, that more work needed to be done to protect people on and offline. But what do you think? Is NetzDG a template for other countries to use in order to regulate online content? Or does it impinge on key freedoms? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to be notified every time we release a video. Special thanks to our Patreon backers who make videos like this one possible. And if you want to see your name listed at the end of the videos, then be sure to back us on Patreon. The link to that's in the description.
Yeah.
So we might
what
take
I
money
found
from Nazis.
most disturbing or interesting about
Now I'm done. So we might actually take money from Nazis, and that would be a bad thing. Taking money away from Nazis and white supremacists. Go ahead.
But for me, I mean, a lot of that there was taking jabs at her personally, which was unnecessary, I think. But I don't, it is what it is. But I think, we have drawn lines about what's free speech. Like they always say, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? When you start getting to the point where you're inciting violence, that's where you draw the line. When you start marginalizing other groups, that's where you draw the line, right? People act like free speech is absolute. It is not absolute. It has never been absolute, especially for us as Black people. It is still not absolute, right? And to act as if that's the case is, well, I understand why they're doing it, but to act as if that's the case is wild to me. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I want to jump in because the thing that was irking me the most is how they're conflating a few different issues. As far as like individuals getting into a fight with Nazis, that's completely different than our government taking their rights away. Deplatforming them from Patreon is completely different than our government taking their rights away.
That's true. It's a private organization. Yeah, I've been kicked off a few platforms. I've been kicked off platform several times. But we get that it's a private organization. They can do what they want to do. Yeah, it's a privately owned company. They can do what they want to do. Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, they're not being honest in their framing of this whole issue, and I don't know, like the ACLU has been around for a long time and they have not figured out a way to resolve this issue of Nazis. So maybe we do need a different fucking approach to all of this. I'm not saying that we need to have the government come in and put on the brass knuckles. You know what I'm saying? But I think that this whole idea that we need to like play nice and allow these people to have equal space in mainstream society. I'm not with that. I'm sorry.
Not either. That's how we get murdered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this, look, it's a completely different thing than talking about your average Republican that doesn't give a fuck about Black people versus someone who is online and the way they entertain themselves is, daydreaming of genocide with a bunch of other, white supremacists.
You were a skinhead for how many years?
I was a neo-Nazi skinhead from 1987 until 1995, roughly from the time I was 14 years old until I was 21.
He says he and alleged Charleston shooter Dylan Roof might once have been kindred spirits.
Would you have applauded Dylan Roof?
I would have. I would have thought that this guy had the courage to speak for the rest of us and to do something.
We also have to understand that the violence that these people are doing, it's not just the talk. The talk is connected to violence, and we have to understand that. We have to be very clear about that. All right, go ahead.
So I want to start with a question. Why is this conversation happening? why did the Rising pick this up? Since when does the Rising care to protect Black people from accusations of being Nazis or anti-Semitic?
It's because they're friends with Bree.
I don't remember Nick Cannon being given this like invitation to defend himself.
Good point.
I've yet to see the Louis Farrakhan episode where he gets to come on and defend himself against accusations of Nazism and free speech rights and all that.
Because Bree is a misinformation asset. That's why they're protecting her. But continue.
Yeah, Bree is the black face of white feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Like they put her out there to go ahead. Please go ahead.
This whole thing has been them shifting the Overton window, or at least attempting to, for them to try to make space on the left for white supremacists.
Preach.
There is no space on the left for Nazis. We are literally the opposite of that. The whole reason there is a left is so there won't be Nazis. That means there can't be Nazis on the left.
Mm-hmm. Especially an organization like Antifa.
So this is the thing. Sorry, I want to interject real quick, right? So hashtag ADOS got all this slack, right? Because I just want to ask this question, right? So hashtag ADOS got all this slack, right? We were called xenophobic. We were said that we hated immigrants, all this other stuff, and that people shouldn't build alliances with us, right? For reparations because we hate other groups. And we don't. These motherfuckers literally do. And it's in like they literature. And it's what they about. But you want to ally with them instead of allying with us, who are actually on the same side as you. Go ahead, Josiah.
No, we ain't. I am not on the same side as any Nazi collaborator.
No, I mean on the left. I'm talking about the left is supposed to be our home.
I got you.
So,
it's just like,
so you get what I'm saying? Instead of them coming to you, me, your grandmama, they rather go to some racists and not
the left. I don't believe that the left is her home. I don't believe she has a home. Politically, I think that her home is whoever is paying them checks. I think her home was with Bernie when Bernie had a job for her. Speaking of which, and speaking of people standing up for Black people on accusations of Nazism, where is Bernie Sanders on all of this? Because I remember where Breonna was when Bernie was being accused of racism. Scratch a lie, find a thief. That's all I'm saying.
You got anything, MG?
Well, Edie didn't go yet.
Do I really want to come up after the Bernie burn? Because I can't defend that shit. I cannot defend that.
Well, just skip over it like all other Bernie supporters do. Just like, what? Who said that? And keep going.
I'm not going to try. I don't know what to say about that, except for, he's up there working on a infrastructure bill, hopefully, or some kind of fucking bill. And so I wish he would speak up more. I really do. Well, I've seen Talia Lavin on Twitter, and she can be bombastic, I think might be the word, harsh and stuff. But I didn't hear her call Breonna a Nazi. I think she said, if you want to cozy up to Nazis, basically. And I'm with y'all. I have no interest in working with folks who their main foundation is racism. And these folks stem from the Southern strategy. They're part of the Republican strategy that created all these far right folks carrying guns around and threatening people, even on down to school boards. Maybe not. I don't think they've been with guns yet to the school boards, but they've been with zip ties to a principal and threatening a principal last couple of weeks. So I agree with Killmonger that that was done for Breonna to boost her show, to boost her ratings, picking on Talia, I think I haven't been on Twitter in a long time, but she built up a following while I was watching her, and she's got she seems to have quite a few folks who support her. So I got lost in that train of thought. So I don't know. I'm not sure. It shows the fissures between the left, right? And it's sad. I wish that I wish that Talia had, they didn't say they invited Talia on. They said they hope she comes on. But they did not say that she was invited. She had been invited to that segment. So I thought the whole thing
They say
was,
it later though. Sorry, we didn't play
They
the whole
do?
segment. They do say
Okay.
like, you know, if she wants to come on to defend herself, she can.
I think she
Yeah, they
should have
said
gone on
early
to
on, yeah.
defend herself. You
Well,
know, why didn't she
she'll
go
get
on?
around to, maybe she'll get around to, or maybe she just didn't feel like having to sit through and go through that shit again with people that she knows are not going to be friendly.
Right. But the basis
she-
of it is we
Mhm.
shouldn't be allowing, the Lincoln Project is in the Democratic Party now. They should go back to the Republican Party and fix the party that they helped fuck up. Right. So we have all kinds of problems just trying to get the left to do the right thing in the Democratic Party. And so Brianna shows that how she has more power than Talia, so she can go on the Hill, the Rising, and make her case. But Talia's not going to have access to that. Certainly not a segment like that with them. Maybe they will, but I doubt it. So
It'll be
I don't know. It brings up a lot of feelings for me, and I don't exactly agree with the way that Talia did it. Maybe. But then again, I'd probably do the same thing because I have no interest in those folks either. We should be bringing new people into the party and exciting other people that feel downtrodden rather than going up to the people with the guns and saying, yeah, we want to be with y'all. Not the guns, but the racism and the guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the guns, as a Southerner, for me, the guns and the racism are intertwined. So maybe it's not that way on the West Coast with everybody or in the middle of the country, but in the South,
we get it.
You know, that's how it is. Okay, that's it for me.
Yeah, I think one of the things well, two things real quick. You know, as everybody kind of alluded to here, is this is a powerful faction of the United States, right? The entire Republican Party bows to these people, right? They get protected by the police. They get, you know, people, you know, look away when they start stacking up arms and all this other stuff, all the training they do, recruiting out of the military, within and without the military and law enforcement, all this entire web of right-wing violence just waiting to explode.
Yes,
has been created, and it's been fed, and it continues to be fed, right? And for us on the left to reach out, well, not us, but people on the left to reach out to that faction and say, hey, come into our tent. And they think that's a growth strategy. That's a growth strategy for the right, but that's not a growth strategy for the left, because people are going to go flying out the other side of the tent as soon as they come in, right? They're going to bring money in the tent with them, which I think is a concern of most of these people talking that shit. All right, but that's not always the case. This is more of a to my mind, this is more of a right-wing operation to try to break down the left because they were getting some traction, right? And it's also a shot at us because reparations is getting traction on the left, right? So if the reparations are getting traction, they will do absolutely anything to get away from that, right? And you know, I recognize that people have been talking about dealing with the right for a while, but it's been accelerated by the fact that reparations is growing, and people can deny that's the case, but that's what's going on. That's what's going on because they know that once the case is made, leftists of any moral character will move to this argument, and that's their problem. All right, that's all I got.
I think that my issue is, like, we're not just talking about people who are on the right. We're talking about like the extreme right. And I would love to see any like real evidence that shows that these efforts have actually there's been conversion of like great numbers of white supremacists. Like, I just don't think that like the benefits of this is worth the effort. Like, I haven't seen any proof that any of that has actually been shown to be true. because I don't see, the left gaining a whole bunch of numbers and being able to shift things politically. They've been losing. So what is the point of this from their point of view? Like, I don't see anyone really showing how this strategy has any value.
I can tell you how it doesn't work, because I read an article recently. I really want Joe Manchin out of office. And so I look at West Virginia and Joe Manchin and how people talk about West Virginia voters and say, oh, they're all, Republicans, deep red Republicans, and they want this and they want that. I don't think they know that, because the senator before Joe Manchin was called the king of pork, and he was beloved for decades. And so when Robert Byrd, who was the senator before Joe Manchin, when he died and Manchin took his spot in 2010, that's when the Dem Party started losing more voters. In February 2021 is the first year ever that Democratic voters have been outnumbered by Republican voters. Republican voters are now, for the first time in West Virginia, 2021, outnumbering the Democratic voters. And why? I think it's because they've got Dem leadership like Joe Manchin. Because why go with the guy who's a big fat liar, right? Who runs as a Democrat but votes as a Republican? Why not just join the Republican Party and be a Republican? So I firmly believe that, and plus, if you debate politics with white Southerners who voted for Democrats before the Southern strategy, one of the things they say is, oh, they're all the same. Well, Joe Manchin type Democrats prove that, because he's a liar. He's up there saying he's one thing, but he's really voting as another. So they are all the same. So why not just go with the party who's really being truthful?
And I hate to say this, Edie, because my next question is, what party's being truthful?
I know that I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is any better.
I'm not saying trying to say that either. It's so hard I understand everything you said, and it made perfect sense. I'm just being a jokester.
I'm just saying we have no place else to go. Like, we don't have another party to go to. So we either build up this one or figure out a way to build another one. And they're going to roadblock us every time. So for me, in my head, I always work for the supposition that we fix the Democratic Party. That's just how I think in my head.
Well, and Edie, I want to go a little bit further on what you said, and then if anybody else wants to go, and then we can start up a Free Breeze video. But when you keep talking about the third party, now I'm not against a third party. Before people start trying to be like, Sam's against starting a third party. But in the history of this country, third parties have always tended to be absorbed by one of the major two parties. So I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm just saying that it hasn't happened in our history
And I'm saying
taking full control and power.
I'm saying it's really fucking difficult, and they'll put roadblocks up every way. So it's probably the easier path is to fix what we got.
I'm with you, Edie. I agree. I'm just glad you said it, because they'll be like, oh my God, she's against third party. She's working.
Well, now they're just going to hate me. Thank you.
Well, but you don't you're not online like that, so you're all right. And you're not going to sit around and read the comments. So
this is true.
One of the things about third party is, with the lack of money and the roadblocks, third party is going to be useless unless there's only, to my mind, only one way a third party can move anything is if they become a threat, right? And then that'll force the Democrats to the table, right? If they're not going to become a threat, they'll just, they'll get everybody in line at CNN and MSNBC and just push them out of the way. Mm-hmm. Right. But if they can build something, for instance, that pulls the black vote away from the Democrats, then you got a problem. Then the Democrats gotta either come to the table or send the troops. That's their only option.
Yeah, one or
right?
the other.
Mm-hmm. That's their only option. So, but a third party that's just doing like the white people's party's doing, then the Democrats aren't even looking at the The Democrats don't give a shit about the People's Party, the white People's
And
Party.
just think about what the Democrats did to the Green Party with getting them kicked off of ballots in different states and all the shady shit they did to them. Like, not only are you fighting the Republicans, you're fighting the Democrats too with the third party. And again, nobody's saying that you shouldn't do it or that you shouldn't try, but you have to understand how large of a feat that is. And y'all haven't organized enough people. At the end of the day, everybody's talking about all the things we need to do. We need to organize more people so we can talk about doing the shit you're talking about. But with a little handful of people, go ahead, Edie.
Sorry. I think that
No, you're good.
that people don't understand how hard the fight is going on. And I know I've said this on the show before, how hard it's going on within the Democratic Party for leftists to really break through. Like, I know we get upset with AOC and the squad because we don't feel like they're doing enough. Fucking act. If you knew how hard it was just to do what they are doing, like it's a battle just to break through because of the strength of the machine that's going on right now. I could carry on today.
AOC is millennial Obama.
Yes, she is.
Nobody's living up to my expectations in the Democratic Party, right? Lots of people feel that way. The problem is we can't get any power because the people who hold the power are really powerful and they got all the money.
Now, so this is what I was gonna say. So to steal a line from Yvette Carnell, you have to have wind at your back to get shit done. The reason the progressives can't get anything done is because they don't have enough people. I keep saying this over and over again. A couple thousand people tweeting on Twitter is not people. How many people can you mobilize in the street in a day, in a week? If so AOC's fucking up and you live in her district and you want her to do what she said she was gonna do, can you organize 500 people in that district to go and knock on everybody's doors and tell them how AOC's not representing them and how they need to vote for a different candidate? If you can't mobilize real power, then it's all talk. And I'm talking about myself too. I can't call 100 people and get them to mobilize. I gotta build that. But nobody's trying to build the people group. They're trying to talk on YouTube or talk on Twitter and build national things with people who don't live near them instead of building stuff at home and talking to people nationally to see what's working and what's not working and sharing information versus trying to do all these things. That's what I'm seeing on my end. Do we have anything else, guys, before we actually get into the Breonna Greyjoy video? Because we want to get in that video too.
Let's do it.
Okay. But yeah, that's what it is. At the end of the day, there's not enough wind behind their back. You can elect all the progressives that you want, but if you can't force the other people around them to do anything, there's not much you can do. Like, yeah, the squad has, if they wanted to, they could wield power because of their numbers. But at the end of the day, when Pelosi comes for them, you guys can't mobilize against Pelosi to actually quash that. So again, I'm not defending AOC because anybody who's listened to our show long enough knows how I feel about her. But any politician we put in office, we have to have the numbers that when they don't do what we want, we can punish them legally, as in vote them out and get somebody else in. But if you can't really pull people's coats and cards when they do stuff, like, you have no power. Like, our power is with each other. We have to come together, as many like-minded people as possible. And I don't have a like mind with Nazis or white supremacists. Now, people who have dropped the N-bomb once or twice in their life and know that they need to do better now is a different conversation than somebody who literally is cheering on Dylan Roof, killing Black people. You know what I mean? So let's not pretend like they're not talking. Never mind, let me just play this because I get so frustrated with that. I'm so tired of them trying to pretend like, oh, we just want to try to work with everybody. What's wrong with you guys that you don't want to work with everybody? It's like, no, that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about dealing with extremists. You're not talking about, you're not talking about recruiting the, random Republican who, doesn't even think about Black people. You're talking about people who are Nazis.
That's what I'm saying. What we're dealing with in the Dem Party, people who are Democrats. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I haven't pulled out. I can't do it. yet.
That's good.
But what are we dealing with? Like I mentioned earlier, the Lincoln Project. Okay, these people are popular in the party. I find them disgusting because they help build what's on the Republican Party side today. But here we are.
Yeah, all those
And
George
they
Bush
were,
cast-offs. Yeah, they're
yeah,
ridiculous.
there we are. And they have more pull in the Democratic Party leadership than the squad does. I guarantee you. That's
Cash
how
rules
I
everything
feel.
around me. Mm-hmm.
So look, I want AOC to do better. I want the squad to do better. But I've also been surrounded by establishment Dems who wouldn't even let me write a newsletter. I'm sure for a Dem club, like they will stop you any way possible because they don't want you to have a win. And so you're right. We have to have more people. We need, yeah. And I also thought about the Tea Party, that was a small faction in the beginning, and they won not by showing up always to protest, but making the phone calls to their representatives. And they were on the phones every day. And I feel like the phone calls and the letters make much more. If you send those letters, you make phone calls, and you get all your friends to do the same thing, that's just as powerful as showing up one day for a protest, because you can call every day, you can email every day, and it only takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, but remember, the Tea Party also had money. They had financial backers. That's another issue.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to other
There's got to be
they
infrastructure built.
Well, that's how you
Yeah.
get the organization, right? So if you can afford to run ads and pay people to write articles, you do that. When you're poor, you get people to use their feet power and knock on people's doors.
Yeah.
Like Mark was talking about that last night. Let's go ahead and get this cracking a little bit. I might put in a little snippet from Mark as a little preview, because he was really getting into that. So, all right, here we go. This is the infamous video.
The way to get out of this mess and the way to resolve the political balkanization and the rise of right-wing extremism is going to require a deprogramming that is not going to, it's going to require a broader deprogramming that accesses the core of what's driving people into these communities at higher and higher rates, right? And that it's not necessarily going to be about saying you're racist and you're bad, even if that's 100% true. But that it's going to be about figuring out what compels an individual to find more solace in white supremacy than another kind of community. And so I wonder, I wonder.
I'm sorry. I know she ain't even got a minute in, but I just want to reiterate my question, because she did say, well, even if they are racist, it doesn't matter. So she is talking about the extremes. She's not talking about, because I get tired of this thing where people like Brianna tries to be like, oh, every time you talk to a white person, you're calling them a racist. When I'm talking to white people about reparations, Black American issues, freedmen issues, my first go-to is not to call them a racist. So when I see her here now, she's like, well, but how do we just get them to see that the more important coalition, why don't you go and talk to the 100 million people who do not vote? Why do we have to go and get the extremists? Why do we need not? Sorry, y'all got anything before I keep playing? But even in the first 48 seconds, it's just like you see herself trying to explain to herself. It does not make sense to align with extremists. Regular Republicans are not extremists. Nazis and white supremacists, Klan members are extremists, especially when you start getting to the radicals. Please go ahead, Mud.
No, I just wanted to point out that she is full of shit, because she said on the Hill thing, when she started, she didn't even go into this idea of trying to build coalitions with white supremacists, Nazis. She said she was just talking about building general coalitions. And she said that this, the other woman, what is her name, Talia? Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah, she said that Talia was the one that took the interview into that direction. Clearly, she is starting off with, well, how do we kiss on these Nazis to get them to love us? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is. Go ahead.
I think
Go
it's
ahead.
laughable. I think it's laughable that she thinks it's possible to deprogram these people. Like, I haven't talked to my parents in 3 years. Some of this is the reason. Like, I don't want my dad to rub off on my child. I don't want him saying questionable things around my child. Do you think I've worked on this? I'm 48 years old. Do you think I've worked on him for the last 30 years? Yes. You do not deprogram these people. It is impossible. The only way that they will move towards what you want is if it affects them personally. And we're seeing with COVID, that doesn't even matter. Like, so.
Yeah, I think because it's again two things. It's always two things. That when you deal with people like this, when you deal with people, these people are they don't call them hardcore for nothing. They're the core of this right movement. They're the hardcore, the fist of this right wing movement. And you think you're going to come in talking about de-radicalization? They'll laugh at you. They're gonna laugh at you.
Yes.
Don't come. You don't go into anybody's space. You don't go into anybody's space thinking that and tell them I'm going to come in and change your beliefs. Nobody's going for that. Not on the religious level. Not on this ideological level. None of this. Right? Imagine
not taking Jesus from grandma.
Exactly. Imagine going into a Christian church and saying, you know what, I'm gonna tell you Jesus wasn't real. You'll get kicked out of there. There's no logic to this. But this
You can't even tell black people Jesus wasn't white.
Exactly. So if she thinks she's just gonna throw Medicare for all at somebody and they're just gonna go belly up, oh, you right? No, that's not how this works. That's not how ideology works. That's not how culture works. That's not how logic works. And that further, goes to the second part, that further informs what this decision is for. They want to move in this direction to make commitments to this de-radicalization because they know that what will harm that de-radicalization is reparations, right? So in that grain, if you know that de-radicalization is not going to work, especially in this frame because you don't have anything to offer them, right? What the smart thing to do and what the logical thing to do in any other situation would be to finance and empower their enemy, right? Which is us, right? We're the answer, like Irony said. They're fire, we're the water, right? Mm-hmm. If you're going, we as Black people, the descendants of slaves, because we're their main target in this country, right? So we as their main target, the answer is to empower and protect us. That's not, but this de-radicalization piece going straight to the hardcore. Are you high? Really? Mm-hmm. That's a Daryl. What is his name? Getting Klan suits. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Got a whole 10 people this week. Get the fuck out of here. All right, that's all I got for that.
I wanted to also add it.
Edie, 1 second. Can you let Josiah go? Because
I beg your pardon. Sorry.
No worries. I just want to make sure everybody's getting their first thoughts off because everybody be holding their thoughts. So go ahead, Josiah.
So this is what she's doing is trying to mainstream like racist on the left. You go with the most extreme possible example and you say, this is what we're actually trying to do. Now, nobody's ever going to let the Nazis in on the left, but anybody who's less than a Nazi suddenly seems a lot more acceptable. So maybe they don't hate Jewish people, but they kind of don't like Black people. That's a compromise. Wow. Maybe they don't hate anybody. Maybe they're just against reparations. That's a compromise. That's the whole purpose of this whole thing. Because I keep asking myself, why is this conversation happening? And again, free speech and everything, everybody's allowed to talk about what they want to talk about. But her stated goals were to, proselytize about coalition building, right? Mm-hmm. So why do you go to the Antifa person who wrote a book about dealing with Nazis? Why is this the person you want to talk to about coalition building, unless you're trying to coalition build Nazis?
Yeah. Why not get the guy who gets deprogrammed who was a Nazi who got deprogrammed? Why not talk to him about it?
Why not talk to literally anybody else? This is the part I don't understand. If you want a coalition build, right? Why go to the person who deals with Nazis? Why not coalition build with I don't, me.
Yeah.
Ain't doing nothing.
Perfectly said.
Go ahead, Edie. I know you wanted to get yours in.
I'm sorry. I just had to say, like, if Brianna's watching, like, I watch young people on Facebook in the South who are like Zoomers or whatever, you know, younger, and they're fighting their families on Facebook, and their uncle, their aunt, their, you know, cousin will slam them in a heartbeat. Okay. There is no reprogramming. There's no taking people out of this. It's impossible. And your own family, their own family members are working on this in some families, not every family.
Just wanted to ask one last question. What are we building this coalition to do?
Medicare for all.
Because, like, if I'm teaming up with the Nazis, okay, but who are we going against?
And
we out of enemies at that point.
Yeah, so you got a good point. So wait. So we're teaming up with Nazis for $15 an hour in Medicare for all?
I'm saying they got
damn
billions if we go and team up. Like
that's a cheap ass alliance to ally with Nazis.
And we also have there's a couple of other things at play here too, right? You know, with the end of Bernie's viability, if there ever really was any, at the end of Bernie's viability to run for president, this whole movement is aimless, right? Bernie bungled any sort of transition plan to a new leadership, right? It should have been honestly it should have been Nina, but what's her name? AOC became the new shiny thing in the movement, right? So, and then we turned out that she was full of shit. She was just another climber, right? So there's a lot of this, and that generates a lot of nihilism, right? Okay, what can I get out of this now? This shit is dead. What can I get out of this now? All right, and so here comes Mr. Moneybags. You know, I think it's Mellon who's doing bringing all this money into trying to get money into the left to get them to do crazy shit, like write articles about slamming. Darity's book, From Here to Equality. We had to do that on the Nation, in the Nation magazine, and then we also had, of course, the main culprit, and ire for me was Matt Taibbi and others slamming white fragility. This is that right wing money coming into the movement to keep it from radicalizing,
addressing our issues.
Yeah, radicalizing around Black issues, because that's the logical move, right? The logical move for the left right now, since it's aimless, is to go to the people that need to be served the most. That's the logical move, right? Especially if they are especially if that group is the main group that upholds their main opponent, which is the Democratic Party. The logical move is to gravitate around Black issues, but the right can't let that happen because that can work, right? So this whole CRT thing, white fragility bullshit, going after Darity's book, all this shit is connected, and it's all connected to right-wing money. These people going to hang out with Nazis, get the fuck out of here. This is all money. So, Brianna's making what, $30,000 a month on Patreon? Jimmy, I don't know, shit, Jimmy's probably at least $50,000 a month on Patreon. You know, all these people are getting paid, and all these people in Jimmy's orbit that get that to get that money, right? And this is also some social engineering shit too. All right. Tim brought it up before. Right. So whenever what's that boy's name? Whenever Jimmy went after the squad, the views go through the roof, right? That's that right-wing money, right? When every time you get rewarded, even subliminally, you get rewarded for doing something that helps them, you get that little boost, you get that money, and you start to grow, and you start to think you're doing the right thing because you're being rewarded, right? Whether it's true or not is irrelevant, but you're being rewarded, and that makes going back even harder because that money starts going down, right? And
Yes. Can you go deeper into that, MG? Because that's what I wanted. This is what I'd like you to go into, because I don't want to break your thought and you're on it. Can we need to stop pretending like these people are not being influenced by the money? If they make a video and it doesn't make money, they're not going to make a video like that again.
They're not gonna, yeah, exactly. They're not gonna go back and do it again, right? It's the same thing. Yeah, and I mean, that's the reality, right? So if again, like they said, like Tim was saying about the going after the squad videos that Jimmy was doing, of course, the people with money say, okay, they have operations to do this. Troll farms, these when you can buy views, they have the money to do that, right? So if I'm running an operation for some right wing oligarch, all right, I say okay, here's $12 million for the year, all right, spend some
Again,
money
all
to
speculation.
yeah, again, all
speculation.
but this is yeah, we can say it's speculation, but in
Well,
reality,
because
this
we
is
don't
what,
have proof.
yeah,
So,
we don't have.
But remember, we're on a show and we are
Mhm.
making statements to the public. So
Yeah,
we have to
but
make
this is
sure we
but
say,
this
this is speculation.
yeah, but what no, what I'm not saying that they know what's going on, right? I'm not saying that Jimmy and these other folks know what's going on, right?
Okay,
This is a
thank you.
social engineering thing, and it works better without their knowledge, right?
Like the Tea Party.
The Tea Party, that was with their knowledge, right? That's something different, right? But if I want to influence,
But did they know that they were being paid for by rich oligarchs?
well, initially no, because they weren't, right? Because the Tea Party, when the Tea Party first came out, it was about giving money to the banks instead of helping people, right? And then it was slickly shift. Then during that shift into becoming a right wing mob, right? That may have been that may have been a case of social engineering, and not everybody knew what was going on, and they just going with the flow, right? And in this case, on the left, if there's a reward coming, right, and you think that the people around you are righteous people, and you think that okay, I'm a righteous person, I'm attracting righteous people, this is what makes them happy, it must be the right thing to do, right? And then once you realize what's going on, say, wait a minute, this can't be right. You can't go back because now you done bought a limousine, right? I got to make payments now, right? That changes your thinking, right? And that's that social engineering piece, right? It's just you get rewarded for doing things that a particular group wants you to do, right? There's no reward for, even though it's the right thing to do, to support Black votes, to support our issues, right? There's no reward, and in fact, you may be harmed, right? That's the incentive structure of white supremacy. Right,
meritorious manumissions, huh?
Exactly, right. You if you know you're going to be harmed by helping Black people, even if it's subliminal, right? I know my mom and dad won't really like me helping Black people, but if I go over here and feed the poor, that's okay. But specifically helping Black people, no, that's not going to work, right? That's one of some of the many ways that white supremacy or culture in general feeds itself, right? It keeps it's self-sustaining. Right, it's self-sustaining because everybody knows the rules. Again, because you've grown up in them, and everybody knows the rules. So, like Edie was saying, that's why she knows who her father is, and she knows that her father would incentivize her children to be more like him, right? Because he believes that's the culture. Am I right? Is that a right reading of what you said, Edie?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So. Yeah, so it's just, again, it's a matter of culture. Thank you, Edie. It's a matter of culture, right? And you become acculturated by a system of incentives and disincentives, right? If the incentive is, okay, I'm a podcaster, let's say Bree, and if I say all this, as long as I stay on this race neutral stuff, people keep coming. They keep coming, they get on my Patreon. But the minute I start shifting into ADOS and reparations, oh shit, my numbers start going down, right? That's the incentive and disincentive system. That's a set of incentives and disincentives. And in the technological era that we're in right now, and in the age of the internet, people with money can manipulate those things very, very easily, right? So if I have an organization that speaks to 10,000 relatively well-heeled people, right? And I say, hey, I send out email, hey, take a look at this. But when I send you that link, you need to send this person some money, right? and it's really that simple when you have that kind of money, right? And then you send it, and if they say something wrong, man, they really blew it on this one, right? It's the same email structure, right? But it's carrots and sticks, right? But right now, the right wing is pouring money into the left, and we know that now for a fact, to incentivize people who have a following to do these things, right? And eventually they're going to wake up and realize, oh shit, how did I get here? If they have a moral core. But over time, that moral core kind of disappears because you're living comfortable. You know, that's my view. Again, we know where the money's coming from. I'm not saying this is why they know why they're doing this and they know why this money's coming, but that incentive structure doesn't change. That's how things stay in place. And people with a following are going to get this same kind of push. And that's all I got. I'm sorry, I took a long time on that one.
No, I thought that was good. Anybody got anything else before we keep running?
Nah, I think we need to get back into the video because we have barely
scratch the surface.
This one, yeah.
I wonder what your thoughts are on that as a leftist. You know, is there an incompatibility with wanting to do have a broad multiracial coalition and a kind of insistence? I mean, you're dealing with a really narrow extreme part of the country. So I don't want to say that every conservative or every Trump voter is implicated in this conversation. But, you know, do you ever feel like there is a tension between kind of the need to coalition build and a perception of a certain segment of society as kind of untouchable?
I don't feel that tension. I understand that other people do. I'm in the Punch-a-Nazi School of Applied Mechanics. I have no sympathy for these people. And it's not just at a personal peak, you know, because people talk about deprogramming, de-radicalization. Every time I give a book talk, 4 or 5 of the questions are about can't we just kumbaya, de-radicalize? I'm you have no idea what goes into de-radicalization. Genuinely, de-radicalization, this magical term that people use constantly, is a years-long process, requires, you know, people to be mentally ready to leave. It's analogous to quitting smoking. It's fucking hard, you know, and sometimes people might want to kill you for leaving, you know, and so you have to be really fucking ready to leave. And most people don't want to. They enjoy it. They enjoy the cruelty. They enjoy the camaraderie. They feel community. They feel acceptance, right? So I think, so if you're willing to engage in a years-long emotional connection of extraordinary strength to the point where I've heard of people marrying their de-radicalizers or spending years having dinner with their de-radicalizers only to eventually maybe arrive at a sort of tenuous former status. You know, if you're prepared to do that, fine, that's not scalable. What is scalable is saying these sentiments are unacceptable. You cannot show up in my town. You cannot show up in my university. I think that many people want to kumbaya because for them, the prospect of standing up and fucking punching a Proud Boy is uncomfortable. And they want to see themselves as more tolerant. And I mean, for me, at least, I'm cool, your conception of yourself as tolerant and marketplace of ideas-y and willing to coalition build, whatever, matters more to you than my safety and the safety of all the marginalized people that these people attack. I really, if I sound angry, it's because I'm an angry person. I'm also quitting smoking and also fuck a Nazi. Fuck them.
Okay,
I don't care about them. I don't care about their lives. I want them to die. I really am just I have no patience. No patience. And the more we socially marginalize these views, the more we make them unacceptable, the fewer people will join. If you deplatform someone, if you play whack-a-mole enough, you make it annoying and difficult, you dox people, you get them their jobs lost for holding these views publicly, for saying that they want to burn Jews and kill, you know, N-words. You make it socially absolutely poison to do these things.
So is there evidence of that, Talia? Is there evidence that approach, because you say that the approach you're describing is scalable and the de-radicalization approach isn't. But what strikes me is that it seems like there has been a radicalization approach that has been taking years. You know, the radicalizers are happy to take years and pursue this project.
I know y'all got thoughts, because she really sounds like
Yes.
she's saying we should spend the next 5-10 years deprogramming Nazis versus knocking on the doors of non-voters and getting them to join our coalition. So who would like to go first? Just I feel like you got words, and go ahead. Please
I got
start, and
some
whoever wants to
senses.
go after him, jump in, and I'll be quiet.
My goodness. Where do I start? First of all, she called these people untouchables in society. This is one of the most organized and well-oiled machines in American history. These people have infiltrated every level of American government and law enforcement, according to the FBI.
Yes.
What are you talking about? These people are untouchable. These people are very well trained, very well armed. What do you mean? And they have an entire community. They have churches. They have whole towns of these people. Sundown towns are still a thing.
Yes.
I don't know how much more you can have and still be considered on the outskirts of society.
Yeah, we're back in incentives and disincentives, right? That's their community, right? That's why social controls work, right? Like she said, it goes as far as people will kill you if you try to leave, right? You can be ostracized, you can lose your job, right? And that's why it helps that they're so well funded and so well organized, right? So they can exist in a society outside of the controls of regular society. That's what the money does. That's what the wealth does, right?
Like the judge who just got indicted for the Ahmaud Arbery, right?
Yeah,
for trying to cover up that shit.
Exactly. If she doesn't get locked up, she's going to get a job at some think tank or something, right? She's going to get paid for this, right? It's just like when a cop kills somebody when they can still go fund me for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? This is a way to undermine the disincentives that our society should be inflicting on these people, right? Because people can think right wingers are the caricature that Bree is using of some toothless oaf living under a bridge. And that's what these right-wing Nazis look like, is completely a caricature, right? Talia knows exactly who they are. They're well-funded. They're violent. They are again, as Joey said, they are interwoven into the halls of power in this country, right? This is nothing to play with. All this to undermine us. That's how wild this is. Man. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Anybody?
Yeah. I think it's kind of like humorous that Brianna is acting as if this is something that just started a few decades ago. And had a plan. And no, if you go back like early on in American history, like we could go into the Bacon Rebellion thing. We could go how, white people who worked with black people were tarred and feathered, and they were linked with us. Like they were socially engineered to not want to ally with us. And we see that is something that actually works. When you ostracize people enough, then they don't want to actually be in a certain type of group. I mean, even when you listen to Edie talk about like her family, like if the roles were reversed, where the majority, like of the people in her hometown were ostracizing the people who are promoting the white supremacist stuff, you would see less of them. Like the reason why we have allies that are afraid of like truly taking on the fight, or I wouldn't say allies, I would say potential allies who are afraid of taking on, because realize that there is like there's like ramifications for doing that. Like they can be locked out, not by us, but they're going to be locked out by mainstream white society. Like their circles, I shouldn't say mainstream white society, but their circles, their community. Like there's a possibility of them losing friends. There's a possibility of them, all types of shit happening to them for taking on a fight for our justice. We know that this strategy works. It's just that the strategy has been implemented in American society in the reverse.
Ooh, that's
And
so good, man.
yeah, that's all.
I want to.
Hey, this is MG from Reset Race. We're growing and so is our mission. Because of this, we're looking for volunteers to join our team. The skills we need most right now are researchers, video editors, and men and women to do voiceovers. If you're interested in helping out, go to actifypress.com/volunteer. Again, actifypress.com/volunteer. We hope to hear from you soon. Peace and justice from myself and the rest of the Reset Race crew.
There is actually a prejudice between different nationalities. Like, there was this Italian boy in our room, and there was this Irish boy, and I was actually shocked to find them at odds. I said, well, you guys are, you're both white. I mean, what is it? He said, well, the Dagoes want everything. And the guy said, those Irish, how they are. They think, they think the world's theirs, And I was actually shocked. So you can't say, narrow it down to just one race or one creed. It's everyone. Everyone has done this sometimes. Even, you have.
Okay, saying that everybody is guilty of it, I mean, why don't we start teaching it now so that we won't make the same mistake over again rather than teach whatever?
Say the church. That's
Okay,
the church is
why
responsible.
doesn't the church start teaching?
That's what we're saying. We're holding the church responsible. Religion in general.
The people, religion, it's not the religion, it's the people.
I mean, the people make up the church, don't they? The church doesn't make up itself.
You can tell the love of Jesus. You can say he died for all. Say what gives you gladly. Let his word your pleasure be.
I think the Christian community has a great opportunity today to really help change the climate. You know the myth that the white man is inherently superior to the black man? This myth has plagued us for such a long time. To take these myths and to listen to the facts and perhaps to let go of them. For you and I know that it was not the white man, and it was not the white church, but it was the Negro. It was the Negro church which initiated this struggle in this quest for justice and love among men. What kind of attitudes are you sharing with others, your friends, your children, when it comes to race relations? What is your race relations vocabulary? I've heard so many Christians use the word nigger. By what we say, by how we act, we teach, we witness.
Well, thank you, Pastor Youngdahl. I know we have heard and seen a lot today, and we Christians need to be up and doing. I know that. Thank you.
The few particulars that make Omaha different from New York
are just incidental. The problem exists because white people think they're better than black people, and they want to oppress us, and they want us to allow ourselves to be oppressed.
This is the I agree with you perfectly. This is the basic problem.
Then what do you
that
want to
white
talk to me
people
about?
Think they're better
What's
than
that I can
others.
do? I can't solve the problem. You guys pull the strings that close schools. You guys draw the boundaries that keep our kids restricted to the ghetto. You guys write up the restrictive covenants that keep us out of houses. So it's up to you to talk to your brothers and your sisters and persuade them that they have a responsibility. We've assumed ours for over 400 years, and we're tired of this kind of stuff now. We're not going to suffer patiently anymore. No more turning the other cheek, no more blessing our enemies, no more praying for those who despitefully use us. We're going to show you that we've learned the lessons you've taught us, we've studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated.
Well,
so you can have him. And here's what I'll say, I wish you would follow Jesus like we followed him. Because if you did that, then we'd be in charge tomorrow. I think the problem is so bad that we can have no understanding at all.
You think it's gotten to the point where there can never be that reconciliation?
No. You talk about justice, and it means one thing to you, and we talk about it and it means something else to us. And it'll always be that way. And I'd like you to know I have a terrible feeling against preachers, because I think you guys are the ones who are largely responsible for the problem in the first place. And you can accept it or not any way you choose. And for you, this may be an excursion, you know, across the line.
What about the person that wants to listen? I genuinely feel that I want to listen.
Well, if you listen and try to do something, you get kicked out of your church. See, that's the way your people are.
Well, we do make changes. So the changes that have come have been drastic.
God bless you, little brother. Come back and see us again sometime. And don't look back in anger. Thanks for taking it so well. He thought we were going to do in here like they do to us. If we went in one of their places, everybody would have jumped out their chairs and got some ropes together and hung one of us. We couldn't even go in one of their places like this.
Yeah. Right. Bobby. Just a minute. Telephone on, son. Well, here's where we are. We've confessed our sins. We've tried to open up and say, doggone it, we did this. We did do it. We're all guilty, terribly guilty. But what do we do now? Do we sit around in despair? If we do, then let's all knock ourselves off and get the heck off the earth. Or do we try to live together and work out a better life? I would see an interracial exchange of couples as something sponsored or encouraged by our social ministry committee to actually promote better human relations.
If 10 couples would take the time and the trouble to go into a Negro home with a sister church using Hope Lutheran.
Sacrificing to attempt to start with this problem that hasn't been introduced apparently too well in our congregation.
We're not running around proselyting Negro members. We simply want the understanding because of the fact they are in our community.
We want to get along together as a people.
How far away are they, Bill? Not over 2 blocks, are they?
3 blocks we have Negro families living.
But I feel there's so many areas that we could work in. There are a tremendous number of places, and why pick this one to start out with. In 100 years, the Social Ministry Committee has done nothing, and now we start out with the most controversial issue we could.
Well, Ray, there are many other things we could look for and find to do, but is there anything more important, any problem more crucial right now?
Two board members said this will split the church wide open, and now you're asking me, am I afraid to present this to the council? You're speaking of my church. You know,
I'm convinced that the ministry of reconciliation that we've talked so long about, that takes place so seldom in the church, can only take place if people learn that they can take different sides of the issue and still forgive one another and love
But
one
now
another.
we're talking about, let's gamble now, unprepared as the congregation is,
right.
and take a gamble on this.
That's right. Say we propose it. Say there's a real explosion among the council members. What do we lose by proposing it as a proposal of the social ministry?
What if we lose? What have we lost?
We lost.
Those who oppose us will go home and say, well, you know, what are these clowns doing down there, you know? And they'll go home and they'll talk about it. And at least they'll think about it. And I see where we have lost nothing, actually.
Now, I'm not saying, I didn't say no, let's not present it. We have discussed this as a committee a number of times, and you've reinforced our thinking. And yet we're proposing this to the board without this education. You're asking for a pretty tough decision, and I just soon put it off.
I'm not going to give you a chance to discuss it anymore. I'm simply going to ask you how you vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so tomorrow night at the council meeting, we'll see what kind of reaction we get.
Why be so revolutionary and upheaval, and let's take one step at a time.
Do you think that this would be so revolutionary and so repugnant to them that we'd lose some people? The mere fact that on a voluntary basis we would, say 10 couples, let's say.
They're greatly concerned about it. They figure and feel that this church might become integrated, and like Bob said, their exodus will be right out of here. They don't see why we should go and keep harping on this idea of civil rights continually. And they're looking for a little let up instead of continued agitation. That's what I've heard.
If we lose 100 members, I would not like to see this. I think we would destroy what we have built up here in our church over a good many years. And this would be bad, because we've got a good, strong congregation here, a very faithful congregation. Now let's keep them intact while we make progress.
I'm sure that we're all aware of the touchiness of this situation. Boy, I belong to this church about as long as anybody here. And I realize what we can involve ourselves with, but I also think that it's for the good of the church, or I would never be involved in it.
I'll have to admit that it took them until 12:20 last night as a committee to convince me that this congregation could meet the challenge. And I'm rather embarrassed now that I didn't have more faith than I expressed last night.
But I would hate to see any artificial movement which would affront either, and I hate to use the term side, which would hold back better relations.
I think there has to be a more general approach to this thing first. Now, I don't know exactly what that approach should be, but I may be clear off base.
If we do not start now as a church, the world is going to pass us by on the biggest issue of our lifetime. And I perhaps am being over dramatic when I suggest, where were the people of Germany when the issue of the Jews came up? Where was the church, both Catholic and Lutheran? How did they answer it? And Walt, you say, let's take a step at a time. This is the smallest step we know of. Dialogue, talking with one another, understanding. let's not look back on history and say the church had nothing to do when the integration problem was around.
Well, it's going to be done on an individual basis.
Individual
anyway,
basis, yes, individual basis. That probably is all right.
And you couldn't take a lesser step there.
Yeah.
You couldn't take it. You realize, as a church, we're behind business.
Yes, I agree with you on
All
that.
right.
I agree with you.
What a ridiculous thing for the church as a Christian body to say on a moral issue, we're behind business. See?
And yet there are members of the congregation and are entitled to consideration. I don't say they're right.
Have a little more liberal attitude towards this thing, although I can't say that I'm completely swung around to it. I mean, I've got some reservations. My concern is the reaction of the congregation, how they're going to take this thing. I mean, that's my real concern.
There's a church that we're thinking about celebrating its 100th anniversary, and we're wondering if it's going to hold together through such a trial as 10 members visiting into the homes of 10 members of other churches that happen to be colored.
Well, it could be.
100 years of preaching, where has it gone? Where has it gone?
Well, it's going to be real interesting to see, I tell you.
Before the interracial visits had a chance to take place, our congregation was involved in controversy as a result of an activity taken part in by our high school class.
Can I tell you about sitting in small groups? Sit in groups of twos and threes.
Don't worry, I'm not sitting by myself.
No, I don't want you to sit by yourself, but we don't want to all sit together as a...
This Sunday morning high school class is studying this year the faith and worship of other churches. On the Sunday morning devoted to Presbyterianism, they visited one of our neighboring Presbyterian churches, Calvin Memorial. Calvin happens to be one of the churches involved in the planning of the interracial visits. They attended the worship service and had a brief discussion after the service. Several weeks later, the teenagers from Calvin were invited to visit Augustana.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I later learned that one family had not permitted their teenage daughter to attend class, and another family, on seeing the youth from Calvin, drove away to attend another church.
If we will, he can either welcome them himself to hell, or he can...
After class, they were asked if they would like to stay for worship. They decided to stay, and it was announced from the pulpit that the class was visiting. I noticed no particular consternation over their presence. Monday, I received a letter from a family which was considering leaving the church. I learned at a subsequent council meeting that there was strong opposition from a number of men on the council to this exchange of visits. It was finally suggested that this kind of activity be stopped.
Do I understand you correctly to say that a good number of the members were disturbed by the visitation?
Well, this amazes me and amazed Ted, too. Ted made the comment this afternoon in my study that a number of people that he never dreamed would reacted this way. He was dumbfounded.
I think here you're getting a true reaction.
Mm-hmm.
They're responding from what they really feel. And I think analyzing this, you'll come up with the answer as to what type of people you have in your church. How does this, in fact, affect you? This would indicate to me how you really feel and whether you have the stamina to face up to your own congregation.
I don't feel at all threatened. I told Eileen at supper time tonight I have a strange feeling of peace inside, really. In other words, I don't want to run away. I want to stay and live through this with the people. Unless, as Ted intimated, it could get to the point where the whole congregation was split, and then I suppose the Synod president would come in and say, well, Bill...
May I say, 3 other ministers have been exiled from the city of Omaha during the year of '65, who were no less outspoken than yourself. And I certainly can do no less than admire you for the smile that you're able to carry at this moment when I point this out. I feel that you're the man that fits the bill for the job. It's not an easy one, and you certainly go with my blessings.
Thanks so much. I hope will you come to my council meeting next time?
You want him to speak for you?
People are a little more inclined to talk and say what they mean. The fewer.
2 days after the teenagers from Calvin Memorial visited Augustana, the interracial visit committee met with the representatives of Hope Lutheran and Calvin Memorial. Ted and I had been influenced by people that indicating that they were upset, and particularly with Sunday's visit from the kids from Calvin Memorial.
Sunday, when we had your class.
I guess we just got cold feet.
So I don't want to be abrupt, but I would like to know whether or not we're going to have the visitations that we plan. How many would like to have it, or how many do not? That's what we would like to know.
But I think we should have it. But I don't think it can be done in November, Pastor.
December would be too busy. That's
We usually find time to do what we want to do, you know.
That's what I mean. We've got to, it's not important that we go out and get a few people. It's how we get them. That they come...
And how can we judge who's ready for an experience of this kind?
How they come, they're ready.
Yes.
Well, I would assume that most of our council people would profit from this kind of involvement.
Bill, you'd get less than... You'd get less than a fourth of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, but this is their need. Yeah. This is our need.
I'm talking about on a volunteer basis, you'd get less than a fourth. Well, maybe a fourth.
Well, then we'd have to go after them, and maybe you and Ray could, say, talk 2 or 3 council members.
If a visit from a group of Negro teenagers has so disturbed our congregation, it seems to me then that we need to travel at a different pace or use a different strategy. We just need more time.
Go with them first, but let's not be too optimistic what we're going to get from them. Let me put it that way.
Yes. I mean, I'm not going to say because some people in the church, said, well, I'll leave. I'm not going to condemn the whole church. I said, well, the persons who did it are rotten. I'm not going to hide the fact that I think, they're wrong. And, well, they don't belong in... No, I'm not going to say they don't belong in a church because the church is a place to learn.
Would you join a church where you know you were upsetting the people because of your presence there?
Well, that's a difficult question.
Religious. I don't think they're Christians at all because you're supposed to love your fellow man if you're not doing it.
I do think the church does have a real responsibility to people like this because I read someplace where a church isn't really a show place for saints, it's a hospital for sinners. And so if a person hates another person, where is he going to learn the opposite if it's not in church?
We've got a ministry even to those you see who are not, quote, enlightened, end quote.
I don't think you can spare them from the tension and the conflict.
Well, we will have tension. But how do we take care of these who are not yet ready to go along with us? This is the concern, and I think we have to face up to this in our churches. How do we as churchmen now minister to these particular people to help them? Because we don't want to lose them. If we lose them, we can't even minister to them at all.
This one lady said to me, Pastor, she said, I want them to have everything I have. I want God to bless them as much as he blesses me. He says, Pastor, I just can't be in the same room. It just bothers me. How are you going to change a person? I can't sit there and give her a sermon to change.
I live out west near Walt's Church, not too far from it. Supposing one of our homes in this neighborhood becomes available and a family comes in and they can't meet it economically. So another Negro family moves in with them, and all of a sudden we've got 2 or 3 families in a given house. Nothing can lead more quickly to the deterioration of neighborhood than multiple family residents in an area that's supposed to be single family.
In fact, right where I'm living, we have quite a few Mexicans that have, and it's the same thing, the same problem that we have with the colored people. I mean, their property deteriorates, looks bad.
What can we do as pastors to prevent that which could be deteriorating?
We have to give the right facts to people so that the myths can be dispelled. Now, the mayor attacked this question very directly. He said that when there is no panic selling, in the neighborhood. The real estate values do not go down, and major housing studies have proved this.
Matter of some of this being a myth. You never sell that to some of my people because they experienced loss of sale of $1,000, $2,000 already.
From where? What
From
neighborhood?
moving from 49th to western Omaha. I've had conversation with some of the neighbors and the like, and it wasn't all positive. And especially since there were some that seemed to have nervous reactions about it and fear and so on. And so this immediately poses this problem. How are you going to face these type of people? Because I'm not big enough to overcome their emotional strains when some of these things happen, much as we would want to embrace any other race on an equal basis and the like. Because these people still have their problems.
Okay, now they claim that one reason they don't want colored people living in that neighborhood is because, you know, they let the property go down and they bring down the valuation of their property. But any person that has enough money to buy a house and want a nice house has enough spunk about him to keep his place up. I mean, so it's not that they are scared that their property will go down. It's just that they don't want them out there. That's the way I look at it.
This is true, but these people have a kind of self-deception. You know, they believe, they've circulated these myths so long that they've begun to believe them. And once you believe them, as they say, if you define a situation as being real, it will be real in its consequences. And this is just what's happened. They've come to actually believe this. And any evidence to the contrary, he's the exception. But the fact is, all the people who do struggle hard enough to accumulate a down payment, they do want something better for themselves and for their kids, and they hope that their neighbors will be the same kind of people that they are.
A black man fights for the white man, not for himself. He tells you to bleed and you bleed. He said, go bleed in Korea for the white man, and you go bleed because you have to. He tells you to go to Vietnam or Lebanon or Laos, and we have to bleed. Then in Mississippi or Alabama or Omaha, Nebraska, where they're taking our rights and we know who the people are who are taking them, we don't have any blood then. We're radical. Just because we want to get the rights that we fight overseas for so the white man can have. We fight over there to defend his women and children and defend his land from attack. And while we're over there fighting for him, our own people are being attacked by the same white people over here we're supposed to be fighting to defend.
Right. Everybody's got something to fight for. Right?
You got the rights that you fought for? Do you feel that?
Do you, Staff Sergeant, and I got out.
Do you feel that you're living under those rights now?
Why should he go over there and fight the Vietnamese? They've done nothing to him. Working right in this own country, he can go places and he can't even get in a hotel. I mean, and he can drive in a place and might not even be able to get gas if the people don't look at your license plate and see where you're from. That's what he was talking about.
Have you ever been in Hawaii?
Yeah.
What do you think about you? They're black as you are, and I am, right?
Yeah.
Okay then. What a bottle of beer cost you? 80 cents, don't it? Will they speak to you? Because they got long, pretty hair.
No, that's not what the white man got there and contaminated them.
You can't go to places in Japan, man.
Well, you know what? You know why? The American white man.
Yeah, but the Japanese gonna keep you out. Why?
But look, man, let me say this now. Even if you go some other over there and they mistreat you, well, you can't feel too bad, because that's not your home. But when you come to your own home and be mistreated, then you really feel mistreated. This is my home here. And if it's being a fight, we should fight here.
Amen. Right.
You know what I mean? Why go over there and fight?
Have you ever been turned away from a hotel by a Vietnamese?
No,
by a Chinese? A Japanese? A Korean? A Lebanese? How about a white man?
Yeah.
Then if we should fight the man who's hurting us, and the white man is one, and he lives in this country.
My wife and I were watching television, and on the news broadcast, there was a story of the Marines landing in Vietnam. The second boy coming off the landing barge was a Negro. But I say to you that if this boy comes home to Omaha, and he comes to me as the mayor of this city, and he's looking for a job, I say to you that I'm not going to be the mayor who says, well, I'm sorry, young man, you're just not qualified. We can't find a job for you. And if he wants to move his family into a decent home, this mayor is not going to say, I'm sorry, your skin is black. You're condemned to the ghetto for the rest of your life. The most deplorable, the most disgraceful conditions that you can find anywhere in America you can find a few blocks from where we are. And if this is true, and I know it's true, then I find it so difficult to understand why it's so hard to get the Christian layman in this great city to become involved in this moral issue. And I say to you that if the church will not become involved, then I fear for our future. And I'm here to ask you, in fact, I'm here to beg you to become involved with me as the mayor of this city in a crusade for progress in human relations in our hometown.
Isn't it true that one of the problems in race relations is that we define another person as not being quite human or totally human because he is black? And one of the reasons we do that is because we don't know him as a human being, and we don't have enough positive contact with him.
A child cannot go through high school without daily being in contact in the classroom, at the locker, in the gymnasium, with people of other color. Not necessarily black, but primarily so.
This is still a different relationship.
It's today. We're talking about adults that have grown up and have never had this contact.
But this has been true essentially in the city of Omaha for 40 years.
That's right. I had a colored boy in my swim class at school.
I'm not talking about this kind of, we bump shoulders at the foot locker in the high school, this kind of thing. I'm talking about perhaps a more meaningful, in-depth relationship which would really explode the myths that many of us have been sort of held down with our whole lifetime.
I back up a little bit and take a look at the climate that has been created in the last year, and you have an artificial situation now. This is not good.
What do you mean, an artificial?
Enough of the people, I think, in this congregation now are suspicious. This is not good.
What are they suspicious of, Matt?
I suspect they think now that this is a forced integration, and this is not good.
What is a forced integration? I don't get what you...
A forced integration is going out, I suspect, and taking someone, bringing him in, just to say that now we are integrated, now we can brag. We don't want to do this, and I don't feel that this is back of it, but I think the feeling is there.
Well, this would not be bringing groups of Negroes into worship with us. This would be exchange in the homes.
Right. But you see, the climate is not good right now, if I would read the congregation correctly. I think you have to come in the other avenue now and begin serving people in all levels of a social ministry. Whether the person be handicapped, mentally retarded, or whatever, then let's let it grow from that.
Well,
it takes more patience, and this is not easy to come by.
Well, you see, to me, this is the tamest of ministries to increase understanding. Now, this is about as non-controversial way of increasing understanding as you can possibly find. Because it's not forcing anything on anybody.
You would like to have this happen, correct?
Oh, yes, I would like to see this happen. Now, we might...
What we're saying is that what we'd like to see happen is something that would lead into this without busting it off before it can occur.
This isn't any great big thing, it's just a little thing, really. Maybe the people would blow it up as a big thing. Maybe this is where I'm miscalculating.
There's a question here of timing at this particular time.
Well, see, what I'm saying, Homer, is that if it doesn't come very soon, we found that many Negroes now are antagonistic even to this. Let's say, you want to get together now, after rejecting us, now you want to get together, you want us, and the only basis you can come is say, look what you can do for us. It's more what they can do for us than what we can do for them.
I think this is an indication, too, that timing is not good.
We talk
and we still conclude it's not the right time. Not the right time for whom? For me? For my parents? For my wife? My son?
Should we pray, John? John first.
Even my parents know the world is changing. That it's not their world anymore.
Lord Jesus, be our guest. Let these gifts to us be blessed. Amen.
Take myself. I know no Negro personally. I've never sat and talked to one honestly. I don't know their problems. How many years do I need to prepare myself in order to talk with another human being?
Ready? Okay.
What am I waiting for?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Grandpa. Happy birthday to you. Within 4 days, my first opportunity to listen came. I guess it was at this, I know it was at this meeting that I began to understand what this urgency that Bill had been preaching and talking to us about all meant.
Which is the bigger threat to American democracy and the Constitution? A Vietnamese mother suckling her child, or a white racist governor in Alabama who says, in so many words, to hell with the Constitution and Johnson and everything else? Which is the greater threat to democracy?
We're in between. We're at the point now where demonstrations don't work anymore. You have only one choice. Race riots, you see, or forget it.
All we're really asking is to have people obey the Constitution. That takes care of it right there. So it could be done overnight. There's no other way to say it.
In other words, if Christians would follow the preachment of the Bible, and if non-Christians or others who did not choose to follow the Bible would follow the Constitution, you're saying that the Negro would have his freedom and would have it instantly.
I have done as much as I know how to do, unless you can tell me some other things I can do, to change. I have gone to groups and I've tried to change them. I've tried with my own friends. I've tried with friends in other states. I have spoken before the state legislature. I have gone everywhere I've been asked to go to try to explain or interpret or do anything. I got laughed at by some. I got cold-shouldered by others. I got sneered at by others. I have not been spoken to by many people for years, and personally, I don't give a damn. But I'm simply telling you that's the way it is in Omaha, and that's the way it is in every place in this United States.
And the reason you have so much frustration is that your own white people will not listen to you. And this just bears out what we say. How long has this man been your preacher?
1 year.
All right, then if he's spoken the truth, there's an indication that he hasn't tried to do the right thing. How has this church responded to it? Have they been favorable? Have they said they're going to rededicate themselves and do the right thing toward their black brothers? And there's been no outward change in the attitude of his church members toward him since he started telling the truth on this issue.
Now you're asking, of course, a personal opinion, and I feel the progress has been slow, but
do they react positively or negatively to what he says? They don't do anything then.
I suppose that I would rather not answer that.
Are you a Christian?
Certainly.
You're Christian because you believe in Christ, and you know that he never hesitated to take a position on a moral issue, regardless of who might oppose him.
You're not asking my opinion or my position. You're asking the position of the church. I can only speak for myself. I cannot speak for the church.
Have you observed any change in the church's attitude toward your minister since he began telling the truth on this issue?
I think so, yes.
Now, what is it a change that is negative or one that is positive?
Both.
Is it more negative than positive?
The negative element of the argument always seems more dynamic. The people that are opposed to things, I feel, speak up more than those that are
Is his position in his church more secure now than it was before he started telling the truth? Or is it less secure? Do you think he might be considering moving from this locale, or are they perhaps considering moving him from this locale?
We don't remove ministers in that way. A minister's calling to a church is calling of God.
God is directing him to tell the truth according to your faith, more or less.
That's true.
Then if these people, they must all be reacting very positively to him since they feel that God sent him and God is telling him what to say. His word is echoing and mirroring to you what God has on his mind for this congregation. So his position obviously is more secure now than ever before, so because he's telling more the truth, right?
I don't believe that any of the apostles, disciples were secure because they followed Christ. I don't recall the percentage, but they didn't all die of old age.
But we're not talking about disciples going to non-believers to bring people from out of the world into the church. We're talking about a Christian church where all the people profess to believe in Christ.
You give me an inferiority complex in this command of the language.
It's not me giving you an inferiority complex. It's just that you know what the truth is and you don't want to tell it. We're fighting ignorance in the place where there should be the most enlightenment.
I think that if the church could have waited 350 years to preach true Christianity, as far as I'm concerned, the church can wait forever.
No possibility for repentance.
Oh, I would say that. It would take some great miracle, like little green men landing by the millions from Mars on Earth. This would so shake the white world, they'd forget all about racism. They worry about the green color instead of the black. Something of this dimension would change the white man.
I bet you in our congregation, you could change a lot of people's attitudes just by getting to know them.
Your church is 100 years old, Bill, is that right?
All I'm saying, Earl, is that we have 1,200 white people that don't even know any Negroes, or very few of them do.
When that church returns to where it should have been in the first place, that is the day that I'll walk back into the church. I will give my life to the church. I said, love is my premise.
Yes.
But at the same time...
He talked hate, but his eyes were full of love. But it got to me, and I think this was the first time, too, that I realized days later. It took me days to realize it. But this was what we were suggesting in this visitation, not to encounter Ernie Chambers. But that people could sit down and talk with one another, and these same things would come up. We've got our foot raised to take this first step, and we haven't got the guts to complete the step, and once we're on that step, the rest of the ladder is nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I think it's because...
It's the first step that's hard.
I know a lot of people have been bothered by the tension. I feel that now maybe more than when I went through the meetings, because I thought it was a healthy sign and a good sign. Evidently they didn't sleep their full 8 hours when they got home, but I still think through this there's been individual growth.
Oh, there's no question about it.
Corporate growth.
Yes. See, the tension was good that you had, and people of like mind or even openness, who have objective minds. It was good for them, but there are those people who haven't reached this level of understanding yet. And for them, the tension became a stumbling block, and it caused, I think, the rapport or the loss of rapport, the cleavage that we now find existing.
Can't there be rapport, genuine rapport, or relationships with people, even in the midst of this kind of stark honesty?
I would hope so. I would hope so. Of course, I would disagree with you on what stark honesty is. I don't think it's dishonest to be diplomatic, what I call diplomatic. Some other people may call it cowardice, or to be strategic. I don't believe this is...
Well, this confuses me, because then where does the element of the prophetic come into our ministry?
Well, can't one still do this and be prophetic?
Well, I think one of the elements of prophetic ministry is honesty.
Well, I don't think this other is dishonesty. I don't believe, well, here's an illustration. If you might well tell a woman that she's ugly and be honest, but it's not dishonest to say nothing. See, it could be honest if you were to say it, but it's not dishonest to refrain from saying it.
Well, what you're telling me then, as I hear it, really, is that my way is just not the way for Augustana Church.
Well, this is what it appears to be now, doesn't it?
Well, I think that most ministers are too afraid. There are more that
but
are
there
afraid.
are some.
There are some, but they're not enough. I mean, I don't see how a minister
Well, it's really the church's fault, because they know if they
do speak out, they're liable to lose their job.
But the minister is pledged to preach the word of God, and if he doesn't do it, I mean, then why is he a minister?
Well, you've got to look at it the economic
Well,
standpoint. Because if he speaks out for what he believes, and the church doesn't believe it, he's going to be out.
So he should compromise everything he believes and everything that Christ taught, because...
Well, I don't want to lose those people in my church. I won't have a church anymore.
You said that I shouldn't compromise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what.
All right, but then when I said that I didn't see how you could betray someone's race, and you say I'd be compromising my race or something, well, then what's the difference? I mean, if the minister who's gone to seminary and everything, and he's pledged to teach the word of Christ to his congregation, I mean, if he's too afraid to stand up and do it, I mean, how can he call himself a minister?
He can't. I'm agreeing with you. He's betraying his congregation then. He's betraying himself. He's betraying God.
Well, if you listen and try to do something, you get kicked out of your church.
Honest if you were to say it, but it's not.
That's where your people are. Church, so if you sincerely believe everything you say, don't tell it to a black man because you're in the wrong uniform. You go among your own people, and you say to them, you say to us, and then when they shoot you,
the tension became a stumbling block.
And say,
I think there has to be a more general approach to this.
They won't accept me.
What I call
because your people are what they are. We won't accept you either. But there are Negroes.
The only minister who can tolerate it is the minister who's totally committed for these white or black.
Educate our members.
Church is unnecessary. The church is out there in the street.
Why be so revolutionary?
You can help those people, then you're being an effective.
I don't think it's dishonest to be
to do all that you
diplomatic
can,
or to be strategic.
You have no
I don't
right
believe
to
this is
not from where you stand.
dishonest.
Very good. Nice to see you again. I saw you all that.
The whole thing came to a head here about a week ago when a power structure within the group, within the church, forced him to resign.
We go to a meeting Tuesday night, and we're told we don't want the preacher. You know, we all looked at each other, and we couldn't understand it, and we thought, how could this little tiny group go and say for the whole church, we don't want you?
This is the thing. People have called and complained because they have complaints. That we who agreed with our pastor, we didn't have any reason to call and complain.
Here's a man that tried to do something, to make the church something besides stone and stained glass windows and air-conditioned sanctuary. And
the people have said the church used to be so peaceful before Bill Youngdahl came. The stained glass windows, the music, this all adds to the service.
Stained glass windows too.
Granted, honey, this all adds to the worship service. I'm not condemning it. I'm not condemning it. But this isn't the peace that Christ was talking about. This is the wrapping paper.
As far as I can see, Pastor Youngdahl has preached love of humanity.
I'm not as much concerned about what happened to Bill Youngdahl in Augustana Lutheran Church as a congregation as I am in what I see this representing as the church.
My only point is, I think we should try new ways, June. I think we've got to communicate. We haven't. We look back and we say we've been so perfect.
I know, but I've got answers, but I can't explain them now.
How do you get something done? Where do we go? I'm frankly more than upset, a little frightened.
This has just gone on too long. I can't do it. I can't.
Little did I dream 1 week ago that I would resign as pastor of Augustana Lutheran Church. I was told that a group of members wanted a change of pastor. They indicated that this was not a case of liking or disliking the pastor. The word mismatch was used.
Happy New Year, Judy.
I was told that people were staying away from church because they do not want to hear what I am saying.
Okay, you're going to make it, though. Oh, yeah. Happy New Year, Jack.
The conclusion is that the gospel as they conceive it was not being preached. As I resigned as pastor of Augustana, Let me confess again my faith in a God who calls men to be in a company of the committed, that our obedience is to the Christ who stands, as always, in the hectic confusion of the marketplaces of the world, that our ministry is centered not in the midst of stained glass windows, but in the areas of life where men reach out for justice, love, and understanding. That I have not made this clear to some of you is apparent. But I have proclaimed the gospel as I have been led to proclaim it. And who is to deny that God expresses his word through a person uniquely? Certainly God does not intend a man to be phony, speaking only those things that he thinks people want to hear. I ask that you accept tonight my resignation as pastor of Augustana Lutheran Church.
All right, so this proves my point, that we had the response tonight because there is a controversy now, and it's brought out, an expression from people. So it's not his preaching alone that did it. The dramatic resignation prompted people to reassess themselves as to the ministry of the church.
Absolutely.
And it took only that took the dramatic resignation. Did that give people to think?
Well, to get me to think.
Well, you're...
But where was I? Where was I backing Bill Youngdahl when the board had shrugged their shoulders knowingly that we were going to meet with Hope Lutheran and talk about these interracial visits? Do you recall this? You didn't tell us not to do it. It was and we were left with wrestling with this, Ted and I, and we didn't have the gumption to follow through. We were told, Ted and I, that if we suggest this, we're going to split this church wide open, simply because we're asking Lutherans to meet Lutherans in their homes. Take this out of my mind and show me that this is irrelevant to the situation.
No one has ever said this is wrong. No one has ever said it ought not be done. But you must put one more thing in here. When that suggestion came out, the timing was absolutely bad.
But you're still saying the same thing. That let's talk about it. But show me something. Show me a concrete result. Show me a concrete forward step. Show me something that has resulted.
Yes, there's been a regression. There's been a regression.
But the situation is becoming more urgent. That's what the regression is.
Then
that
how do
the
you
civil
tackle
rights
that
law was
situation?
passed.
Right.
It is a fact that it is against the law to close the doors of this church. We can be fined by the United States government or imprisoned for closing the doors to colored people today. Can we not?
Ray, this church's doors will never be closed to colored people. Never.
In our
Physically,
hearts,
I agree
in our
with
hearts.
you.
No one's going out there and put a big padlock.
Question
But
in
until
reality.
we as Christians accept them in our hearts and help them come.
And Ray, let's be specific now. What can you do then? You can continue to minister to these people, hoping that they will change their hearts, and this you must do. Now, the question is, what is the most strategic way to get people to change their hearts? How do you do this? This is the burning question and the issue that stands before this church today.
But when
you're committed, how do you get other people to have the same commitment that you do?
I think this is the issue, that when you stand before Jesus Christ and admit that within your heart you are a sinner, that you've got this area that you cannot cope with because you have a hard time loving and accepting these people, you must confess that you are wrong in the sight of God.
Right.
And then someone comes along and pats your shoulder and say, now wait a minute, you're not all wrong. Let's compromise. You know, Christ might be a little bit wrong, and let's come together a little bit in the middle and make a nice package because, you know, we need the money for the church and this and that. No, we've got to make a clean cut. When you stand before Christ as an individual, this congregation seems to think corporately we're going to go up and knock on the pearly gates and say, hey, the group from Augustana's here. Or swing open the gates.
Well, Ray, how many colored folks have you brought into the church?
Me, I'm scared to death.
Why?
Why? I have but understood this problem 2 short weeks. 2 weeks. I am just such an infant that I know nothing other than the urgency.
All right,
that is
now you see the urgency, Ray. Now it behooves you to remember it took you, I don't know how old you are, so many years to get to this point. Other people have not reached this point. They're not going to get to it overnight. They're not going to get to it.
There isn't many more nights left.
What if that night would have come before you changed then?
cannot evaluate the intangible change in people. All we can do is evaluate the tangible once it takes effect.
Let me ask you, what is my position right here? For example, this Missouri Lutheran thing came in the House the other day. They start out by quoting Martin Luther, "Here I stand," that he takes a stand. And then it goes on talking, in the experience of every child of God, there comes a time when you must take the one alone stand against the stand the world has taken. Where are you going to meet this? You're going to meet it on the college campus, you're going to meet it on the streets, on the factory, and guess where else? You're going to meet it in your church. And what must you do? You must take the stand.
Absolutely.
All right, now where do I go from here?
Take your stand.
I got to
stand.
shut out these publications. They get me too excited. They get me too steamed up with doing something.
A power to set me free, I know it's there. A power to tear down walls, hear every voice that calls. Let me find the power in me. There is a brother in me somewhere. I've got to set him free. I know he's there. He'll set my soul aflame if I can find his name. Let him speak, the brother in me. There is a song in me somewhere of peace and harmony. I know it's there. A song to fill the air for people everywhere. Let me find the song in me. There is a fire in me somewhere, a fire to set me free. I know it's there. Let it fill my hand, let it sweep the land. Let me find the fire in me.
When I think about that and how hungry people are in the South, then it makes me a little sick to say, how can they spend all that much money in another country and really not doing nothing at home? See, I think charity began at home and then spread abroad.
Penny is taken. Well, let us work, let us work, the reason you brought us here was to work, right? Yo. Ancestors worry about way more than high blood pressure, stuck in situations, unjust stipulations, forced to build the wealth of the nation. The descendants get left nothing and get boxed out of this creation. Cousin Mud, you laced this beat, you know you my damn brother, and now I gotta hug this track like it's my grandmother. Speaking to her, she been through things you can't imagine, and used that pain and flipped it into lessons for a grandson. Plantation with hot, slave cabins is old, slave shit, disease infected, these crackers is cold. How you gonna judge us when they did us lower than the sea levels in the Dead Sea? Oh, let's see. Man, you free a group of people and don't really give them freedom. Find a few, select out the bunch and go and feed them. Prop them up and say white supremacy's defeated, while upholding their systems to get it don't need a genius. People playing games when it come to reparations. It's only for descendants of slavery with cash payments. If anything I said you don't like and your feelings hurt, my people been through way worse. Shut up then, let us work. Yeah. Let us work, if you moving the right way, do the work, the reason they brought us here was to work, they claim me lazy, but we ain't scared to work, our resilience only showcased our brilliance, lessons passed down that we adapted in the fields with, fought for civil rights, we fought in every war, but we got no rewards, disproportionately poor, any anti-black leftists is testing the nigga patience, blatant class reduction, you need special education, just the question I'm gonna ask, are all workers chattel slaves in America? They still shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't like the you too. Shut the fuck up. These white shoes like plungers when they tallest get stuffed up. You know what? I'm not thinking now. I'ma let it go. Fuck Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Jim Crow Joe. Fuck Trump too, and fuck Andrew Johnson. They all did nothing for us, or they expanded our problems. We trying to close the wealth gap. Yeah, that's the target. And rise our people up like sea levels in the Arctic. Black people burn the city. It's a race riot. Angry whites do the same, and it's an uprising. Reparations is the first step to try to heal the hurt. Y'all I bought his head, now shut up now, let us work. Let us work, doing the right thing, do the work, the reason they bought his head was the work, right? But they don't wanna give us any work, right? Then let us work, the reason you bought his head was the work, penny is cheap.
We came from a distant land, our lives already planned.
And this was in the 1950s or 40s?
40 to 60s.
So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave or if you tried to refuse what they wanted?
Back in them days, it was kind of like you had to do what the white man said or get killed. My daddy's uncle, they made him dig a grave and killed him.
American fruit.
They killed him first, castorized him, and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him.
Our master saw we worked from morn till night.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow?
Yeah. Fucked up, baby.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving
penny is cheap.
in a garden where there should be room to grow?
Just take them home. Black America, it seems they hate us more than the terrorists. All these mind games so stressful, gotta see therapists. Living in conditions due to our social position, but things would be different if white people were switched in. They gon' say I'm crying victim, do it by yourself. But victims never speak, that's why they see him as weak. And they see us as a threat, coming to collect like loan sharks cause they know they owe a debt. A lot of Negroes slip through the cracks, go ahead and ball, but I collect the wealth small. That's why it's no parachute that opens when you fall. A lot of Negroes that fell is now working at the mall or some shit like that. Have you ever been to American ghettos, seen blacks living in rebel churches everywhere surrounded by devils? And it make you wanna scream like a kettle when the water's too hot. We need better jobs, not more cops. Before COVID, they been had us under quarantine. Cause redlining costs us not to spread like we was some disease. And our bread didn't rise, we ain't had the yeast. Banks still denying loans, make it hard to get homes. 13% of the population, 50% of the homeless population, despite building the nation. Lead in the water, in the walls, making the kids sick. Some is so hungry that they even eating paint chips. Ain't that some shit? Fucked up, man. Seem like nobody care, right? You gotta keep pushing though, man. You know? I'm not gonna stop. Shit, we can't stop. We ain't got no other choice, man. We running out of patience. I'm done waiting. Always tell us to build on a swampy foundation. Ask politicians for help, they tell us to pound pavement. Stop voting for these people, they'll do nothing to feed you. They won't serve our interests, forget it. I know they can see how we live in the prisons. You can't build a home with no lumber. Have you seen the wealth numbers? The next generation will have nothing, just suffering. Pressure bust pipes, politicians, not celebrities, need to get on their neck and squeeze till they can't breathe. Metaphorically, we need political solutions. A wealth transfer, control over institutions. When we call them out, they gon' say be friends with Putin. And that's sad though, the only Russian I know is Drago. Tired of seeing my people living with squalor, I see the pain. White and black middle class wealth, it's just not the same. Trying to throw up people off the economic boat and chain rots to our ankles so the bodies won't float. That's why black politicians all bought so easily. I trust the CDC more than the CBC, cause they work for POCs, they ain't never worked for me. Complicit in policies that will do the worst to we. We our own ethnic group, we can't run to the motherland. My ancestors built this bitch, this is my mother's land, you understand?
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving? to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow.
At first, I wanted to be white, because my family was 20 of us, 6 girls and 14 boys. We would make 50 and 60 bales of cotton, gather all that cotton, and we wouldn't have food in the wintertime. So I figured then the white people must be right. But as I got older, I said, no, there's something wrong. And if I ever get a chance, I'm going to do something about it. I'm thinking about in terms of a better and a greater world for all people. And we can't do that by me in one corner doing what I can do to hurt you and you in the other corner doing the same thing against me.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put it back on the grill again, we grilling them. Back on the grill again, we grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. Adults need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. The way you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Back on the grill again, we grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. Adults need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Welcome back to Reset Race, where we talk about race in America. We talk about ethnicity, we talk about nationality, we talk about all these things that are complex to your normal average American. And we try to make people a little bit smarter, and we put our foot in the left ass so they can get right, give them a little get right so they can get it together. And it's what we do. We're going to try to change how people view race and to try to change the way people talk about race and try to get people to be a little more honest. And that's basically what we do. So I'm going to introduce you to the crew. Oh, yeah, I'm Michael Graham, MG if you're nasty. I'm Michael Graham from Active 5 Press. You can get me. You can see me on Twitter at Reset Race or Race Reset, one or the other. You'll see me in there. And now I'm going to introduce you to the crew. And we're going to go ladies first, of course, because we gentlemen around here. Sam, give us an introduction. Who you is?
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep it super short today because we got so much to tackle. So my name is Samantha Angelique. You can find me on Twitter at me17trillion. I'm the one that keeps posting the fiery video of people busting out windows because I'm angry and I'm frustrated. So please check out the website wewillnotsufferin silence.org. That's where I'm be posting videos, and we're posting content to help get people to understand more of what's going on with Black people's pain and Black people's rage, so you guys can do a better job of interacting with us. So that's it.
Thank you, Sam. Sam's so awesome. All right, all right. Let's go, Mud. Let's go. Talk to us.
All right, they call me Mud. You can catch me on Twitter at UpLineage. You can also catch some of my videos on my YouTube channel, Bitter Dose TV. Yeah, I'm just, here taking my shots at lefties.
Target-rich environment, brother. Target-rich environment.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Big John, come on, talk to us, man.
Yeah. It's John C, aka your favorite average ADOS Negro. You know what I'm saying? I'm here with my family, man. Shout out to all the ADOS across the country doing, everything they got to do, the reparations across the country, fighting for justice for our people. Just happy to be here amongst such, such great people. Make sure you look out for them. I'm on Twitter. You can follow me if you want. I really don't care. We just here to cook lefties and really get to some justice. And my Twitter handle is John Danny OC. Follow me if you want. Follow me. Let's have some fun. Let's go smoke somebody. Left wing, right wing, you feel me? Black wing, up wing, whatever. Anybody in the way of justice gonna get wing. So let's do it. We here. Let's do it.
Absolutely. All right. So let me give my standard disclaimer here. Everybody here is more left than you. Whoever's listening, we are further left than you. I don't care what you think you are. If you're not talking about the repair of the slave descendants to the United States, the longest standing labor dispute in modern history, yeah, you're full of shit. So from that point on, I'm gonna let Sam take it away. Sam, guide us through the rest of this shit.
Alrighty, so let's start with, we're going to start with Proud Socialist, right? And let me move this so I can see. Okay, so we're going to start with Proud Socialist. So basically, was this like last week or the week before last, good old Ryan Knight at Proud Socialist on Twitter decided that he wanted to post this Ernie Chambers video. So I'm going to play this video because I took offense to it because he took it out of context.
Absolutely.
So let me scroll back up so you guys can actually see the top. Everything hashtag Ernie Chambers said all the way back in 1966 about the US government and its corrupt two-party system is still true. Everything. So let's play the original clip, right? Because, we want context, right?
Trust in you. Your religion means nothing.
Hold on, let me make sure we're starting from the beginning.
Every day you do no more turning the other cheek, no more blessing our enemies, no more praying for those who despitefully use us. We're going to show you that we've learned the lessons you've taught us, we've studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated. So you can have him. No more turning the other cheek, no more blessing our enemies, no more praying for.
Okay, so we're going to pause there. So again, remember, he said everything Ernie Chambers said all the way back in 1966 about the U.S. government and its corrupt two-party system is still true today. Everything. Now I'm going to play you the original clip, where is it? It's on my YouTube. So let me pull up the original clip. Yep, here we go. Go ahead and give me a full screen of this, please. Yep, full screen. So here's the original clip.
And perhaps to let go of them.
I'm just going to play this full little section.
You and I know that it was not the white man, and it was not the white church, but it was the Negro. It was the Negro church which initiated this struggle in this quest for justice and love among men. What kind of attitudes are you sharing with others, your friends, your children, when it comes to race relations? What is your race relations vocabulary? I've heard so many Christians use the word nigger. By what we say, by how we act, we teach, we witness.
Well, thank you, Pastor Youngdahl. I know we have heard and seen a lot today, and we Christians need to be up and doing. I know that. Thank you.
The few particulars that make Omaha different from New York are just incidental. The problem exists because white people think they're better than black people, and they want to oppress us, and they want us to allow ourselves to be oppressed.
This is the I agree with you perfectly. This is the basic problem.
Then what do you
that white people think they're better than others?
I can't solve the problem. You guys pull the strings that close schools. You guys draw the boundaries that keep our kids restricted to the ghetto. You guys write up the restrictive covenants that keep us out of houses. So it's up to you to talk to your brothers and your sisters and persuade them that they have a responsibility. We've assumed ours for over 400 years, and we're tired of this kind of stuff now. We're not going to suffer patiently anymore. No more turning the other cheek. No more blessing our enemies. No more praying for those who despitefully use us. We're going to show you that we've learned the lessons you've taught us. We've studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated. Well, so you can have him. And here's what I'll say. I wish you would follow Jesus like we followed him. Because if you did that, then we'd be in charge tomorrow. I think the problem is so bad that we can have no understanding at all.
You think it's gotten to the point where there can never be that reconciliation?
No. You talk about justice, and it means one thing to you, and we talk about it and it means something else to us. And it'll always be that way. And I'd like you to know I have a terrible feeling against preachers because I think you guys are the ones who are largely responsible for the problem in the first place. And you can accept it or not any way you choose. And for you, this may be an excursion, you know, across the line.
What about the person that wants to listen? I genuinely feel that I want to listen.
Well, if you listen and try to do something, you get kicked out of your church. See, that's the way your people are.
Well, we can make changes. So the changes that have come have been drastic.
God bless you, little brother. Come back and see us again sometime. And don't look back in anger. Thanks for taking it so well.
Ernie.
Ooh-wee. All right. Go ahead and go first for us, my love. I want you to start this one off because my heart is heavy.
Like, even the way he cut it, there's nothing in there that shows anything that suggests that he's talking about the government. It seems like he's talking about the motherfucker in front of him. And like, really the reason why they did that is because they don't want to deal with the reality, like their responsibility in all of this. Like, it's not just the government. Like, it's like, you're the populace, you guys are the majority of the voters. You're really the motherfuckers who set the tone and make the decisions on how things happen. It's just that you're afraid to confront each other about this shit. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll let you guys go ahead and, pick at it.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, just going off what Mike said, basically, I think that the progressive dude, the white dude with the red
Ryan
rose,
Knight,
red rose white dude, Ryan, he he has the same problem that a lot of leftists do, especially a lot of non-ADOS leftists. You know what I mean? I would say non-black leftists, but some of them, they play into the same stereotype when it comes to non-ADOS issues. So he has the same issue that a lot of them do, is that they use our plight and they flip it to fit their specific agenda while not addressing what our plight was really about, you know, getting to the core of it. And he listened to that whole clip. He knew that Ernie Chambers was talking about him too. Like literally, it's funny as hell because the clip is about this progressive, quote unquote, progressive preacher. I'm not gonna lie, in the 60s, I mean, nowadays, if you had a white preacher like that today, he would be considered a damn near radical John Brown. Or some people look at him like he's crazy, he's John Brown. But back then, though, when shit was real, you know what I mean? He felt like him going to his congregation and saying, "Hey, yo, you can't call these people niggas no more."
John, can you go back? I'm sorry, baby. No, because you froze for a second. So I want to get your whole complete thought. So you were saying that he's not, you know, back then, you know, right now that would be progressive. He'd be looked at as like a John Brown, but back then,
Yeah.
Can you please continue your thought from there, my love?
Yeah. So back then, today, if this white preacher was transported into today, because this is how so far removed from the black struggle and everything that we went through, we thought everything, sweeping everything under the rug and all this benign neglect politics has got us back. If he was transported in today, we would look at him like this motherfucker is the most radical white dude, most pro-black white dude on the planet. But back then in the belly of the beast, he was seen as a motherfucking Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Like, yo, you went to your church talking about something. Yo, you can't call them people niggas. And I know you felt good about it. So you felt like you can walk into this barbershop and talk to these, and these black people will look at you a certain way. And Ernie Chambers let him have it.
Yeah.
He
took his soul.
Took his whole soul. And I feel like this is the ADOS movement. It's the same thing with Bernie Sanders walking, not a Killer Mike barbershop, but of an ADOS own person barbershop. Like Bernie Sanders, man, you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, man. Is you about real justice? So, I mean, that's basically what he's saying in so many words, man. But hey, Sam, I know you got a lot to say. I know MG got a lot to say, and I want to hear from you guys, man. And Mud, you killed it too, bro.
Okay, so I do have a lot to say. I do have a lot to say. So I'm gonna address what my original tweet was. I said, "Don't MLK Ernie Chambers. He wasn't talking about the government. He was talking about white people." And Ryan never acknowledged this. This tweet is still up. The tweet was on October 30th. This tweet is still up. If you look, it has over 41 quote tweets. It has over 41 quote tweets, over 507 likes. If you look at the actual video, you see it has 11.4 thousand views. So it's propaganda because you're telling people that this clip is one thing and it's something completely different. So I feel like that was racist. And I have a problem with people taking our heroes and taking them for their own struggle. So I want to go a little bit deeper. So for me, right, a lot of people right now are celebrating, Joe Biden, winning. But my issue here, my issue is I'm going to play this little clip again. But actually, I'm going to play this little section just because it has to, I'm trying to be very clear with my words because I want people to understand. Because today I'm not even angry. I am hurt and I am frustrated. And at this moment, all I can say is I'm so glad that there have been a few good white people who have been sent to me recently and in the summer, because if it was not for them, I would hate y'all right now. And this is coming from a person who grew up multicultural. I grew up with white people. I grew up in the United Nations. I went to school with Egyptian kids. I went to school with white Latinos. I went to school with kids from India. I went to school with all types of people. The only people that I did not meet as a child in my school were black Africans or first generation. None of those were in my school. So this is a person who grew up loving everybody. This is a person who wants to care about all people. So to keep having these experiences, especially with white people from the left, if I have an issue with a white person from the right, I can understand because they're allegedly supposed to be racist. And I say allegedly because I was treated much better by Trump supporters having conversations about reparations and a debt being paid to Black people who are supposed to be racist than I was having with people who are supposed to be progressives, the farthest left you can go. So I just want to play this little clip so you can hear it again from Ernie Chambers. So just this little spot.
I think it's gotten to the point where there can never be that reconciliation.
No. You talk about justice, it means one thing to you, and we talk about it, means something else to us. And it'll always be that way.
Okay. So I just want to go back to the tweet. So basically this guy said, I mean this, we just experienced a revolution, talking about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden winning. So white leftists, you guys, and I understand, because I know the people who are really progressive are very pissed off about the Joe Biden presidency. So this isn't to them. You know, we can cut y'all up on a different moment. But for you in this moment, I understand people being happy that Trump is gone because he was one type of threat, but Joe Biden is a whole nother kind of threat. And I do not feel safer right now in this moment, knowing president, than I would have felt if Donald Trump was going to win. For people who consider themselves to be liberals, Joe Biden does not line up with anything that you guys are supposed to care about. So for me to see you guys shutting down people, even now, bringing up the problems with Joe Biden, even after he has won, and he hasn't even started his first 100 days, is frustrating for me, and it is scary because it is showing me that you guys are going to go back to sleep. We got Trump because y'all was asleep under Obama. So after this man, Jared Yates Sexton, and I'm going to put his name up because he has a blue check. So I'll call you out at JY Sexton because you have a blue check, which makes you a public person.
I'm ready. Hope the good Lord is. Pray with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Sometimes I wonder what to say to you now in the soft afternoon air as you hold us all in a single death. I say, where is your fire? I say, where is your fire? You got to find it and pass it on. You got to find it and pass it on from you to me, from me to her, from her to him, from the son to the father, from the brother to the sister, from the daughter to the mother, from the mother to the child. I say, where is your fire? I say, where is your fire? Can't you smell it coming out of our past? The fire of living, not dying. The fire of loving, not killing. The fire of blackness, not gangster shadows. Where is our beautiful fire that gave light to the world? The fire of pyramids, the fire that burned through the holes of slave ships and made us breathe. The fire that made guts into chitlins, the fire that took rhythms and made jazz, the fire of sit-ins and marches that made us jump boundaries and barriers, the fire that took street talk and sounds and made righteous Imhotep raps. Where is your fire? The torch of life, full of Nzinga and Nat Turner and Garvey and Du Bois and Fannie Lou Hamer and Martin and Malcolm and Mandela. Sister, 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 brother, 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 come, 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 catch your fire, don't kill, hold your fire, don't kill, learn your fire, don't kill, be the fire, don't kill, catch the fire, and burn with eyes that see our souls walking, singing, yeah, building, laughing, learning, yes, loving, yes, teaching, being, hey, 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 young, young, young brother, hey, 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 young, 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 young sister, here is my hand, catch the fire and live, 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 live.
So it's up to you to talk to your brothers and your sisters and persuade them that they have a responsibility. We've assumed ours for over 400 years, and we're tired of this kind of stuff now. We're not going to suffer patiently anymore. No more turning the other cheek, no more blessing our enemies, no more praying for those who despitefully use us. We're going to show you that we've learned the lessons you've taught us, we've studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. I think the problem is so bad that we can have no understanding at all.
You think it's gotten to the point where there can never be that reconciliation?
No. You talk about justice, and it means one thing to you, and we talk about it and it means something else to us. And it'll always be that way.
What to say to you?
Do you support reparations for Black people?
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
That's the choice you're going to make. I'd like you to go home, look at yourself in the mirror, right in the eyes, and say, I choose to collude with white supremacy. And then carry on, but let's do it with honesty. The default of the status quo is the reproduction of racial inequality. That's what our society does. By every measure, we have racial inequality.
White leftists, white progressives, you guys need a lesson in how to interact with Black people, especially in this moment, because if you don't figure it out, you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have serious problems. So here, I just want to go through this tweet real quick, right? So from Chris Richards, I'm gonna use his name because Jimmy Dore's done put up his tweets plenty of times. So Chris Richards said, Biden is a racist who ended desegregation of our public schools and massively ramped up our prison industrial complex. He's the xenophobe who wrote the omnibus counterterrorism bill of 1995 and voted for, what is that, for W's. He voted for W's original border wall. Remember? For those of y'all who watch South Park, remember? So this guy says, I get you're not a Biden supporter. I believe Biden was the only choice to get the country back. So when he said get the country back, I took that as back to normal. So I did add that piece for me in my head. But when you say get the country back, I think you guys want to go back to the 8 years of Obama. The 8 years of Obama was not good for Black people. We were getting shot in the street under Obama. Remember, Obama is the one who shut down Occupy Wall Street. So those of you white people who are out here fighting for a better life, the Black dude shut you down first. And I don't understand how people forgot that. The Black leftists shut you down first. And now you have this man's vice president who is even more conservative than Obama. And you guys are excited instead of holding his feet to the fire and making him give you what you need for your communities. I'm not backing away from reparations. I don't understand how you guys are going to stop fighting. Do you not care about your children? So, sorry, let me get back to this. So, I get that you're a Biden supporter. I believe Biden was the only choice to get the country back. 4 additional years of the current will bring permanent changes we may not be able to repair. Peace and love. Joe Biden caused 47 years of shit that has not been repaired. My uncle has been in and out of jail my entire life. He is a non-violent drug offender. The longest I have ever seen him out in one stint is 3 years. I am 35 years old. 35 years old. My uncle had some issues. He shouldn't have been treated like a criminal. He should have been treated like a person who needed treatment, especially since the government is the one that put the drugs into our community. And if that sounds crazy to you, then you need to read by Gary Webb, Dark Alliance. That's the book. And if you want to watch the movie because you're lazy, and that's okay, you need to watch Kill the Messenger, and then you need to go read the book Dark Alliance by Gary Webb, where they basically explain that they let them put the drugs in our community. So you created the problem, and then you locked us up and kept our family members in jail for generations, for decades. There are people whose family members have been in prison. Their grandfathers were in prison. Their fathers were in prison. They have went to prison, and you are celebrating this and telling Black people that this is a win for you. Oh my God, you don't even understand, for you just to the way. So when this man said this, right, I posted this video and I said how I feel when people talk about going back to normal. And I posted a thing about how Kamala Harris said she's not, when she was asked about reparations, I might as well just play that little clip too if y'all never heard Kamala say about reparations, because I got to make sure y'all catch that. So if y'all don't know, here we go.
Do you support reparations for Black people?
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
That's the choice.
So actually, I'm going to play this little Robin DiAngelo clip because some of y'all need it. Give me a second.
I'm going to make. I'd like you to go home. Look at
Sorry,
yourself.
I'm going to clip so you can hear it.
I'd like you to go home. Look at yourself in the
mirror.
One
more time.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
That's the choice you're going to make. I'd like you to go home. Look at yourself in the mirror, right in the eyes, and say, I choose to collude with white supremacy. And then carry on, but let's do it with honesty. The default of the status quo is the reproduction of racial inequality. That's what our society does. By every measure, we have racial inequality.
So there was some rage in the beginning of it. But he said, I mentioned nothing about normal. Biden has empathy and believes in science. Trump does not. So he's telling a Black person whose uncle spent her entire life in and out of jail, which has made him mentally unstable. He's working on being better, but I've had to fight my uncle in the street because of his mental issues. And for those of you who have never dealt with a drug addict before, you don't know what I'm talking about. But some of y'all of all races have a drug addict in your family, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So for you to say that this man is fair, and then just so when I acknowledge, so the next thing I say to this man is, you are not acknowledging the heart of what I'm saying. I'm saying that until people like you acknowledge Black people's pain and anger, things will not improve. Biden said nothing fundamentally will change. That is terrifying for me and my community. And how he followed up by this, the next thing he said to me, that was actually in the, let me see what he said directly to me. Sorry, guys. I know it's a lot to have to go through, but Show replies. Okay, so where's that part? Maybe did he take it out? Oh, here it is. Yeah. People like me. I'm a gay man who just turned 60 and I have been living with HIV for 28 years in February. I've worked my ass off in the LGBT community since the 1980s. Screw you and your people like me bullshit. So I asked him, do you think being a gay man is the same experience as being a poor person? No, I don't, nor have I ever said or even thought that. So white people, understand, he did say that. He said that when I said you need to acknowledge Black people's pain, he said, I am a gay man. I'm not going to address any of that because I don't want any homophobic things. We have gay, trans, lesbian, we have LGBTQI, we have everybody within the ADOS community, and I love all of them because we are Black first. So this is not a judgment of who anybody wants to be with. That is not, I'm sorry, and I don't know if this is offensive, but I'm gonna say it. When I was a little kid, my grandfather told me, if you don't like gay marriage, don't marry a gay. So I have never had a problem with who people want to be with. Because my grandfather told me as a child, if you have a problem with it, then mind your business. That's really what he told me, okay? So for him to bring up being a gay white man and the fact that he's been working hard for his community, what does that have to do with my community? And he said that as if there are not gay Black men in my community. And not to be disrespectful, but how many gay Black men died in the 1980s of AIDS? And how many people died in the 1980s of AIDS of all races? Because they didn't have the type of resources. And I don't know this person, but there's a very strong chance that he had very good resources to be alive right now to tell me, screw you and your people like me bullshit. So I am angry and I am hurt. And as a person who is literally out here trying to work, to build coalitions and try to move things forward for all of us as a people, you make it hard for me. Because right now, if you pay attention to what's going on, white people, you are fighting each other in the street. You are killing each other in the streets. We have to figure out a way to go forward as a people, as Americans together. So you dismissing my pain and my anger is not the way to build a coalition. But because you're gay, right? We're all oppressed, so we should automatically be in a coalition, right? Or because you're Latino, right? You're automatically oppressed and we should be in a coalition. Or because you're B, C, D, F, G, all the way through Z. No, if you can't acknowledge my pain, we cannot be in a coalition. So I'm gonna finish up there. And MG, I know you have some things to say, but when you're done, can you please address how you were excommunicated for actually trying to advocate for your people? So thank you guys. I'm sorry. I know that was long, but I am hurt. I am very hurt. Like I'm literally I spend every single day on calls every ADOS person I talked to today was on the borderline of tears because we are so stressed out and we are so frustrated and we want so much to have a better life in this country. And for you people, and I'm going to say you people, because if it hits you, that means I'm talking about you. And I didn't say white people. I said you people. So if it hits you, it's meant to. You people out here celebrating and talking about everything's fine because Joe Biden's in office, that shows that you are either obtuse and you don't know anything about Black people and you need to learn, or it shows that you don't care about Black people and that's a problem, or you're just a full-blown racist, but it's one of those three. So if you're ignorant, learn. And if you don't care, then stay up out my way. And if you're racist, at least I can understand it. That's it. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much for letting me get that off my chest. Because like I said, I'm in pain. I'm in pain.
No problem, Sam. You got anything else?
No, I just want to thank you guys for letting me have that time to really go through that, because I know it was a lot, but thank you guys. Thank you so much. Because like I said, I'm in pain. Today I'm sad. This whole week I was enraged, but what happened with this white man made me sad, because how do I build a coalition with this man when he can't acknowledge my pain?
Mm-hmm. That was a lot, Sam.
I'm sorry, y'all.
No,
See,
no,
see,
no, I'm not
see when I'm
complaining.
when I'm fired up, when I burn so bright and I'm a wildfire and burn everything down. But when I'm calm and collected, that's even worse. I feel like I hit you harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Well, first let me address to the video. The Ernie Chambers video that Proud Socialist posted obviously was edited. It was edited down to a minute, which means it was probably set up for Instagram for it to be put on Instagram, right? Because they have a minute limit on Instagram. So I understand that due to editing, sometimes you can't get it all. But in the very beginning of Ernie Chambers speaking, there's a split second in there when he says specifically he's talking about white people. Specifically. Now, if you cut that out and play the rest, these other pieces, and then claim it's about our two-party system, you're full of shit. You're simply full of shit. There's no way to get around it. You're full of shit, right? So if you're going to use our pain and not improve our lives, what does that make you? Many of these people may think that they're helping us by pointing these things out, but they're not. They're weaponizing our pain for their little projects. That's the problem. You're not an ally just because you know what Ernie Chambers said. You're not an ally, not a reparationist. You're I don't know what you are, honestly. If you're weaponizing our pain to get your little projects off the ground. Okay, so that's my problem with that. Now, everything that Sam said, I like her. I'm so tired of people jumping in my mentions, jumping in our mentions as a group, all of us as ADOS, as slave descendants in this country. People are always jumping and looking for ways to make us feel like gaslighting us and making us trying to make us feel like we're wrong in all this. Well, we know we're right, and many of them know that we're right, but the fear is that reparations is going to harm their project, but it really won't, if we're honest, right? It may take a little longer to get where you want to go, because you have to convince people that this is right, because it is right. It's a simple cause and effect issue, right? And that's, you can read my article. It's actifipress.com/ADOS, which is the third rail of politics, which is the last third rail of politics, which is reparations for American descendants of slaves. And a lot of people don't want to see that happen, because a lot of people depend on us staying on the bottom in order to get what they want and get what they need. Okay, so and also something that the left needs to address is that there's a simple test for all this stuff, for all these policies that people say is good for us, and all these things that that are supposed to be great for us. There's a simple test. Will we still be on the bottom? Will the Americans, descendants of slaves, who built this country for free, will they still be on the bottom? And if you can't answer that question, you need to find out more. And if the person you're talking to, who may be your leader or somebody you're following, ask them, if not, why not? Right? If they're not, I'm sorry, if we're not going to be on the bottom anymore, show me how. Show me that mechanism that gets us to parity. All right. And if we're not, and if they're honest enough to say we're still going to be on the bottom, you need to walk away from that person. Right? And this is going to be hard for a lot of you folks. A lot of your leaders are full of shit. A lot of your leaders are just as racist as your average Trump voter, as far as the American descendants of slaves are concerned, right? And people of all colors, right? People from all over the world.
Sorry, not to jump in, but you need to say anti-black racist, because there's a lot of people who are anti-black racist, and they're not racist against Asians or Latinos, or it's specifically anti-black racist.
Yeah, so actually anti-ADOS racism.
Anti-ADOS racism.
Yeah,
Yes,
specifically anti-ADOS racism. We are who we are. Nobody in this country actually believes that all black people are the same, because that's just as racist, right? If you say, "Oh, we're all black the same," no, we're not. No, we're not. We come from different places across the world, mostly from here, the continent of Africa, a country from the continent of Africa, or come from the Caribbean, or come from Europe via those other places, right? That's pretty much it, right? But we're come from different spaces. Just like a Jamaican is different from a Nigerian, Jamaican is different from a Nigerian, we're different from other people. It's that simple. Everybody understands that. Please don't try to sell me that bullshit that you think that you don't think otherwise. All right. That's enough about that. Now to address what Sam brought up about me being exiled from the left for standing up for my people. I used to be, some of you listening may know, I used to be a writer for Progressive Army. Then me and a few people started Actify Press, and I shifted over to Actify Press. I've been writing on the left since 2015, and everything was cool for the most part. You know, you have your issues here and there, but when the issue of reparations came up, I decided that, okay, this is a great opportunity for the left to really jump in, to really improve the lives of Black people in a real way, not just bury our specific needs with everybody else, right? When I joined when I became a burner, so to speak, Bernie had the best policy for our people, right? But when the fight for reparations became real, when Tony and Yvette stood up and started pushing for reparations, and it became a talking point, and it became something serious, I'd be a fool. I would be dishonoring my ancestors. I would be dishonoring my children, my grandchildren, and future generations of my family if I don't join this fight, right? So I tried to write and bring some people from the left that I know, try to bring them, bring people on the left into the reparations movement, or at least at the very least understand the points and be able to articulate them in a logical fashion, right? So understand that there was a lot of rumors, a lot of bullshit about what the movement was about, what the leaders were about. All that shit is neither here nor there. If you were real about it, you would have stood up a parallel operation talking about reparations, right? If that was a serious something the case. In any event, people, first it was you get the talk. Are you really serious? Are you really gonna fight for reparations? And you know, it gets to the point where they're almost questioning. First, they get to the point where they question your sanity, right? then it becomes the whisper campaign. Oh, don't listen to NG. He's been bought by the right. This is a whole operation for the right to fight for reparations for Black people. What the fuck? So so you
And
get
MG, can
Now,
you? MG, can you, when you're done, because I want you to finish your thing, but I want you to address, can you please address how racist it is to say that the only reason why Black people would fight for reparations for their children is because Russians or because some puppet put a battery in their back?
Yeah,
MG and Sam, I just want to piggyback off that. They're gonna call you a neo-lib. They're gonna be like, he's a neo-lib. That's what I wanted to say that shit. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I got called everything but a child of God. You know what I mean? It didn't get as nasty as some of the stuff I've heard about, but people they basically they shun you, right? And for people to say that there's no other logical reason for me to fight for my family and fight for the future of my family, that's
like you don't have Black babies.
Yeah, like I don't have kids that need reparations. I need reparations. My family needs reparations. In order for my kids to have a future, they need reparations, right? So to assume that I'm going to fight for reparations because somebody's paying me or I fell for some sort of plot, right? That's, again, it goes back to, I wrote about this as well, it goes back to the assumptions about in Black people's intelligence. It goes to the assumptions of Black people's gullibility, right? I don't give a fuck who's talking about reparations, right? If you're talking about reparations and you are right on the facts, I'm with you. It could be Satan himself sitting on my laptop talking about, right, if he got the facts right,
Point blank period. That's why I was That's why I was having better conversations with Republicans than I was with Democrats, because they were willing to
Absolutely.
listen. Because as much as people won't admit it, there are people who are Republicans right now who are just as frustrated and were just as frustrated and as angry under Trump. There weren't a lot of people that you saw, and even the ones who were gung-ho for Trump, if you actually had a real conversation with them, like, sorry, MG, forgive me for jumping in, but I keep thinking of this woman named Tony who I met last year, right? I met her on Twitter. And, you know, we started having a conversation and, you know, she was like, not all. And I was like, listen, my people are from the South. I do not think that all white Republicans are racist, because I know white Republicans in the South. They treat me with respect. They're cool. We don't have no issues. You understand? So I told her that. So from there, we were able to have a very candid conversation. She voted for Obama twice. She lost her house. Her family lost her house in that mortgage crisis. They voted for Obama for hope and change, and they lost their house. So you look at this woman and you say, oh, she's just a racist white woman. She voted for Trump. She lost everything when she voted for the people who were supposed to care about the workers. And the Democratic Party was supposed to care about the workers, and they let her family drown. You understand? So you're looking at her like, no, she's just a racist. No, she has a grievance. So instead of you addressing her grievance through coming up with an economic plan that helps everybody, because we want reparations first and up front, but we know reparations is not the key to fixing you. But y'all want us to do that too? I'll do it. If you need me to step in and come up with a real plan, because $15 an hour in 2020 is not a real plan, and y'all don't know what the fight is. You don't know what the fight is, and you don't know what you're fighting for. That sounds like some rich white people who came up with $15 an hour. That doesn't sound like poor people. And then it sounds like y'all galvanized poor people because it sounded good 10 years ago when you first started saying it. But in 2020, that's not even a conversation. Sorry, MG, please take back, and I'm gonna be quiet. And forgive me, everybody, because I know I talk a lot, but y'all be troubling my spirit. Like you don't even understand how much y'all trouble my spirit.
Hey, sis, go off, sis. Go off, sis. Hey, real talk. And real talk. MG he gonna get to his piece, but go off, sis, man. We already know we all feel the same frustration. You know, Mud be quiet. Mud like a mime. You know, like one of the mimes that, not Mr. Mime, but I ain't gonna lie, but real shit, because he don't play them fucking real games, but he ain't a mime, but Mud like an assassin or some shit like that. Like, he won't say nothing till you just come out the cut, strike you, and then go back to sleep in his hole. MG say what he want to say. Real shit, he's like, I got you out of here, killed you, and then you were coming right at you. MG is bringing a whole nother view to it. He's bringing a real, I feel like a real well-rounded view, but still saying, fuck you, you racist, fuck you. You get me, and I'm just, I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't even know. I know around with my people. Around with my people. So everybody is good. Sam, do your thing, and everybody do their thing. Everybody do their thing, man. Fuck these niggas. That's how I feel. I'm sorry. I know that I don't want to be. I don't want to be split. Fuck these niggas. And real talk, if you listen to the podcast, if you're under 18, you need to have parental consent to listen to this podcast.
Not
Over
at all.
18,
No, not at all. I'm trying to corrupt the children.
Your parents listen to it first.
I'm trying to corrupt the children. Go ahead, MG.
Yeah, I just like I said. The bottom line was, man, when I started fighting for my people, fighting for this reparations thing, man, they came at me hard. It was, basically they felt like this was a betrayal. I'm fighting for the lives of my family, and I tell them that my people are facing genocide, right? If you look at the list of things that count as genocide from the UN definition, we check every box, right? And yet and still people are like, if I tell you what you're doing is harming me and my people are facing genocide, and your answer is, but Bernie, it's fuck you at that point. It's fuck you. I'm telling you where we're coming from. I'm telling you what's going on. If I tell you, no matter how much money I make, no how much money my parents made, right? My sons have a 75% chance of falling back into poverty simply because they descend from slaves through me? And you're going to tell me that I'm wrong? Fuck Every last one of you. Now, I understand some folks were like, okay, we have to protect Bernie, and what MG's talking about and the reparations thing may harm him. But it turns out that I was right. Reparations could have helped him, right? And Mud talked about that before. When George Floyd happened, and Bernie had been talking about reparations at that point, he'd have been golden. He would have been ready to rock and roll. Mud that brought that up before, and that is an excellent point. And listen to a previous podcast when you would to get that one, right? But Bernie needed these black votes. If he would have been doing what he was supposed to be doing, right, this movement would be further along, and he would be a power player again. Right now, he's forgotten, right? He's forgotten.
How you the dude who been saying that workers need to organize and start building movements and get in the street, and people start building movements and get in the street, and you go away. That's it. You sheep herder.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders was a Judas.
Because they black. I ain't lie. Because there's mad black people in the street, and he ain't want that. He want to talk about that.
Bernie Sanders was a Judas goat. At me 17 trillion. Holla at you, girl.
Can't really argue at this point. All right, man. Mud, you got something to say, man? I got my piece off.
Shit. Nah, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was thinking left because I was about to say something about BLM, but we don't need to jump into that right now.
Say what you gonna say. Hey, yo, cuz, say what you gonna say. Let's do it. So we here for. We trying to reset race here. You heard me? Fuck it.
Man. I just think that they've been phony this whole time, but we don't need to get into all of that.
Yeah, because they disappearing now, boy. They going back in their hole, and where is everybody?
Yeah, everybody is in their gentrified neighborhoods with their Black Lives Matter signs on the fucking on their fucking front lawn. That's where they are. They're going back into their gentrified neighborhoods with their Black Lives Matter sign. Because Black Lives Matter, as long as they don't live next to me or I don't have to deal with them because I don't really care about Black lives. But it makes me feel good to say that I do because it's COVID and I'm frustrated and I'm angry. So let me hit the streets and say Black Lives Matter when I'm really saying fuck you, capitalism in the world. Because you still don't care about black people, because those same people saying Black Lives Matter, you say, okay, what about reparations? And they say, what?
Yeah.
Who said that, huh? And they keep pushing.
Reparations, boy. I said it before. I say it again. When you start talking reparations, it'll turn a lefty into a right wing deficit hawk in a blink of an eye, man. God,
quickness, right? How are we gonna do that? We can't afford to do it. And my whole thing is, and I'm gonna get into this, right? So again, white people, y'all don't know shit about the fight. White Americans, you don't know shit about the fight. And I hate to say it, at this moment, I need y'all to channel your ancestors. I'd rather deal with your racist, evil ancestors that would burn some shit down if they felt like it was unjust. A lot of times it was Negroes, but y'all would burn down the system too. So I need y'all to channel that and not come and kill us, but let's come up with a plan to fix the system, because y'all don't know nothing about the fight. Again, for you to be fighting for $15 an hour in 2020 is stupid. Medicare for all, yes, we need that, but you should be fighting for wealth redistribution. Once you have the money, you can do Medicare for all. You can do free college for everybody. Once you get your paws on the money, you can do whatever you need. What does it say? Whoever has the gold makes the rules. Let's go get the goddamn gold. But y'all want to fight for $15 fucking an hour. So you want to fight for the scraps that are falling from the table instead of us saying, there's more of us than you. You don't want to share this table. We're going to take this motherfucker. And if you are lucky, we will let you eat.
Right. Hey, Sam, I don't know, hey, brothers and sisters, if I could just say something about the Medicare for all thing. You know, as somebody that has been working in healthcare for the past 2 years, dealing with insurances and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to tell you right now, man. If they pass Medicare for all without reparations, our quality of healthcare will go up, but the disparities the quality of overall healthcare. So the stage will be raised, but then you'll see the fucking white people hanging off the fucking stage lights. Real talk, like yeah, exactly. You'll see. You might see more disparities, even if even though you'd be like, yo, before it was 100 black people dying, now it's 90, and before it was like 30 white people dying, now it's gonna be 5. You know what I'm saying? Like so I'm trying to tell you. I mean, the same thing. I believe that MG said something about the messenger. You feel me? ADOS is so critical because the messaging and the way that the policy that we're proposing is so crafted down to a T that's why it's hard to fucking, like before, like Medicare for all, like what that mean? I mean, and I know that a lot of leftists know what it means and how it's implemented the right way, but not enough of their whole team know. ADOS, everybody know how to implement reparations. Everybody know what it means. Everybody know. And even though we might have different numbers, but at the core part. So what I'm trying to tell you though, basically what I'm trying to say is that I could see a Medicare for all solution happening in a way where everybody gets Medicaid, similar to Medicaid. So you can get the lowest quality, horrible health care. And what's going to happen is they're going to compromise in the way in which the best surgeons and the best doctors will be like, you feel me, could opt out of that shit. Or be in a way, you know what I mean? Like, it's still, because they still talking about privatizing a part of the industry. I'm trying to tell you now, even with people that got the best healthcare insurance in the country, the top surgeons would not take any health insurance. They will go by their fees. They going by like, no. You want to come see me? Pay your pocket, like. And people trying to tell you. So I'm trying to say that Medicare for all,
supplemental health insurance to jump in there. Yep.
Exactly. It's another way for supplemental health insurance to jump in there. It's still a way to have the disparities, even though you can go to the health clinic or go to like the worst doctor in the hood or the worst doctor in your area. It's still a doctor though. You know, you still ain't going down, so you're still getting preventative care that we're not getting now.
So John, can I go further with? Can I go further with that? Right?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that.
No, John. No. What you said was on the money. It was so on point, right? So I just want to follow up with. You gave one example. I want to follow up with another example. Public education is free. Like for K through 12. What kind of shitty public education are we getting? So y'all are talking about free college, but you think we gonna get into the good colleges? We gonna be in the shitty ass free college the same way we in the shitty ass free school that you got, in the shitty ass charter schools that you got. So you want me to sign on to what the things that you want, but we already know as Black people that we're going to get the short end of the stick. So like the name of this podcast, we have to reset race for this to happen. And a lot of you white people have to get out of being upset when I call you white people. White, even though they deem it as a race here, is not an ethnicity. You people are Germans, you're Irish, you're English. When you came over, race was not a thing until after Bacon's Rebellion, which I think is like around I can't remember the exact date. It's not hitting right now because I'm frustrated. And normally I'm really good with my dates. But take a minute to look up Jacqueline Badalora. She has a book called what's that book called? Birth of a White Nation, where it explains how white was not a race. You were not white, you were not Black when this all started at the beginning of this country and this concept. It was after Bacon's Rebellion when poor whites, even though Bacon wasn't a poor white, but when poor whites bonded with Black slaves, they took it to the oligarchy. They took it to the masters. People were fighting for a whole year. They almost overthrew the whole system. And that's when they decided Black people have to be enslaved forever. And they were going to raise poor whites above Black people. That's when they started the miscegenation rules. Because even before, you could be a slave and marry a white woman, which people gonna be mad because, oh my God, but you could do all of those things. But if you were a white woman and you married a slave, then your children would have to be in bondage for a certain period of time. So understand, people, like whiteness was created to create a division to keep us from fighting from the oligarchy. Race was created as a distraction to keep us from fighting the oligarchy. We understand that as Black people. You tell us. But the problem is you guys have not let go of race, so we can't let y'all lead because you will leave us in the fucking dust again. You left us in the dust during the New Deal. I already told everybody on this panel they got to read this book about labor, about Black labor that goes from the end of slavery till the 1980s, the same arguments, and that's why I'm looking forward to bringing this book out at later on when we do more clips. The same arguments that you guys are doing about how it's all about the workers and Black workers back then were saying, yes, but you're keeping us out of your unions. We're not getting the same pay as you. We're not getting hours. We're not getting jobs. So this is not working for us. So if you do not incorporate us, we will let you burn. The reason why you guys are struggling now, and the reason why the United States is not further along in labor policy, is because of anti-Black racism. If y'all would clear us off the board by giving us reparations and incorporating us into the fight, you would clear out the oligarchy's tool and the weapon. My friend is a teacher. She's a Latina. She explained it like this to me. She said, Black people are the leather that the knife is sharpened on to cut everybody else's throat.
Woo!
Yes, she did. Yes, she did, baby. Yes, she did. Because my teacher is the one who, we have a lot of conversations. She was the person who I went to, and we have a lot of conversations because she's the one who tries to get me to focus more on class, even though she understands race. And I have to keep explaining to her that I am a class person, but race has to come first, because I can't trust you because y'all don't know what the fight is. You don't know what the fight is.
Nope, they sure don't.
And let me stop talking. I'm sorry, guys. I've been monopolizing the time. I apologize, everybody. I know they can be like, this bitch, she's always talking. Why didn't she let the men talk? There's only one of her, and all I hear is her fucking voice. It's so annoying.
We here to get smoked. We know you the warrior. You already know. We got the wise one. We got Mud the intellectual. We got MG the wise one. You the warrior. And I'm just the nigga, but I'm here and I'm here to get smoked.
Let me tell you, I'm so happy.
Wrong. I don't care.
I'm so happy I got my Barbados.
I ain't with you.
Yeah, I'm so happy I got my little Barbados plantation rum over here in my cigar, because I'm telling you, this is the only thing getting me through it. I'm about to get my red beans and rice too. Like I said, I need the ancestors to take me through today, because like I said, y'all took my soul. Y'all took my soul today. Y'all chipped away and took a small piece of my soul today. You really did. Like I said, I am so grateful that I have had good white people literally be thrown into my life. Because if not, I would just be like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, y'all fighting each other in the street. Y'all ain't coming through my neighborhood. I live around nothing but Blacks and Mexicans. You ain't coming over here. Because we got guns like the people in the South got guns. So I don't have to worry about white people running up on me in my neighborhood. Y'all got to worry about running up on each other, because if you pay attention to the news, you keep seeing y'all killing each other. And the crazy shit is, this shit is tribal. So y'all are sitting here killing each other, Democrat versus Republican, when they're on the same team. That's like the Crips and the Bloods fight, like they fighting each other for the same person. At least they on separate teams. Literally, the Democrats and the Republican are on the same team, team oligarchy. Team power. They got their boots on all of our necks. They got their boots on the on the poor Blacks. They got their boots on the poor whites, middle class whites. But y'all sitting here trying to be like, well, one day we'll all be together in this. Well, one day when I get rich, you're not gonna be rich, motherfucker. When I was in school, I would wear a Eat the Rich shirt to school all the time, right? And this Black kid came to me, he's like, well, what are you gonna do one day when you become rich? I said, I'll never be rich enough for them to want to eat me. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, because Black people, we don't have that much money. Compare Oprah to, what's the other man? Warren Buffett. No, Warren Buffett. Let's not even do Jeff Bezos, because Jeff Bezos has the most money. Let's just put her up against Warren Buffett. If Warren Buffett, who had that joke? If Warren Buffett woke up tomorrow with Oprah's money, he'd fucking kill himself. There's a difference. And the difference between Warren Buffett and Oprah is Oprah still has to be out here doing commercials and doing shows. You don't see Warren Buffett unless he feel like it. Why? Because he's wealthy. There's a difference. And Oprah has to show up to keep them checks. Go ahead, Mud.
Also, it's like that Trump shit, like where you could just borrow money because you're white. Like it don't even have to make any motherfucking sense. Like I don't even understand how Donald Trump has been able to get in debt as much as he's in debt. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And then they still
white and it's all right.
Like they still like report like he's a fucking like a billionaire. Like I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Yeah. And it's like just that access to capital because you're white is something that we can't experience.
Yeah, and that's something that it's something. These are the things that the left this particular thing they know it exists, right? And but they don't have a solution, and they won't listen to anybody that has a solution because the
Yeah.
minute you start talking about empowering black people, they make you disappear. Poof. Right? So
Mhm.
that's what listening to this podcast can help people understand that when their leaders are full of shit, and we're going to give them the facts and the data to challenge that bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And that's an important piece because people have, because I know even when I was purely leftist, wasn't thinking about reparations, I was a burner and I'm a fight burner. Even some of those arguments that were coming up was like, wait a minute, this shit don't make sense. You know what I mean? Like when the argument that I know we're not supposed to go here yet until later, but like the argument
Go
that
there. Go there.
the immigration doesn't impact wages. Like what? What? Huh? How am I? You expect me to believe that? I'm a grown ass man. I live in the working world. I've been working
That's
since
the
I was a
thing.
kid. How are you
That's
gonna
the
tell
thing.
me that that doesn't make sense? That that's not true? I mean, it's logical. If there's excess labor, this is economics 101. If there's excess labor, that means the price for labor goes down, and this excess labor will take down near anything because the money they get here turns and magically doubles and triples when they send it home, right?
Yeah.
So that's a reality. That is a
Preach,
reality,
preach,
right?
and
And to tell
preach.
and to tell people otherwise is to treat them as if they're stupid and to lie to them,
Yeah.
right? To make to whatever your agenda is. And that makes me wonder what your agenda is, right? If your agenda is open the borders without healing us, that means you don't give a fuck about us, right? Because everybody
Mm.
that comes in here, this is history. Everybody that comes in here gets slotted above us. It is what it is. This is historically true and it's still going on today. So
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that everything the left is right about this, the left is right. No, there's some shit the left is wrong about, and race, class, ethnicity, nationality, all that shit. The left got it all fucked up.
They need to watch Irony's episode from The Hill today because Irony broke it down. There are no inherent coalitions. Like the man who said, well, I'm a gay white man. Just because you are a gay white man does not mean that we are inherently should be in a coalition. Just because you're a Latino or for somebody from Mexico, that doesn't mean we should be in a coalition. In Mexico, they're anti-Black as well. Like I can pull up articles and show you where they have issues with anti-Black racism with most of these people who come from different countries. Asian Indians have a caste system. In India, people who look like everybody on this podcast are untouchables. They are called untouchables. They are the lowest of the low. So you can't put us in a coalition with somebody like a Kamala Harris who descends from an Indian Jamaican. Her father is Indian Jamaican. Jamaican does not mean Black. Bob Marley's father was a white Jamaican man. My friend, I had a friend when I lived in Miami. She was Chinese Jamaican. She was 100% Chinese. If you look at her, she was a Chinese woman. She had a bad body, though. God damn. Sorry, y'all. No, like,
You sure she was all the way Chinese? Yeah, her booty was big as hell. That nigga said, hey, somebody slide.
listen.
Somebody got a little bit of the fortune cookie. Somebody got a fortune cookie, nigga. A nigga got a fortune cookie.
She bought them titties and that ass, but goddamn,
she
bought it. She went to build a body and they did beautiful work. Beautiful.
High quality engineering.
Oh, never mind.
Beautiful woman, but she's Chinese Jamaican, so she's not a Black Jamaican. There's a difference. So again, that's the thing with race and ethnicity. So Kamala Harris's father is an Indian Jamaican, an Indo-Jamaican, which means he still falls under the caste system. Her mother comes from India. Both of them were business professionals. Both of them went to Ivy League colleges. Both of them were professionals in the 1950s. Nobody in my family was a professional in 1950s. Not a single person. Not my grandfather, not my mother, not my great-grandfather. Nobody in the 1950s had that type of pedigree, that type of income. Like Asian Indians in California, just on just on, was it like, they literally have more money than white people. So white people have 355,000 median wealth in Los Angeles. Asian Indians are either in the 400,000 or 500,000 range. I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head right now. So understand that for you to be like, well, Kamala Harris, Ruby Bridges did this, so Kamala Harris. No, Ruby Bridges was a poor Black girl who had to go on the front lines and be attacked to go to school. Kamala Harris is not that person. Ruby Bridges' parents were not two professional parents. Ruby Bridges' parents didn't have money. Ruby Bridges could not have afforded to leave and fly in and out of the country every year to visit family in a different country.
Or go to private school in Canada.
Hell, we can't afford to fly fucking back to the South or wherever a lot of times to go visit our family. A lot of times the people move out of state, you don't see them but every 5 or 6 years. So we are not the same. And you can't just lump me in with
Preaching,
rich...
sis, you preaching.
No, because you can't lump me in with rich brown people and make us all the same. And even with Asians, I'm going to go here. So Indian Asians have more money than white people, right? Japanese Americans, and this is for Los Angeles, have more money than white people, right? Chinese Americans have more money than white people. You know who's broke that's Asian? The Vietnamese people. So talk to me about fixing the Vietnamese people who have $3,000, $4,000 to their name like Black people. So when you talk to me about people, now I can go and have a conversation with a Vietnamese person because our interests can align if they're interested on aligning on populism, on economic populism. How do we get more money into each other's pockets? I can't go to the Japanese person who has more money than white people and be like, yeah, you know, we should get together and we should all work together. Their plight is not my plight. They have money. So quit trying to make race and class solidarity where it does not exist. There are no inherent coalitions. If you want a coalition, it has to be built. So it is time for you people, and I say you people because I mean all races, to start building coalitions. Don't just think because I'm brown and you're brown that I'm going to support you, period. Because that has never worked, because we have been doing that since you brown people got here. We have always supported you. We supported you in the 60s. We have always supported you. Even you non-Blacks who live in your community. If I go to the beauty supply, it's an Asian person. If I go over here, it's a Mexican person. If I go over here, I spend money with everybody in my community who are non-ADOS people. I'm still 40% of what the race is in my community. I cannot go to a single Black shop around me, but I can go to all other races. We don't burn their shit down. We patronize them happily. So it is different, and you have to respect our differences because we don't even have shit in our own community. So for you to be like, oh, but they're all people of color. So we're all people of color and we live in a community, and other races have equity in the community financially and we have nothing. That is a problem. And we will no longer go forward that way. So if you want alliances, let's build them. But we have to have discussions because there's things that you want that I don't agree with, and there's things that maybe I want that you don't agree with. So when do we come to the table and start hashing this shit out so we can make real changes? Because if you're not here for that, I just need y'all to shut the fuck up. Like, if you're not gonna get out here and make shit better, just get the fuck out my way. Because I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to come. I didn't want to become a leader. I didn't want to be in this position. I didn't want to do this. Y'all, the people who are supposed to have the knowledge, who are supposed to have the skill, they are not doing it right, and we are failing. And when I say we, I mean all of us. Black people, white people, Latino people. If you are not a wealthy person, we are failing right now. So what is it? Are we gonna fight this shit together? Or y'all just gonna fucking deal with it? Because we're used to not having shit. I'm used to being poor. I'm used to not knowing if I'm gonna have work here or there. I'm used to knowing if my car breaks down that I won't have money to fix it. That is my life as a Black person. Welcome to being Black. Would you like to stop being Black? I would too. And I don't mean I would like to stop being Black as in my skin color. I mean, I would like to stop being the bottom caste in this country. So how about we all work together so we don't have a bottom caste? That's what I would like.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
Hey, she done flame that. Hey, yo, this, goddamn. I don't even want to say that for the rest of the show. I'm be quiet, man. I'll let y'all get off.
Oh, John, we want you to talk. You here?
I'm staying in the cut. I think MG and Mud got a lot to say. We gotta let our family. We gotta let them speak.
Go ahead, Mud. What you got?
I'm done.
Well, I just want to say this, like, you know, if we're gonna pretend like there is a coalition, then really I need to hear one thing. Like, what have you done for me lately? Like, what the fuck have we gained from being in this coalition? If you can't really show me that, then I don't really need any of you motherfuckers. I don't need to play any of these games with you motherfuckers. I don't need to have sympathy for your pain. I just need to worry about my shit. And since y'all not helping me, then
So are you saying, like Ernie Chambers, we have learned from them? So since they're self-interested, we're going to be self-interested now? Is that what you're saying, Mud?
Basically.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. I think we beat this horse pretty dead.
Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up.
You feel me? Let her rage out. I think this is justified, righteous anger, what I call. I don't feel like this is anger just because out of frustration. This anger that we have is righteous because we know people done this wrong. They know they done this wrong. We tell them like, yo, this is how you done this wrong, and they say, no, we didn't do you wrong. Shut up. So I mean, this is from all spectrums of the. This transcends, political ideology in America. This is just right wing, left wing, libertarian, Green Party. There's a real hostility towards people who are African Americans. I'm talking about like ADOS, people who've been here since slavery. I feel like it's a real concerted effort to kind of undermine this, and I feel like what the ADOS movement is doing is ripping a Band-Aid that has been placed on. It's hard, but it's a Band-Aid that's old. I don't know if you had a scar for a long time, and you put a Band-Aid on it, you got in the shower with it, that one of them sticky Band-Aids, get in the shower, get in the mud with it, and that Band-Aid just been on you for a long time. But when it's time to take it off, it hurt. That shit hurt when you see the hair come. So I feel like we like shit, god damn, you ripping this shit, I gotta take You feel me? Because you know that it's time, like real, like really, you just put a Band-Aid on this shit, and the Band-Aid got old and decrepit, and the wound is healing, but it's still infected like a motherfucker. Like, you know that this shit's gonna need surgery. So it's just like, you know what I mean? Now we pulling the Band-Aid off. It's just, we not even get to the surgery. Just pulling the Band-Aid off is very difficult for people to understand what we're saying. You know what I mean? Like, but you know this is necessary for the wound to heal. We have to pull the Band-Aid off, regardless people say it's defensive or whatever the fuck they want to say.
We undermine people's preconceptions, lifelong preconceptions. That's
exactly
painful. Absolutely.
That shit is hard. Like, what the fuck is? Oh my! Like, yeah, you've been racist mad long. You ain't even know it. Like you was when you was hitting the, you was just like you love black people. Then you hit the polls and was like, you know what?
Hit that reset button.
You know what I mean? Like, real certain. Like, nah, I don't want Cash Bell to be Cash Bell. Nah. You know, like just real shit. Like, so I think that this is what the movement is doing. I feel like Sam, your anger is justified. You killed that.
Today
shit.
it's not even just anger. Like today, you see me angry. Like today is just, I'm disappointed.
No,
and
you was very.
Yeah, like I'm disappointed, and I'm just not even just disappointed because, I'm Black in America. To be honest, I don't really expect anything from white people because I've lived this life. To be honest, I really just don't want to see the whole country burn. So I'm trying to do what I can to help facilitate this. Like, cause and on top of that, again, I'm going to keep saying this because I want people to understand I'm a privileged Black. My great grandmother left me her house. I have a house in LA. If shit hits the fan, like, you know what I mean? Like, especially if I see it coming, I can sell my shit and move to a whole nother country and watch this motherfucker burn. Yeah, so I chose to be in this fight.
But it's still different. No, even in LA, you talking about the whole wealth difference. Think about it, like
no, it is. It is different. No, it is different. Like if my house was in a different part of LA, it would be worth $1 million. But my house is still worth over $400,000. So I am in a different space. So I have chosen to be in this space because I just care about, first of all, I care about my people. I care about Black people, but I got friends who not ADOS. I don't want to see them die. I don't want to see them burn either. I don't
Exactly.
want their babies to grow up in a world that has nothing for them. I don't want climate change to steal my friends' little brown babies, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or their little biracial babies. Like I don't.
No.
That's not
This
what
is the
I'm
part
here
thing about this
for.
podcast. The part thing about this podcast is really because the thing about, like you say, we all have these left wing instincts. Everybody on here, like MG always say for the podcast start, you know, I don't give a fuck. You know, I'll tell motherfucker, kill yourself. I don't give a fuck. But at the end of the day, when you break my politics down to the average progressive, I'm probably in more to the left than them. I'm talking about like on just basic issues. Like
Exactly.
I just focus. My issue was just focus on this one. Well, I feel like this is one of the most left wing issues to get the whole left kick started. You know what I'm saying? Like
For the American left,
it.
there is no
I'm
left.
just focused on that right now. That's it though. See that it just hurt because I'm just focused on that right now. I don't give a fuck about. I understand what you're telling me. I understand the pain that you're telling me. I understand it, and I also understand if you don't give us what's owed, none of that shit will really come into fruition. None of that shit will be solid. You got to give us what's due to us. You have to.
And John, let's talk about this because I think this is.
30 seconds of them can kill themselves right now. They're somewhere they can kill themselves.
No. But let's have a real conversation, right, about how Black people, how we feel like we have to be the moral compass of everything, and how much it is literally painting a lot of us in our spirits, even if we don't say it out loud, to have to be like, no, fuck you, us first. But we have to because we can't trust you. It's like if every time you invite me to your house when I leave, there's $500 missing. At a certain point, you gonna know if I come over that I'm a thief and I'm robbing you.
Exactly.
So when you gonna stop inviting me to your house?
I feel like that's true about everybody on this panel except for MG. MG don't give a fuck. MG real talk, you jump off a bridge, MG
lies. MG cares.
MG gonna be like, he dead? MG gonna be like, damn, he dead. He fucked up. He should have been with the reparations shit. He dead.
Whatever.
That nigga really fucked up. Mark gonna be in the office.
He gonna be like, Rocky, if he dies, he dies.
Real shit like Sam, he gonna be like, that's fucked up. He died though. Fuck him though. So that's you. And then MG gonna be like, nigga dead. He should listen. He ain't listen. He dead. He didn't listen. Then Mark gonna be in the cut like, that nigga dead.
That's that old Black man.
Right there, Mark gonna be like, he did. Like, I want to bury him. You feel me? Like, I got a shovel when you want to bury him. Like,
let's get moving.
Like, you don't care. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we all have a left wing perspective looking at life and everything like that. But we understand that the core of moving this country for not only in the left wing is for me and we care about everybody else. Then we started taking a step back into who we are and who our people are. It's like, oh, this is what we need. Feel me? Like, and then start looking at the other groups in these left wing circles and how they move, about how they like, oh, we about to move like them. And then we start seeing the issues arise from that. Then we like, oh, now it's feel me, because we care about because we always want that we feel like we doing the right thing all the time. So it's like, oh. So now our whole dynamic started to shift. It doesn't mean that we don't have general left wing views on most issues surrounding America and the globe, but we understand that we really analyze, read, everybody over here study, understands that, listen, nobody will get freedom in this country until the American descendants of slavery achieve a true and real freedom and real place in this country. You'll never get anything that you're talking about concrete, ever.
Nope.
Feel me? But it takes a part of you being not ADOS. You really feel me? Like it's taking part of you letting go of some of that unnecessary, that subconscious shit that you that anti-blackness, you gotta let go of that shit. All that shit, and then we pull the hypocrisy out of you. And now you turn us into warriors. Now you turn us into our whole, from who we is, warriors. You know, and this is where the vision come out, but fuck it. If I'm not keeping the Band-Aid on the wound if the wound needs surgery. That's how I feel about it. Fuck it. That shit gonna hurt. Take the Band-Aid off, but fuck it. You know what I mean? Like if I don't take the Band-Aid off, then my arm, I'm gonna die. This is gonna poison my whole body. So fuck it. So that pain I don't care. You gotta take the Band-Aid off in order to heal the country. I'm sorry, I went off too long. Sorry.
Not at all. You said that was beautiful, Mr. I don't know why I'm here. That's why you here.
Amen.
That was eloquent.
All right, what you got, Mud?
I mean, all I wanted to say is that, like, it's just that they expect us to sacrifice ourselves. Like that's like they've just gotten so used to that shit. Like everybody expects us to just play our position as pawns, just to be used and to be expendable. And like, when we decide that we're trying to be something else, you know, they don't know how to take it.
Yeah, one of my quote unquote friends, when I was exiting the left, as I was getting exiled anyway, they asked me, so what about solidarity? So wait a minute, you want me to pay the full cost of solidarity? You want you want us to swallow? You want us? We don't have nothing, and we just supposed to swallow this whole thing? Are you crazy?
You're supposed to swallow it all.
We're not supposed
And
to
then
get
you're supposed to
nothing out of
bend
this?
over with no lube.
Yeah, not to be rude or anything, but they like they say.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, they say my father used to say. He said, they always love you. They always love you when you bend over. It's when you start pulling your pants up to walk away. That's when they get mad.
I love your daddy.
My daddy ain't shit, boy.
Crazy. Y'all niggas crazy. That's why I can't fuck with y'all niggas. That's why I hate all y'all niggas. I hate all of y'all. Y'all too much, man. You gonna get me in fucking trouble, man. Everybody gonna hate me after this shit.
Yeah, that's good. They get it out their system. All right, now that was Reset Race. All right, we'll see you again on the other side. Thank you for listening. Hope you listen to the next one. I hope you're ready for the next one. And that's it. We out.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country to win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Negroes should do whatever is necessary to bring about a complete solution to their problem. When I say whatever is necessary, they should have the flexibility to do whatever is necessary to solve the problem.